The story begins at White Demon Castle, where the Lady Goddess of Darkness floats in midair and states that White Demon Saint Chen Bai's failure in this mission has placed him in a dire situation, so he shall be sent to hell when he arrives. Chen is shocked to see her and pleads for another chance, asking that his past accomplishments be taken into consideration. She responds coldly that lowly humans are not granted the right to request opportunities. His white magic castle, she declares, shall be obliterated along with the darkness. She advances toward him and strikes with a surge of dark mana, hurling him backward. He reflects that he has completed nearly 100 missions for her. Yet because of this single failure, he is now to be erased. It is, he realizes, simply because he is human. He refuses to accept it, and he will not submit. A bitter laugh escapes him. He addresses her as Dark Heloise, raises his middle finger, and defiantly declares his intention to violate her while drowning in her dark mana. To him, the darkness feels endless. His gaze falls upon the hourglass hanging from his neck. He concentrates, reverse time. Still mocking her with his raised finger, he shouts with defiance. Moments later, he awakens in his bed. Disoriented, he scans his surroundings and wonders where he is. He realizes he is not dead. It resembles the dormitory from his college days. He questions how he ended up here. Hadn't he been killed by that foolish woman? The decades of trial had felt too real. It could not have been a dream. His eyes fall on the hourglass. No, it is the time sand. He thinks this hourglass is the same item that is obtained 20 years after the arrival of the Universal Will. When the trial begins, it remains the most unique object he has ever seen. It cannot display any attributes, and it cannot be destroyed, so it is always kept on him. He remembers that the sand was once settled at the bottom, and would not flow even when turned upside down. But now, the sand is at the top, it flows downward, and time is reversed. The current timeline is being altered. He takes out his phone, checks the calendar, and notes the date June 5, 2032. It is 10 days before the arrival of the Universal Will and the start of the trial. 10 days later, on June 15th, the Universal Will is scheduled to arrive officially. The trial will begin, and over 90% of humanity will be annihilated. He experiences a flashback. Monsters attack. Humans are slaughtered. Roars echo across the cities. He recalls how the surviving humans are transformed into various types of zombies and monsters. Conventional weapons are rendered useless. The world faces collapse in a single night. He thinks that despite the overwhelming destruction brought by the universal trial, it also brings opportunity. Those who survive will awaken their innate abilities. Magical equipment and artifacts from countless versions of reality are destined to descend upon Earth alongside the Universal Will. He remembers warriors and legendary weapons that appeared during that time. He believes that even a god who governs the laws of the universe is drawn to these treasures. These gods are not permitted to intervene directly in the trial, so they lure humans under the pretense of offering protection, seeking to gain advantages through them. In his previous life, he was not strong enough, but after sacrificing much, he eventually entered Heloise's command. He remembers how the goddess of darkness grabbed him by the collar. He completed every assigned task with desperation, striving to raise his rank. Yet, he is erased for a single failure. He recalls the moment his body sank into deep water. Pulled from his thoughts, he glances at the news. Reports question whether a new form of rabies is spreading, or if it's something resembling a zombie outbreak from a film. Patients at Zhongcheng First Hospital are shown attacking others, biting wildly. Another headline grabs his attention. An unthinkable incident. A body in the middle of forensic dissection at Zhongcheng Medical Examiner's office has reportedly awakened. He vows this time will be different. He must become strong enough to depend on no one, not even the gods. He will grow powerful enough to trample the gods beneath his feet. Wait and see, Heloise. 10 years after the trial begins, someone is said to have discovered the only method for upgrading innate abilities. According to that claim, the abilities become active 10 days before the trial. Those who identify and use their abilities within that window can evolve them. He puts on a hoodie, masks his face, and walks outside. He reflects that, in his past life, his innate ability had been ranked E, virus resistance. He thinks that, according to the method, his innate ability must be activated and strengthened by exposing himself to the virus. After some time, he walks through the hospital hallway and overhears a conversation between a doctor and a nurse. The doctor remarks that the symptoms are strange and completely unprecedented. The nurse adds that the patient seems like something out of a movie. He quietly slips into a room and finds a man strapped to a bed. The man resembles a zombie. He confirms it is indeed a zombie. He grabs a syringe and prepares to draw blood, stating that to activate and train his virus resistance ability, he must rely on this infected body. He extracts the blood and observes its toxic nature. He believes it should be enough to trigger his ability. He returns to his dorm and notices it is empty. He knows the others have likely stayed out all night. He takes out the syringe and reflects that if the theory is incorrect, he could die here. Without hesitation, he injects the sample into himself. He tells himself to forget the fear. Before the reset, he had struggled for decades as a weakling, surviving barely until he gained some strength. He believes that if he awakens an E-rank innate ability again, then, despite knowing the future, he will still lose every opportunity due to weakness. To start over and remain powerless, he may as well die now. He screams as the poison floods his body, and he collapses to the ground. In his mind, he stands before the goddess of darkness and dares her to come. She appears and tells him to surrender and embrace the darkness. For a lowly human, becoming part of it is the most fitting end. He replies that he will conquer her. Poison spreads through his bloodstream while he refuses to fall here. He regains awareness and walks out onto the terrace. Blood pours from his nose, mouth, and eyes as the virus courses through him. Hearing the noise, several students rush to the scene. They arrive in shock at the sight of his condition. One of the students asks what is happening. They call him Chen Bai and demand to know what has occurred. He looks back at them and says they have returned. He walks into the bathroom and mutters that he will wash his face. Staring into the mirror, he thinks the theory has worked. The zombie virus has not killed him. His innate ability has been successfully upgraded. He wonders what level his ability will reach after awakening. A system window appears with a notification. Chen Bai, congratulations on being selected as a pioneer. Title granted Pioneer. Early awakening confirmed. He recognizes the voice of the universal will. His awakening has been completed. He commands the system to open the title interface. The system responds, Pioneer granted to those who discover, utilize, and train their innate abilities before the trial begins. All attributes are increased by 5%. Experience gain is increased by 10%. The attribute panel is unlocked in advance. He considers the percentage boosts a perfect title. Then, he calls for the innate ability panel. He grips the sink and, in a surge of energy, breaks it with his mana. The system notifies Innate Ability Virus Monarch, SSS rank. He activates his power. Chen Bai sees the shadow of a giant monster and thinks that Virus Monarch, the strongest ability within the virus element, grants the power to absorb, utilize, manipulate, transform, and even create viruses. However, at present, only absorption is available to him, and its range remains extremely limited. A large volume of viral energy is required to enhance his ability. The hospital naturally becomes the ideal location to gather viruses. He soon arrives in front of the hospital and sees crowds fleeing in panic. People scream for help as zombies chase them down. One person falls and yells that this is madness. Another shouts that zombies have appeared. It must be the end of the world. Chen asks what they mean by zombies. A memory surfaces, as he recalls now in his previous life. There were rumors about 3 strange incidents in Zhongcheng just before the trial began. He watches the zombies pursue terrified civilians and realizes this must be one of those events that the sealed hospital. This is the sealed hospital. Without hesitation, Chen charges toward the horde. A passerby stares at him in disbelief and demands to know what he is doing. Chen answers that his timing couldn't be better. He leaps onto a zombie and slams it into the ground. He activates Virus Monarch's innate skill, Virus Absorption, and begins drawing in its infected energy. The system displays a notification that the zombie virus has been acquired. Virus points +1 and points are usable for enhancing innate abilities. He says this is perfect. None of them is allowed to escape today. The scene shifts to the 4th floor restroom of the hospital, where numerous zombies wander aimlessly. A zombie moves toward Director Liu, who trembles in fear and mutters that it is over. He believes the door cannot hold much longer. He thinks there is no way out. Death is inevitable. Suxin sobs in the corner and pleads for guidance, calling out to Director Liu. He turns to her with a twisted expression. She recoils and nervously asks what is wrong with him. He smirks and says he has pursued her for so long, yet she never accepted him. Now that death is imminent, he asks why he should not enjoy himself before the end. She asks if he has lost his mind and demands to know what kind of nonsense he is speaking. Suddenly, the zombie smashes through the door and lumbers toward them. Fear overwhelms him, and his voice trembles as he admits he does not want to die. He grabs Suxin's hand and, in desperation, shoves her toward the zombie, shouting that he refuses to die. He bolts for the window and notes that it is only the 4th floor. He reassures himself that it is just the 4th floor. He glances back at the zombie and hurls himself out of the window. He survives the fall, though slightly injured. The scene shifts several minutes later when Chen continues absorbing the virus energy from fallen zombies. He approaches a nurse-turned-zombie and observes her carefully. He notes that she is a medical staff member and likely has been bitten only recently. He touches her face and confirms there is still time. He thinks the military will soon arrive to seal off the area. Glancing at the other zombies in the room, he concludes he needs someone familiar with the hospital layout to guide him. He thinks to extract all the zombie virus from her body and see if that prevents her transformation. After the absorption completes, he watches her body return to normal. She rises slowly. He thinks the process has worked. She thanks him. He grabs her hand and notes that she has not completely lost consciousness. He asks if she understands what just happened and tells her that he needs her help. She agrees without hesitation but mentions she wants to change clothes first, covering herself modestly. He pulls her forward and says there is no time. She must take him to the place in the hospital with the highest viral concentration. They move toward the laboratory. She explains that the laboratory holds the hospital's highest virus density. All clinical samples from infected patients are processed there. He replies that it should be enough. He begins collecting viral samples. She asks what he plans to do. He places the sealed samples into a jar and tells her to remain silent. He activates virus absorption. The system notifies initial acquisition of the hepatitis virus gains 10 virus points. The second notification is the acquisition of the influenza virus, gaining 0.7 virus points. Third is the initial acquisition of the herpes virus, gaining 9 virus points. Fourth is the initial acquisition of the HIV virus, gaining 10 virus points. He thinks all the viruses have been absorbed. The next step is to strengthen the zombie virus using them. As he absorbs each virus, he feels the dark light virus, decay virus, ancestor virus, T virus, and cocci virus circulating through his veins. He thinks the dark light virus appears to be the most beneficial for enhancing his power at this stage. The zombie virus evolves into the dark light virus. All attributes are increased by 10. Self-healing ability rises by 200%. The core ability of the dark light virus, evolution and devouring, is successfully obtained. He reflects that the dark light virus specializes in devouring and evolving. She alerts him that zombies are approach the door. He instructs her not to move from her position. He steps forward, grabs a zombie by the neck, and lifts it into the air with ease. She is stunned by his speed. He thinks he is significantly faster than before. The zombie must weigh at least 150 pounds, yet it feels effortless. He sees this as a perfect opportunity to test his new ability. He activates Evolution Devour, which has countless tentacles extend from his hand, wrapping tightly around the zombie's body. The tentacles crush the zombie and begin absorbing it. He watches as the absorption completes, then examines his hand. He swings his arm and thinks the absorption rate is excellent, and a portion of his stamina has already recovered. She steps back in fear and asks who he really is. He asks what is wrong. She exhales and explains that he has saved her, and if she trusts he means no harm, she must help him keep his secret. He offers his hand and says his name is Chen Bai. She responds that her name is Suxin. He hears noise coming from outside and questions the sound. The military and police have arrived. The area is being sealed off, and the zombies are likely being cleared. He decides they must leave immediately. He rushes into the hospital corridor, pulls her along, and tells her to lead him to the rooftop, and they will escape from there. She asks why they cannot leave through the main exit since they have not turned into zombies. He replies that he does not have time to be isolated or interrogated. A mutant clinging to the ceiling spots them and leaps down, landing directly in front of them. He releases her hand as the mutant roars. Terrified, she backs away and asks what it is. The mutant scratches Chen Bai's hand, and blood pours from the wound. He looks at it and smirks, thinking it is interesting. This one is a mutant. He wonders what kind of evolution the black light virus will undergo after absorbing such a creature. The monster charges again, but Chen steps back and lands a powerful kick to its head. It attacks once more, but he narrowly avoids the strike. Grabbing a nearby zombie, he absorbs its energy and observes that its overall quality matches the mutant's. He finishes the absorption, activates his tentacles, and slams a punch into the mutant's chest. The impact drives the creature into the wall. He notes its durability. It is resilient. He quickly retreats as he sees the monster begin to recover. The mutant roars, its energy surging again. Chen mutters that this won't be enough to cause lasting damage. Defeating it will take time. He activates his healing skill to recover. Meanwhile, Suxin shatters the glass cabinet and retrieves an axe, her hands trembling in fear. She calls out to Chen. As the mutant charges at him, she throws the axe. Chen catches it mid-air and commends her effort. He leaps onto the mutant's shoulder and challenges it to finish the fight quickly. He slashes at the monster's chest with the axe. The creature roars in fury, and they exchange blow after blow, each trying to overpower the other. Chen unleashes a flurry of attacks, then prepares for the final strike. He raises the axe and commands it to go to hell. He hurls the axe toward the monster with full force as the creature launches a counterattack. He remarks that it is surprising the monster can still endure this long. He drives the axe into the creature's body once more, retrieves it, places his foot on the monster's head, and warns not to leave wounds unattended. One should beware when death anniversaries approach. The monster smirks and strikes back, plunging its hand into Chen's chest. Chen is wounded. Suxin watches in horror as the axe falls near her feet. Chen smiles faintly, thinking there is no other choice left but death. He is at his limit. As he glances at his own wound, he suddenly says this is perfect. He questions whether the monster intends to tear him apart. Chen activates his tentacle virus. From the wound, numerous tentacles burst forth and coil tightly around the monster's arms. The creature is completely restrained as Chen initiates evolution devour. Chen asks if he feels fear now. He smiles and declares it is already too late. He begins absorbing the monster without hesitation. Suxin looks on and quietly says he is incredible. The system window notifies that devour is complete, mutant consumed, and its classification is second stage clawed zombie. Moments later, another notification appears, black light virus transformation in progress. Chen's body begins to transform. The system continues, clawed zombie's ability obtained bone claws. He reflects that this is the true essence of the black light virus devouring, then evolving. He confirms to himself that choosing the black light virus was indeed the right decision. Several soldiers arrive at the scene and point their guns toward him. One of them asks whether the people present are still alive and instructs them to raise their hands. Chen looks at them in surprise. A soldier announces he will count to 3. If there is no response, they are ordered to open fire. The countdown begins. Chen tells Suxin they need to leave and lifts her into his arms. The soldier calls out one and gives the order to shoot. The rifles are aimed at Chen, and the soldiers begin firing. Chen dashes forward at high speed. Suxin quickly points to a direction and tells him to turn right. There is a safe passage leading to the rooftop. 2 bullets strike Chen as he runs. Suxin sees the impact and tells him he has been shot. He replies that he knows and instructs her not to speak or move unnecessarily. Moments later, he bursts through the rooftop door and steps outside. He asks her where her home is. She responds that Rongfeng neighborhood, North 4th Road, Nanbai Street. He acknowledges the location and leaps from the rooftop. The scene shifts to Rongfeng neighborhood, North 4th Road, Nanbai Street. When she arrives at her home, unlocks the door, and enters. She points to the bathroom and offers to help clean and dress his wounds. He tells her the bullets did not remain inside, and the wounds have almost healed. It is fine. She insists that she must examine the injury. He agrees and removes his clothes, revealing his body. She points out the marks still visible on his skin. She notes that on his stomach and chest, the wounds have not fully healed yet. He replies by asking if consuming her would allow him to recover immediately. He then questions what she thinks, whether she is willing to sacrifice herself. She responds that he would not eat her if he had intended to. He would have done so already. He steps closer and tells her she is mistaken. He did not act earlier because the environment was not appropriate. He tugs at her top and remarks that the current setting feels far more suitable. He pulls her closer and asks what she thinks, whether she is willing to be consumed to help him recover. She blushes and responds that it should be washed and cleaned, but it is fine. He kisses her, and they both step into the shower. Meanwhile, his phone continues to buzz with incoming messages, and his friends are trying to reach him. After a while, he walks out holding a shopping bag and recalls the strange incidents that occurred in Yongcheng before the arrival of the trial: the sealed hospital, the suburban bombing, and the monster slaughterhouse. He thinks he knows very little about these three events. Too little information has been preserved from before the trial begins. Most people do not seem to care, they are mentioned only occasionally in passing conversations. He sighs in frustration, feeling a headache build. He calls Suksun and informs her that he has bought breakfast and will return soon. She replies that two people have come looking for him, claiming that Song Zikyong wants to meet him. He asks who Song Zikyong is. She answers that the visitors do not look trustworthy. If they claim Song Zikyong wishes to see him, it is probably a scam. Zikyong is known as the Queen of Zhongcheng. She asks what she should do. Chen says they are not lying and tells her to have them wait outside. She agrees without hesitation. He checks his phone and sees dozens of missed calls and messages from Zikyong. He recalls that she is the mother of Song Ji, a former classmate who once had a complicated connection with him. He remarks that it seems the young miss has gone to her mother. Interesting, and since Zikyong has managed to find Suksun's place, she must already know something. He concludes that meeting her is now necessary. The scene shifts to the suburban freezer warehouse, where Chen arrives while thinking about Song Zikyong. He reflects on her rise from poverty to wealth, becoming the richest figure in Zhongcheng, mastering both legal and illegal ventures. After the trial begins, she awakens as an A-level talent, swiftly establishing her own power and stepping into the spotlight. A guard signals him to follow and leads the way. Chen thinks that she eventually unifies Zhongcheng during the three-way power struggle, earning the title Queen of Zhongcheng, a title she rightfully deserves. In his past life, she was someone he could only admire from afar. But now, circumstances have changed. If he can recruit her before the trial begins, there will be far more he can accomplish in the limited time remaining. The scene shifts to a corridor within the suburban freezer warehouse, where Zikyong waits for Chen. Her guard bows and announces that Chen has arrived. She apologizes for asking him to come all the way there, explaining that she truly could not leave at the moment. Chen asks if there is something specific she wishes to discuss. As he approaches, she explains that she contacted him because Ji returned home, panicked, saying he was unreachable at Zhongcheng First Hospital and begged her for help. She adds that she invited him here to see for herself what kind of man could make Song Ji so nervous, what it is about him that holds such charm. He says he does not enjoy beating around the bush and steps closer to her, asking directly what her true intention is. She acknowledges his straightforward nature and responds in kind, saying she will also be direct. She asks if he would consider becoming part of her family, and if he also likes Song Ji, becoming her son-in-law is not out of the question. He replies that he does not believe he has given any reason to be considered for that role. She says that after witnessing his heroic display at the hospital, anyone would be moved. He freezes at the mention of the hospital. He recalls having destroyed the hospital's surveillance systems and power supply. He asks how she knows about it and how she managed to locate him so quickly. He warns her not to underestimate him. She walks to the elevator, presses the button for the first floor, and calmly replies that during his movement from the lobby to the monitoring room, her people are still able to trace him. She explains that she conveniently has a contact inside the hospital and shows him her chat with Aylin. She plays a video clip showing him sprinting down a corridor while holding Suksun's hand. She says Aylin captured that footage. She adds that her luck has been good. Among the survivors evacuated from quarantine by the military earlier that morning, she found one of Suksun's colleagues, someone quite familiar with Liu Feng. Chen immediately recalls the name. The scene shifts to the night before at Suksun's house, where Chen lies on the bed beside her. He asks if the man in the bathroom back then was Liu Feng, the one who not only attempted to assault her, but also pushed her toward the zombies. She responds affirmatively, explaining that after pushing her toward the zombies, Liu Feng attempted to escape by jumping out the window. However, he was grabbed by the zombies and slammed headfirst through the glass. After that, he no longer moved. Chen asks if he was the one hanging from the window. He had assumed it was a corpse. She rests her head on his chest and says it is better if he is dead. She hates him deeply. He confirms her feelings. She murmurs that she feels much better now and hesitantly asks if they will continue, blushing. Chen tells her to let it go for now. He truly had not expected her to be a first-timer. That scream just now was heart-wrenching. She apologizes shyly. He reassures her that it is fine and that there is plenty of time ahead. She suddenly sits up and insists that today, she must satisfy her lifesaver. He snaps out of his thoughts as they arrive at the freight elevator on the first floor of the suburban freezer warehouse corridor. He asks Song if she can tell him where the isolated survivors are being kept. She replies that the information is with her men, and she is willing to share it. What does he say? He accuses her of underestimating him. She admits it, saying that with just this one piece of information, of course, she cannot match his value, but she can still. He interrupts her, stating that she has misunderstood. What he means is that she knows far too little about him. He turns and walks away, adding that if she knew more, she would realize he cannot belong to her. Instead, it is she who should belong to him. He activates his mutant virus to make his point. She is shocked at the sight and asks if this is a mutation of the zombie virus. Her subordinate, Xuan, immediately steps forward to shield her. He says she is mistaken and waves his hand, generating a surge of powerful energy. He tells her to become his woman, and he will reveal what this ability truly is. What does she say? She responds that he is underestimating her. Just because of those claws, he cannot expect to win her over. She adds that he already has a young, attractive nurse by his side, so why is he interested in an older woman like her? He replies that no man would be immune to the allure of a beautiful, mature woman. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, and at the very least, in these days before the apocalypse arrives, there is far more she can offer him than suction. He steps closer and gently takes hold of her face. She asks what apocalypse he is referring to, dismissing it as nothing more than a few stray zombies. He counters by asking what she means by zombies. They are not even worthy of being considered a warm-up. She raises her brows and asks what a warm-up is. He seems to know quite a bit. He tells her that he knows far more than she imagines. She declares that they are not the type to submit easily. Instead, she proposes a collaboration, her support in exchange for his information. They shake hands as she agrees, acknowledging that conquering the Queen of Zhongcheng is indeed no simple task. She confirms it with pride, but adds that she genuinely looks forward to meeting a man capable of conquering her and encourages him to keep trying. Suddenly, gunshots are heard in the distance, drawing their attention. Chen asks what is happening. Are those gunshots? Ziqiang explains that last night, Commander Huang of the Zhongcheng military region sent Captain Zhao to negotiate with her. The military has requisitioned several refrigerated warehouses to store live zombies and survivors rescued from the isolation hospitals. She recalls shaking hands with Commander Huang during the arrangement. She assumes the gunfire must be coming from that location. Still, she wonders how anything could possibly go wrong, given that only around 30 zombies have been confined to the cold storage units, creatures barely capable of movement due to the low temperatures. She adds that half a platoon has been stationed there. Chen thinks he did not expect the discovery of these zombies to happen so quickly, considering their slowed activity in extreme cold. However, he knows that such harsh environments significantly increase the likelihood of zombie mutation. He considers the implications of suburban cold storage and mutated zombies. The system window suddenly activates and displays a cryptic message that recalls the day they were dominated by Roman 20 Guxiang is present, with image resolution comparable to the last century. Chen wonders if this place could be the very location tied to the infamous suburban bombing. He steps forward and instructs them to move. They need to investigate immediately. He silently reflects on the situation, eager to witness what kind of mutation might emerge. Shuang watches him cautiously. Meanwhile, at the scene, a guard fires continuously at a mutated zombie that is attacking civilians and causing chaos. The guard urgently requests hand grenades, shouting for them to be thrown directly into the mutant's mouth. Panic spreads among the crowd as they witness the terrifying creature. While the guards continue to fire without pause, a guard throws a grenade toward the mutant, who is gripping another guard in his hand and roaring fiercely. Supreme Commander Captain Zhao declares that their weapons are failing to inflict effective damage. He orders everyone to form small groups with those around them and spread out to distract the monster from multiple directions. They must hold the line until reinforcements arrive. Zikyong approaches him and advises that he instruct his men to cease fire and retreat. He turns to her and asks what she means. She clarifies that there is no point in continuing. They cannot harm that monstrous creature. She urges him not to let his men die in vain. She insists that they should focus on protecting the cold storage employees and the survivors from the isolation hospital, who have been transferred here. They must be evacuated immediately. He replies that escape is impossible. The monster is too fast. No one can get away without someone restraining it. Zikyong's eyes shift to Luli, who is about to be seized by the mutant and collapses in fear. Zikyong reiterates her command and tells Zhao to follow her orders. She assures him not to worry about the monster. Someone else will handle it. At that moment, Chen advances toward the mutant, giving the guards an opening to rescue the employees. Chen notes that a single swipe from the creature nearly dislocates his shoulder. The mutant has grown to an alarming degree. It clearly cannot be defeated by brute force alone. He circles around the mutant while activating his mutant virus, slashing at its flesh. The mutant howls and charges off, slamming its fist into a nearby building, causing it to collapse. Zhao, Zikyong, and Chen all witness the destruction. Zhao, stunned, asks if she is harboring a monster. She winks and replies that he is mistaken, that there is no monster, that is a person, her partner. Chen calmly positions himself in front of the stacked meat racks. The mutant roars at him, but Chen remarks that the creature is wasting all this food. He activates Evolution Devour to absorb all the meat while the mutant lunges forward to attack him. Chen leaps back as the system window activates with a prompt, devouring complete. Large quantities of frozen beef have been consumed. Another notification follows, indicating that the black light virus has evolved, slightly enhancing strength and endurance. He remarks that this is indeed premium beef. Not only has it restored his stamina, but it has also allowed his ability to level up. It seems the virus is replenishing itself. Evidently, it had been nearly depleted. Hovering in the air around the mutant, Chen slashes again. The mutant perceives him as merely flailing about. Chen counters with confidence, declaring that it is now the mutant's turn to die. He launches a direct assault, and the creature howls in agony as Chen lands atop it, relentlessly attacking and tearing into its flesh. Timing his move perfectly, Chen activates Evolution Devour. His tentacles erupt and bind the creature completely. Zhao watches in disbelief and mutters that such a thing is simply not possible. Chen calmly responds that what he is witnessing is evolution. As the mutant roars and thrashes, Chen continues absorbing it. Zhao insists once more that this cannot be a human being. He nods slowly, admitting that while these two beings may resemble monsters, they are not equal. Zhao quickly runs to the commander and calls out, identifying himself as Lao Zhao. He urgently asks whether reinforcements have arrived. Without waiting, he requests missile authorization and begins to transmit coordinates. Zikyong steps up and taps his shoulder, urging him to calm down. She tells him to think carefully. Chen is helping them now, and he just saved his life. She warns him not to do something reckless, or the consequences will be disastrous for everyone. The scene shifts 10 minutes later as the armed forces arrive and surround Chen from all directions. Zhao issues the command for weapons to be loaded and keeps all units on high alert. Zikyong reminds him not to forget what he promised. Zhao replies that he remembers that if Chen does not attack, he will not give the order to fire. The system window activates with a notification that, upon first obtaining the zombie virus variant, Flesh Mountain, the primary gain is 500 virus points. Another system prompt follows, announcing that the virus talent injection has been unlocked. A further system message confirms the devouring of a rare mutant, first stage, strength type Flesh Mountain zombie. All attributes of the Blacklight virus are now greatly enhanced. Chen activates his virus powers. The system notifies that the subject has been decomposed, and the Flesh Mountain strength form ability, Heavy Hammer, has been obtained. His arm transforms into a massive demonic limb, and he acknowledges the significant evolution. His other hand morphs into a hammer-like form, and he notes the overwhelming force coursing through it. Unfortunately, there is nothing available at the moment to test its power. He affirms to himself that this marks the greatest gain of the day and uses his virus ability to stabilize. He then pulls out a spherical object and explains that it is the Flesh Mountain core. He reflects that this rare material can be used for crafting high-level equipment. If he can find a method to control it, it may even allow the creation of a living flesh wall capable of infinite growth. He wonders whether he should feed it more and grow another flesh mountain to test its strength. Ziqiang approaches him and calls his name. He quickly hides the core, thinking it must be concealed. She introduces someone beside her, saying this is Luli. Chen recognizes her immediately as Luli, a well-known journalist in Zhongcheng and a somewhat prominent internet celebrity. He asks if she was the one who secretly recorded footage of him at the hospital. She admits that it was she and thanks him for saving her twice. Chen replies that it was merely a coincidence, then asks whether she recorded the moment when he killed the Flesh Mountain. She apologizes, explaining that it was out of professional habit, and offers to delete the footage if he wishes. He tells her to keep it, but not to release it yet, as he intends to use it later. She nods and agrees. Zhao calls out to Chen, informing him that the military district's commander, Commander Huang, requests a full explanation about who he is and what he knows. Chen hears the name and falls into thought. Commander Huang is a name not easily forgotten. After the trials began, that man coerced the weak and solitary awakened individuals, treating them like livestock. At first, patriotism and national pride were used to justify the exploitation, but over time, it became nothing more than beatings and humiliation. Chen had once been among them, struggling, starving, unable to eat a proper meal. He recalls himself walking the streets with a worn backpack, reflecting on the absurdity of that time. The most ridiculous part was that anyone who attempted to leave was branded a traitor and hunted down. That oppressive reality had forced him to leave Zhongcheng and disappear from its streets. He comes out of his thoughts and asks Song whether he should go and explain. She glances back and responds that, of course, he should not. She hasn't even learned everything yet. He tries to say something, but she interrupts, assuring him not to worry and that she will take care of it. Zhao steps in, saying that he hopes Chen and Song understand the responsibilities that come with being a citizen of Longguo. Ziqiang frowns, her tone sharpens, and she snaps that duty means nothing in this situation. She tells Zhao to stop posturing like an official. He is just a platoon leader, not qualified to speak on behalf of authority. She orders him to go inform Commander Huang directly that if he has any problems, he should come speak to her in person. Zhao, taken aback, asks what she means by that. Just then, another soldier rushes over and informs him that the isolated personnel are causing disturbances. He asks what they should do. Chen turns to Zhao and asks who these isolated individuals are and whether someone named Liu Feng is among them. Zhao, now clearly annoyed, demands to know if that is true. The other soldier confirms it. Liu Feng is indeed present and is the one causing the most disruption. Chen tells Zhao that he wants to see Liu Feng immediately. Zhao nods and instructs the soldier to bring him over. The soldier salutes and responds with affirmation. Moments later, they arrive in front of a building. Liu Feng steps out and arrogantly asks Zhao if he was summoned, assuming his father, Liu Huanong, the vice president of Zhongcheng First Hospital, must have called. As soon as Chen touches Liu Feng's shoulder, the system window notifies, virus injection, zombie virus initiated. He says he has been looking for him, as someone has asked him to deliver a message. Feng asks who he is. Chen replies that Suxin told him last night, while they were in bed. Because of what Feng did to her using the zombie, she wants him dead. Feng freezes in shock, his voice trembling as he asks how Chen could know that she couldn't possibly still be alive. Chen announces to everyone to step back, warning them that Feng is about to turn into a zombie. Feng panics and accuses him of lying, shouting that Chen must be trying to mess with him. He begins transforming and charges at Chen, screaming that Suxin couldn't possibly be with someone like him and cursing her name. Chen calmly responds that Feng is already as good as dead and prepares for the attack. As Feng lunges, Chen activates his hammer arm and lands a devastating punch that sends shock through the surrounding crowd. Chen thinks to himself that the power is even greater than expected. Zhao watches in disbelief and wonders whether Chen is actually a superhuman. Chen turns to Song and says she handled things well. He will share some information with her once they return. She smiles and says he can start calling her Ziqiang now or Song Jai if he prefers. He asks why. She steps closer, takes hold of his arm, and says she no longer sees the point in just being his partner. She asks if it's still possible for someone to be with him now. He replies that it depends entirely on her value and her performance. After a while, Chen, Ziqiang, Luli, and Shuang sit in a car when Ziqiang says it is perfect timing and invites Chen to come over to her place for dinner. He replies that she should not disturb him until they reach her house. She agrees. He thinks it is time for the lottery draw and wonders whether there are any good rewards for defeating the Flesh Mountain. As he opens his inventory, he is surprised to see 2 skill books. It seems his luck is not bad. The first skill is Rampage Bloodlust, an active ability that increases all attributes by 3 for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. During the cooldown period, all attributes are reduced by 50%. He thinks this skill is not worth it for him. The system window then notifies him of another skill, Muscle Enhancement, a passive ability that greatly increases muscle mass and doubles the growth rate of strength and constitution. He concludes this one is also unsuitable. From what he remembers, those who used this ability in the previous life all ended up as bulky muscle freaks, significantly reducing their flexibility. Even though these skills are not useful for him personally, he thinks they hold considerable value during the early stages of the trial. Whether for forming a faction or rallying others, they serve as powerful assets. He thinks that, speaking of building a faction, it is time to start planning. The reward for killing the Flesh Mountain has been given 6 gold coins, just enough to create a chat group. The system window notifies that if he wants to confirm the creation of a chat group, he should click yes, which will cost 5 gold coins, otherwise, he should select no. He decides that this chat group can be used to gather pioneers and help them lay a solid foundation before the trial officially begins. He recalls that in his previous life, factions in the later stages of the trial were highly complex, and the relationships formed during the early stages were critical to survival and power. The system window notifies that chat group Zizan 1 is being created. It asks him to name the group or select cancel to use the automatic numbering. He chooses to cancel naming it. The system confirms that the chat group has been successfully created. He thinks of Helois and vows that he will rebuild his White Emperor city, turning it into a divine kingdom, and she will become the lowest dog beneath his feet. The scene shifts 3 hours later to Song Ziqiang's private villa, where Chen sits beside her. She explains that in the cosmic trial, more than 90% of people will either turn into monsters or evolve into gifted beings. Firearms and most electronic devices will also cease to function. He replies that that is all he can tell her. It should be enough for her to manage the situation and gain an advantage. She says it is not enough and suggests they get straight to the point. How can she become his person? He responds that the first requirement is ability, as he does not need useless people. The second is loyalty, absolute loyalty, like that of a loyal dog to its master. She says she can provide loyalty, and as for ability, she believes she is more than qualified. In terms of influence, money, and status, no one in Zhongcheng can compare to her. He replies that after the trial, the rules and values of the world will be completely new. Her current power, status, and wealth hold no meaning beyond making the idea of enslaving her more appealing. She says, then perhaps the next auction items will be the former queen and princess of Viangcheng, and bringing the lofty queen back home. Isn't that every man's fantasy before the trial begins? She asks what difference there is between being a loyal dog now and becoming someone's plaything later. He says the difference lies in the stage. He can provide a platform where she can unleash her strength, and a master who will never restrain her out of fear because he will always remain stronger than her and stand above her. She admits she feels that if she hesitates any longer, she may miss a crucial opportunity. She bows and says she is willing to serve him, master. He replies that, given her reputation and status, the emotional value she can offer is quite significant. She says it feels rather thrilling. He tells her to let him witness her charm in person and lifts her chin. He adds that he also has a few matters he wants her to handle. Meanwhile, Shuang and Luli receive a group chat notification from Chen. Ziqiang asks Shuang if Luli has sent the video of Chen to her and instructs her to take Luli home, telling her to let Luli rest for a few days. She then orders that someone be assigned to keep Chen's posts prominently displayed on major forums, using the title Pioneer White Emperor. Shuang approaches Luli and says Ziqiang wants her to send Chen's video and then head home to rest. Luli asks what she means by going home, and if there is nothing more she can do. Shuang replies that Ziqiang believes she has endured enough over the past 2 days and wants her to go home, get some rest, and regain her composure. Luli agrees, saying that although she nearly died at the hands of zombies today, strangely, the shock she felt wasn't as overwhelming as when she first encountered one. As she replays the video of Chen battling the mutant, she wonders whether it's because she has come to accept the reality of dying to zombies or because Chen's strength puts her at ease. Meanwhile, Zikyung's phone rings, and Chen notices that her daughter is calling. He asks if it is Song Ji and answers the call. Song Ji says hello and asks her mother if something is wrong since Shuang told her to come home. Chen responds that it is he, Chen. She immediately yells, demanding to know why he has her mother's phone and where her mother is. He replies that she is busy working and eating, and there is no time to talk. He tells her to come home instead, as it is very important. She agrees, telling him to wait for her at home, but complains that she sent him countless messages with no reply. She recalls how many times she tried to call him, grows furious, and curses him under her breath, vowing to make him kneel beneath this girl's pomegranate skirt sooner or later. Zikyung kneels in front of Chen and asks if he can protect her daughter as well. He taps her on the head and says that her daughter lacks ability and that her character has been spoiled by indulgence. However, if she works hard enough, he can guarantee that she will most likely not become a monster when the trial arrives. She blushes and thanks him. The scene shifts to a suburban secret warehouse where Song Ji arrives, calling out to her mother. She asks if her mother is being deceived by Chen, questioning how she could believe something so absurd. She replies that she stopped her from looking for Chen last night because of this. She instructs her that once she gets out of the car, she should not speak, just observe and behave obediently. Meanwhile, Chen walks beside Shuang, who reports that she visited all the locations rumored to have zombies and monsters throughout the city yesterday. In the end, this was the only place she found. She explains that the site used to be an underground casino, but now both the establishment and the gamblers inside have turned into zombies. There are approximately 160 of them, and she did not encounter any special zombies like the Flesh Mountain variant. Chen considers the situation. A zombie slaughterhouse? No, it seems unlikely. The hospitals are infested because they are enclosed environments, and the Flesh Mountain was an anomaly due to its extreme difficulty to kill. But this place is remote. If anything happens here, it becomes difficult for anyone to remember or spread the word. He asks if she truly visited all the rumored zombie and monster sites, but found nothing except this one. She confirms. He concludes that someone appears to be deliberately collecting zombies. The location where they are gathered must be the zombie slaughterhouse. At that moment, Zikyung and Song Ji arrive at the scene. Chen notes that the military only dares to contain a few dozen zombies at most, but this individual intends to collect all the zombies and monsters. He wonders if this is a curious adventurer or a pioneer who possesses hidden knowledge. The thought intrigues him deeply. Chen instructs the guards to open the door as he rotates his wrist. The moment the door opens, a horde of zombies charges out, shrieking. Chen steps forward to confront them directly. The women watching are stunned, and Suxin immediately begins recording video footage of him. Chen activates his virus absorption ability and starts absorbing the zombie viruses by gripping the creatures by their heads. Within moments, he has drained every one of them, standing over their corpses with calm precision. The system prompts a notification of congratulations on obtaining the title Zombie Hunter for killing over 300 zombies. Another notification follows that Zombie Slayer Grade E acquired grants, +5 to all attributes, and increases damage dealt to zombies by 5%. A third prompt reports that 500 samples of zombie class viruses have been collected. A fourth states that the zombie virus serum formula can now be exchanged for using virus points through the talent tree's zombie virus entry. Chen immediately creates the serum formula and walks down from the pile of bodies while reviewing the interface on his screen. He reflects on the significance of the zombie virus serum formula. This is a high-value resource. Even awakened individuals struggle to resist the effects of zombie infections. The system then prompts him with a choice of whether he wishes to unlock the zombie virus. Selecting yes will cost 300 virus points, otherwise, he may refuse. He thinks that, after all, not everyone possesses talents that grant immunity to viruses or an exceptionally strong physique. He steps outside and calls for Song, instructing her to bring everyone in. He asks if they all remember what he told her before they set off. She confirms and says that fighting zombies with cold weapons significantly reduces the risk of turning into a monster when the trial begins. She adds that killing a zombie without being harmed ensures that one will not transform into a monster. Suddenly, a zombie appears. Chen grabs it by the neck and says he will test their strength, telling them to come forward one at a time. Shuang quickly puts on a pair of gloves and volunteers to go first. Chen throws the zombie toward her, and she charges forward, slamming it to the ground. Observing her, Chen comments that her speed is fast, her strikes are ruthless, and her aim is precise. Meanwhile, Zikyong engages another zombie and manages to defeat it. Chen notes that her strength is insufficient. Although she knocks the zombie down in a single blow, it takes more than 10 hits to kill it. Suxin also takes down a zombie, then collapses to the ground. Chen evaluates her performance and remarks that her strength is too weak. She is tackled by the zombie but succeeds in killing it by relying on her familiarity with human anatomy. Zikyong tells Ji that it is her turn as she hands him a stick. Ji becomes frightened and urinates in his pants. She panics and insists that she cannot do it. Chen glances back at her and states that wetting oneself in fear before even fighting is a failure. He orders Zikyong to come forward. She quickly follows his command. He informs her that Leng Shuang has visited all locations where there were reported sightings of zombies and monsters, but has found nothing. He remarks that this is abnormal and instructs her to investigate it thoroughly. She affirms the order. She then asks what should be done about Ji. He replies that it is unfortunate, especially for Ji, but he does not have the time to train them slowly. She is to arrange for his practice. She hesitates and points out that Ji has not yet eliminated the virus. He hands her a document and tells her to take it. She asks what it is. As she receives it and examines it, she realizes it is the zombie virus serum formula, noting that the steps are extremely complex. He explains that she can also input the materials according to the formula and produce the serum herself. That is the true value of potion formulas. She thanks him for his trust, promises to complete the task he has entrusted to her, and vows to protect the formula, then crumples the paper. He instructs her to carry out her duties and have someone escort her back. She bows and agrees, saying she will have Shuang accompany him. After a while, Chen walks along the road while checking his phone. He thinks his post should have already been seen by many people and wonders whether anyone has contacted him in advance. He scrolls through a post and reads it, questioning what kind of nonsense it is. He then receives a few private messages. In one, someone claims he is not a shill and insists that he truly knows something, calling himself a pioneer. In another, the same person asks why Chen is not replying, repeating that he is not a shill and wondering if Chen has seen his message. Chen thinks it seems not everyone here is from Lezi. There are still some worthwhile discoveries. He reviews all the messages and receives a notification, "Welcome, Hanzio," to the chat group. He wonders who Hanzio is and soon receives more messages from him. One message reads, "Pioneer, Shuichuan, it must be him." Chen thinks about the emperor-level powerhouse known as Suikyun. He replies that if Hanzio notices any other pioneers, he can go ahead and invite them all in. Shortly after, he chuckles as his screen displays another notification, "Welcome, Shuichuan," to the chat group. At 7:30 in the evening, Luli receives a call from Zikyong, who asks whether there has been any progress in the investigation regarding the collection of zombies. Luli responds that yes, it is the forces under the Zhongcheng Lord who are responsible. They have been transporting all the collected zombies to the Mankai container yard near the Zhongcheng wharf. She adds that she had sent someone to gather more information and that they were supposed to meet by now, but there has been no sign of them. She believes there is no need to wait any longer. Just then, two zombies fall in front of her, startling her. Xing Meng, seated at a window above, looks down at her. Luli mutters that she has been discovered. The scene shifts to Song Zikyong's mansion, where Chen sits comfortably. He says he has just joined the chat group and has read the group's instructional document, which provided a lot of useful insights. However, he admits that he still has some questions, particularly because the talent instructions seem somewhat obscure, and asks whether he can receive some help in understanding them. He is told to send the information over. The system window then displays Yin Wood Body SS. It explains that Yin Wood is the most yin among the woods, the source of endless life. When the Yin soul enters the body, it becomes a land of eternal life. Activating the wood body reduces 1 point of spirit, and activating the Yin soul reduces 1 point of constitution. The notification confirms that Chen actually possesses an SS level talent. He claims it is SS level when he sends additional messages indicating that the cost of activating abilities is quite high, and the average initial ability of a normal person is only 3 to 5 points. Zikyong arrives while he hurriedly asks what is happening. She informs him that Luli has discovered all the collected zombies have been transported to the Mankai container yard, but Luli has been captured, and now they are demanding negotiations through her. He rises and asks whether any contact has been made with her. He questions whether Luli has betrayed them. She bows her head and says that she raised Luli herself and firmly believes she would never betray them. Moreover, since she has been the one issuing commands from behind the scenes this time, the issue must lie with the people she had dispatched to investigate. He states that, in that case, he will go and rescue her. She expresses her gratitude. The scene shifts to Mankai Container Yard, Zone B. Luli is bound to a chair while Xing Meng stands beside her, pouring some wine. He addresses her as Miss Luli. He remarks that she seems unaware of her current predicament and mentions that he has not touched her out of respect for Zikyong. If she chooses to submit once Zikyong arrives, she will become his subordinate. If not, he declares, she and the others will become his playthings. He offers her the wine, but she turns her face away and throws the glass aside. He brings another and says that he will toast her again, urging her not to waste it so carelessly. He adds that this is merely a toast, not just a drink, and that punishment wine does not taste pleasant. Chen arrives and begins eating pork, remarking that there is no grace in the atmosphere. Perhaps the girl simply does not enjoy drinking. Meng looks at him in surprise, wondering when this man even sat down. He asks if she is hungry, mentioning that he has tried the steak and found it quite decent. Meng questions his identity. Chen approaches Luli and says that he has come to take her home. Luli becomes visibly happy and feels warmth and affection as she takes a bite of food. Meng asks if Zikyong has sent him, then corrects himself. If Chen has managed to get this close without being noticed, he must also be a pioneer. Chen unties Luli and tells her to go on ahead. Zikyong is waiting for her in the car outside. She nods and runs out without hesitation. Meng comments that Zikyong appears to be under Chen's control already. Chen confirms it. Meng finds it intriguing, stating that it is unlikely for the Queen of Zhongcheng to surrender so easily. He suspects Chen must possess many interesting methods. He suggests they exchange ideas, as he remains quite interested in such matters, and pours wine into glasses. Chen then says that among the 3 major forces in Zhongcheng, he has already subdued the Lord and the Queen, only the commander remains. He says they should assist him in becoming the king of Zhongcheng, promising to make them his confidants. He raises a toast to that. Chen responds that he refuses. Meng is shocked and hurls the glass to the ground. He tells Chen not to worry, claiming he possesses an S-level talent, the highest level, unless Chen also prefers punishment wine. Chen replies that before coming here, he investigated the area. Not only is Meng collecting zombies, but he is also creating them from living people. He states that a powerful ability like Meng's, when used for such purposes, becomes both harmful and meaningless. It would be better for Meng to die early. Moreover, he declares that Meng is unworthy of his assistance, because his own talent is SSS level. Meng bursts into laughter and says his talent is called Slaughter Progression when he wears his blade claw. He activates it and explains that it allows him to permanently transfer a portion of the attributes from any target he kills to himself, and that it can grow without limit. He claims this invincible top-tier ability is only classified as S-level, and if Chen's is truly SSS level, then is he afraid Chen might become a god instantly? Chen responds that it's close enough, but he cannot reveal it. He hints that it is an unlimited growth, pure combat-type talent, and that the claw Meng uses must be equipment. Meng charges forward, calling Chen an arrogant kid and expressing hope that his attributes will increase after Chen's death, urging him not to disappoint him too much. In response, Chen activates his zombie virus to launch a counterattack. Meng demoniacally transforms his body and remarks that Chen possesses a shape-shifting talent, indeed intriguing, but claims his strength is still far from sufficient to be taken seriously. Chen observes that it appears to be a skill. It seems Meng has not fully disclosed the extent of his abilities, and the effect of this particular skill remains unclear. Chen realizes he must proceed with heightened caution. Meng rises into the air to strike, shouting for Chen to go to hell. Chen spots him in time and activates his hammer punch to intercept the attack, generating a protective shield in the process. At Mankai Container Yard, Meng and Chen are still engaged in fierce combat. Meng charges toward Chen and seizes his arm. Chen attempts to strike with his other hammer-wielding hand, but Meng blocks it as well. Meng asks if he is doing alright, remarking that he doesn't seem to have much strength left. He questions whether Chen is truly an SSS-level talent and urges him to stop hiding his power and show what he truly possesses while holding both of Chen's arms in place. Chen smirks and replies that he is already using his talent. Meng simply hasn't realized it yet. Meng pushes him back and tells him to stop talking nonsense. Chen crashes into a wall, momentarily stunned by the impact. Meng declares that Chen's strength, physique, and agility are all inferior to his own. Yet he continues to put on an act of being powerful. He claims that such tricks are meaningless in the face of absolute power and attempts to unleash more of his own strength. However, his body fails to respond. He begins to cough up blood, shocked by the sudden reaction, and wonders what is happening. A system window appears, displaying notifications that his strength, physical endurance, agility, and spirit are rapidly deteriorating due to the presence of multiple viruses, such as the B virus and the influenza virus. The system issues another notification, stating that negative status effects have been acquired: fear of light and water, abnormal body temperature, slowed cognition, delayed movement, and increased stamina consumption. He asks in shock what is happening. Chen responds that Meng's physique is indeed impressive. It took quite some time for the virus to take effect. He then asks how it feels to suffer from so many illnesses at once. Meng calls him a sneaky fool and charges forward to attack. Chen counters with a punch to Meng's chest and activates Evolution Devour to capture him completely. He asks why Meng is calling him sneaky, reminding him that he had already warned him. He is different. He remarks that it is unfortunate that Meng chose not to believe him. As Chen begins to absorb him, he says he will take the proceeds later and tells Meng not to disappoint him. The system issues an alert that an evolved human has been absorbed and that the black light virus has completed its initial awakening, granting a significant increase in attributes and becoming the foundational attribute of the virus monarch's own body. Meng's bladed arm falls to the ground after the absorption is complete. The system issues another alert stating that the black light devouring ability has evolved. Chen can now choose to access a portion of his target's memories, with a low probability of acquiring any of the opponent's mastered skills. Chen notes that the attribute bonuses provided by the black light virus have now been converted from active use enhancements to base attribute bonuses, a substantial advantage. He says it is time to see how many attributes have been added. Previously, he had received a 30% increase in strength, a 20% boost in spirit, and a 100% enhancement in regeneration. The system window displays a notification: black light virus, strength plus 50, agility plus 50, physique plus 50, spirit plus 40, and life regeneration plus 200%. Chen remarks that, as expected, each attribute has been increased by 50 points. He examines his profile, which is evolved human No. Z1. His talent is listed as Virus Monarch SSS. The details fall under the talent tree, currently at level 2 with 1950 out of 2000 experience points. His stats now display strength 65 plus 3, agility 71 plus 3, physique 61 plus 3, and spirit 48 plus 3, with the pioneer title bonuses shown in brackets. Charisma and luck remain unknown. His current funds include 6 gold coins, 34 silver coins, and 91 copper coins. He notes that all enhancements have been added directly to his base attributes. He reflects that the situation has now changed. There is no room for idle play anymore. Ordinary individuals with base attributes below 5 are far too fragile for him now. With that thought, he moves down to retrieve the bladed arm. Chen remarks that the equipment blueprints and consumables indicate this man was quite fortunate. He must have killed mutant zombies. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to possess attributes and gear that surpass his own. The system window displays the description of Zombie Claw, Biohazard Disaster, which provides plus 10 agility and plus 8 strength. Striking an enemy with it grants a recovery bonus. Additional effects include the skill Ghost Claws, plus 10% agility, and plus 20% attack speed. The equipment requirements specify agility below 25 and evolver level below 2. The system also notifies him about the Biohazard Disaster C-level production blueprint. The required materials include zombie claws, the muscle of the Roshan, the bones of the tyrant, the heart of the heretic, and the brain of the Lord. Still focused on the screen, Chen comments that it is indeed a C-level production blueprint. This man's luck attribute must have been quite high. But now, all of it belongs to him. He adds the items to his inventory. The scene shifts to nighttime as he walks along the street. He reflects that from then until now, his talent has advanced from E to SSS. The rumors of the 3 strange events have proven exceptionally rewarding. At the same time, he has already taken control of Ziqiang, the future lord of Zhongcheng. Ziqiang calls out to him, requesting that he get into the car. He reflects that with his current level of strength, it is no longer worthwhile to chase after the randomly appearing monsters that surface before the arrival of the trial. In these final days before Advent, the focus should now be on organizing and preparing for what comes after. After some time, they return to Ziqiang's villa. Chen stands on the terrace, silently contemplating the approaching trial. A knock sounds at the door, and he responds, instructing the visitor to enter. Ziqiang steps inside along with Luli and Suxin. Suxin speaks first, respectfully reporting that they have completed everything he had instructed them to do, all within the given time. Luli follows, stating that information regarding the terrain and population distribution around the Peak Villa area has been fully confirmed. She explains that when Doomsday arrives, they will be able to execute cleanup operations, seize full control, and establish dominance in the initial phase. Suxin adds that the procurement of supplies has been finalized, and a comprehensive list has already been compiled and delivered to him. Chen acknowledges that the 3 of them have successfully confirmed all prearrangements among themselves. Ziqiang then says that time is running short and asks what else he would like them to do. Chen says there is nothing more to add, well done, and instructs them to place all the gathered information on the table. As he checks his phone, a message appears. 10 minutes remain until the trials descend. The message warns not to grow complacent despite early advantages or rare talents. He is advised to stay calm, as the trials will bring dangers beyond imagination. The sender emphasizes that he does not want anyone in the group to vanish within the next 10 minutes. Another member replies with a message thanking the group leader for the reminder. A woman joins the group at the 9-minute mark, also expressing her gratitude. A muscular man joins at 8 minutes, stating that he cannot wait. A young woman enters at 7 minutes, urging him to calm down. At 6 minutes, a pink-haired girl joins and nervously tells the group leader that she feels anxious. Another member joins in 5 minutes, assuring everyone not to be nervous since the entire group has gathered. At 4 minutes, someone named Crow responds, saying he is looking forward to it. Tin Tin remains silent. Chen addresses everyone, telling them to gather and take a final look. He announces that only 10 seconds remain, and remarks that the peaceful world they know is about to become history. As the countdown accelerates, he solemnly states that the world is coming to an end. Ji trembles and whispers that there are still 5 seconds left, admitting to Sister Shuang that he feels afraid. She gently replies, telling him not to fear. Moments later, the countdown reaches 0. Chen solemnly declares the date June 15th, the advent of the trial, as he gazes at the crumbling remains of buildings. Chen states that the Blue Star Doomsday trial officially begins as he recalls how monsters and zombies have been attacking society and killing people rapidly. He explains that the surviving humans are evolving into survivors who create shields around themselves. He adds that these evolving humans possess innate abilities and are able to increase their levels by gaining experience. Other races that have emerged as a result of the trial are also participating in the race of life and death. He declares that the blue planet is being used as a proving ground and will become the home of countless secret realms and world rifts. Whether this serves as a danger or an opportunity, he says, depends on their choices. They must do their best to grow and evolve. He mentions that the hourglass of time has been recognized and is now being bound. As he looks at his hourglass, it begins to shine, and he stares at it in surprise, thinking that the hourglass of time is being recognized. He orders the others to get out immediately while looking at them, but they remain frozen. When he looks out the window, he sees a plane suspended midair. He realizes in shock that the crashed airplane has stopped in midair. In that moment, he concludes with disbelief that time has stopped. Waves begin to radiate from his hourglass as he looks around and confirms to himself that the binding of the hourglass of time has been completed successfully. A system window notifies him that the Hourglass of Time's soul binding has been unlocked. The skill allows a return to any point in the past, erasing everything gained in the now-vanished timeline. Its remaining cooldown is 70 years, 6 months, and 7 days, and this skill cannot be modified or accelerated by any other skill or equipment. He reflects that, looking back, it appears he has been able to be reborn because of the Hourglass, status save, and status read. The system window notifies once again, status save is active, marking the current physical and mental status, along with skill status. It has no cooldown. Status read is active, allowing retrieval of the saved status. It does not affect items or memories held, and its cooldown is 1 hour. The skill's requirement is soul binding. He considers it an incredibly powerful life-saving skill, especially with only a 1 hour cooldown. Zikyeong remarks that she feels as if he has just called them. She wonders if he has any orders, or if she has misheard him when time resumes functioning. He confirms that she has heard correctly and asks her to go and verify the safety of their villa immediately. The night is extremely dangerous, so she must place everyone on alert and begin clearing the villa's surroundings as soon as daylight arrives. Zikyeong and Luli both respond with affirmation. The scene transitions to the following day, as zombies begin attacking the city and fires spread uncontrollably. The zombies start moving toward Zikyeong's villa just as Chen and the others step outside to assess the situation. Zikyeong rushes down the stairs, weapon in hand, preparing to fight the zombies. She activates Amethyst Eyes S. The system window notifies that Amethyst Pupil S has been activated. It transforms objects into amethyst or projects amethyst energy for offensive or defensive purposes. The power of the skill increases in proportion to mental strength. She then activates the Insight Crystal while the system notifies her that the Crystal of Insight is active, allowing her to see the target's attributes. Its effectiveness varies based on the difference in mental strength. The system window updates again, indicating that the zombie's attributes are as follows: Strength is 5, Agility is 3, Physique is 4, and Spirit is 0. It is identified as a normal adult male zombie. Scratches and bites caused by it result in infection with the zombie virus. Its weakness is located in the head. She attacks the zombie and slices it down in a single strike. Meanwhile, Chuang is also engaged in combat with the zombies. The system notifies that Assassin A is active. Breath becomes invisible and undetectable. Strength and sensitivity are increased. Agility in shadows is enhanced by 30%, and attack speed on the first strike against a target is increased by 100%. They observe numerous zombies approaching. A guard, carrying an infected person, rushes into the villa's lobby and announces that there are wounded survivors. Suksun instructs him to administer the zombie serum immediately, assuring that she will begin treatment right away. She is already healing another individual. The system window notifies High-Speed Recovery B is active. It increases the rate of self-recovery from injuries and stamina, and can be actively applied to others. Later that night, Chen arrives to meet Luli and remarks that things appear to be progressing well. She agrees, saying that with his prior arrangements, all the territory and the people are currently at their disposal. She replies that no accidents have occurred so far. He says that is fine and tells her he will leave this to her, as he has more important matters to handle. She becomes shocked and simply responds with a hesitant acknowledgement. He rushes off like a strong gust of wind, and she instinctively holds down her skirt in surprise. The scene shifts to the mountain road near Zhongcheng, where Chen is sprinting at full speed. He thinks that during the early stages of the Doomsday Trial, it was quite troublesome that vehicles and firearms could not be used. However, with his current speed, he should be able to arrive in time. He recalls the first day of Doomsday, when he saw a sign appear in the sky above Zhongcheng City University. It had taken him a long time to grasp the meaning of that sign, but it is now too late for regrets. This time, he must seize the opportunity. The scene transitions to Zhongcheng University, where Chen arrives and begins absorbing energy from the zombies. He mutters that this is a sign every evolver desperately longs to witness. A sign that the avatar of the god has descended here. It is close, just ahead. He begins running again. Suddenly, a merchant appears and calls out, asking the evolver to wait a moment. Chen stops and looks at him. The merchant comments that there are not many individuals as strong as Chen during the early days of the trial. He introduces himself as a merchant and asks if Chen is interested in doing business. Chen replies that he would be honored to trade with him. The merchant casually states that it is merely a trade with a merchant and extends his hand, adding that there is nothing honorable about it. Chen responds that he has already heard of him. After seeing his symbol, he has looked forward to meeting him. Kind, fair, generous, rich, and powerful, the god of trading, Lord Lido. The scene shifts to Zhongcheng University, where Lido hands a card to Chen and says he is flattered. He mentions that their meeting appears to be destined, so he offers him a gift. He explains that the card is a god-level membership for the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, allowing purchases with a 12% discount. Chen thinks that in his previous life, when he met Lido, the merchant had been immune to compliments and praise, so it is wise to respond quickly and respectfully. He accepts the card and thanks him, saying he is indeed as generous and kind as the stories suggest. Lido nods and says that since Chen is willing to trade, he will now show him his products. The system window notifies about an item, that Thunder Walker Scroll, Grade S. It is a powerful profession that harnesses thunder, refines the user's body through it, and enables them to annihilate enemies with thunder while possessing exceptional close combat strength. Another notification follows, Reaper's Touch, S rank, a legendary sniper rifle that can only be used by firearm-type professions. It is crafted by the Dwarf God, a close ally of the goblins and of Lido, the god of trade. Chen is stunned and realizes that the Thunder Walker profession scroll from his past life had been purchased here, along with many other rare and valuable profession items. He says he is sorry and wishes to buy all the items, but he cannot afford them at the moment. Lido responds that he already expects this. At the beginning of the trials, evolvers rarely have much currency. However, his products are not junk, so Chen must work hard to become wealthy. He says he looks forward to trading with him in the future. Chen explains that although he cannot afford to purchase the items now, he has heard that gods are unable to participate in the trials directly and must invest in evolved beings to profit from them. He asks if Lido has come with the intention of investing. Lido chuckles and calls him a clever little one, noting that he seems well informed, and asks if he is seeking his investment. Chen says he has heard that Lido possesses a treasure desired by all gods, something no evolver can refuse. He urges Lido to invest in him and assures him there will be no regrets. Lido replies that every investment must be profitable. That particular treasure is indeed something all gods covet. He asks what makes Chen believe he can offer more than what it is worth. Even as an admirer, he says he cannot engage in a trade that brings loss. Chen activates his zombie virus and evolution devour talents. The system window notifies that SSS class talent has been activated. He says this is what he is capable of and asks Lido to take a look. Lido stares at the ability, then claps and says it is an SSS level talent, peculiar, unlike any he has ever encountered. He says the Blue Star trial group certainly proves interesting, and the offer is tempting, but he has not intended to invest this early. He pulls out a chair, sits down, and says he has decided to give Chen a chance. He tells him to cherish the opportunity. If he were not gifted and did not lack the aura of another god, he would not have agreed to this. Chen asks if he can receive the precious investment now. Lido gestures with his finger and refuses, saying it is not enough. Talent does not represent the future. Among the gods, there are many with talents below a level. He explains that to receive his highest level of investment, Chen must prove his worth through strength and growth. The system window notifies that a mission notice. The god of goblins and trading, Lido, has issued an SSS-ranked mission ultimate investment. Does he accept? Chen says he accepts. Lido tosses a coin and says that once the mission is complete, Chen can use the coin to summon his shadow. He hopes Chen will not keep him waiting for too long. Chen catches the coin and says, Lord Lido. He wonders if he may see the treasure coveted by all the gods. Lido agrees. The system window notifies that the Dual Profession Scroll SSS grade special item. It allows the user to hold a dual profession of the same level, enabling both profession attribute growth, bonuses, and skills to take effect simultaneously. Chen asks what a dual profession is. Lido says the transaction is now concluded, and it is time for him to leave. He activates his magic and adds that today's harvest has been quite satisfying. He hopes Chen completes the mission, then disappears in a flash of light. A system window appears before Chen. He recognizes it as the mission panel. The system notifies Ultimate Investment SSS rank. To receive the most valuable investment from the smartest, greatest goblin and god of trade, sufficient proof must be shown. Another notification follows that mission objective. Locate a special copy of the secret realm hidden within Zhongcheng University. Defeat the creature inside that has captured Lido's interest, and obtain a part of its body to deliver to him. The reward is Lido, the god of goblins and trade, who will personally determine the reward. Chen thinks that a reward determined by Lido truly reflects the nature of a god of trade. In his previous life, Lido's reputation had been excellent. If he performs well, he is confident he will not suffer any loss. However, if this university contains a secret realm during the early stages of the trial, it must be extremely well hidden, and he has never heard of it before. He walks through the hallway, looking around and wondering where to begin his search. The scene shifts to Zhongcheng University's gymnasium, now in complete disarray. The door is barricaded from the inside with debris. Several people are present, and Tom is violently beating others. The rest cower in fear. Tom strikes a man harshly and shouts that everyone must now strip off their clothes and beg to become his slaves in a way that pleases him. He threatens that if they refuse, he will kill them. Does that register, lowly monkeys? One of the injured victims, still conscious, curses at him in defiance. Tom's rage intensifies. He snarls that since the man wants to die, he will grant him that wish, but not before making him suffer. A girl steps forward and calls out his name, telling him he is going too far. Tom strikes her with a backhanded punch and shouts at her to get lost. Suddenly, the door bursts open as Chen enters. Everyone turns to look at him in shock. Chen asks if the foreigner has been beating these students. Tom grins and admits it, asking what Chen plans to do if he doesn't like it. Chen calmly replies that in that case, he can go to hell. He activates the zombie virus and charges forward as the others watch in disbelief. In a single strike, Chen slashes Tom down. One of Tom's accomplices rushes at Chen, but Chen grabs him by the head. He turns to the others and asks if any of them are from the medical faculty. He says he is looking for something and needs help from someone familiar with that department. A girl struggles to stand and asks if anyone is from the medical faculty. A boy rises slowly and says no, he is from civil engineering. Another student says he studies foreign languages. One of them points at Tom's friend and says she is the one. He remembers that she belongs to the medical faculty. She panics and pleads not to be killed, insisting she has not hurt anyone. She says she likes the Dragon Nation and admits she is white with a lustful heart, repeating awkwardly that her heart is full of desire. The other students laugh at her while she continues, embarrassed, begging for mercy and promising to do anything. Another girl steps forward and says she hasn't hit anyone and was even trying to stop the two attackers. Chen nods and says he understands. Later, he leads the group out of the university and tells them the girl from the medical faculty will stay behind while the others are free to leave. He instructs them to follow the trail of zombie corpses leading to Dongshan Villa in Zhongcheng and to give his name, Chen Bai. The people there will arrange shelter for them. One student asks what he means by going out now. There are still zombies all over the school. A girl adds that Dongshan Villa is far from their current location, and another confirms it. Chen replies that he has already cleared most of the zombies along the way, so they don't need to worry much. Since they have survived until now, it proves they are gifted evolvers, too. Chen says if they are already too afraid to face the zombies, what will they do when both zombies and monsters increase in number? At that point, they might as well be dead. The group is stunned by his words. One of the girls nods and says she understands. She thanks him and says they are leaving now. After that, Chen and the medical girl head back inside. She asks if she can't go with the others and questions why he kept her behind. He remains silent. She begins to wonder if he likes her and blushes. She says she understands now. Students in the Dragon Kingdom love foreign girls, and so does he. That must be why he kept her with him. She adds that he shouldn't use violence. She's willing to be his wild horse. Chen calmly replies that she misunderstood. He has no interest in a horse that has already been ridden by 1,000,000 people. Didn't she hear what he said earlier? He needed someone to help him find something in the medical department. She turns red with embarrassment and apologizes, saying she was too frightened earlier and didn't hear anything he said. She then protests that he can't insult her like that. She hasn't been with thousands of people. In fact, she hasn't been with anyone, and she can prove it. Chen smiles and says all right. The scene shifts to Zhongcheng University Stadium, where Chen and the medical girl arrive. She complains that she is exhausted and her legs hurt from walking. She asks if they can take a break. He refuses. Instead, he grabs her by the waist and accelerates his pace. As he runs, her shirt slips off. She glances behind and yells that her shirt has fallen. After some time, they arrive at the medical department research building. She complains that he is too forceful. If she hadn't caught her foot in her shirt earlier, it would have been worse. He asks if this is the research building. She confirms it is. She explains that there is a research room on the 3rd floor accessible only to professors, and it is said to contain many samples and records related to bacteria and viruses. She then grabs his arm and adds that the underground section on the side isn't a garage, but actually Mr. Oshai's residence and an incineration facility. If anything is hidden within the medical department that the public is unaware of, that would be the place. Chen acknowledges this and tells her to follow him. They proceed toward the Zhongcheng University Virus Research Laboratory and begin examining various chemicals and experiments. He remarks that he never imagined Zhongcheng University would possess such a hidden treasure. The system window notifies temperature-sensitive mutated influenza D virus acquired for the first time. 5 virus points gained. Another notification follows. Influenza B virus acquired. 0.3 virus points gained. Influenza A virus acquired. 0.7 virus points gained. Antigenic variation of influenza A virus was obtained. Equine influenza was acquired for the first time, and virus points were gained. He says it's mostly flu viruses, which makes sense. It is still a university, after all, as he continues collecting jars containing various viral samples. The system window notifies that sufficient influenza viruses have been acquired. The number of virus points required to upgrade influenza into a skill has decreased. He wonders what it means to upgrade influenza to a skill and decides to give it a try. The system notifies again that the upgrade is successful. Skill acquired, influenza. The system provides a description. Influenza releases a flu virus that infects a target within its range, reducing all of the target's attributes and applying a negative condition. When triggered, sneezing interrupts all chance, energy accumulations, and aiming. The effects of the skill vary based on the target's race and physical condition. He thinks it's impressive. Interrupt effects and powerful control. The sneezing effect is incredible. He reflects that when reviewing the talent tree earlier, he hadn't given much attention to the reality and application of viruses. It seems he needs to focus more on this aspect of upgrading in the future. The SSS level talent truly proves terrifying. He still has some virus points remaining. Knowing that the trial given by the Goblin God will not be simple, he decides to focus on strengthening himself first. He commands the system to open the black light virus skill tree. He walks through the laboratory and observes as the system notifies that the passive upgrade unlocked flight. The black light virus now allows clinging to any surface, greatly enhancing balance and spatial orientation. Passive upgrade unlocked concentration. This upgrade significantly enhances dynamic vision and reflexes, and doubles control over all muscles in the body. He throws a punch toward the wall and wonders what it means to control all muscles. The wall cracks entirely upon impact, shocking the girl beside him. She stares in disbelief, thinking that with just a slight movement, he caused that damage. If he had used that strength on someone earlier, they would have died on the spot. He smiles and reflects that now it makes sense. If he can control all muscles, even the smallest movement, down to a fraction or a millimeter, can be converted into a full-force strike. Chen glances back and asks what she is blushing about. She quickly turns her face away and says it's nothing. He says there's nothing left for him here and tells her they're heading to Ashai's place. The scene shifts to the underground section of the virus research laboratory. She notes that there is no electricity, and the area is pitch dark. He tells her not to worry, he can feel something ahead. They move toward the incineration room and spot something dangerous inside. He tells her to stay behind. She nervously says she's scared. The system window appears. Confirmation. Does he wish to enter the dungeon? The cold incinerator? Recommended level is 5 to 10. He confirms. The system notifies. Special dungeon, cold incinerator entered. If cleared successfully, the dungeon will become permanent. If not cleared within 2 days, it will disappear permanently. Inside, he sees several beds lined up. He mutters that it makes sense why he had never heard of this place before. He activates Evolution Devour and announces that it's about to begin, just as the creatures start emerging from the beds. The monsters rush forward to attack. Chen slashes through a monster. The system window notifies that Resurrected Body, level 5, killed, and 400 experience points gained. Another monster, clinging to the ceiling, launches a powerful attack at him. Chen quickly steps aside to dodge. He mutters that it's no wonder they didn't all charge at once, so that's the strategy. But this one's forward thrust is just a bit too slow. He leaps toward the creature and lands a powerful punch. The system window notifies that Splicer Infant Spider, level 7, was killed, and 1000 experience points were gained. Landing back on the ground, he remarks that this truly is a special dungeon rich with experience. He glances at the remaining monsters and thinks they should hurry up. Then he grins and says the more, the merrier, as he slays them one by one. The system repeatedly notifies that 400 experience points have been gained, and 1000 experience points have been gained. The experience accumulates rapidly. After a while, the system issues a new alert about level up, and the current level is 4, with 2 free attribute points gained. He walks through the aftermath, surveying the corpses. He says all of the monster's minions are dead, so why hasn't the real one shown up yet? He taunts it, telling it to come out and give him a hand. Suddenly, a giant creature emerges. Chen stares at it and thinks, how is this possible? That lump of flesh is giving him a real sense of danger. He thinks he must eliminate the creature before it completes its transformation. Chen activates the evolved flu virus to launch an attack. The monster roars in response, completely unaffected. The system window notifies, skill ineffective on target. Chen frowns in frustration. The monster lets out a deafening roar as the system identifies it as target confirmed, Biomaniac. Biomaniac charges at him, using high-speed regeneration to reinforce its assault. Chen swiftly dodges and remarks that he hasn't had the chance to fight at full strength since his rebirth. If a few more days pass without a real battle, his skills might start to dull. He declares that he will use this monster to recover some of his strength. The scene shifts an hour later, and Chen is still locked in combat with the Biomaniac. The creature continues using high-speed regeneration to counter his attacks. Chen strikes again while the monster constantly regenerates. Observing the fight, the girl comments that it's interesting, almost like infinite regeneration. The system notifies that status read is activated. Chen says he'd like to test whether the creature is truly immortal. He unleashes another powerful attack. An hour passes. Chen strikes again, and this time, the monster's body begins to melt. He notes aloud that the regeneration is slowing down. Maybe it will eventually stop healing. Another hour passes when Biomaniac's form deteriorates further as its body continues to melt. Chen walks a few steps away, glancing back, and says come on, he hasn't had enough fun yet. One more hour passes. Biomaniac is now partially liquefied, its mass collapsing inward. Chen observes the state of the creature and says it looks like it can't regenerate anymore. It has been fun, but it is almost time to end this. Chen smashes it with his foot. The system window notifies that the Biomaniac, a level 8 boss, has been killed and 10,000 experience points have been gained. Another window notifies that he has leveled up to level 5 and has received 2 free attribute points. A third window notifies that the dungeon may now be exited at any time, as it has been successfully cleared. A fourth window notifies that the dungeon-cooled incinerator has been made permanent, with a cooldown period of 3 days. Another window asks whether he would like to upload the clearance process as a paid video guide, stating that the payment will belong to the uploader. He is given the option to hide his face, Idaho, and name, and to set the viewing price. Chen agrees to upload it and chooses to hide his appearance. The scene shifts to the Dongshan Villa area, inside Ziqiang's villa, where Suxin uses her healing powers on Ziqiang. Suddenly, they receive a message while Ziqiang asks who White is. She checks the announcement that Evolver White has released the Nightmare level Mystery Dungeon, Cooled Incinerator level 5 to 10 clearance video, with a viewing price of 1 copper coin. They receive the video as well, in which Chen is seen fighting the Biomaniac. They decide to watch and begin watching. All other group members also begin watching when a girl remarks that it is so fast, she has to slow it down just to see it. Another member says it is awesome and praises the fierce fight. A third member points out that something seems off. The monster's recovery is even better than Chen's. Another question is whether it is right for Chen to fight like that. A girl observes that Chen has fully recovered. They all begin commenting on the video, discussing how many zombies they have killed, and expressing admiration for Chen. The scene shifts inside the cooled incinerator dungeon, where Chen absorbs the biomaniac. The system window notifies that a special complex mutant has been consumed, granting 300 black light virus evolution points. He notes that the black light virus has its own evolution points, separate from the virus talent points. These can only be used to evolve the abilities and skills of the black light virus, but that is still quite beneficial. The system window then notifies that the black light virus has evolved, increasing recovery speed by 300%. Another system window notifies that the black light virus passive ability has been triggered, and the biomaniac's skill cell regeneration grade has been acquired. A third window notifies that cell regeneration is a passive skill allowing the user to consume stamina or other forms of energy to regenerate rapidly, even restoring severed limbs. This passive ability can be toggled on or off. He acknowledges that it is great, noting that the chance of acquiring a passive skill is low, yet it is still an A-level skill. Finally, he prepares to check the rewards, looking up at the items now floating in the air. The system window notifies the first item, Biodemon Professional Scroll, classified as a level and unique. It is an evil profession that absorbs other living beings to strengthen itself, and it possesses the ability to stimulate its own cells, significantly enhancing both strength and recovery capabilities. However, it comes with a warning. Excessive absorption may lead to gene disintegration or mutation, and the consequences remain unknown. Its requirements include being an evolver of at least level 10 and having a physique lower than 15. He picks it up and remarks that it is in a class-unique profession, offering both risk and reward, but he already possesses the black light virus. The system then notifies about another item, Genetic Essence, Grade C, and it is a perfect genetic substance that can greatly improve one's physical condition. Each evolver may consume it only once. He opens the jar and comments that it is not bad. Upon drinking it, the system notifies that his strength is permanently increased by 2, physique by 6, and agility by 3. He notices another item and wonders aloud whether it is a special item or a piece of equipment. The system window reveals it is Faceless Skin, Grade D, a special defensive item. It is a synthetic skin product containing multiple gene structures, offering excellent defense and alleviating the issue of sagging skin. Attributes include agility plus 10, physique plus 10, defense plus 10, and body shaping. With long-term wear, it can improve body shape and has a stronger effect on women. It is classified as dynamic skin, allowing the wearer to change the color and shape of any part of the body at will. He notes that the description of the dynamic skin is a bit ambiguous. Whether it refers to a body transformation or an equipment item remains unclear. He grabs it with his tentacles and remembers that he also picked up a few items dropped earlier by the monster. He examines the rest of the items and observes that they are all ordinary equipment, suitable for use as inner armor, but still acceptable. Spotting a book, he asks if it is a skill book and remarks that it looks promising. The system notifies Activate Cells, D rank active skill. It temporarily increases cell activity, significantly enhancing recovery ability. Cooldown time is 10 hours. However, if the user already possesses the advanced version of cell regeneration, then this skill book becomes invalid. He questions what is meant by invalid, but quickly dismisses it. It does not matter. These life-saving skill books can be traded for other resources in the chat room. He says it is almost time to leave. As long as he hands over this part of the boss's body to Lido, the mission will be marked as complete. He reflects that he never expected to finish the task so quickly. His thoughts drift to the goblins and the god of trade. The system window appears, asking whether he wants to leave the dungeon, yes or no. He declines, sensing something is off. Lido is not a wandering trader who moves aimlessly within the game. He must have come here with a purpose. He recalls Lido referring to him as an unexpected bonus. He remembers Lido's words, "Today's unexpected harvest is quite satisfying," and he hopes he can pass the test. Chen considers that Lido's original purpose is most likely connected to this special dungeon. He questions why, given the relatively modest rewards, a divine avatar would need to descend personally. Perhaps Lido's goal has nothing to do with the dungeon itself, or perhaps he is overlooking something. Chen opens the chamber's hatch and steps inside, noting that the only place he has not explored yet is the interior of the incinerator. He observes the environment: iron sheets, fire outlets used for incinerating bodies, and walls covered with oil and grease. Nothing appears particularly unusual. He looks upward and wonders if the answer lies within the pipe above. It seems he needs to climb and investigate. If he does not examine it thoroughly, he might miss something important. As he moves into the pipe, he remarks that its length far exceeds the height of the room below. Eventually, he reaches what appears to be a dead end and questions whether that is truly all there is. It cannot be, there must be more. Suddenly, a mask emerges from the wall. Startled, Chen reacts instinctively and punches it. The system window notifies that it is an unknown mask. The primary cause behind the incinerator's abnormal phenomenon is an unidentified object. The appearance of the mask indicates that it possesses miraculous functions and effects. Chen grabs the mask and questions whether it is actually an item. Its name is unspecified, marked only with a question mark. It is most likely a fragment of an SSS class item or something related to a god. He finds it incredible and concludes that this must be what Leto was truly after. He knows he has to find a way to keep it. After some time, he exits the pipe and emerges inside the underground incinerator beneath Zhongcheng University. The girl is still waiting for him. She turns around, sees him, and calls out his name. Excitedly, she tells him he is incredibly strong, that she watched his video, and that she loves him. He asks if she has any copper coins. She replies that while others were fighting zombies, she made a last-ditch attack. He reflects that he has no idea how many gold coins he has earned by now. The video's price was only 1 copper coin, so a large number of people must have watched it. The system window notifies that he currently holds 869 gold coins, 93 silver coins, and 15 copper coins. Another window immediately updates the count to 920 gold coins, 75 silver coins, and 32 copper coins. He looks at the total and thinks it is still not enough. He needs 1,000 gold coins to unlock the storage. That storage is protected by the will of the universe, making it immune to all forms of detection. It is the safest method to store items without being discovered. He figures he will have to wait before turning in the mission. They walk toward the main building of the medical faculty. The girl asks if they are heading to the Dongshan Villa area he mentioned earlier. He replies that they are not. With many unknown dangers lurking at night, it's better to find a place to stay until morning. She suggests that there are a few high-class hotels not far from the university. Since it's not a holiday, they should be relatively empty. Most of them are tall buildings, so they should be safer. He agrees and tells her to lead the way. After a while, they arrive at a love hotel near Zhongcheng University. They enter a room together. She changes into a nurse's costume. He immediately says no, stating that he doesn't like it. She apologizes, thinking he chose this hotel specifically to see that. He sits on the couch and admits that while he does want to see something, he doesn't like what she's wearing now. She says she will find something else. She changes into a police costume and steps out with handcuffs. He shakes his head and tells her she lacks the spirit. Go change again. She puts on a professor's outfit. He says she's not well behaved enough and asks her to change again. Next, she appears in a student costume. He tells her it's boring, as she's already a student in real life. He wonders if there isn't something more interesting available. She comes out wearing a provocative fox costume and asks how about this. He approves and says it's not bad. She will be his little pet tonight. He tells her to come to him. He sleeps with her and later wakes up. He decides it is time to enable the storage function. The system window notifies that the storage space has been activated, costing 1,000 gold coins. He may choose a successor. It cannot be detected by any ability or skill. It is absolutely private and secret, protected by the will of the universe. The system advises careful usage. Another notification confirms that the unknown mask has been successfully stored within the storage space. He puts on his clothes and walks out, saying it is time to move on to the next phase of the mission. He tosses the coin to summon the god of goblins and trade, which creates a star-shaped formation in the air, like the opening of a portal. He recalls a saying from his previous life that was widely circulated. When trading with Leto, emotions are part of the bargaining chip. It means that Leto adjusts the rewards based on the emotional state and attitude of the person involved in the transaction or task. Of course, he understands this only applies if the individual holds enough value in Leto's eyes. Leto's shadow appears and greets him, calling him Little One. He says he did not expect to be summoned so soon. Has he already completed the task to prove his ability? Chen pulls something out and tosses it toward him, confirming that he has. It is part of the creature's body from the dungeon, as required for the mission. Leto inspects the remains and comments that they are wizened and not fresh, suggesting the creature has been dead for some time. He concludes that the task must have been completed the night before. He questions why Chen didn't summon him immediately, especially since he seemed to want that scroll so badly. Chen replies that he hesitated because something didn't make sense. He greatly admires and respects Leto, yet Leto concealed the true difficulty of that dungeon from him. It wasn't until he entered that he discovered it was a nightmare-level dungeon. If he hadn't possessed a few tricks, he would have died inside. Leto walks a few steps away and responds that he understands Chen's frustration, but he also has an explanation. In truth, that too was part of the test. Chen says he figures there's no way someone like Leto would entrust such a treasure to someone unable to handle the unexpected. Leto asks if he now understands. Chen thinks for a moment, then nods and says he does. He asks what the reward is and what the next task will be. Leto admits that it was wrong to hide the dungeon's true difficulty. But now that Chen has proven himself, the reward for this mission is his to choose, and the next task will be the final round. How does that sound? And snaps his fingers. Chen expresses his appreciation for Leto's understanding and generosity. Leto gestures and invites him to make a selection, any item with the highest quality B rank as the upper limit. Countless items appear around Chen. After scanning them, he selects the Scroll of Recovery and says he'll take that one. Leto confirms the Scroll of Recovery, a production blueprint. He acknowledges that Chen is indeed knowledgeable and goal-oriented. With that, he presents the final task. The system window notifies with a task alert. The God of Goblins and Trade, Leto, has issued an SSS-level mission. Ultimate investment is final round. The objective is to acquire 2 SSS-level profession scrolls. Will he accept or not? Chen asks why the requirement is 2 SSS-level profession scrolls. It is far too difficult. He points out that even gods are not born with SSS-level professions. Leto replies that he is well aware. His first profession was only in a level. But the treasure he offers is his finest, and it must be entrusted to someone worthy. Otherwise, he would not be able to part with it. Chen sighs and says it seems he has no choice but to accept the task. Meanwhile, a giant mutant rat suddenly appears and begins attacking civilians. The system provides its description: mutant giant rat, level 5, and strength has 18 points, agility has 20, physique has 19, energy has 3. The level gap is too great for the rest of its attributes to be displayed. Shuang and Ziqiang hide behind a cluster of rocks, watching as the rat sniffs the air near them. Ziqiang whispers that its attributes are 3 to 4 times higher than theirs. Shuang responds that their group cannot handle a monster like this. She asks what they should do now. Ziqiang says they cannot engage it for now. The priority is to keep their distance while monitoring their movements closely. Suddenly, the rat lunges toward them. Shuang quickly pushes Ziqiang aside and shouts for everyone to get away. The rat stumbles and falls. Shuang helps Ziqiang to her feet and urges her to run immediately. Ziqiang looks back and says it is too late. The creature is far too fast. The rat roars and charges again, just as Chen arrives. He launches a powerful kick that sends the rat crashing into the ground. Ziqiang's eyes light up with relief and joy as she calls out his name excitedly. Chen says it seems he has arrived just in time. Standing atop the corpse of the giant rat, he orders Shuang to gather the others, clean up the battlefield, and ensure proper compensation and rewards are given to those who lost their lives in the fight. He tells Ziqiang to return with him and explain the situation in detail. They head inside Ziqiang's villa, where she hands him a stack of documents. She explains that after clearing out the zombies and inspecting the area, a sudden swarm of mutant rats appeared. He responds that their original emergence point seems to be east of the villas. Luli arrives and apologizes, reporting that the sudden appearance of those beasts resulted in the destruction of 6 warehouses and more than 100 casualties. She hands him the detailed casualty list. He takes it and tells her that what she has done so far is already commendable. Noting her fatigue, he advises her to rest. He adds that he will personally deal with the remaining mutant rats in the villa area and investigate the source while he's at it. Ziqiang thanks him for his concern, but points out that if everyone rests, there will be no one left to support him. She wants to recommend someone. He nods and tells her to go ahead. She calls out, asking Lingyu to come in. A girl enters. Zikyong introduces her as Qin Lingyu, someone she has known for a long time. She was rescued during the villa area cleanup. Zikyong explains that Lingyu has studied law and is a trained lawyer. She understands the rules well and is willing to serve him. Chen agrees and says Lingyu may stay. He instructs everyone else to get some rest. They head to their rooms, and Lingyu approaches Chen quietly. She tells him that if he needs anything from her, he should feel free to ask. He responds that he has heard people in her profession can be rather sharp-tongued. Grabbing her chin, he tells her to let him experience it for himself. How about it? She kneels in front of him and answers softly that she understands. Lingyu blushes and thanks him for the reward. Chen smiles, leans back on the couch, and says her technique is impressive. He is very satisfied. He walks toward the window and tells her to come over. She follows and answers softly, ready. He says he wants to explain a few things about the requirements for drafting rules in this place. She bends slightly in front of the mirror and quietly pleads with him, calling him master. Chen asks, pleading for what? What kind of posture is that? Did she not hear what he just said? She quickly apologizes, explaining that she likely missed his words due to her B-level skill, focus. The skill enhances her ability to think, feel, and perceive by amplifying concentration. But in doing so, it blocks out all external information. He nods and says the reason he asked her to come to the window is that it offers a view of all three regions of Dongshan: the villas, the high-end residential area along the hillside, and the lower mountain neighborhoods. He needs her to formulate different rules for each area, tailored to their specific conditions. She agrees, saying she can handle it, and asks if he has any other requests. He replies that he has a simple one. He is curious about her abilities. He wants to see just how far her senses can be heightened when she concentrates on her feelings. She nods and says she is ready, then activates her focus skill. The next morning, at the Dongshan sewerage outlet, Chen explains that he discovered this location yesterday by analyzing architectural blueprints and tracking traces left by the mutant rats. After entering, he found a lair filled with them. He admits he could clear the place himself, but his goal is different. He wants to quickly train strong, trustworthy individuals who can protect the community when he is not around. That is why he selected these men and brought them here to help them level up. He looks at them and says that if they are ready, it is time to become the backbone of the villa area. Shuang, Zikyong, and the others bow in unison, declaring that they are ready. Chen tells them to get up. Scratching his head, he comments that it feels strange having a group of men calling him master. From now on, he instructs them to simply call him Brother Bai. They respond enthusiastically, shouting in unison, yes, Brother Bai. Chen walks toward the sewer entrance, punches through the metal net, shattering it, and says it is time to get started. The system window notifies special mission triggered sewer hosts. He pauses and asks what this mission is, and whether the others received it as well. Zikyong confirms that she received it too. Shuang explains that the mission requires them to eliminate all mutant rats, defeat the Rat King, and investigate the source of the mutation. She adds that the rewards will be determined based on the mission's completion rate. Another member calls out, confirming that they've received the exact same mission, addressing him respectfully as Brother Bai. They all move inside the sewer when Zikyong comments that it's extremely dark. But fortunately, Chen had already instructed them to prepare torches. Chen looks around and remarks that the place is cleaner than he expected. Suddenly, he hears a sound and warns everyone to be cautious. The enemies are approaching. A swarm of mutant rats rushes toward them. Chen immediately activates his zombie virus and evolution devour abilities to counterattack. He notes the large number of enemies as he charges into the group and swiftly knocks several out. He reminds the others to stay alert for any rats that are still alive. The group moves through the area, checking the bodies and stabbing any remaining threats. One person reports that he has picked up a rat skin equipment item. Zikyong announces that this section of the pipeline is nearly cleared. So far, they have completed 16 segments, both long and short. Chen takes a moment to sit down and rest. Suddenly, another person calls out, they're under attack again, but this time, it's just a single rat. Zikyong volunteers to handle it, asking if it's really just one. Chen reminds her to use her scouting skills first. She steps forward and confirms, activating her insight crystal to scan the mutant rat. She freezes and tells the group to wait, It's a boss. A level 7 boss. She says she can't identify all of its attributes, but its strength is 30, its agility is 40, and its physique is even higher. Chen immediately leaps toward the mutant rat to assist her in battle. Zikyong calls out for him to be careful. Chen charges forward and slashes the Rat King. As the creature falls, he receives a card, and the system notifies him about the Plague Boots, an E-grade piece of defensive equipment. The item grants +5 agility and provides poison resistance, reducing the effects of poisonous debuffs. It belongs to the Plague set, marked as 1 out of 5 pieces, and grants +1 to all attributes when equipped. The equipment requirements specify an evolver level below 5. The description reads, "The boots worn by the Plague Bearer spread fear and death with every step. Disease follows wherever he walks." Chen questions the drop, surprised that the Rat King is capable of dropping actual equipment, and even an entire set. He considers using the item, then puts the boots on and says that while the grade is low, collecting the entire set would make it several times more powerful than standard equipment of the same level. He announces that with the Plague Rat King defeated, the only remaining objective is to uncover the cause behind the mutation. Zikyong points out that they've already passed through 5 pipeline segments, yet there are no more rats. Chen senses something unusual and immediately tells everyone to stop. He moves ahead alone, and the system window notifies first-time absorption of Spore Plague Virus points +10. Another message follows first-time absorption of Bone Spur Plague and gain virus points +23. More notifications appear in succession. First-time absorption of Rotting Plague and gain virus points +15. First-time absorption of Mutant Dark Green Spore Plague and gain virus points +14. First-time absorption of Black Death Plague virus points +20. He thinks it is normal to absorb some viruses and bacteria in the sewers, but the strains he is absorbing now are unlike anything that existed on Earth before the trials began. Moreover, both the type and quantity are potent enough to harm even evolvers. It becomes clear that the source of the mutation must be nearby. He calls out to Zikyong and tells her she cannot proceed any further. She must retreat immediately. She agrees, and the group moves back. Chen continues forward alone as system notifications begin to appear repeatedly. He notes with interest that with every step he takes, the virus point accumulation accelerates. He wonders what the rate of growth will be once he reaches the actual source. As he pushes deeper into the passage, he stops and says it must be here. He looks around and thinks this place is like paradise for him. Then he sees a strange corpse suspended ahead. He narrows his eyes and asks if that is really a corpse. Could this be the source of the mutation and the plague virus? Chen examines the concentration of the plague virus and concludes that the source must be this scroll. He approaches it, pulls it out carefully, and opens it to read. There are no properties, no instructions, just a passage of text. He reads aloud that the high priest sacrificed his life and left behind a prophecy. Their great god will ignite the divine fire during this trial and ascend to his supreme kingdom of the gods. They will sacrifice the world just to leave the mark of their god's journey upon the trial field. Their lives will become divine consciousness, their spirits will live eternally, and their names will be remembered forever. Plague Cult, Lilian Zhao. All things are corrupt. All beings are immortal. He furrows his brow and wonders aloud what the Plague Cult is. He has never heard of them in his previous life. Regardless, he believes that by absorbing all the viruses in this place, he will achieve a major breakthrough in strength. He attempts to use virus absorption on the scroll, but it fails. Instead, Evolution Devour activates on its own. Tentacles burst out from him, and he gasps in shock, asking what is happening. Suddenly, waves of energy pulse around him, radiating outward from all directions. The system window notifies, Special Mission Sewer Host completed, and 2,000 experience gained. Drawing random rewards. Congratulations, he has obtained the item Wall of Flesh. The corpse falls to the ground as the system window notifies, Seal of Plague, proof of a core member of the Plague Cult, condensed from countless horrific plagues. It will resonate if another plague seal exists within a certain radius. Chen furrows his brows and asks what exactly the Seal of Plague is. The system responds not corrupted by the plague, but bearing the Seal of Plague. Conditions for triggering a follow-up mission have been fulfilled. New mission issued to Plague Cult. Difficulty level SSS. He thinks aloud about an SSS level mission. The system window continues, Mission Plague Cult SSS level. Description: the plague cult has sacrificed the old gods and brought countless treasures into this world in preparation for the arrival of the prophesied true god. Possessing the seal of plague qualifies him as a candidate for that prophecy. To claim the title, he must locate members of the plague cult and undergo their test. Mission objective: find a plague bringer. Mission reward unknown. Chen mutters that this is a mission tied to divine authority. If he becomes the god of plague, he will be able to face Helois head-on. He asks aloud what exactly a plague bringer is, but promises he will find one. Just then, a portal forms in front of him. Chen watches as it pulses and remarks that a dungeon is being generated. He reaches out and touches it. The system notifies that Hell difficulty dungeon plague sewer is being generated and remaining time is 29 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 59 seconds. He says Hell level, it's even more difficult than the cold incinerator's nightmare level. Since it requires a full month to generate, the dungeon's rank must be exceptionally high. He decides he will return in a month to explore it. Meanwhile, Zikyong arrives there and touches the portal, announcing that a dungeon has formed in the Dongshan sewer area. It's classified as normal difficulty, recommended for levels 1 to 10, with a limit of 3 entries per day. He nods and says levels 1 to 10 are perfect for her current stage of leveling. Chen returns, and Zikyong notices his arrival. She reports that she has already sent word for everyone to enter in groups and begin leveling in the new dungeon. With only 3 entries per day, there's no time to waste. He tells her she has done well. The scene shifts 20 minutes later. Chen gathers everyone near the dungeon entrance and gives instructions. He says the sewer dungeon has limited space, so it is best to enter in groups of 4 to 8. Above all else, remember life comes first, profit second. Everyone responds in unison, affirming their understanding. Chen points to 3 individuals and says they will enter the dungeon with him. However, they will be on their own. He won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Shuang confirms with a respectful yes. Chen nods and tells everyone to form teams and join the group chat. The system window notifies Evolver No, Zizan Bai that he have been invited to join the chat group White Emperor Palace. Zikyong asks what number Zuzan 1 means. Chen explains that the numbering simply reflects the order in which someone becomes an Evolver, so there's no need to be surprised. Ji asks why she hasn't received an invitation to the chat group. Chen replies that it's because he hasn't invited her. The group is his harem, only those who are loyal and capable are allowed to join. A little girl who was terrified and frozen in front of a zombie doesn't qualify. Ji looks embarrassed as she remembers the moment she refused to fight the zombies. She protests, saying he underestimates her too much. She's not a child anymore. Chen opens his inventory and tosses her some equipment. He tells her to take it, enter the dungeon, and show him how much she has grown. The scene shifts to the interior of the sewer dungeon as the group enters. Mutant rats are scattered ahead. Ji steps forward holding a dagger and declares that she doesn't need help. She'll handle it herself. Chen watches her and then glances at Luli, commenting that he still doesn't know what talents she and Ji possess. Luli, a little surprised, responds that her talent is B-level illusion. It allows her to create intangible phantoms based on her imagination. As she speaks, a phantom sword flickers and passes through her hands. She adds that the skill has limited use in direct combat. Ji charges at the mutant rat, attacking it with determination. Chen observes her and says her talent is a C-ranked natural aptitude that increases experience and proficiency growth by 50%. A growth accelerator, not as useful in direct combat as Luli's illusion, but still valuable. Luli nods in agreement. Ji glances back after slaying 3 rats and proudly says she handled them on her own. These rats are far tougher than zombies. Chen responds that she's done well. Since she's trying so hard to join his harem, he's willing to make an exception. Ji scoffs, saying she has no intention of joining his harem, she just wanted to prove herself. Chen replies that he respects her decision, so he won't send her an invitation. Ji quickly tells him to wait. Chen raises an eyebrow and asks what she means. She blushes, looks away, and mutters that maybe she just wanted to join, can't she? He teases her, saying she seems hesitant, so perhaps he should hold off. She calls him master. Zikyong steps in, asking him to stop teasing her. She explains that Ji really wants to join. This morning, she was upset because Zikyong introduced Lingyu to him instead of her. Zikyong turns to Ji and tells her to step forward. Ji calls her mom. Chen walks over and says that, for her mom's sake, he'll extend the invitation. The system window notifies Evolver number 1026151, Song Ji, has accepted the invitation to join White Emperor Palace. Ji runs ahead, declaring she's off to slay more monsters. Chen watches her go and chuckles, calling her a tsundere little princess. Zikyong smiles and says Ji just talks tough, he shouldn't worry. Once the dungeon is cleared and they're back at the villa, she promises to make Ji call him daddy. She touches Chen's face as she says it. Chen comments that she's quite decisive. Zikyong responds with a sly smile. Of course, he needs to be decisive too, and subtly seduces him. He says the world really has changed. A sheltered girl like Ji, who has never experienced hardship before. Zikyong answers softly that having a daddy like him means everything to her. The scene shifts to the bathroom of a luxury suite in a hotel, where a girl relaxes in a bathtub, enjoying the warmth of the water. She sighs in satisfaction and says it feels incredible. Thanks to the group leader's advice, she's able to live comfortably even in the apocalypse. Suddenly, the system displays an alert. Evolver Bai's team has achieved the first clearance of a normal level dungeon, Dongshan Sewers, levels 1 to 10. Another notification follows. Evolver Bai has released a video of his team clearing the Dongshan Sewer dungeon and viewing a price of 10 copper coins. She jolts upright in surprise and asks what it means. The group leader has cleared another dungeon. She immediately clicks on the video and exclaims how impressive he is. She hasn't even seen a dungeon in person yet. 10 copper coins, she jokes, she's about to go bankrupt. She climbs out of the bath and starts watching the video. Her eyes narrow as she asks why there are so many women in it. Elsewhere, another viewer is watching the same video and comments that while the girls in Bai's team are talented and attractive, their combat abilities are still lacking. He says he's more interested in seeing Bai in action, then skips ahead. At a different location, another group member watches the footage and remarks that the monsters deeper in the dungeon are clearly stronger. Even with Bai's guidance, the team won't be able to handle them. Another voice chimes in with excitement. Here comes the boss, and it looks incredibly powerful. A black man asks how it is and what kind of power that Eastern fool possesses. His companion responds that it will be fine. They have simply been unlucky not to encounter any dungeons so far. There is no way that man could be stronger than their S-rank Tom. Another member interjects that he killed the boss in a single strike and is far more powerful than Tom. Meanwhile, a girl returns to her bed, lies down, and reflects that it was a level 10 boss. The group leader is indeed powerful, and the combat techniques he has taught those girls prove to be remarkably effective. She wishes she were in the group leader's city as well. A pang of envy rises within her for those girls who receive direct instruction from him. The scene shifts to the study room in Xiking Villa, where Chen arrives. He states that after everyone has cleared the sewer dungeon, they must have acquired a significant amount of low-grade equipment. Lingyu, Luli, and she will soon collaborate to establish rules for the base's economy and the equipment traders as soon as possible. She asks if he has any further instructions. He replies that he still has something for her, then retrieves several items from his inventory. He tells her she should be able to recognize their significance. She steps closer and examines the items. He explains that these are walls of flesh and blood, a material capable of growing by consuming flesh and blood. It is more durable than any wall they could construct and serves as a formidable barrier when used correctly. She explains that it takes 10 seconds to return to the marked city. The effectiveness depends on the material used in its creation, but it is something capable of saving his life. With this, they are certain to become the sole rulers of Zhongcheng within a short period. She picks up the dynamic skin and states that it enhances the body's appearance and can be transformed into any form. He asks what it is and whether it seems less significant than the previous two. She replies that such a thought is mistaken, since he is the true owner of everything here, and the equipment that suits his preferences holds the highest importance. He admits that he knows little about women's clothing and wonders if she can surprise him. She embraces him and says a surprise awaits him, and not from her alone. She has promised to make Ji officially call him daddy, and she is about to dress her up now, asking him to wait. Some time later, Chen carries Lingyu, who is already asleep in his arms, and heads toward another bedroom, where Zikyong, Luli, Suxin, and Shuang are already resting. He gently lays her down beside them as he finishes dressing. A system window appears, notifying that the plague robe has been equipped. 2 out of 5 pieces of the plague set are now in place. All attributes are increased by 5, and resistance to weakness debuffs has been granted. He states that today's sewer dungeon has dropped only 1 piece of the plague set after 3 attempts. He opens his inventory, examines a few items, and notes that if 1 piece drops every 3 runs, the full set can be collected within 3 days. The system issues an alert. Chat group says one member Dreamy has initiated a private conversation with him. Chen asks what Dreamy is. A message arrives. Dreamy greets the group leader and says she has watched his strategy video. She mentions that he provided individual guidance based on everyone's talents and abilities. She admits she is not skilled in combat and wishes to receive his guidance as well, if that is acceptable. Chen remarks that someone has come seeking guidance. He replies that in order to assist, he must first understand her talent. If she trusts him, she should send her talent details, and he will help after reviewing them. He adds that if she prefers not to reveal her talent, her attribute data will suffice, though with just that, his guidance will be limited. She reads his messages and responds that if it depends on the talent details, she is willing to provide them right away. Chen notes that he has never heard of anyone named Dreamy in his previous life, but since the members of this group are all pioneers, she must possess potential. He is shocked to see her video as the system notifies that it belongs to Dream Butterfly, with 31 dream points. Chen reflects SSS level, an infinite growth talent. There is no way such power could have gone unnoticed. It seems that in his previous life, she must have died. Chen sends a message, explaining that SSS level talents are highly complex. He asks if she can describe the effects of her talent and skills. She responds that Dream Butterfly allows her to enter the dream world, which mirrors reality, and it also enables her to access other people's dream worlds. She can even extract certain items from those dreams. To do this, she relies on dreamweaving, a skill that lets her manipulate aspects of the dream world. Though at present, the degree to which she can adjust anything is minimal. She adds that to bring someone into her dream, she must invite them by creating a dream totem. Chen thinks that as long as her true body remains hidden, this ability is virtually invincible. She suggests that she can send him a dream totem in the form of an image, allowing him to enter and guide her within the dream world. He replies that he cannot agree to that. He has no means of protection inside her dream realm. She insists he not refuse. She is willing to sign an evolver's contract with him, guaranteeing that no harm will come to him. He wonders what she means by an evolver's contract and sends a message asking for clarification. He states that an evolver's contract, recognized by the will of the universe, costs at least 10 gold coins. If she can afford 10 gold coins, why would she need to seek his advice on combat? She explains that the monsters she kills in the dream world also die in reality. Through dreamweaving, she can manipulate the drop rates of monsters in her dreams, which allows her to collect just enough gold coins. In addition to the contract cost, she is also willing to offer him other rewards, specifically a spiritual perception D-level skill book and a city building order, a grade F special item. Chen reflects on the power of her ability. It can be said that it is not inferior to his Virus King talent. She pleads with him. Though she is strong within dreams, she remains physically weak in the real world. She has a deep sense that if she does not improve her combat skills soon, she will eventually die. Chen considers her instincts accurate. Her ability provides no physical enhancement, which leaves a critical vulnerability. He replies that she should send him the evolver's contract. He thinks that since she is willing to sign it, he will assist her. With a talent this powerful, she must be recruited to serve under him. The system window notifies that the evolver named Dreamy has sent him a copy of the evolver contract. According to the terms, Dreamy promises not to speak or act in any way that could cause him harm or have a negative impact on him. Any violation of the contract results in the loss of one's identity as an evolver. The contract remains valid for 24 hours, during which he must choose to accept or reject it. Chen clicks on agree. A short while later, he arrives at the second bedroom in Zikyong Villa and lies down on his bed. He recalls that the dream totem requires him to relax and focus for 3 minutes. The process takes longer if the person remains mentally guarded. He examines the card Dreamy has sent him and considers that if this ability evolves to the point where people can see and dream simultaneously, it would be terrifying. He falls asleep. In the dream world, he meets Dreamy. She greets him, addresses him as group leader Brother Bai, and introduces herself as Meng Meng, meaning dream. She reminds him that she has just signed a contract with him. Chen introduces himself as Chen Bai and tells her she can simply call him Bai. He asks if this is her dream world, noting that the place does not seem suitable for combat training. She replies that it isn't, and explains that she has prepared a gym nearby. As she speaks, she opens a portal within the dream world. He glances out the window, surprised by the towering buildings outside, and wonders what this place is. He asks if that is the gym, commenting that her dream world appears to be vast. She explains that the dream world is an independent realm and does not belong to her. As a dream traveler, she is only able to enter and modify it. Based on her recent explorations, the dream world seems to reflect the real world. He nods in understanding and says they should begin. He suggests heading to the gym to start training. She agrees and leads the way. The scene shifts to a basketball court inside the dream gym. Meng turns to him and says they should take it easy. He responds that she looks like a middle school girl when she says that. She laughs and shares that before the apocalypse, she had been a novelist. He acknowledges it and reminds her that her goal is to strengthen her abilities in the real world. The best way to do that is through actual combat. He tells her not to rely on her dream-based abilities against him. He wants to assess her current fighting level. She responds that within the dream world, her attributes are elevated to match the level of her mental strength. Her mental strength is 48, so she warns him to be careful and calls him a great group leader. He tells her not to worry and to attack with full force. She responds with an enthusiastic okay and charges at him. He easily dodges her strike. She laughs as he comments that her weight distribution is off. She can neither land a proper hit nor retreat effectively. He tells her to go again. She begins launching continuous attacks, but none of them manage to hurt him. He asks if she's using the turtle punch from children's martial arts. First, he instructs she must learn to control her balance. A punch without recovery is the weakest form of attack. Second, he says she needs to identify her target. She shouldn't swing blindly, but should clearly expose where she intends to strike. Third, she must watch her opponent carefully and not get lost in her own rhythm of attack. He then says he understands her current level and advises her to remember these 3 points. They will be enough for now. As he reaches a hand toward her, she suddenly steps forward and hugs him. He tells her that his punches just now had a speed of 20, and she wasn't able to handle it. She apologizes, admitting that she's terrible. He reassures her there's no need to apologize, she simply needs to train harder. She nods and promises that she will. 7 days later, in the Dongshan Villa area, Zikyong reports that all the laws have been posted. There are also people stationed at each billboard to explain them. Chen responds with approval, saying that the Dongshan area has already begun moving in the right direction. He says that's right. He has been cleaning up the Dongshan area over the past few days. Now, the responsibility for managing it will be handed over to her, as he is scheduled to leave early tomorrow morning. She asks if he is really leaving already. She thought he would stay longer, especially since his plague set is still missing 1 piece. The system window notifies that plague set is equipped with 4 out of 5 pieces, all attributes plus 10. Physical contact inflicts a weakened resistance debuff. Attacks apply a random plague debuff. He replies that he doesn't have the time to wait for an E-grade item. There are too many opportunities and rare treasures out in the world, he must go seize them. She tells him he should think of them too and make sure to return. Otherwise, if Emperor Bai's palace overflows, no one will be able to manage the flood, she says as she wraps her arms around his neck. He asks if his land is already facing a flood. Then let everyone be summoned. They'll have a proper discussion tonight on how to close the outlet. She bows playfully and responds, as his loyal subject, that his order will be carried out. The scene shifts to late at night, where Chen spends an intimate moment with all the girls, and together they share in the pleasure. By the next morning, Chen dresses quietly and walks out, pausing to glance at the girls sleeping peacefully behind him. Shuang arrives, and Chen asks if she is looking for Kyan's clothes, mentioning that she hasn't woken up yet. Shuang replies that she's actually here for him. He asks what the matter is. She explains that someone is causing trouble in the settlement at the foot of the mountain. As she follows him, he questions why she is coming to him for something like this. Haven't the Dongshan rules already been posted? Wouldn't it be better to handle the matter according to those rules? She apologizes for disturbing him and explains that they have already detained the troublemaker. But someone claimed to be his classmate, which complicated things. He tells her to take him there. She agrees and leads the way. After a short while, they arrive at the Dongchen Villa area at the base of the mountain, where several people are waiting. One of them spots Chen and says that Chen Bai has arrived. Shuang explains that these are the individuals who are dissatisfied with the daily fee of 1 copper coin. They want to enjoy protection and stability without paying for it. One of the men steps forward and identifies himself. Chen recognizes him as Lai Chen. Chen says he knows him. But the rules here are not unreasonable. To earn 1 copper coin, a person only needs to kill a single zombie. Even if someone can't fight, there are jobs available within the settlement to earn money. So why is he making trouble? Lai responds that it's not about the amount of money. He believes it's fundamentally wrong. In times like these, when the world has ended, people should be careful, support one another, and share their resources. Now that Chen has those resources, he should help everyone overcome their hardships. Lai declares that, as the former student council president, he advises Chen Bai to cancel these rules for the greater good. Everyone would be grateful for it. Chen laughs and says he has no interest in wasting his time on someone like him. He raises his voice and addresses the crowd. Everyone listen, these are the rules here. Anyone unwilling to accept them must leave immediately. Anyone who remains after 3 minutes will be shot without mercy. Chen moves toward Lai and states that these are the rules here. Anyone who does not accept them must leave immediately, and anyone who fails to do so within 3 minutes is to be shot without mercy. He instructs Shuang to begin counting. She responds with affirmation. Lai replies that there is no need for 3 or even 5 minutes. He will not leave at all. He believes he is trying to save everyone, so they ought to support him and express their gratitude. An officer shouts for the nonsense to stop, asserting that a single copper coin is not a burden for anyone. Those who refuse to pay are either useless or selfishly stingy, and people like that are not protected here. Another officer refers to Lai as trash and questions whether he is incapable of killing even 1 zombie a day. A third officer sneers that if Lai cannot earn a single copper coin, he should come to his house and serve as a guard dog. He would pay him 2 copper coins. He commands Lai to get out, declaring that they are the ones who have built this camp, and Lai holds no connection to it. Lai becomes frustrated and claims that all of them are fools. He shouts that he will leave if he must. He has no desire to stay in this cursed place. He warns Chen Bai to wait and see. He will regret expelling him. Chen tells him to wait. Lai demands to know what this means. Does Chen regret it now? In response, Chen activates his blade claw and strikes Lai, who is left stunned by the sudden attack. Chen states that he is indeed right. When someone holds a grudge against him and dares to boast about it, they are bound to regret it. Shuang announces that only 1 minute remains and asks if he still refuses to leave. Another person drops to his knees and declares that he is willing to comply with the rules of this settlement and accept the consequences for the trouble he has caused, requesting a single chance. Chen acknowledges him as a wise man, stating that with 5 copper coins, everything will return to normal after a month. The man agrees and expresses his gratitude. The rest of the people also bow down and proclaim that they are ready to do the same, pleading for one opportunity to prove themselves. Chen responds that the decision now lies with Shuang. She glances at him and assures him there is no need for concern. As Chen walks away, Meng sends a message. She states that despite his heightened spiritual energy, it is extremely difficult to improve his abilities in reality, as he lacks any offensive skills. He advises her to remain patient and take things slowly. He will assist her in finding books that enhance spiritual energy attacks. She then asks which city he resides in, expressing her intent to visit him once she is able to go outside. He replies that he lives in Zhongqing. She responds with delight, saying that he is very close, as she lives in Wuchang. He offers to come meet her if she wishes to join him. She asks if he truly means it and exclaims that it would be wonderful. Chen silently reflects on Wuchang in his previous life, where he had received an S-grade professional mission related to that city. Though it was not of SSS grade, it had still served as valuable capital for exchanging materials or information he required. Chen declares that in that case, they should head to Wuchang first. The scene shifts to a hotel in Zhong City, where Zhang Lupeng stands near the window and asks Shai how much food they have left. Jai replies that not much remains. His brother Bing says they can only hold out for 3 days with 10 people. Lu Peng states that the creature has killed 5 of their men effortlessly, and its senses are unbelievably sharp. The moment they descend to the 10th floor, it becomes aware of their presence. Escaping through the back door is out of the question. A giant monster is seen roaming the street below as they look out the window. Jai remarks that it seems they are trapped. Wai Shihu arrives and gestures toward the rooftops, telling them to look. Some creatures are seen jumping across the buildings. Lu Peng asks what that thing is. He can barely see it, just a faint illusion. Jai wonders if it is a new type of zombie. Shihu replies that it can leap onto walls and is extremely dangerous. She urges them to close the curtains. Shihu adds that there is no need to worry, she believes it is human. Jai questions how that is possible. Lu Peng asks if he saw it incorrectly. Shihu confirms he did not. He should not forget her abilities. Zhang Yishui arrives as Shihu announces the figure is heading toward them. Meanwhile, Chen moves across the rooftops, approaching the monster while observing it. He asks himself whether it is a tyrant. What great luck, it is an unexpected reward. Chen states that, coincidentally, he possesses a weapon plan that requires a tyrant's bone. He decides not to use his giant hammer, as it would reduce the bone's drop rate and compromise its integrity. Instead, he draws his blade, claw infused with a zombie virus, and moves toward the monster, remarking that decapitation would be the better approach. Jai and his companions watch from the window. Jai says he cannot see clearly and asks Shihu for an update. Yishui warns that it is best not to look. It is extremely dangerous. Shihu reports that the battle has begun. The man's hand has transformed into claws. Lu Peng points out that he was right. It is clearly a monster. No ordinary human possesses claws. Shihu, however, observes with surprise that the monster has already been killed, and the man seems to be absorbing it. She then says to wait. She has just seen his face. Chen knocks out the monster and stands beside it as a system window appears, notifying that a mutated zombie, infected by the plague virus and classified as an elite model with enhanced offensive and defensive traits, has been killed. He earns 2,000 experience points. The elite mutant corpse has been devoured, and a comprehensive plague zombie from the 3rd stage, with all dark virus abilities enhanced, is created. He receives 800 virus points and 500 special evolution points for the dark virus. A second window announces that the dark virus has acquired a new form, muscle enhancement. A third window reveals that the dark virus has also acquired a new form, a shield. Chen notes that muscle enhancement can strengthen any part of the body without affecting body shape or causing discomfort. Unlike previous forms, the shield's defensive capacity is nearly double his base strength, an excellent reward. Shihu calls out to him excitedly, addressing him as Chen Bai. Chen looks toward them and asks who that is. Chen jumps up to their window, looks at Shihu, and remarks that it is Miss Song's close friend. He had wondered who it was. Shihu, surprised, asks if he knows how Ji is doing and whether she is safe. Elsewhere in a hotel in Zhongcheng, Chen joins the group and sits with them. He explains that he has established a settlement in the Dongshan Villa area, and currently, a few hundred people are residing there. Ziqiang is assisting him in managing the settlement, so Ji is completely safe. Shihu asks excitedly if that is true. Lu Peng expresses disbelief that he has built a settlement with hundreds of people. Jai questions if the Queen of Zhongcheng is actually helping him manage it, and he asks if Chen is joking. Chen replies that they will understand once they see it for themselves. He would not lie about something that can be so easily verified. Kai Zheng arrives and spots Chen, calling his name excitedly. Chen recognizes him and greets him in return. Zheng says he thought he heard someone call his name earlier. Lai Feng and Zhao Mo arrive behind him. Zhao Mo exclaims that Chen Bai is really here. Chen stands and walks toward them, asking what they are all doing in this place. Zhang explains that on the day everything began, Brother Zhang had brought a group of students to support Wai Shihu at the script killing shop where she worked part-time. Mu adds that they had wanted to ask if Chen was available, but Feng assumed he was probably busy. Chen asks whether many of their classmates from Zhang University are here. If Zhang is willing, he can head to the settlement in the Dongshan Villa area. However, there is a rule that requires 1 copper coin to be handed over each day. He asks if Zhang thinks he can manage that. Lu Peng replies that, of course, they can. If that monster had not trapped them there, they might have even found gold coins. However, the road to the settlement is dangerous, and he asks if Chen can accompany them. Chen replies that he has other matters to attend to, but assures them not to worry. On his way from Dongshan, he only encountered a single tyrant. Lu Peng says that explains it. It is not a common monster, and they really are unfortunate. Then, Chen opens his inventory and tells Zheng, Mu, and Lu Peng that he has some low-level items he no longer needs and is giving them those. Chen adds that he is in a hurry and needs to hit the road. Now that they know the settlement's location, he will leave first. Lu Peng thanks him. As Chen walks out, Zheng calls out for him to take care. Meanwhile, Chen leaps across rooftops, returning to his path, when the system window notifies him that Meng has initiated a private chat. She says Kang Hanwang is complaining in the group. He believes his new ability might be useful. There are too many people in the group, so she asks Chen to just tell him directly what the situation is. Chen wonders who King Hanwang is, Hanzio. On the other side, Mu tells Zheng they should head to the settlement. Lu Peng agrees, saying a settlement with more evolved individuals and guaranteed safety is critical for them. He says yes, but they need to prepare thoroughly, especially since reaching Dongshan from Zhongcheng is nearly a cross-city journey. Feng tries to interrupt, asking them to wait a moment. Shihu asks why Chen Bai has returned again. Chen enters through the window, and she asks if something is wrong. He replies that, indeed, something has come up. He suddenly needs a room to deal with it. Mu offers Zheng's room. Chen says he needs to be alone. Zheng responds that it is no problem. Chen can use the bedroom while they stay in the living room to keep watch. Chen walks with them. Shihu calls out, asking him to wait. The scene shifts to the hotel corridor as she follows and says she just remembered. Does he know Ji's evolved identifier number? She wants to add her as a friend. Chen gives the number 9,90,225. Zheng then asks for Chen's number so he can add him along with Mu. Chen responds that his code is 001. Zheng laughs, saying that even though they are all evolvers now, Chen's dry humor clearly has not evolved. Mu says he will understand once he adds him, placing a hand on Chen's shoulder. The system window notifies that evolver number 001 has accepted a friend request. Chen tells Zheng not to just stand there, he should hurry up and catch up. The scene shifts to 10 minutes later. Shihu, Zheng, and Mu wait in the living area. Zheng remarks that Chen's ID number is truly impressive. Mu explains that it is the sequence for becoming an evolver. Chen was the first. He reminds them of what Chen posted in the dormitory group chat, something about the school moving the physical fitness test to mid-June. Zheng replies that, of course, he remembers, they ended up training for over a week because of it. Suddenly, he stands up in shock and asks what Chen really meant back then. Did he already know about the apocalypse? Mu says it might have been a coincidence, but regardless, they did benefit from the training, didn't they? Zheng says that, indeed, they did benefit from the information Chen provided. Mu agrees. Shihu suddenly stares at the screen with surprise. Zheng looks at her and asks why her face is so red. She quickly gets up, walks away, and says it's nothing. She's heading back to her room. She reminds them not to forget Chen's instructions. No matter what happens, they must not enter his room. She closes the door, stands outside for a moment, blushing, then sends a message to Ji, saying it's her. Shihu? Ji replies, asking how she found out her core. Shihu responds that Chen told her. Ji says she knew he would get into trouble the moment he stepped out. Shihu seems confused. Ji continues, asking if they are not best friends, aren't they? Shihu replies, of course they are. Ji responds that's great, so from now on, when they are all together, she won't be the only one calling him daddy. Shihu asks what she's talking about. Her face flushes, and she begins to think, it can't possibly mean what she's imagining, right? How could it be? Chen, Ji, and everyone together? Meanwhile, Shihu overhears a conversation. Lu Peng says they should listen carefully. This matter isn't so simple. Feng claims Chen is definitely lying. There are too many inconsistencies in what he said. Lu Peng agrees. He also feels that something about it sounds fake. Ziqiang helping Chen manage the settlement. No matter how he sees it, it sounds like pure boasting. The system window suddenly displays a notification, a hint, Dream Space, Magic City, Hanzio's home. Meanwhile, Chen floats in mid-air within the dream world and says he has made some arrangements in the real world, which caused a slight delay. It appears he is the last to arrive as he enters Meng's room. Hanzio immediately greets him, addressing him as the Bai Emperor. He introduces himself as Han Zio and says he has finally met him. He always imagined Chen would be handsome, but he is actually 3 times more handsome than expected. Meng remarks that he certainly knows how to flatter. Han Zio insists he is not flattering, he is simply stating the truth. Crow greets Chen, calling him the group leader. He introduces himself as Crow and explains that Meng mentioned she could bring one more group member, and he happened to be available to fill the spot. His talent is SS grade fear embodiment. Han Zio asks if that means his own S grade mental control is the weakest ability among them. Chen replies that although his talent is relatively lacking, his luck is not. If he had encountered this situation 2 days ago, Meng would not have been able to help him. At that time, Meng could only bring people into the dream world by anchoring them through her own position. Chen adds that Meng only discovered a new method yesterday. Meng confirms this with a nod. Zio laughs and says, in fact, he has always been fairly lucky. Chen moves to the point, saying that Meng cannot maintain the 4 of them in the dream world for long. He tells Han Zio to quickly explain why he was complaining in the group chat. Zio says it is a dungeon with a mission specifically tied to him. He sends a screenshot of the mission to Chen, adding that the location is not nearby and they can talk on the way. The system window displays an S-grade exclusive mission titled Family Mystery. The mission reveals that Zio discovered a medical record among his father's belongings from Red Star Psychiatric Hospital, bearing the name of an aunt he has never heard of. The record mentions a family genetic disorder that sparks his curiosity. What is this genetic disorder? Why was his aunt never spoken of? Could his powerful mental talent be connected to it? Red Star Psychiatric Hospital appears to hold the key to this mystery. They arrive at the entrance of a red dungeon. Zio says this is the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. When he first found it, it had already transformed into a dungeon. He had entered once but quickly retreated. The nightmare difficulty monsters, ranging from level 5 to 12, were far too overwhelming. He decided to wait until he leveled up before returning. After abandoning the dungeon, the Cosmic will notified him that his presence had been detected and someone might eventually leave with everything. Chen says he understands. The system window prompts, does he want to lead the team into the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital dungeon? Yes or no? Chen selects yes. The scene shifts to the dream space, Magic City, inside the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital dungeon. As they all step inside and look around, Crow points ahead and says there is a little monster. Dreamy says she has a bad feeling about this place. Zio warns that the monsters appearing at the very start of the dungeon are not weak and tells everyone to be cautious. They notice a zombie nurse trembling while staring at them. Crow steps forward and tells the group to hold on. He will test their strength first. The zombie nurse charges toward him. Crow activates his SS grade talent, Fear Embodiment, to counterattack. The nurse stumbles and senses his heartbeat, becoming increasingly terrified. He then activates Fear Mode Lawful Explosion and strikes the zombie nurse. She lets out a painful scream as the system window notifies that a crazed nurse has been killed by a team member and experience has been shared. Meng says this creature looks far too much like a villain boss. Zio comments on how powerful Crow's ability is. Chen nods and says it's good. A card materializes, Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion deactive, a mental attack that unleashes a sharp screech, inflicting mental damage within a set radius. The sound also attracts nearby monsters. Crow holds the card and says they are lucky. It is a skill drop. Chen tells Zio that both he and Meng possess mental talents, so they should decide between themselves who will take it. Zio says he doesn't need it. He only wants items related to his exclusive mission, and his talent already includes a similar skill. Dreamy thanks him and says she won't hold back, then takes the card. She absorbs the skill, and the system window confirms skill learned, Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion. Chen tells Meng to use the skill. Meng explains that the skill's damage radius is limited, but its sound range is broad. It could potentially lure monsters out of the wards. Chen replies that's exactly what they need. Searching room by room is too troublesome. He assures her it will be fine. Meng agrees and activates the skill. She rises into the air as the system window announces Sharp Screeching Thought Explosion. Waves of sound spread outward. Chen watches and says this skill's monster luring effect is excellent. Zio says there are an overwhelming number of monsters in this dungeon. Crow warns everyone to stay focused and not get distracted. Meng turns to Chen and asks whether they will be alright surrounded by so many monsters. Chen assures her there is nothing to worry about. He says it is the perfect opportunity to test his newly upgraded skills. Xiao expresses relief upon hearing that from their group leader and shouts to begin the assault as he activates his dagger-based attack. They all launch a coordinated attack against the zombies. Crow activates Fear's Source Darkness to strike at the enemies. He follows up by using Strangle, summoning threads that entangle and restrain several zombies. Meng unleashes an explosive blast, setting the zombies ablaze. Xiao and Crow stare in shock at the intensity of her attack. She laughs and says it feels amazing. She wants to do it again, and continues firing. Xiao, surprised, remarks that her rocket launcher skill is incredibly abnormal. He wonders if Meng might be able to construct a Gundam one day within the dream world. Crow agrees, saying she certainly can. As he captures another zombie, he glances around and asks why the group leader has not taken any action yet. At that moment, Chen activates Blade Claw, enhanced with Zombie Virus and Evolution Devour. He thinks to himself that his power has finally reached its current limit. The skill charges slowly, and it may be difficult to fully power it up mid-battle. He mutters alright, then slams the ground and unleashes fully charged earth spikes. A barrage of spikes erupts from the floor, impaling several zombies instantly. The others watch in stunned silence as the system confirms the kills. Meng whispers that their master is incredibly powerful. Crow wonders whether that is just a single skill or if Chen has wiped out all the enemies. Xiao, still stunned, asks if this is truly the White Emperor. Suddenly, two nurse zombies emerge. Xiao spots them and says that the two are still alive. He will handle them. He launches a blade attack, but Chen intercepts it mid-air and tells him to wait. Chen explains that these two are mini-boss nurses. He has intentionally spared them. Xiao reacts with disbelief, shocked that Chen caught them with his bare hands. Crow calmly places a hand on Xiao's shoulder to steady him. The system window notifies that the black light swallowing ability has evolved. Chen can now choose to view a portion of the devoured target's memory and has a low probability of acquiring one of their mastered skills. Chen thinks this is the right time. He commands the system to read and absorb the target's memories. As he absorbs the virus from the nurses, he notes that he has not used this ability much since obtaining it on the eve of Doomsday. He uses mind-reading skills and notices a star-shaped marking on the abdomen of one of the nurses and wonders what it is. The memory triggers and pulls him into a vision. Within his memory, he sees a nurse strapped to a surgical table. Another nurse crawls across the floor, pleading desperately, telling her not to come any closer. The bound nurse responds, calling her Nurse Kang, and urges her to calm down. Chen observes other nurses hanging from restraints. A doctor enters and questions why this one has broken down mentally. He mutters that he had intended to offer her to his master. With disappointment, he concludes that this lunatic can now only serve as a sacrifice for next month. Another nurse says Nurse Wang should not feel too bad. People have not accepted her because of what happened to Nurse Kang. Nurse Wang replies that she understands. She also liked Nurse Kang. She remembers her as such a kind person. Chen watches the memory unfold as Nurse Wang recalls how Kang was bound and kept chanting 16. She wonders aloud how Kang suddenly lost her mind and why she kept repeating that number. Chen asks himself what 16 could mean, and then the term demonic formation surfaces in his thoughts. Yes, he remembers. He recalls that in his previous life as a demon hunter, he had once heard rumors that a dungeon inside a psychiatric hospital was tied to demons and could even summon them. At that time, his level had already far exceeded the dungeon's range, so he had only skimmed a few posts on the evolutionary forum without taking them seriously. Chen shifts his focus and tells everyone to proceed. He says they should begin searching for clues related to Han's exclusive mission and warns them to stay alert and not scatter. He suspects that powerful monsters are likely still lurking nearby. The scene transitions to half an hour later as the group moves upstairs. Xiao glances upward and remarks that it seems all the monsters in this building have already been lured out. It has been quite a while, and they have not seen a single one. He adds that they have searched 3 entire floors and still found nothing. Meng responds by saying that it is not as if there are no clues at all. Crow moves upstairs and points out that the number 16 appears frequently throughout the area. Regardless of what it means, he says he simply wants to know why the dungeon boss has shown no signs of activity until now. He wonders if the boss has been too frightened by Brother Chen to reveal himself. Chen says he is being far too arrogant. At that moment, they sense something approaching. As Xiao reaches the area, he demands to know who is there and orders them to come out. A monster steps forward and introduces himself as the director of Red Star Mental Hospital, the messenger of Solomon, the 16th among the 72 pillars, the god of demons, and the insomniac. Crow asks what he means by calling himself the demon god's messenger. Xiao follows up, asking directly if he is a demon. The director replies that feigning composure is pointless. He says Xiao is destined to be sacrificed for the sake of his master. That is the only fate that awaits him. However, if that girl is willing to serve the master loyally and bear his offspring, he can be spared from death. Meng scoffs in disgust and tells him to go bear a child for his master himself. Chen responds that for a lowly demon who has merely evolved from a human, he speaks with far too much arrogance. If he truly possesses such power, then he should prove it to his grandpa here and stop spewing nonsense. The director declares that ignorant fools who fail to grasp the immensity of heaven and earth must be shown the truth. As he speaks, a wave of poisonous psychic energy spreads through the surroundings. He announces that this is the power bestowed upon him by his master. A massive demonic shadow emerges behind him, towering with oppressive force. The group watches in stunned silence as Xiao collapses to the ground, covering his face. He thinks this sensation is unbearable. Meng and Crow both fall to their knees, overwhelmed. Meng calls out to Chen, addressing him as master. Chen thinks it is exactly the kind of psychic-type demon he despises most, the kind that applies continuous psychic pressure. Although his own psychic resistance is not weak, he possesses no psychic-based abilities, making a prolonged confrontation extremely unfavorable. He dashes forward to strike, thinking it is best to end the fight swiftly. He lands a solid punch on the director with some viruses, but it causes no visible damage. The director commends the effort with mock praise and launches a counterattack. Chen raises his shield just in time to block the blow. The director acknowledges his resilience and strength, but warns that it is meaningless. In the end, he says, Chen will never be able to withstand the torment of his hellfire. If the battle is prolonged, the psychic pressure will eventually crush him. Chen and the others remain standing, enduring the mental assault. The director proclaims there is no path forward, no retreat. He orders them to struggle and scream in despair and to entertain him with their suffering. Xiao activates his skill and smiles as a barrier forms around them. Crow follows by releasing his own ability and remarks that the psychic pressure has vanished. Meng, annoyed, asks why Xiao didn't use this ability earlier. Xiao responds that although he isn't entirely sure what is happening, it appears that releasing a small amount of his psychic power allows him to resist the pressure. The director addresses Xiao, realizing he is a descendant of the Han family, the master's bloodline. He warns Xiao not to assume he is safe simply because he can resist the pressure. Hellfire is still capable of reducing him to ashes. Xiao counters by asking if the director is truly the master's servant. Why is he trying to kill the master's bloodline? He warns that if the master finds out, he might crush him to death for such betrayal. The director snarls that the Han family is nothing but traitors. Killing Xiao might earn him a reward from the master. He prepares to unleash hellfire. Crow shouts that they cannot let him cast the fire and urges everyone to interrupt him. They charge forward to stop the director. As they engage, Crow mockingly asks if the director has caught a cold. Xiao joins in, questioning if this is some new trick when they notice the director struggling. His hellfire activation remains incomplete. Chen calmly observes that the effect has taken hold, albeit slightly later than anticipated. He notes the director's physique is indeed decent for a lower demon. The director coughs violently, his expression shifting to shock, and demands to know what Chen has done to him. Chen says it is merely a skill that causes the target to keep sneezing, but he has recently upgraded it. The skill is now called flu and pulmonary infection. The system window notifies that the flu skill has evolved into pulmonary infection. Upon release, depending on the difference in physique, the target enters the first stage within 1 second to 10 minutes. The system window updates again, and in the first stage, all attributes gradually decrease. 3 to 5 disease-related debuffs are randomly applied. All charge-based spells are disrupted by sneezing, causing delays, failures, or misfires. Once the target's physique drops below 50%, the second stage begins. The director, coughing violently, refuses to believe it and says it is impossible. He should not be able to fall ill. The system window displays the second stage, 90% reduction in recovery abilities, severe difficulty concentrating. 5 to 10 disease-related debuffs appear at random. Breathing function begins to deteriorate. The director staggers along the wall, coughing uncontrollably, and mutters that he is a higher life form. This should not be happening. The system window updates once more. The third stage is complete loss of breathing ability. The director screams in agony and collapses to his knees. Chen says it is not bad, even demons need to breathe. The virus points he spent were worth it. The system window notifies that system prompt, dungeon boss, Hell Apostle Zhao Changlin, has been defeated, it's level 12, and 30,000 experience points have been awarded based on battle contribution. Chen asks what Xiao is doing. Xiao covers his face and says it is the virus. Meng also covers her face and says she does not want to catch a cold. Chen smiles and says there is no need to worry. If he does not release the virus, they will not be infected. Meng collapses and says his skill is overwhelmingly strong. Xiao also lies down on the floor. Chen tells them to stop exaggerating. This skill only works effectively on demons with weak physiques, and there are still many monsters that do not rely on breathing. The director collapses after being knocked out. Chen says he has received the dungeon clearance prompt along with the notification to upload a strategy video. He wonders how the mission progress is going. Xiao asks why it has not been completed yet. Chen says the mission clue must still be hidden somewhere inside the dungeon and tells everyone to hurry and look for it. He adds that he plans to release the dungeon clearance video, but assumes no one wants to reveal their faces and become famous. Crow asks the group leader to conceal their appearances. Meng agrees, while Xiao insists on keeping a low profile. He suggests they check the boss drop first and then quickly help Chen find the mission clue. The system notifies Evolver Bai has led team members Meng, Han Xiao, and Crow to clear the Nightmare level dungeon, Red Star Psychiatric Hospital, levels 5 through 12. The dungeon strategy video has been uploaded. Viewing price, 5 copper coins. All other players who watch the video admire the achievement. The scene shifts to Zhongcheng, inside a certain hotel room on the 15th floor, where everyone is watching the dungeon strategy video featuring Chen and his team. Yishui approaches Shiyu and says that although the faces have been hidden, he recognizes those claws. The White Emperor figure in the video is definitely Chen Bai. Shiyu turns to the others and demands to know why no one is speaking now. She asks who among them was just analyzing and claiming that Chen is a fraud. Feng watches the footage in shock and asks if Chen wasn't supposed to be in the hotel. Even if this is truly Chen, he argues, the video only proves his strong combat ability. It does not confirm whether the settlement he mentioned actually exists. Lu Peng agrees, saying that this only makes things more frightening. He asks if they have considered the possibility that Chen might be a monster who preys on people. He claims Chen Bai must be exploiting everyone who is attracted to his base in order to strengthen himself. Shihu interjects, pointing out that it is obvious Feng does not get along with Chen and has not even given him any equipment. She then asks Lu Peng if she is still being stubborn. She says, further, look at the video, showing them a video she has received, saying to watch the footage she just sent. Yishui is startled and asks what kind of monster they are looking at and what she has sent. She responds that Ji just forwarded this recording to her. They all watch it together. Feng and Lu Peng are equally shocked by what they see. Feng asks what exactly it is that they are watching. The scene shifts to Zhongcheng, showing the contents of the video. In the footage, the camera pans over the settlement area as Ji speaks. She says this is the wall of flesh, the outer defense of the settlement, which only consumes corpses. She laughs and asks Shihu if she feels scared. She continues, saying she wanted to see the settlement, right? Recording videos with Cosmic Will is not cheap. She has only purchased 10 minutes, which should be enough to capture everything from the foot of the mountain to the peak. She explains that the foot of the mountain is the most crowded area and anyone can enter for 1 copper coin per day, but causing trouble may cost them their life. She points to the mountainside, saying it is where many of their relatives currently live. They plan to expand several recreational areas there. As the video shows a villa, she says this is the area at the top of the mountain, and she still lives at home and recognizes her house. There are not many people at the top, but it is absolutely secure. Entry is restricted. and not just anyone can come up here. She admits she might end up living here permanently as soon as she arrives. Even though she claims Chen hasn't made a move on her yet, it is only a matter of time, calling him a big pervert. She urges Shihu to hurry and come over, saying she has a lot to share. Then she says she needs to go farm instances and improve her physique. Otherwise, even with all of them combined, they will not be able to handle Chen. Yushui leans over and whispers, asking what she means by together. Then she wonders aloud if Ji has been asked how many women Chen actually has. Shihu becomes angry and says that is not the point. She thinks she should have reviewed the video herself before sharing it with others. Feng says there is no issue now. He did not expect Chen to be this powerful. He claims he was only offering a few possibilities for discussion. Lu Peng steps forward, pushing Feng back, and says Shihu cannot become Chen's woman. Shihu frowns and asks what he means by that. When did she ever say she wanted to be Chen's woman? Lu Peng says Chen is too flirtatious, surrounded by too many women. He insists she could never like someone like that. Blushing, he adds that he is different. He only wants her. She firmly holds out a hand to stop him and says not to come any closer. She states clearly that whether Lu Peng wants one woman or several has nothing to do with her. She reminds him that she has rejected him many times, even before the apocalypse. She repeats herself once more. She has no feelings for him and does not like him. The scene shifts to dream space inside the Magic City at the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital instance, 4th floor. Chen moves toward the director to examine him. He begins absorbing him using his tentacles. The system window notifies that this organism contains special bloodline factors. He is given the option to either continue devouring or expel it. Absorbing these bloodline factors will influence the black light virus and alter the host. Chen asks if this is the bloodline granted to the demon's minions, then chooses to expel it while continuing to absorb the director. The system window notifies that a special species has been devoured, and 500 exclusive black light virus evolution points have been gained. Another notification indicates that the acquisition of the target's skill has been triggered. Hellfire, Class A, has been obtained. A further notice confirms that the bloodline factors have been expelled and condensed into an item. He picks up the bottle. A screen appears before him, displaying the bloodline factor description: Weak Devil's Bloodline Essence. Class A item, Potion type. It is a coagulation of the devil's bloodline and may be consumed to gain a weak devil's bloodline. Usage requirements specify that both mental power and physique must be less than 20. Chen remarks that this is the bloodline factor. He notes that expelling it has actually created an item. He expected it to vanish instead. He asks if the boss has dropped anything useful. Zio replies that it is a major drop, a Hell Messenger Job Scroll, Class A, and a Hell Black Flame Skill Book, also Class A, as he presents the scrolls. Meng also holds out a page and says there is a piece of armor design and D-class equipment as well. Chen examines the paper and reads aloud, Hell's Call, Shepherd's Horn Blueprint, Armor S Class. Required materials, 1 pair of pure devil's horns, 1 Hell Abyss, and 1 dark crystal. A note adds that the final product's grade is determined by the materials and that the S-Class Shepherd's Horn is unique. Once created, no one else can craft another S-Class Shepherd's Horn. Chen asks what pure demon's horns are, then remarks that he happens to know where to obtain them. He decides to keep the blueprint for himself. The job scroll is to be left for Han Zio, who possesses the demon bloodline. The skill book is assigned to Meng, and since Crow has contributed as well, the equipment is given to him. Crow expresses his gratitude. Zio comments that the distribution is reasonable and praises Chen's leadership. Chen says the last step is to help him locate the mission clues, and thanks everyone for their support. Later, they proceed together to the director's room on the 4th floor. When Zio reaches the front of a particular room, he pauses and says the clues are most likely inside, unless the demon director has hidden another secret room. He opens the door and is immediately shocked, asking what this is, as he lays eyes on a giant statue inside. They all step into the room. Meng remarks that even the statue emanates a powerful presence and questions what kind of demon it represents. Chen responds that this is Jai, the 16th demon among Solomon's 72 demons, and the master Zhao Changlin previously mentioned. The statue holds such intensity because Jai once entered and dwelled within it in some form. He finds it fascinating and wonders aloud if it might be possible to discover a method to summon this demon god within the hospital. Chen explains that long ago, A woman from the Han family fell in love with a projection of the Jai sect on Blue Star. Since then, every generation of the Han family has given birth to dragon and phoenix twins. The girl among them, upon reaching adulthood, is always made to reside in this place, becoming the bride of the Jai sect. As for the boy, he remains unaware of the truth, starts a family, and continues the bloodline. They are all still inside the director's room when Meng continues reading from a book. She reads that more than a decade ago, Han Zio's father somehow uncovered the truth behind the Han family's cursed lineage. In an attempt to escape that fate and prevent his daughter from being forced to spend her life inside a mental hospital serving a demon, he chose to kill his newborn daughter. Chen is visibly shocked upon hearing this. Meng reads further that Zhao Chenglin discovered and stopped Han Yang, then reported the incident to the Jai sect. As punishment for the betrayal, Han Yang was stripped of his bloodline. Afterward, Han Zio's sister was taken away by the Jai sect to be raised under their control. As a reward for his loyalty, Zhao Chenglin was granted the demon's bloodline. She throws the book aside and says that sums up the fool's diary. Most of it is filled with envy toward the Han family's lineage and constant ridicule of Han Yang for his supposed stupidity. It also contains long sections filled with pledges of loyalty made after achieving merit and receiving rewards. This is the best he has been able to piece together. After Meng finishes speaking, Zio receives the next quest, thanks her, and admits that reading such long texts usually gives him a headache. He truly appreciates her effort. She replies that he is welcome, and says she actually enjoys investigating clues like this. She then asks Chen, who has been silently studying the statue from the beginning, if something seems wrong. Chen touches the statue as he examines it, and confirms there is indeed something unusual. He walks toward a nearby wall, pulls a curtain aside, and shocks everyone with what lies behind it. Crow asks what it is. Zio wonders if it is another hidden room. Meng questions how many more secrets this place can hold. They open the newly revealed door and descend a stairway. On the way down, Zio comments that judging by the depth, they have likely passed the 4th floor and gone down at least 2 or 3 underground levels. He has counted the steps. Chen says they should be almost there. If he is not mistaken, this should be the place where Zhao Chenglin has summoned or communicated with the Jai sect and performed sacrifices for them. As they reach the bottom, they find a large magic circle drawn on the ground, surrounded by numerous crosses. Crow says the stench of blood is overwhelming. Meng asks what he has just picked up. Chen reaches into the center of the circle, grabs a metal star embedded in the middle, and says he has shared the information. They can check it themselves. The system window notifies Core of the Hell Teleportation Array, a special item. The core is inscribed with Hell's formation, and can be used to activate the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon to summon Jai sect. The required conditions for use are the sacrifice of 16 lives along with their souls and blood. The system further notifies that this item is unique. The summoned demon will be restricted to level 12 due to dungeon rules. After the summoning, the dungeon difficulty will be increased to Hell level. Zio, shocked, asks what it means to summon a demon. Crow notes that if there is a level restriction on the demon, then doesn't that mean? Meng becomes excited and says that if they summon the demon and defeat it, they could strike it rich. Chen replies that he is currently at level 8. He then asks about the others. Meng says she is at level 5, and Crow is at level 4. Zio adds that he is almost at level 4 as well. Chen says exactly summoning it now would mean instant death. With levels below 10, no professions, and no proper equipment, where do they find the courage to face a level 12 demon? Zio laughs and asks if the Bai Emperor isn't here, scratching his head. Chen replies that even with him present, it still isn't possible. The gap between a true demon and a thin-blooded demon is vast, and he should know that. They should return once they have reached the dungeon's level cap and acquired proper professions. Crow says to make sure they bring him along when they come back. Calling them esteemed seniors, Meng winks and says, of course, he will be prioritized. After a while, Meng asks if this dungeon is finished, or if anyone has anything else they want to do. Zio says there's something he still can't figure out. A demon's descendant has a sister. He wonders if beings like these just appeared after the apocalypse. Chen replies that he isn't sure whether they were born from nothing, or if they always existed, but they definitely exist now. Then he places a hand on Zio's shoulder and asks why he suddenly brought this up. Did his father act strangely before the apocalypse? Zio says no, their relationship was never close. To him, His father was just an ordinary man. He lived an unremarkable life. The only extraordinary thing about him was that he transformed into a different kind of zombie than everyone else. Crow asks what he means by a demon zombie, which sounds too cool. Zio says no, it had nothing to do with demons. He explains that his father turned into a plague zombie, covered in purple and green fungal spots. Those spots gave off such a strong sense of danger that he didn't dare touch him at all. Because of that, he has been forced to quickly master telekinesis through his psychic power. He recalls being in the lab when his father transformed into a zombie and attacked him, which became his final lesson from his father. Chen asks what he means by plague zombie. Zio explains that it must have been caused by the chemical plant where his father worked. Several of his father's colleagues and neighbors also developed the same fungal spots. Chen considers that the chemical plant might be connected to the SSS-level plague sect mission. He says he is genuinely interested in that place and asks Zio to take him there once they reach Shanghai City. Zio agrees without hesitation. Crow raises his hand and says he has a few questions about his own abilities. Chen tells them to go ahead, anyone can ask questions or share intel now. Chen reflects that the harvest from this dungeon has been excellent. He has even uncovered clues related to the Lord of Plague mission. Sometime later, Chen returns to Zhongcheng. Inside a hotel, room 1503, he lies down on the bed in the bedroom. Soon, he overhears people coughing outside. He gets up and steps out to investigate. He sees Zio and Crow coughing violently before collapsing. Alarmed, he rushes to help them onto the couch and asks what's happening. He reminds them that he had warned them not to enter the room. He had released several strains of virus inside to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Zio coughs and says he has been afflicted with over 20 disease-related negative buffs. Crow adds that he has 30, his attributes have dropped to 0, and he feels like he is going to die. He asks if there is any antidote. Chen assures them that he has already removed the viruses from their systems, and their attributes will gradually recover. He tells them to rest while he goes to deal with that Lu Peng guy first. Shihu steps forward and reveals that Lu Peng is actually here to kill him. Chen is surprised and asks why Lu Peng would want to do that, and what reason he could possibly have. She explains that it all began when he and Feng refused to believe the settlement Chen had mentioned was real. To verify it, she asked Ji to record a video and send it over. But she hadn't expected what Ji ended up doing. Later, while they sit together, Shihu continues after she refused Lu Peng, he shouted Chen's name and charged in, determined to kill him. He claimed that all problems started after Chen arrived and that killing him would fix everything. Chen asks if he has lost his mind. What kind of logic is that? She agrees that Lu Peng is a complete moron. He would threaten any girl she spoke to, even forcing her childhood friend to drop out of school. If Ji hadn't protected her, Lu Peng would have done to her what he did to the other girls. She would have been ruined long ago. The sound of coughing still echoes from the other room. Shihu glances in that direction and mutters that being stuck in this hotel with Lu Peng makes every day feel like a year. Fortunately, his talent is weak, and he has not been able to force her. She says he must know, seeing how strong he has become now, and knowing that Ji is still alive, truly makes her happy. They both stand and walk toward the room. As they approach, she wonders if Lu Peng, having been trapped in Chen's setup for so long, might already be dead. Chen replies that it is unlikely that ordinary viruses rapidly weaken attributes, but they usually take a little longer to become fatal. She says she has an idea. He asks what she intends to do. She replies that she despises that man so deeply that she wants him to die with regret. When they open the door, Lu Peng looks up at them. In response, they kiss at the doorway. Chen asks if a kiss alone will be enough to provoke him. Shihu replies that it certainly is. What else does he expect her to do? Doesn't he realize that was her first kiss? The scene shifts to 2 days later in Wuchang, within the mountain forests outside the city. Chen leaps across tree branches, scanning his surroundings. A system window notifies him that Zai has initiated a voice chat via private message. He pauses and asks what the matter is. Zikyong, seated in her mountaintop villa's study, reports that their team has already retrieved Shihu and the others along the river road and is currently escorting them back. Chen acknowledges it and says she has done well. She adds that there is something else recently. Many users on the Evolvers forum have been discussing a mysterious chat group filled with high-level experts. Rumors suggest that he is the owner of that group and that its members are all pioneers who awaken their powers before the apocalypse. She asks whether that information is accurate. He confirms that chat group number 01 is indeed his. Has she forgotten the forum post he asked her to promote before the apocalypse began? She notes that with so many experts gathered, they could become a significant asset for their side in the future. Then she asks how they should handle the forum threads currently discussing chat group number 01. Jumping down from the tree, Chen tells her not to worry about that for now. He will review the post himself before making a decision. She only needs to send him the titles of the most discussed threads. She says she understands and will handle it right away. Shortly after, she sends over a forum post that had been published before the apocalypse. The post claims that the so-called Bi-Emperor already knew about the impending cosmic trial. It includes an analysis of a Bi-related video and notes that many top-tier experts have turned out to be members of the same chat group. The post speculates that if monsters existed before the trial, then evolvers might have existed as well. It also quotes the owner of chat group number 02, who believes it is highly likely that chat group 01 had been created before the cosmic trial even began. Chen thinks it is time for chat group number 01 to gain public recognition. Doing so will not only grant them considerable influence and deterrent power, but it will also cultivate a sense of unity among the group members, making it easier to recruit elite evolvers in the future. He continues forward through the forest when, suddenly, the scenery changes. The trees become withered, many stand bare, and ominous shapes and skeletons hang eerily in the silence. The system window notifies him that he has entered the secret dungeon, Village of the Demon Worshippers. Chen says he has finally found it, the secret dungeon where he had received the S-rank class transfer mission for Demon Hunter in his previous life. He clenches his fist with determination. The system window displays the dungeon tasks. Task 1 is to stop the villagers' ritual to summon the demon, and its difficulty is at D. All participants will receive 500 experience points. The secret dungeon can be exited after completing this task. Task 2 is to kill all the polluted villagers, and its difficulty is at C, and all participants will receive 1500 experience points, and the secret dungeon can be exited after completing this task. Task 3 is to kill the demon summoned by the villagers and eliminate all polluted villagers, and its difficulty is at S. All participants will receive 5000 experience points and 1 grade C low-level demon bloodline potion. Meanwhile, Kang says that, back then, Chen Yiqiang had announced confidently that they would simply sweep through the secret dungeon, complete task 2, and then exit. The dropped equipment would be fairly distributed through team roles, and those who received nothing would be compensated with gold coins. Kang had promised he would never mistreat anyone. Chen thinks that in his previous life, just to earn some gold coins, he had believed Kang's words and joined his team to enter the same secret dungeon. He had never expected Kang to deliberately make a mistake during the ritual. That mistake had allowed the villagers to summon the demon, but Kang had already led his team outside the battle range. His true goal had been to sacrifice others to weaken the demon for his own benefit. On the other side, Kang says he had told him that the only way he could survive was to weaken the demon to a level that satisfied him. Chen thinks that by the time everyone realized it was a setup, Kang had already established the battlefield and sealed off all escape routes. He had slaughtered any evolver who tried to flee without hesitation. Kang had gathered nearly 100 people, mostly lone survivors or members of small, struggling teams who had been barely holding on in that area. No one had the time or resources to mount an effective resistance. Many had died in vain, trapped between the summoned demon and Kang's ambush. When escape proved impossible, the remaining evolvers had no option but to face the demon head-on, clinging to a hope that never existed. Kang says his usual line, "Brothers, let's go meet his companions." Chen reflects that it is only after the last person falls that Brother Kang finally leads his team to attack the exhausted demon. But what Kang does not expect is that he remains alive. Chen knows he will be silenced if discovered, so he takes advantage of their battle and escapes toward the edge of the instance. He tries to move forward, though fatigue weighs him down. He recalls how, back then, he had attempted to exploit the mechanism allowing participants to exit the secret realm after completing tasks 1 and 2. As fate would have it, just as he is about to leave the instance, Kang's team manages to kill the demon and begins rolling for the loot. He suddenly sees a die floating in the air. The system window notifies that the roll for the Demon Hunter Transfer Mission Scroll's rank has begun. His roll score is 100. Another window notifies that he has successfully obtained the item, Demon Hunter Transfer Mission Scroll's rank. He seizes the scroll and smirks. The roll point system they had designed to deceive cannon fodder ends up costing them the most valuable reward. Indeed, karma strikes without fail. He proceeds along the mountain forests outside Wuchang City, moving along the outer path of the secret dungeon village. He thinks back to how, after that day, Kang had desperately searched for him, forcing him to flee Wuchang in order to find a new place to settle. Chen says it is a pity he cannot witness Brother Kang's expression at that moment. As he glances at a corpse, he thinks it is the body of a dead, polluted villager. This confirms that someone else is already present in the secret realm before Kang defeats the demon and clears it for the first time in the previous life. By his estimation, around 2 months should remain until that event occurs, so there is no immediate concern of being preempted. Still, he wonders who could have discovered this secret dungeon so early. He proceeds toward the central plaza, where Kang is seen stabbing a mutated villager. The system prompt notifies that Task 2 has been completed, and the experience reward has been received. It further confirms that participants may now exit the secret dungeon from the village perimeter. Another player remarks that Zhang Long's brother was right. Completing Task 2 indeed grants them the ability to leave. He rallies his team, urging them to depart and return another time to defeat the dungeon boss. As one of them glances at the dungeon entrance, he notices movement and informs Kang, surprised, that someone is entering. Chen steps inside and asks if they are all preparing to leave. He turns to Kang and inquires whether he would mind if he takes over the boss. Kang responds that he does not mind at all and invites him to proceed. Chen smiles and says so it really is Brother Kang. He did not expect them to discover this secret dungeon so soon. Kang replies with a warning, stating that the boss is an 11th level demon race entity and advises caution. Chen thanks him for the reminder, tells him to take care, and proceeds deeper into the dungeon. After a short while, a lesser demon appears before Chen and lets out a roar. The demon mocks him, remarking that he seems unafraid. He asks whether Chen is calmly accepting his fate because he already knows he is going to die. Chen responds that he is simply reminiscing. It has been a long time since he has faced a lesser demon alone. For low-level demons like this one, he usually kills them in groups. The lesser demon becomes enraged upon hearing this. He insults Chen as a lowly human and lunges forward to attack, shouting for him to die. Chen counters the strike calmly with his blade claws. He says that after spending decades as a demon hunter in his previous life, he has lost count of how many lesser demons he has slain. As blood drips from his claw, he explains that every movement of a lesser demon is predictable, every weakness is exposed. He knows the direction of each muscle fiber as intimately as the back of his hand. The lesser demon shrieks in agony and collapses. The system window notifies that the level 11 boss of the alien demon clan, the lesser demon warrior D'Arlando, has been killed and 13,500 experience points have been awarded. Another window notifies that Task 3 has been completed, and the reward of 5,000 experience points and 1 low-level demon bloodline potion, grade C, has been received. Chen remarks that the feeling is familiar. It seems his skills have not deteriorated. The others receive the system notification and are visibly shocked. One of them informs Kang that he has received the participation reward of 5,000 experience points and a bloodline item. Kang responds that it must have been an instant kill, while another person confirms he has received the same reward. Someone calls out to Kang, asking whether he has absorbed the boss's corpse. Kang replies that they should go and check. The system window notifies that a special species has been devoured, granting 350 exclusive evolution points for the Black Light virus. The user has chosen to expel the bloodline factor, obtaining a common demon bloodline potion, grade A. As they approach, they see Chen absorbing the demon. Chen looks at them and asks why they have returned. He warns them not to tell him they are here for a share of the loot. Kang laughs and says he must be joking. Chen has single-handedly defeated the final boss, so how could he possibly dare to claim a share of the loot? Chen thinks Kang certainly has a way of reading the situation, but unfortunately, he has already seen his true nature. Chen responds that this boss has dropped quite a number of valuable items, a B-level inferior demon bloodline potion, and a level demon bloodline potion, and even an S-level Demon Hunter exclusive mission scroll. He asks if Kiang truly feels no temptation while holding the bloodline potions in his hands. Kiang hands the potion to one of his teammates, who explains that those are the bloodline potions everyone has just received as task rewards. Kiang admits that it would be a lie to say he does not want the items, but insists that they are not unreasonable people, and that the rewards for the task Chen has completed rightfully belong to him. Chen also picks up a few bottles and replies that sounds very noble of them. He remarks that Kiang has come back, and surely not just to offer congratulations. If he has something to say, he should say it directly. Kiang responds that it is nothing serious. He simply wants to make friends and asks where Chen lives, since he has recently been clearing the western suburbs of Wuchang. He adds that it would be unfortunate if he accidentally encroached on Chen's territory. Chen thinks to himself, the western suburbs. It seems that Meng resides in a neighborhood near the sports complex in that area. He thinks Kiang remains polite on the surface, but in truth, he is merely probing to discover his activities within the territory. Chen replies that there is no need for concern. His settlement is located in Zhongcheng. As for the western suburbs of Wuchang, he only knows there is a sports complex there. He thinks to himself that it would be interesting to see whether he can extract more information about their influence near Meng. Kiang mentions that they have just taken control of the sports complex in the western suburbs a few days ago, and they should now be clearing the surrounding area. Given Chen's strength, Kiang assumes he must hold considerable influence in Zhongcheng. He suggests they could become allies and support one another. Chen reflects, has the sports complex already been cleared? Their so-called clearing is nothing more than a euphemism for conquest and slaughter. It is no wonder no one came to Meng's aid in his previous life. She was likely one of the victims during their so-called clearing. Just then, he receives a system prompt indicating that Meng has sent him a message. Chen tells Kiang to wait a moment. Meng's message states that a large number of evolved ones have suddenly appeared in her neighborhood. They seem to be searching door to door, and she suspects they will reach her location soon. Chen replies that they are likely clearing out both zombies and evolved ones. He instructs her not to allow them into her home and assures her that he will arrive shortly. Activating the tentacles coiled around his body, Chen prepares to speak when Kiang asks what he is planning to do. Chen grabs Kiang with his tentacles as Kiang tries to escape. He activates Evolution Devour and Memory Reading after fully restraining him. Chen thinks the memories are fragmented. He cannot determine Meng's exact location within the Jinhui international community or pinpoint the precise site of the sports complex. The others panic and shout to run. Chen says he will need to keep one of them alive to lead the way. The one who warned him about the boss seems to know quite a bit. The scene shifts to Wuchang's western suburbs, Jinhui International Community, Building 16, Unit 1, Meng's room. Someone knocks on the door and asks if anyone is inside. He tells them to open up. Meng grips a baseball bat tightly. The man outside says he will count to 3. If there is no answer, they will break in. Meng warns that he is not welcome here and tells him to leave immediately. If he forces his way in, she will not hold back. One of them laughs and says there really is a girl inside. Another asks what she means by being rude. A third one smirks and says she should relax and prepare herself because they are coming in. Meng yells at them to get lost. She unleashes her powers, and a wave of energy blasts through the area. The intruders collapse to the ground, blood streaming from their noses and mouths. She also collapses from the strain of using her power. The bat slips from her grasp as she falls to her knees, coughing violently. Blood begins to trickle from her lips. She thinks the skill still demands a certain level of physical endurance. It lasted barely over a second. Her throat is damaged, and most of her energy has been depleted. But there is silence outside now. With her current mental strength, they should all be unconscious. Outside her room, the injured men lie groaning. One of them speaks into his communicator, calling his brothers to regroup on the 12th floor of Building 16. He reports that there is a girl with mental attack abilities, and his entire team has been wiped out. He urges them to hurry and subdue her, explaining that with such powerful mental attacks, she will be unable to use them again for some time. 10 minutes later, Meng sits quietly in the room when loud knocking echoes through the door again. She thinks they have returned. She must fight. The door bursts open. One of them steps in, looking at her with a mocking grin. He comments that she turns out to be quite a little beauty. He notices her trembling and sweating, and sarcastically asks if she is tired. Then, staring at her, he asks why she is not screaming this time. He calls her pretty but says her screams earlier were horrible. He offers to teach her how a woman should scream. Meng thinks that with the strength she has left, she can probably release hellfire one more time. She struggles to rise. She mutters that they can all go to hell, then unleashes her virus skill in a final, desperate attack. She collapses and thinks her master was right. The four attributes must complement each other. When only one is excessively high, it becomes a weakness. One of the men says it looks like she is completely finished. His companion steps forward and mocks her, saying she has two choices, kneel and beg, or die. She crawls away, her vision spinning, and thinks she is about to lose consciousness. She drags herself toward the window, her thoughts clinging to one last plea not to let them take her. Another man scoffs, saying there's no point asking. She has already chosen death. Someone else calls out to invite the others upstairs to join in the fun. They approach, yanking her by the hair. One of them curses and tells the others to hold her down, admitting she is stronger than expected. She is pinned, helpless, thinking someone must help her, someone must save her. Suddenly, Chen crashes through the window and kicks the attackers away in a blur of motion. He catches her in his arms. She gazes up at him and whispers that he is here. She apologizes, saying she didn't do well, and she nearly died. He tells her it isn't her fault. She has done well and must rest now. He will handle the rest. He turns toward the attackers and declares that whoever dares to lay a hand on his disciple today should abandon all hope of leaving this place alive. Chen gently lays Meng on the sofa. Someone nearby shouts that another one is approaching. A second man asks whether the girl has reinforcements. A third one growls that it doesn't matter and urges the others to attack and kill him. They all charge at Chen. He activates his blade claw and knocks them out in a single strike. Another man rushes forward, but Chen conjures his shield, blocks the attack, and knocks him out as well. Chen glances around and asks if there is no one left. Meng weakly calls out to him, addressing him as master. He turns to look at her. She murmurs that she is struggling and not feeling well. He kneels beside her and explains that exhaustion and excessive mental strain are causing her headaches and hallucinations. She asks where he is and lifts her trembling hand. He takes her hand gently and tells her to hold on. He whispers her name and assures her that her master is here. He taps her forehead softly and urges her to calm down and rest in peace. Suddenly, another attacker charges at Chen with an axe. Without hesitation, Chen activates his tentacles, stabs the attacker, and says she must not be afraid that her master will protect her. He releases a surge of energy, causing the ground to erupt with spikes that pierce several approaching enemies. He thinks no one will be allowed to harm her while she remains unconscious. An hour later, the scene quiets. Chen sits on the floor with Meng asleep in his lap. He gazes down at her and thinks her complexion looks much better now. Zhang Long arrives, and Chen turns to look at him. Zhang confirms his identity. Chen gently caresses Meng's head and says that since Zhang has come, it must mean Kang's forces have been completely eliminated. Zhang bows and replies yes. As per Chen's instructions, he devised a strategy to lure them up and have them killed. Now, all of Kang's trusted followers and core members have been wiped out. Chen asks whether only Zhang's own trusted followers and core members remain. Zhang quickly denies it, says he has no such people, only a wife and children. He explains that he was forced to join Kang's ranks because of his rank detection talent, True Sight, and Kang used his family to threaten him. If he had possessed a lesser talent, his family would have met the same fate as his neighbors and friends, who were violated and murdered. Chen nods and says he understands. His talent is indeed useful, and he was the only one who warned him to be cautious of the boss. He recalls the moment from his conversation with Kang. Chen says he appreciates him and asks whether he would be willing to follow him to Zhongchang City. He adds that it's fine if he refuses. He is not a man who forces loyalty or rules through oppression. Chen looks at him and says he will respect his choice. He replies that, of course, he is willing. He was only hesitating because many people, including his family, are still being enslaved in Kang's stronghold. Chen says he can take them in as well, but if the group is too large, it won't be easy to bring them directly to Zhongchang City. He opens his warehouse and says that, for now, it might be better for Zhang to remain in Wuchang and stabilize the situation first. He retrieves a bloodline potion from the warehouse, tosses it toward Zhang, and says the potion is for him. He should use it to improve his strength. Chen adds that he has also sent him a friend request. Once everything is stable, he should contact him again. Then, based on the situation, he can decide whether to develop in Wuchang or join them in Zhongcheng City. Zhang accepts the potion and expresses his thanks. After Zhang leaves, Meng remains asleep. Chen opens his warehouse to search for something. He notices a mask and thinks it has changed. It must have mutated when he retrieved the potion for Zhang just now. He recalls that when he placed the items into the warehouse inside the secret realm, the mask had not mutated. But now, what he had recently stored were the profession transfer task scroll and those demon bloodlines. He says they should try moving them around. He thinks the mask's eyes have been fixed on the demon bloodline potion. He wonders if it actually wants to consume the potions. He says it might as well eat them. These inferior bloodline potions are of no use to him anyway. He decides to test it and takes out several potion bottles, attempting to place them into the mask's mouth. He thinks that since it is a treasure even Leto desires, feeding it might unlock some hidden functions. He tells them to go ahead and consume them all. The scene shifts 5 minutes later, and he has fed all the potion bottles into the mask's mouth, which burps. Chen asks if it is done. He comments on how wasteful the thing is, using so many rare bloodline potions only to give a full burp. Still, he admits it is impressive that it can consume such high-level treasures. Suddenly, the mask vomits a potion out. Chen notices and asks if it really uses the same mouth to consume and expel. He wonders aloud what it just spat out, and if he is seriously going to have to clean up after it. He picks up the expelled item with a cloth and begins to inspect it. The system window notifies him that it is an ordinary demon bloodline essence, a plus, categorized as a potion-type item. It is a purified essence of a demon bloodline with enhanced effects, but stricter usage conditions. The usage requirement is strength plus constitution plus agility being less than 75. Chen realizes that the mask can actually purify demon bloodlines. Combined with that device capable of harvesting demon bloodlines, he concludes that he now possesses an endless supply of high-level demon bloodline essence. Chen looks at the scroll and remarks that he had rushed to assist Dreamy and has not yet had a chance to examine the job transfer mission scroll. The system window notifies that the scroll is the Demon Hunter Job Transfer Mission Scroll S. This is a special and unique scroll that can only be dropped upon the first successful kill of a pure-blood demon creature. Upon completion of the associated quest, it is transformed into the Demon Hunter Job Transfer Scroll. The system window displays the mission requirements that the scroll must be used to enter the first layer of the Abyss, where 100 inferior demons and 100 fallen demons must be killed in order to complete the mission and leave the Abyss. He states that this time, he will enter the Abyss without handling the task the hard way or departing in haste. The scene shifts to the western outskirts of Wuchang, Jinhui International Community, inside Dreamy's bedroom. Chen lies down on the bed and comments that the demon's home base, the Abyss, is a place filled with danger and opportunity. Meng opens her eyes, rises, and rubs them. She looks at him with excitement, addresses him as master, and hugs him. He assures her that he is here, that everything is fine, and that all the enemies have been eliminated. He taps her head gently and observes that she remains too weak in the real world. She expresses a desire to double her physical training. He explains that there will not be much improvement through that approach and instructs her to maintain the exercises he has already arranged for her. Her main focus now must be on leveling up and learning to understand and control her skills. She responds that the experience required to level up is too great. Moreover, she has already cleared the nearby monsters in her dream world, and only a few remain. She adds that she neither has the ability to push through quickly nor the means to locate a dungeon. He asks how she feels now and suggests that once her health improves, they should return to Zhongcheng, where many dungeons are available. She insists that she feels great and there is no need to rest. She urges that they should go right away and begins to move off the bed. He grabs her wrist, pulls her back, and tells her to wait. She remarks that even if he travels on foot, they will not reach Zhongcheng until next month. As she finishes speaking, he suddenly lifts her into his arms, catching her by surprise. He leaps out of the window and instructs her to hold on tightly and not to open her eyes. If the wind pressure becomes overwhelming, she must pat him. He moves swiftly from one rooftop to another. After some time, he arrives in the mountainous region outside Wuchang, at the entrance of a secret village. They arrive just as the system window notifies that he has entered a secret village that worships demons. Meng steps forward and observes that the scenery around them has changed suddenly. She realizes that this must be a secret realm. Chen explains that one key difference between a secret realm and a dungeon lies in the entrance. Only secret realms that have already been cleared will display entry prompts. Therefore, for evolvers, the danger of accidentally entering a new secret realm remains extremely high. She replies that she will remember it, adding that her master seems to know everything. She asks if he needs her to attract the monsters next. He tells her that this is not a dream world, and every skill she uses carries weight. It is safer near the entrance, so she should wait there for him. He moves deeper into the realm and reaches the dungeon, where he spots someone and immediately kicks him down. He notices that Mission 3 has changed. It no longer requires killing demons. Instead, the objective now is to eliminate all demon followers and dark priests. He strikes another opponent and thinks that the mission rewards no longer include bloodline potions. He wonders if it has become impossible to obtain more. After knocking them unconscious, he decides to prioritize defeating the boss first. The scene shifts to the mountainous region outside Wuchang, within the central sector of the secret village. A man stares at Chen and identifies him as an intruder. His comrades draw their swords, preparing for battle. The man declares that the intruder must become a sacrifice for the demon god. He launches an attack on Chen, but Chen evades swiftly and counters, activating Evolution Devour to capture him completely. The man screams as Chen fully absorbs him. The remaining enemies rush forward to attack. The system window notifies that the dungeon boss, Dark Priest Cayenne Hai, level 15, has been killed, and 45,000 experience points have been gained. Chen comments that Evolution Devour can still be used for the demon bloodline. In that case, he decides not to hold back, just as the system window notifies him again with additional updates. Chen summons his tentacles from the ground, which pierce through the approaching enemies. The system window confirms that a weak, low-level demon blood potion has been separated. He absorbs them all and notes that the mini-bosses can indeed yield bloodline potions, and their quality level is equivalent to that of the boss. He reflects that elite monsters can also separate bloodline potions, whereas ordinary monsters cannot, which, to him, seems perfectly normal. Meanwhile, at the secret village entrance, Meng sits on a rock, patiently waiting for Chen. She murmurs that Master must have already defeated the boss, along with several mini-bosses and elite monsters. She wonders if Master has forgotten her. She has not contributed to the battle, nor has she gained any experience. Even if he had just taken her to touch the boss, that would have been enough. Chen arrives and tells her to prepare her skills, startling her with his sudden appearance. He instructs her to use the most lethal skill she has and reassures her that the enemy is not at full strength, so her mental resilience will be enough to handle it. She quickly responds with agreement and activates her skill just as several enemies approach to attack. The system window notifies that a contaminated villager, level 10, has been killed, awarding 250 experience points. A contaminated village woman, level 12, has been killed, awarding 400 experience points. A contaminated traveler, level 11, has been killed, awarding 300 experience points. A contaminated butcher, level 14, has been killed, awarding 500 experience points. A contaminated farmer, level 10, has been killed, awarding 300 experience points. The system window notifies again that she has leveled up and gained 2 free attribute points. She becomes excited by the flood of notifications and exclaims in amazement. The system further notifies that after completing all tasks and eliminating all monsters, she can now choose to exit the area at any time. She excitedly tells her master that she has reached level 6.5, which was a massive gain in experience points. Chen states that he has reached level 9. She leaps toward him, hugs him tightly, and thanks him for luring the monsters to her. She tells him that she loves him. The system then notifies that Zai has initiated a video call via private chat. Chen instructs the system to connect the call. As the connection is established, he greets Ziqiang and asks what has happened, noting that the group looks unwell. Ziqiang urgently replies that they need his help. A goblin who claims to be the god of trading has appeared in the settlement. Chen immediately thinks of the god of trading, Lido. He asks how Lido has ended up in their settlement. Ziqiang, shocked, asks if he actually knows him. Outside Wuchang City, in the mountainous region and hidden villages, Chen remains on a video call with Ziqiang. She states that she will keep it brief. After staying in the settlement for a day, Lido approached her. He is willing to offer an A-class Silver City building order as an investment. However, the condition is that once the city is established, the prime location must be reserved for the Goblin Merchant Guild. He has also proposed a lifetime tax exemption for the guild. Chen responds that high-level city building orders are extremely rare. City-states recognized by the will of the universe come with numerous functional advantages. This investment brings only benefits with no visible drawbacks. She agrees and says she feels the same, but there remains one issue. The city building order cannot be stored for later use. It must be activated immediately. Chen acknowledges that the monster siege triggered by an A-class city building order is indeed too overwhelming for their current settlement to endure. However, he assures her not to worry, he will return within a day. She asks whether he wants her to delay for a day or go ahead and accept the investment now. Chen replies that the investment is Lido's offer to her, and he has already accepted other investments himself. Besides, she can offer Lido some more compliments, and she is free to mention him as well. She responds with an affirmative nod and assures him not to worry. Chen opens his inventory and calls Meng over. She replies that she is coming and walks toward him. He tells her that all the equipment before her is designed to enhance physical fitness. She should pick whatever she can use and raise her physical stats as much as possible. She agrees but asks what this is all about. He explains that there is an urgent situation in the settlement, and if he travels at full speed, she will not be able to keep up. She acknowledges his concern and proceeds to select a fur coat, putting it on. She reports that she is now fully geared up. Her physical fitness has surpassed 30, and her defense has also improved significantly. He confirms that this will be sufficient. Meanwhile, Ziqiang and Shuang enter a room where Ziqiang apologizes for the delay and informs Lido that they have decided to accept his investment. They are all seated in the Dongshan settlement, within the villa district, inside the reception room of Ziqiang's villa. Lido remarks that this young lady is quite competent and decisive. It is no surprise that she managed to establish such a large settlement at the onset of the apocalypse. Even more impressive is her ability to maintain order among thousands of evolvers. She expresses gratitude for his praise and humbly states that her management and operational abilities are probably not even 1/10,000th of his, as the god of trading. To be chosen and invested in by him is an honor for the entire settlement. He responds that she is such a modest young woman, and he is becoming increasingly confident that she can turn this place into the finest city-state for evolvers. He reminds her to take good care of their Goblin Merchant Guild when the time comes. She sits across from him and assures him that she will. In truth, there is someone within their settlement's management who has admired him for a long time. When he learned that the Goblin Merchant Guild would be established in their city, he immediately abandoned his exploration outside and is now rushing back at full speed. He asks who it is, surprised. Very few evolvers are even aware of his connection with the Goblin Merchant Guild. She replies that he should recognize him. His name is Bai, and he has also received investment from him. Lido looks at the screen and says it is that kid. No, in that case, this investment alone is not enough. She asks if the investment won't go through. He laughs and says he hadn't realized that the kid is also part of the settlement's management. With him involved, it would be better to use this instead. She curiously asks what the Golden City Building Order is. He confirms that she is right. It is an S-Class Golden City Building Order. The task tied to the A-Class order should pose no significant challenge for that kid. Lido remarks that if he can make it back in time, they might even have a real chance. He could potentially take down the monster required for the S-Class order. The system window notifies that Lido has sent a mission investment for an S-Class Golden City Building Order. A system window appears in front of her, leaving her visibly shocked. She reads the notification, confirming that the investment is indeed for an S-Class Golden City Building Order. The mission description states that after a one-day preparation period, all surrounding monsters will be strengthened and launch a relentless assault on the location of the city building order. To complete the mission, they must withstand the siege for 5 days. The mission reward includes the transformation of the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the city building order's location into a city recognized by the will of the universe. Additionally, a golden grade city building reward will be granted. The system prompts her to confirm whether she will accept the mission. She remarks that the scale is far greater than that of the A-class order. He responds that, naturally, the danger is also much greater. He asks for her thoughts. Does she still have the courage to accept the investment? She replies without hesitation. Of course, if Bai is involved, there is nothing she wouldn't dare to face. The scene shifts to one day later, at Dongshan Settlement, in the Villa District, on a grand terrace where Ziqiang stands. Chen arrives, carrying Meng in his arms. Chen says he took longer to return than expected. The monsters have already begun to gather, and he had to clear part of the road on his way back. Ziqiang responds that it is fine, she is just glad he has made it back. Chen tells her he will take Meng to the bedroom and asks for a quick update on the current situation. Ziqiang nods and explains that they have less than 20 minutes before the siege begins. They have established 3 defensive lines based on the terrain. The area facing Zhongcheng is their primary defense zone, where they have already implemented several defensive measures. The scene shifts to Dongshan Settlement, Villa District, inside the bedroom, where Ziqiang follows Chen inside. She explains that this is all they have been able to prepare for now. Chen places Meng gently on the bed, covers her with a blanket, and praises her for doing well. Ziqiang hands him a bag and informs him that over the past few days, they have been grinding the sewer dungeon and have finally completed the plague set. Chen thanks her and states that choosing her was one of the best decisions he has ever made. She replies that being chosen by him is also the luckiest thing that has ever happened to her. She admits honestly that she feels a bit nervous, but seeing that he still had the time to carry a girl back with him makes her feel more at ease. Chen clarifies that the girl he brought is not just anyone. She is his disciple, and her talent is no weaker than his own. He instructs her to call Ji over to take care of Meng, and to notify him the moment she wakes up. She is the key to defending the settlement, so she must not be neglected. Ziqiang affirms that she understands. Chen says it is time to face the monsters attacking the city. He takes the bag and walks out. The scene shifts to Dongshan Settlement, at the foot of the mountain near the city walls, where several monsters are already roaming. Chen spots them and remarks that this is what the siege of an S-class city building order looks like. He recalls that in his previous life, when he established Beatty City, it was only a B-class order. The number of monsters now is limitless. As he surveys the massive horde, he notes that the difference between the two is like night and day. A timer displays the remaining time before the monster siege begins. Chen stands at the foot of the mountain near the city walls, while Ziqiang sits beside a young girl. She addresses the people of Dongshan Settlement, announcing that they are about to face 5 days and nights of relentless monster attacks, but they must not worry. The little girl echoes her words, repeating to the people of Dongshan Settlement that although they are about to endure 5 days and nights of monster assaults, they should remain confident. They possess the strongest walls in the world, the most complete supply of resources, and the most dependable support system. She declares that they have hundreds of team members with B-level talents, nearly 10 individuals with A-level or S-level talents, and even 2 of the rarest and most powerful SSS-level talents. Chen silently recalls that Meng is still sleeping. The little girl concludes by stating that they have no reason to fear failure, because in 5 days, they will own the largest and most exceptional territory in the world. All those defending the city are currently enjoying all the conveniences offered by various facilities at discounted prices. Ziqiang announces that only 1 minute remains and asks whether he is ready to start reaping money and experience. The little girl repeats the message, reminding everyone that 1 minute is left and asking if he is ready to begin earning money and experience. Everyone responds with excitement and begins cheering enthusiastically. Chen remarks that it is well said and highly motivating. Ziqiang expresses gratitude to him and the girl he brought back, stating that she now feels very confident. Chen notes that the little girl's sound transmission ability is quite effective and instructs someone to send her to a safe location. He then inquires about the progress of the live broadcast preparations. Luli reports that, according to his instructions, she has selected the most advanced controllable broadcasting camera provided by the will of the universe. Chen turns to face the approaching zombies and monsters, confirming that everything is in order and instructing her to begin the broadcast. She affirms his command. With 1 minute remaining before the monster siege begins, the Evolution Forum activates. The system issues a notification announcing the S-rank Golden City Building Order live stream from Zhongcheng City. Some members begin commenting after seeing the zombies, expressing shock at the overwhelming number approaching. Chen states that the battle is about to begin and activates his evolution devour skill tentacles. He begins the countdown and thinks it is time to face the monsters attacking the city. The monsters' turns become longer as the system window notifies that the monsters have been strengthened. The siege officially begins. Shuang observes that the monsters grow stronger as the siege starts and regrets not having started eliminating some of the weakened zombies earlier. Chen responds that he already knew the monsters would be strengthened. Ziqiang remarks that strengthened monsters provide more experience points and coins. Chen ascends into the air to attack the zombies and notes that the zombies' attributes have been tripled, but the rewards in coins and experience are also tripled. Chen uses the plague infection skill to attack a zombie. The system window notifies that the plague has been set at 5 out of 5, and all attributes are increased by 15, and a resistance weakening debuff is applied to all in contact. The system further notifies of the details of the skill plague infection, stating that its cooldown period is 5 hours. Chen continues his assault on the monsters. The system notifies again that an enemy has been infected with a rapidly spreading plague, causing continuous corrosive damage and a weakening of attributes. Chen unleashes a virus-based attack on the zombies and considers the effectiveness of the skill. Though the damage output is not high, its powerful infectious spread and attribute weakening effect could significantly ease the city's defense. Some zombies begin retreating again when Chen notices them. He questions where the mental fluctuation is coming from, observing that the infected zombies are gathering while the others maintain a distance. He thinks there must be a lord controlling this zombie horde. That explains why the zombies are not trampling over one another. They are advancing in a coordinated manner. He launches another attack on the zombies and reasons that if the lord is found and eliminated, the remaining zombies will become easier to manage. However, the lord's location remains unknown, and finding them would take considerable time. If he begins the search now, he will miss the opportunity to eliminate a large number of monsters at the front line. A monster attempts to attack him from behind, but he quickly counters using Amethyst Spike. Chen considers that if the zombie lord initiates a full-scale assault, casualties among the city's defenders will be inevitable. Yet, if he misses this chance to locate and kill the lord, then once zombies from other directions begin threatening the settlement and the defenders become scattered, it will become even more difficult for him to leave. He concludes that resolving the current situation perfectly will require Meng's assistance. As zombies close in, he conjures a shield to block their attacks and thinks that Meng must wake up soon. Slowly, she opens her eyes and begins to rise. Ji sees her and notes that she is awake. Meng, still disoriented, asks who she is, and where her master is. Ji sends a message reporting that Meng is awake and that she is currently explaining the situation to her. Meng texts Chen, apologizing. She explains that he advanced at full speed, and she was unable to withstand the wind pressure. She passed out from exhaustion. She informs him that she has already been briefed by Ji about the current situation, and will now enter the dream to assist in killing the monsters. Chen replies that there is no rush. He tells her he will describe a specific type of zombie, and she should quickly use her dream ability to locate it. He describes the creature, a human-sized body with shoulders protruding like armor plates, a massive head enclosed in a fine mesh like exoskeleton, and tentacles extending downward from its shoulders. Its mental power is notably strong. Meng responds that she is entering the dream now and instructs Ji not to let anyone approach her, expressing her thanks. Then she asks in disbelief whether she has fallen asleep again, surprised at how quickly she manages to fall unconscious. The scene shifts to the dream space, where Meng stands on the city wall of the Dongshan settlement at the foot of the mountain. She looks around and remarks in awe at the number of zombies present. Using Dreamweaver, she begins hurling rocks at the zombies and thinks that the dream space truly is remarkable. She refocuses, reminding herself that it is time to locate the zombie her master described. Unfolding her fairy wings, she affirms that the task assigned by her master must not be delayed. Meanwhile, on the first day of the defense, as evening falls, Chen climbs back onto the wall and addresses Ziqiang, asking for a report on casualties and damage to the city walls. Ziqiang responds, handing him a bottle of water, and reports that, thanks to him, no lives have been lost. The only danger occurred during the thinning out beneath the walls, but even then, only a few injuries were sustained. As he takes the bottle and begins drinking, She adds that the damage to the walls has also been minimal. She believes he can rest assured and allow others to continue guarding. Chen refuses, stating that the situation remains far from optimistic. Surprised, she asks what a lord rank is and expresses disbelief that such a zombie still exists out there. Chen replies that only enhanced versions of ordinary zombies have appeared today, and the number of special zombies encountered could be counted on one hand. Chen states that he has a strong feeling that the Lord is currently accumulating strength and preparing to strike. Ji arrives and calls out to Chen. Meng runs toward him, calling him master. Ji tells her to slow down, while Chen affectionately refers to her as Dreamy. Zikyong glances at Ji. Chen instructs her to tell Luli to stop the live stream in this area. Zikyong replies with an acknowledgement and informs him that Luli has already removed all the live broadcast camera drones from the vicinity. Chen responds that it is good. Dreamy's ability is extremely unique and must never be revealed to outsiders. She agrees. Meng approaches Chen, breathing heavily. He tries to calm her and asks why she appears so anxious. Has she located the zombie lord? She shakes her head. Although she has sensed several energy fluctuations, each has been brief. She has only been able to confirm the general direction. She adds that she lacks any skill for locking on or tracking targets and apologizes. Chen tells her not to apologize constantly. He knows she has done her best to locate it. Meng replies that she didn't return empty-handed and asks Ji for the map. Ji confirms and hands it to her. Meng explains that although she hasn't found the Lord, she has discovered several suspicious special zombie gathering points. Each site contains hundreds of special zombies. Pointing to a location on the map, she highlights an area near the Zhongcheng Farmers Market and states that around 200 or 300 red-eyed, 2-meter-tall, obese zombies are gathered there. Donggang Square becomes filled with strange zombies, creatures with no arms or jaws, while a dense swarm of fast-moving zombies crawls around the Riverside TV tower. The shopping streets of Ronghua stretch end-to-end with powerful zombies bearing massive arms. Chen observes the situation and identifies the types: the giant fatty, the tank, the predator, and the whistler, all classified as Stage 2 evolved zombies. Zikyong confirms his assessment, stating that he was right. They truly intend to accomplish their goal in one decisive strike. She inquires about the strength of the Stage 2 evolved zombies he mentioned. Chen explains that, based on Dreamy's description, Stage 2 evolved zombies possess strength equivalent to at least level 10. He fears they have already gathered in herds numbering in the thousands. He continues that if their target were only him, there might still be a chance for victory. However, under the Lord's command, these zombies will not engage him directly. Instead, they will attempt to break into the city and massacre its inhabitants. It will become a race to see who can kill faster. He estimates that barely more than 10% of the defenders will survive. Zikyong asserts that this lord must be eliminated beforehand. She offers to investigate immediately whether any evolvers in the city possess talents suited for monster detection and tracking energy fluctuations. Chen reassures her not to worry. He believes he already has a suitable candidate in mind. He begins a conversation with Han Zio, asking whether he possesses the ability to track the source of energy fluctuations. He replies with a laugh, saying he is only joking. His talent lies in mental control, which naturally makes him highly sensitive to energy fluctuations. Chen acknowledges this and asks him to do him a favor. He asks if the task is related to the Lord mentioned in the live broadcast. Chen confirms and tells him he will first explain the situation and the plan in detail. On the morning of the second day of defending the city, in the dream space at the Dongchen Settlement's villa area, Zio arrives and remarks that this is Brother Bai's settlement. The live broadcast had only shown the city wall, so he hadn't expected such an expansive villa district. He approaches Chen and, with a playful wink, asks if he can move here and get a villa of his own. Chen replies that, of course, he can. There are plenty of vacant villas at the top of the mountain, and he may choose whichever one he likes. Zio responds that Brother Bai is too generous and promises to give his best effort today. He declares that he is ready and asks if they will be setting off now. Meng turns to Chen and asks which special zombie they should target first. Chen instructs them to head to the Riverside TV tower. The scene shifts to the east side of Zhongcheng City, near the Riverside TV tower, where zombies can be seen climbing the structure. Chen spots them and states that the Whistlers are the only zombies capable of bypassing the city walls. They are also the species that poses the greatest threat to human settlements. Chen states that the Lord will definitely not allow them to eliminate the Whistlers easily. It all depends on his performance now. Zio responds confidently, telling him to leave it to him. Chen calls Meng over, and she follows him without hesitation. Together, they leap down from the city wall. Zio watches them and considers whether he should also learn to fly using his psychic abilities. Meng activates her screech skill. She laughs, declaring herself the strongest within the dream space. As she glances at the zombies, she notes how quickly everything is happening and thinks it is already over. She launches an attack on the zombies, realizing she does not have enough time to dodge their counterattacks. Chen moves toward Meng and instructs her not to move. She looks at him in shock. He activates Hellfire Engulfment to attack the zombies. The system window notifies Hellfire Engulfment Level A. The user is surrounded by Hellfire, which continuously depletes mental energy and inflicts both physical and mental burns on any enemies it touches. Chen follows up by unleashing a spike attack to impale nearby zombies. He then delivers a powerful punch to another zombie, while Meng uses her own skills to knock several of them unconscious. Chen seizes a zombie by the head and announces that it is the last one. He activates Evolution Devour, capturing the zombie with his tentacles. The system window notifies that the elite mutant devoured a stage 3 speed-type hunting zombie. Gain 200 virus points, 50 exclusive black light virus evolution points. Multiple devour adjustment applied -60%. Meng comments that this makes 297. It is only the second day of the siege, and already so many elite evolved zombies have gathered. Chen confirms, stating that speed-type zombies converge quickly. Most likely, these are all the zombies from Zhongcheng City and nearby towns that could make it in time. He adds that more will certainly arrive later, but by then, the Lord should already be dead. Without the Lord's coordination, their scattered attacks will no longer pose a significant threat. Meng asks whether they should proceed to clear out another gathering point. Chen senses something and glances behind him. He catches a dagger mid-air and remarks that it seems there is no need to keep searching. He unfolds a note and reads its contents, which state that the heart has been found. He explains that it is a message from Zio. He has already pinpointed the Lord's location. The scene shifts to the dream space, northeast of the settlement in Zhong City's mountainous region. During the day, Zio points ahead and reports that the source of the mental energy fluctuations is located in the mountain pass just ahead. Chen observes that the true position is actually behind them, indicating that the Lord is not lacking in intelligence. Zio responds that they should head straight for the boss. He can't wait any longer. Chen says he needs to return to the real world to fight the Lord. Zio asks why. Chen replies that it is for the live broadcast. This Lord is the perfect stepping stone to gain fame. Chen acknowledges Zio's help and tells him that if any loot drops that suits him, it will be reserved for him. Zio thanks him. Chen instructs Meng to take Zio and go eliminate some stage 2 elite zombies while he returns. Meng asks which type. Chen responds that they should focus on screamers. These zombies have undergone mental evolution, and both of them can suppress such enemies. Although the screamers lack melee capabilities, they can emit sonic screams that pose a significant threat, even to enhanced zombies. Meng acknowledges the command, stating her understanding, while Zio confidently declares they will complete the mission. Both of them head back. Afterward, Chen advances and notes to himself that the target is close. Although he lacks precise detection abilities, he can still sense the aura of a high-level evolved virus. 2 hunters suddenly appear and launch an attack against him. As he identifies them, he realizes they are not ordinary zombies but speed-evolved hunters, an even more advanced variant. He suspects they serve as the Lord's personal bodyguards. These zombies specialize in hit-and-run tactics and move almost as fast as he does. One hunter attacks, and Chen blocks the strike while formulating a plan. He concludes that he must feign weakness and deliberately expose a flaw to lure them into committing to a direct assault. If they become spooked, they will retreat into hit-and-run tactics, dragging the battle out. If the Lord escapes during that time, the consequences could be disastrous. Sensing another hunter approaching from behind, he braces for impact. Chen strikes first, grabbing the hunter by the legs. As the hunter screams, Chen activates Crackling and decapitates him with a clean cut. He immediately triggers Evolution Devour to absorb the zombie. The system window notifies Elite Mutant Devoured, Stage 4 Speed-type hunting zombie. All black light virus abilities have been enhanced. Another notification appears, gained 1000 virus points and 750 exclusive black light virus evolution points. Chen activates writhing to absorb the remaining hunters. The system notifies elite mutant devoured and gained 900 virus points. Multiple devours yield an adjustment minus 10%. Chen transforms his arms into long blades and comments on the new form. The system window confirms black light virus has gained a new form, blade form. Suddenly, he senses a powerful surge of mental energy. He questions whether it is a mental shock and notes its intensity. He remarks that he expected the Lord to take the opportunity to escape earlier, unless the Lord actually believes he can defeat him. Chen spots a zombie perched in a tree and charges toward it, stating that such confidence is gravely misplaced. He launches an attack and thinks the boss seems rather weak. He hallucinates that Ziqiang arrives and embraces Chen, thanking him for killing the Lord. Without leadership, handling the siege has become significantly easier. She then asks the others what they are doing. Ji responds that, of course, they are celebrating Chen's victory. He is their mighty villain. Luli adds that he has proven to be truly reliable. Lingyu also addresses him as master. They all gather to hug him. Chen remarks that they have perfectly targeted his emotional vulnerabilities and preferences. He slashes through all of them in a single sweeping attack. He comments that illusions of this level should not be used against him. It is simply embarrassing. Even though the illusion was strong, it failed to cloud his fundamental judgment. Based on that, he concludes that the opponent's mental energy is still inferior to his own. He calls out to the Lord Zombie. The system window notifies several comments from team members who question whether it is an illusion, tease each other about taking on the boss, and discuss mental evolution. The system then announces to all members to switch to stream room number 3 as the frontal assault is starting. The scene shifts to the settlement wall of Zhongcheng City, where a group of zombies is seen gathering. Among them, a giant zombie, classified as a second-tier physically evolved type, approaches the wall in a rampage. Ziqiang is engaged in combat with other zombies, while the system window issues a warning for everyone to stay alert and immediately eliminate any zombies that are thrown up onto the wall. A guard employs a B-level talent, Throwing Specialist, which enhances his proficiency in throwing weapons by increasing both accuracy and damage. Another guard activates a C-level talent, String-Controlled Arrow, allowing him to slightly adjust the trajectory of an arrow mid-flight. A third guard utilizes a C-level talent, Invisible Resistance, which increases air resistance within a specific zone. Together, they swiftly neutralize the incoming zombies. Despite their efforts, more zombies continue to pour in. Panic spreads as people begin to flee after one person announces that the 4th section of the wall has been breached. Another confirms that zombies are being hurled at the same section. Ziqiang calls out, instructing everyone not to panic and to maintain their positions. She moves forward and attacks, using the amethyst spear to strike the zombies. A bloated monster moves toward the wall and roars as soon as she sees him. She wields the amethyst spear again, slashing the monster. After knocking him out, she calls out for everyone to hold steady, assuring them that Chen will soon eliminate the Lord commanding the horde, and that surviving this wave will bring them victory. While the monsters continue roaring, she receives several comments. People express admiration for her, claiming they want to become her loyal followers, confessing their love for her, and urging each other to check Chen's side to see what is happening. Meanwhile, in Zhong City, northeast of the settlement, in the mountainous region, Chen confronts a tyrant tracker and launches an attack. Spectators observing the stream begin commenting, asking what kind of zombie it is. Another replies that it is a mutated advancement of the strength-type tyrant, known as a tracker. A third one comments in amazement, saying he seems knowledgeable and asks if he has seen one before. A fourth responds that the speaker must be new and explains that Chen is the one who named them. Someone else suggests allowing Chen to explain for the newcomers, noting that Chen only starts taking action after the Lord calls for reinforcements. Chen responds, stating that the arrogant fool will pay for his pride. Another commenter adds that some people simply cannot tolerate others being superior. Chen moves ahead when the heretic suddenly appears. Viewers begin commenting about him, asking whether it is the Will-O-the-Wisp heretic, a being on the same level as the Lord. Another suggests it appears to be a mental mutation and questions whether it is an offensive type. A third observes that the creature keeps attacking Chen and wonders why Chen is completely ignoring it. A fourth responds by calling them an idiot, stating that Chen is clearly focused on taking down the Lord first. A fifth agrees, noting that in chaotic battles like this, a single interference from an illusion could turn the tide. Chen launches an attack while the system announces that this is the Lord's final helper, a strength-type mutated flesh mound. One viewer claims he has seen a larger strength-type mutation and gets accused of bragging. He defends himself, saying that an entire city, Quancheng, had been consumed by a giant sludge-like flesh mound and that he was near Quancheng at the time and saw it from a distance. Chen asks whether they really think this can stop him as he uses Hellfire Incineration to strike the monster. He reaches the boss and asks if he is trying to escape, but it is already too late. Viewers begin commenting again, questioning whether the Lord has been killed. One says he is heading to the front lines, another tells him not to go, and to just report back quickly after checking. At the front, the zombies are in complete disarray, trampling one another. With the Lord dead, they are blindly charging forward. Even the fat ones are no longer able to throw zombies. It now becomes clear that this Lord truly was a significant threat. The boss attempts to strike Chen, but Chen evades the attack in time and immediately counterattacks. He demands to know who gave the boss permission to consume his belongings. Viewers begin commenting, questioning why Chen, who is known for absorbing monsters, has not absorbed these ones. Another speculates that it might be inconvenient to do so during battle. A third points out that during the earlier corpse tide, he absorbed them with ease. A fourth responds by asking if those weaklings can even be compared to the current enemies. The boss transforms and launches another assault. Chen dodges again and remarks that the power feels slightly weaker than before, indicating that the weakening effect of the infectious plague is still effective. Chen advances to strike, noting that the boss's resistance to the heretic soul, Will-O-the-Wisp, is decent and that he intends to borrow it. Chen continues to engage both the tyrant and the heretic simultaneously. After slashing through them, he declares the task complete. Chen surveys the area, surrounded by the corpses of zombies and monsters. He remarks that his luck is not bad. He truly hadn't expected the materials he had been thinking about for so long to be gathered so conveniently. The system window displays a notification, Biochemical Disaster Class C Production Blueprint. The required materials are listed as Zombie Claw, Flesh Mound's Muscle, Tyrant's Bone, Heretic's Heart, and the Lord's Brain. He notes that all of them are high-quality materials, even superior to what the blueprint demands. It feels to him like something exceptional can be crafted. The system then provides details on the zombie claw it grants, plus 10 agility and plus 8 strength. Hitting an enemy boosts recovery ability. An additional active skill, Ghost Claw, is unlocked with plus 10 agility and plus 20% attack speed. Equipment requirements state that agility must be below 25. While the evolver level remains unknown. Chen collects all the materials, prompting viewers to comment again. One question is whether this is even something a person can comprehend. Another expresses disbelief that equipment can be crafted from zombie parts. It's unimaginable. A third refers to Chen as the White Emperor and requests to see the attributes of the crafted items. A fourth scoffs, saying it's a dream. There's no way the attributes will be revealed to someone like him. Chen asks what Class C means. The system responds Biochemical Disaster Special Weapon, Gauntlet Type, Class C, and all attributes plus 35. They all begin commenting again as he checks the attributes, engaging in discussion about Class C gear and the use of zombie materials. The system window notifies of the effects of the high-tier Lord's Brain active. It grants the permanent ability to control up to 3 creatures with lower mental power than his own. It then reveals the properties of the mutated Tyrant Tracker's Bone, which increases the user's agility and strength by 30%, boosts attack speed by 50%, and gradually reduces the bonus over time. Its duration is 50 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Next, the system details the mutated strength-type Flesh Mound's Muscle active. Upon killing an enemy, it triggers a recovery state that restores special energy, mental power, health, and stamina. For every enemy killed, all basic attributes, except mental power, increase by 1, with no stacking limit. The effect lasts 20 minutes. The system proceeds to display the phosphorescent Heretic's Heart active, which releases a mental magnetic field for both offense and defense, capable of blocking mental attacks while exerting mental suppression. Finally, the system notifies that the equipment triggers a rare forging effect, granting a special ability, Disaster Evolution. After killing 1 lakh biochemical mutants and 100 high-tier mutated enemies, while equipped with biochemical disaster, the equipment will evolve into a growth-type soul weapon. Chen acknowledges that it is a growth-type soul weapon. Although these creatures have been stripped of key components to be used as crafting materials, they still possess a high absorption value. He wonders whether he can push the Blacklight virus to evolve further as he attempts to absorb them all. The system window notifies Devoured Special Mutant, Stage 4 Strength Speed Tyrant Tracker, 1200 virus points gained. Devoured Special Elite Mutant, Stage 4 Mental Type Lord, 1500 virus points gained. Devoured Special Mutant, Stage 4 Strength Type Phosphorescent Heretic, 1300 virus points gained. The Blacklight virus acquires a new form, Whip in Hand. New abilities are unlocked, Heat Tracking and Virus Tracking. In Hammer form, a new ability is also unlocked, Earth-Shattering Smash. The Blacklight virus base awakening progress reaches 30%, and the advanced skill tree is unlocked. Chen looks at the tentacle coiled around his arm, recognizing it as a new form. He commands the system to open the Blacklight virus awakening and skill panels. As he reviews all available skills, he begins allocating points to them. He decides to invest all the Blacklight virus evolution points. Once finished, he affirms that the treasure is now capable of evolving into a growth-type soul weapon, equipped with a wide range of new abilities. He can hardly wait to test it. The system window notifies the activation of Aerial Dash, which consumes stamina to dash or change direction mid-air. Stamina consumption increases with consecutive uses. The scene shifts to a villa room in the Zhongchang city settlement, where Luli is managing multiple screens. She informs Ziqiang that Chen has completed his task and is now heading toward the city walls. She adjusts all the Cosmic Will Live cameras to focus on the front line. Inside one of the tents behind the walls, where Ziqiang is receiving treatment, she responds to Luli's update with acknowledgement. Turning to Suxin, she remarks that Suxin has worked hard and hasn't rested since the siege began, urging her to take a break once this wave of attacks ends. Suxin replies that she can still manage. There were many wounded in the last major assault, and she cannot bring herself to abandon them. Ziqiang insists that she must rest, reminding her that she is not the only one with healing abilities. If she collapses, Chen will be upset once he regains consciousness. She adds that if Suxin's recovery talent is missing during the post-siege celebration, the other sisters will struggle. Suxin responds with excitement, asking what celebration she means. Just then, Lingai arrives and informs Ziqiang that the situation is not looking good. Although the Lord is dead and the main command structure has lost effectiveness, the distant zombies have stopped charging the walls at full speed. The zombies within a kilometer of the walls have locked onto the settlement with intense hatred and continue attacking relentlessly. She presents a document and points out that the worst part is, even though the high-tier mutated zombies gathered by the Lord have lost central command, they remain grouped together. According to Shihu's full observation, 3 sections of the walls are on the verge of being breached. The most critical area is the tank group assembling between sections 6 and 8 on the west wall, where their firepower is insufficient to hold them back. The scene shifts to a lookout point within the Zhongcheng city settlement walls, where Shihu receives a video call from Ziqiang. Ziqiang asks about her status. Shihu reports that, based on her analysis, the wall at section 6 on the west side can only hold for another 3 minutes and requires immediate support. The flesh wall is being devoured at a rate faster than it can regenerate and will not withstand the assault for much longer. She activates her class ability, All-Seeing Eye, and as a result, her eyes begin to bleed. The system notifies that this skill can zoom in, mark, and lock onto any target within the visual field, consuming mental power to rapidly consolidate all collected information. Lingai explains that since the main assault began, Shihu has continuously used her ability to monitor the entire battlefield, providing vital tactical adjustments. Now, her condition appears visibly worse. Ziqiang reflects that Ji truly has a sharp eye when it comes to choosing both close friends and men. She declares that she is heading to the front line to provide support and instructs someone to pull Shihu back for rest. Lingai acknowledges the order. The scene shifts to the walls of the Zhongcheng city settlement, where Ji announces to Sister Shuang that she has brought reinforcements, drawing her dagger in the process. Shuang urges her not to approach, warning that the enemies are too fast and she cannot provide support. She calls out to Shuang again, who is already locked in combat with the zombies. then rallies the others to charge with her. Chen intervenes, warning Shuang not to charge ahead, stating that doing so will only worsen the situation. He appears behind her, and when she turns to see him, she calls out his name. Chen steps forward and attacks the zombies, instructing her to take the others and spread the word that the Lord has been killed. He tells her to leave the rest to him. Ji sees him and exclaims that the Lord is dead and Emperor Bai has returned. Chen uses earth-shattering smash to strike the ground, killing the surrounding zombies in a devastating blow. Ji declares that victory is now certain. Chen switches to whip in hand form and continues attacking. Ji encourages everyone to fight with all their strength. The others begin shouting that the Lord is dead, and another voice rises above the rest, proclaiming that Emperor Chen has returned. Chen activates virus tracking and heat tracking skills to launch precise attacks as Ji declares that victory is assured. He follows up with advanced charging spikes, stabbing through the zombies with force. Ziqiang arrives on the scene and unleashes her amethyst cone to strike down enemies, while Meng also joins the assault, using her abilities to attack. The scene shifts to 4 days later. Chen and Ziqiang stand amidst the wreckage and scattered corpses, surveying the aftermath. Chen reflects that this siege has cost them far more than he expected. She agrees, noting that the walls are nearly destroyed, and that the battle had continued for 5 relentless days. They had overestimated everyone's stamina and underestimated the intensity of the fight. Without him and Meng, she says, they would not have been able to hold the line. Lido arrives and remarks that they all should be in higher spirits. Despite the brutal appearance of the battlefield, the actual number of casualties is shockingly low. He congratulates them, declaring that the mission has been perfectly completed. Now, it is time to begin building their city-state. After all, this is the first city-state established following the descent of the trial. The system window notifies that the Cosmic Will investment task, is level Golden City Construction Order, has been completed, and the task rewards have been distributed. The scene shifts to the ruins outside the settlement walls of Zhongcheng City, where Ziqiang asks whether the city has already been successfully built and if there is nothing more to be done. Lido replies that, of course, that is not the case. Chen suggests they go to the location where she used the city building order. At the foot of the eastern mountain near the Zhongcheng City settlement, a glowing circle emerges at the center of the ground. Onlookers react with shock. One person asks what it is. Another responds that he doesn't know. It appeared suddenly. A figure standing nearby warns everyone to remain cautious. The system window then notifies that this is the city heart, accessible only to evolvers of purple rank and authorized individuals. Once activated, a city-state can be officially established. A person reaches out to touch the orb and exclaims that it is the city heart, and that it rightfully belongs to Lord Ziqiang. Another announces the arrival of Emperor Bai and Queen Song. Chen asks if she really used it at this location. Ziqiang responds that she did. Before using it, she had consulted a professional for urban planning. This location, she explains, is highly suitable. It includes both mountainous terrain and a plain enclosed by mountains, ideal for placing key structures and accessing strategic resources. Zhongcheng City also contains a vast plain, along with a waterway that runs through the settlement, supporting transportation and logistics. Chen comments that, as expected of her, her planning is meticulous. He tells her to proceed with the establishment of their city-state. Ziqiang stops him and says she has something to ask Lido. She apologizes and respectfully addresses him, explaining that although this city is the result of his investment in her, she wishes for Bai to become the city lord. Lido responds that she does not need to seek his permission. The city heart already belongs to her. She only needs to fulfill her promise to establish the Goblin Merchant Association in the Central District. Ziqiang turns to Chen and tells him to proceed. She has already granted him full authorization. Chen steps forward and uses his power to touch the city heart. The system window notifies Cosmic Will prompt. Authorization confirmed. Does he wish to activate the city heart? Chen confirms. The system then prompts again, please name city-state number 5001. He reflects that it is time to revisit old hatreds and declares the name Beatty City. The system responds, Cosmic Will prompt naming successful. City-State Management Panel unlocked. It continues that City Heart Grade S. The holder of the City Heart is designated as the City Lord. Experience gain and item drop rate increased by 20%. Within the boundaries of Beatty City, all attributes are increased by 100, toggle enabled. Hostile units within Beatty City will have all attributes reduced by 50%. The system notifies Cosmic will prompt. He has been granted the highest level management authority by the City Lord of Beatty City, with an 80% attribute increase within the city's boundaries. Zikyong also notices these notifications. The system continues that Global Evolver Announcement Evolver Bai has established the city-state Beatty City, registered as city-state number 5001, and has earned 10 prestige points. An excited voice exclaims that this means 3 free attribute points. Another comment was that if he had known, he would have worked harder to kill a few more enemies. Someone else cheers, declaring long live Emperor Bai and long live the Queen. The system then notifies, the city defense task he participated in has been completed. 100% experience reward has been granted based on his current level. He has also received 3 free attribute points, calculated from his contribution. Leto laughs and says this is excellent. Zikyong turns to Leto and asks if he has any happy news to share. He responds that Bai has become the city lord, while Zai now holds the highest level of management authority and trust. To him, this outcome is ideal. He concludes that the transaction has been perfect, and everyone has received exactly what they wanted. With this, the investment has come to an end, and he is thoroughly satisfied with the result. He knows he must continue his journey and complete his investment tasks as soon as possible. Chen acknowledges that he understands how difficult the tasks Leto assigned truly are. Leto laughs and responds that he trusts him, calling him a capable little one. Chen hands 2 scrolls to Zikyong and tells her that these are newly acquired rewards from the Golden Level City construction task. He reminds her that she has already done some preliminary planning and asks her to arrange these in a suitable location. The system window notifies her about the Galactic Level Supercomputer Core, a technological marvel representing the highest level of advancement in the universe. It is capable of designing mechanical blueprints usable in trials and possesses immense growth potential. The full OS contains only basic function, however, if operated correctly, its full capabilities would surpass anything she can currently imagine. As she examines the scrolls, the system continues with another notification: Integrated Fully Automatic Production Line, a facility that works in tandem with the supercomputer core to enable complete automation. It requires only raw material input to complete the entire production process. The system repeats the same notification, confirming its capabilities. Chen explains that the vehicles, firearms, and other equipment produced through this system can be used in the trials. With these items, the settlement's development will be significantly ahead of others. Zikyong says times have changed. Firearms are now different. The ones produced by this automated line are no longer the same as the pre-apocalypse models. These weapons now carry attributes. They need to abandon outdated concepts from before the apocalypse. She observes that the current city-state management system still appears empty, but once exclusive city-state building blueprints accumulate, she will find herself overwhelmed with options. She explains that, for instance, the S-level building biological backup center is capable of cloning her body, essentially granting her a second life. The S-level anti-gravity base can enable them to construct a sky city. These blueprints are exclusive to S-level city-states. She adds that she is confident their city-state will undoubtedly grow into the strongest in the future. Meng arrives and greets Chen as master. She shares that she had a wonderful time in the dream world and has unlocked 3 new skills. She asks him to take a look. The system window notifies that Meng has shared her skill descriptions with him. Another notification follows Dream Totem Enhancement White Noise. The Dream Totem can emit a variety of sounds that lure targets into dreams. Another system notification appears that Dream Totem Enhancement Drowsiness Surge. The hypnotic power of the Dream Totem has been significantly enhanced and now includes a mental suggestion feature that induces relaxation and distraction. Chen sees all the system windows and says these are good choices. Now, the Dream Totem can lure people into dreams without needing supervision, and with Drowsiness Surge, it becomes effective even in real-world combat. Meng says this is the combination he once mentioned after reviewing her skill tree. She asks him to look at the third one. This newly unlocked skill tree is something she chose on her own. She reveals another skill, an enhancement of dream entry and awakening abilities. The dream visitor can now choose to return to reality from any active dream totem, and also send others who enter dreams back to reality through any effective totem. Chen asks if this functions as a teleportation ability. She excitedly confirms, saying that if she pulls Xiao into a dream right now, she can teleport to his location using the dream totem he is linked with. Alternatively, she can choose not to go herself and instead send Master directly to him. Chen says, in terms of skill selection, she could already be considered a graduate. Meng replies that in other aspects, she still has a long way to go before graduating, and she asks if Master has time. She wants to study the effects of her new skills. Chen agrees and tells her to wait at the training ground halfway up the mountain. He will join her shortly. He says Ziqiang must gather some of their people with varying levels of mental strength to test Meng's new skills in actual combat. Ziqiang responds that there is no problem. She will have them assembled at the training ground halfway up the mountain once she finds them. Then she reminds him not to train too late. Everyone is prepared, and tonight, the city lord must be rewarded properly. She hugs Chen. He replies he understands. She mentions she heard Ji is preparing a surprise gift for him. The scene shifts to the Zhongcheng city settlement, at Ziqiang's villa, where Ji looks at Shihu, who stands before her wearing lingerie. Ji nods in approval and says it looks good, that's the one. She then turns to her sisters and asks if they are confident in subduing Chen in tonight's battle. All the other girls reply with certainty that they are confident, but they caution Ji not to repeat what happened last time. One of the girls points out that she passed out before they even got far. Ji loudly declares that it will absolutely not happen again. She has already invested all her free attribute points into physique. Chen arrives in the bedroom with Ziqiang and asks why Meng is looking for her. Ziqiang replies that Meng asked if there is a dungeon nearby because she wants to gain some experience points. He tells her to ask Meng to come see him after she finishes the dungeon. He has something to discuss with her. Ziqiang leans on his shoulder and says alright, she has already passed on the message. By the way, everyone actually hopes he can provide some guidance on combat techniques and skill selection. Ji arrives and agrees. Chen says her C-class talent skill tree is so straightforward it barely even has any branches. What guidance does she need? She replies she simply wants it. He says fine, she should send him screenshots of all her skill trees. All the other girls enter the room and approach Chen. Chen examines Ji's skill tree and comments that it includes the S-level Amethyst Eye, with 3 evolution paths, which is quite a lot. Ji asks what he thinks. She believes the Amethyst evolution direction is very useful. He replies that although it is useful, she is a queen, not a warrior. Her leveling priority should focus primarily on upgrading the Amethyst evolution, and secondarily on mental fortification. Abilities like Amethyst Gaze with boundless depth and Noble Eye allow her to read opponents and include control effects. These are far more suited to her role. She says Amethyst Gaze allows her to see through attributes, and if the mental power gap is significant enough, she can even read minds through boundless depth. Ziqiang adds that if someone makes eye contact with her, they will enter a dazed state and even lose their sense of direction. Chen calls Shihu and says it's time to review her level skill overview. She looks at him with excitement and says alright, she currently has only 2 skill trees. Chen tells her that having fewer skill trees does not matter. First, she should unlock Threat Vision, which highlights targets within view that pose a threat. Then unlock See What He Sees, which allows her to share her highlighted vision with teammates. In the future, she will become an indispensable God-level support. She responds with determination, saying she will work on unlocking those 2 skills quickly. He encourages her, saying go for it. Her base skill capabilities are already quite impressive. Chen then calls Luli and brings up her B-level illusory image skill, saying it actually includes a skill that can create miracles. She looks surprised and asks why he brings up her skills. She has carefully reviewed them and believes none of them have any offensive capabilities. Chen tells her to look at this, perceive illusion as reality. This skill has a strange effect. If the enemy fails to see through the illusion becomes real to them. He opens her skill window as he explains. He asks if she understands that if the enemy believes the illusion of the nuclear bomb is real, then they will genuinely be affected as if struck by it. That is why this skill lacks any specific damage description, because its possibilities are limitless. Ziqiang says her ability is insane and questions if this is truly a B-level talent. Chen replies not exactly. Her talent does not include any skills to disguise energy waves or aura, so pure illusions are relatively easy to see through. Its success depends entirely on her technique. He turns to Suxin and says it is her turn with the B-level rapid recovery. He explains she can distribute points evenly across stamina, flesh, and mind recovery abilities. All of her skills take effect on herself first, and then, when actively used, help others recover. Her ability is simple but highly practical. He has not seen a better medical talent yet. Ji hugs him from behind and asks if Suxin is finished and whether it is her turn now. He replies that the C-level underdog speaks last, and next is Ling Yu with the B-level focused concentration. He adds a playful remark as Ji bites his shoulder in irritation. Ling Yu smiles and thanks him. He opens her skill window and says her ability may appear to only enhance thinking speed, but it is a god-level talent in duels. Once she locks onto a target and focuses, her thought process accelerates while filtering out irrelevant information. She should select skills that assist her in making precise judgments during battle and consistently practice one-on-one combat against various talented opponents. She thanks him and says she will show her gratitude through action, then sits close to him. Ji remarks that he must be focusing solely on her now, so much so that even if she were stabbed, she wouldn't feel it. Chen responds that such an approach won't do. He snaps his fingers on her head as she gazes at him. He says she must learn to control whom she focuses on and when, or else this talent becomes purely detrimental. She nods and replies that she understands and will practice maintaining control. Ji declares it is finally her turn and lies down on the bed beside him. He opens her skill window and says that her C-level gifted talent increases experience gain and skill proficiency. She must not neglect any skills that can be upgraded. Once they are fully leveled, she will possess 10 times the comprehension. He continues, explaining that 10 times the learning speed means 10 times the technique. In short, she will grow at 10 times the rate of an average person. Eventually, she will master every combat stance, technique, and strategy. While her physical strength may never surpass his in this lifetime, she might be able to overcome him through refined technique. Ziqiang blushes upon hearing that. Ji shouts that Chen Bai is always bullying her and threatens to bite him. Ziqiang says now that he has provided guidance on everyone's future development. They must work hard and ensure that the new members of Beatty Palace do not look down on them. They must not bring shame to Beatty. Everyone responds that they will give it their all. Outside the room, Shuang overhears the conversation. She whispers that she wants Chen's guidance on skill paths too, then exhales quietly. A while later, Chen arrives at Magic City at Han Zio's residence. Zio, who has been asleep, jolts awake at Chen's sudden appearance. He exclaims that Meng's skills are truly powerful. She actually managed to bring him, the group leader, here. Chen remains silent as he reads the screen where Meng has sent a message stating that the teleportation distance seems too far, and she feels dizzy. He replies that this is a result of sudden mental power depletion, and tells her to go rest. Zio asks how things are progressing with his city. Chen replies that everything requiring planning and arrangement has already been handled. Now, everyone is working hard to make Beatty City perfect. By the way, he asks, how many attribute points did Zio receive from the city building rewards? After all, he and Meng had defeated quite a few special zombies in the dream world. Zio responds that he only received one. When Meng and he were battling the screaming zombies inside the dream space, there was an unexpected incident. They all scream in unison. The mental shock is overwhelming. He, flying using mental power control, becomes destabilized by the impact and falls to his death. Chen says he must not go around claiming to be from the Zeros in One chat group. He cannot bear such embarrassment. Zio grows emotional and says only he and Meng know what happened. It is not embarrassing, especially since he is about to take him to that chemical plant. Chen glances back at him, smiles, and says he is just joking. They can head out whenever he is ready. Zio brightens and says that's great. Chen steps outside and looks at his hand, where a shimmering butterfly mark glows. He thinks the plague mark from the SSS level mission has been sending alerts ever since the teleportation. It likely relates to the chemical plant Zio mentioned, the one overrun with plague zombies. Zio calls out to Chen and asks him to take off from here and open the window. Chen reflects that he rushed here as soon as order had been restored in Beatty City. He wonders what kind of reward an SSS level mission will bring. Chen thinks that back in Zhongcheng, he had avoided inspecting this mask, fearing that Lado might discover he had secretly kept it. The system window notifies high-level demon bloodline essence class, item type potion, a condensed form of the demon bloodline, purified through a special method that enhances the purity and potency of the bloodline power, and usage requirements are none. He had not expected those bloodline potions to be refined into an S-class essence. The most valuable aspect is the complete absence of usage restrictions. Zio says it lies just ahead, in the direction of the green mist. As they proceed, Chen asks whether he knows anything about the factory's interior. Zio replies that he was familiar with it before the apocalypse. Chen says good, then it is time to begin. Zio hesitantly asks whether he truly has to go in as well. He says the green mist and the fungal spots give off an extremely dangerous feeling. Chen assures him that as long as he stays within 10 meters of him, he will remain safe. He also adds that he will take him to the place where his father used to work. Perhaps it might trigger his own quest. Zio puts on his mask and says, "All right, understood." The plague mark reappears on Chen's hand. The system window notifies that plague mark has been triggered, initiating follow-up task for the plague sect. Plague Factory, a class, and a special mutation has transformed this location into a paradise of viruses and plagues. The quest objective is to locate the source of the plague mutation. Quest rewards are 10,000 experience points, skill tree, bacterial cultivation, a class. Chen says the time has come. He thinks that after reaching level 10, his talents have also been enhanced. Although not explicitly stated, his virus control has significantly improved, so he activates virus absorption. Chen thinks this sensation is incredible. All the microorganisms and viruses within 10 meters fall completely under his control. Zio comments that enjoying himself in such a terrifying environment truly makes him impressive. Chen asks if he actually means perverted. Zio points ahead and says a monster appears to be over there, indicating a mosquito. Chen activates his blade and asks whether it's really a mosquito. He slashes it down and rushes forward to find more, muttering that he despises mosquitoes. Zio calls out to him to look in another direction. That plague mosquito is standing guard near a mushroom. It could be a dungeon material. Chen warns him not to move. If he wants to lie down and die, he should go take a sniff. Starting to rot from the lungs would at least be less painful than rotting from the hands. Chen plucks the mushroom and examines it. He says this is a fusion of plague viruses and bacteria. Without hesitation, he bites into it. Zio, visibly shocked, watches and thinks he actually ate it. He warns Chen to be careful. Chen replies that there is no need to worry. He is immune to these kinds of things. The system window notifies that lethal fungal virus fusion has been absorbed. Virus points gained 150. Chen says the result is not bad. The amount of virus in one bite equals that of several elite zombies. The system window notifies that lethal fungal virus fusion was absorbed. Virus points gained 350. Chen says it is time to move on. First, they will head to his father's factory and lounge. He begins walking forward. Zio follows him and agrees. The scene shifts to Magic City, inside the Plague Factory's employee dormitory, where both of them arrive. Zio says he has already checked all of his father's work areas, and there appears to be nothing here. It seems the follow-up clues for his quest are not located in this area. Chen says that they will investigate the source of the plague together. However, if he tells him to run, he must leave without delay. Zio promises he will act without hesitation and will not hold him back. Chen points in a direction and says the concentration of plague and viruses is highest there. He asks if Zio knows what that location is. Zio replies that it should be the sewage treatment pond, where all the wastewater from the chemical plant is collected. 2 super large and deep pools are inside. He has only entered once, and the air alone made him dizzy. The scene shifts again to Magic City. Inside the sewage treatment pond of the Plague Factory, Chen notices something suspicious and instructs Zio to wrap himself in mental energy to prevent erosion from the plague if he strays too far away. Zio responds in affirmation. Someone appears and declares that the children of the plague, the servants of the virus, and the disciples of the sect have descended from the mushrooms. Chen immediately launches an attack, but it fails to inflict any damage. Chen thinks their defenses cannot be broken. His blade is his strongest attack form. Could the defense of an A-class difficulty boss truly be this overwhelming? He kneels and offers the most solemn rituals and the most devout prayers to their destined god. Chen replies that may their destined god ignite the divine fire soon. May the blessing of the plague spread across the world. Zio watches in shock and asks if they are kneeling to him. Chen replies that he is not entirely sure. Maybe. The other figure responds with certainty, affirming that they are indeed kneeling to him, the destined great god. Pukashumi declares that he can offer everything to him, his life or soul, at any time. The system window notifies Plague Bishop Pukashumi, Israel, level 71. Chen thinks this is a 71 level 3rd transformation saint. In his past life, even at his peak, he only reached level 79. How can someone of such power appear so early in the trial? Still, the mental perception he gained when Meng became his master was classified as D level. In a situation where the gap is so vast, he manages to perceive the saint's name and rank. He thinks this man truly seems completely unprepared for him. He asks if he is the god destined for him. The other replies that he is. The high priest has guided his emergence at the cost of his life for the sect. He who has obtained the mark of plague at the beginning of the trial must be the one destined to be the god of plague. Chen thinks he has heard in his past lives that the most valuable aspect of high-level talents lies in their exclusive opportunities. It seems this is the exclusive opportunity belonging to the Virus King. God of Plague, this feels far more powerful than Han's demon bloodline story. Chen asks what he can do for him. The other responds that they have paid a great price to enter the trial early, all for the purpose of assisting him. It is a great fortune to see him so soon. Every member who arrives here is able to provide a plague sect treasure corresponding to their strength. He expresses regret, explaining that to avoid the perception and interference of the cosmic will, they are unable to hand over all the treasures directly. Chen says that is fine. He thanks him for his understanding and asks what type of treasure he requires, addressing him as the destined god. Chen asks if he has any job transfer scrolls. The other person asks about the class change scroll. Chen responds that, of course, he has them. The other person takes out several scrolls, shows them to him, and states that they include an S-Class Plague Knight, an S-Class Insect Master, and the most precious within the sect, an SS-Class Son of Doom. Zio becomes surprised and remarks on the SS-Class profession. Chen then asks if that is all he has. The other person explains that he may not know, but in the beginning, reaching an SSS-Class profession is nearly impossible. Even many gods have ascended from S-Class, A-Class, and even B-Class professions. Chen says he knows all of that, but he only wants the SSS class change scroll. Zio is shocked upon hearing this. The other person becomes emotional, starts crying, and says that even just the SSS class alone represents the god of their future. The revival of the plague sect is promising. Chen adds that if not, then he will simply look at other options. The other person laughs and says there might be one possible method to obtain an SSS class scroll. Chen asks if it is possible. The other person confirms, saying it is not guaranteed, and Chen will have to retrieve it himself. Chen asks what the method is. The other person explains that a special secret space can be opened, one that leads to the greatest plague event in Blue Star's history. He will enter, collect the plague seeds engraved in history, and use them to forge a class change scroll. Through this, it is possible to obtain an SSS class scroll. Chen replies that since there is a chance, he must try. The other person says he has sacrificed his life, power, and soul to become the ladder for his god, paving the path of plague. He activates his poisonous skill and commands it to open and dissolve into the air. His magic staff falls to the ground. The system window notifies whether he would like to enter the exclusive secret instance, the Whales of 8 million souls. It also notifies that the entrance to the instance will remain open for 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Chen tells Zio that this is an exclusive instance, so he will not bring him inside. Zio responds that, of course, he understands. A boss this powerful, and with everything sacrificed just to open the instance, he wouldn't dare to enter. Chen states that the portal's opening is time-limited, so he will send Zio out first and leave on his own. If the bugs do not kill him, then the plague will infect him. The scene shifts to Magic City, near the Plague Factory, where Chen jumps from one building to another while Zio watches him. Zio wonders aloud what Chen has been through. The system window notifies that Zio has sent a message saying he is in Magic City, has just said goodbye to the White Emperor, and no one could possibly imagine what he has experienced. Zikyang urges him to hurry up and explain what happened to the White Emperor. Sword Immortal suggests asking the White Emperor and Meng when they are free, because he cannot clear an instance. Zio replies that the Sword Immortal should wait a bit. The White Emperor probably no longer has time to help him. The overlord responds, telling him to stop teasing and to be careful, or the White Emperor might punch a few holes in his district's magic city. Zio says he will explain. No, overlord bro, please put away his weapon. He will say it. Zio recounts that an ultra-powerful NPC knelt down to present a class change scroll to the White Emperor. Yet the White Emperor remained unsatisfied. Zio sits on a bench and begins reading out the conversation. He reads that Overlord asks how strong this ultra-powerful figure is. Zio replies that the NPC was wearing a robe, and even a full-strength attack from the White Emperor failed to break his defense that strong. Overlord questions how that is even possible. Crow asks what kind of class change scroll was being offered. Zio answers that it included 2 S-class scrolls and 1 SS-class scroll. Crow tries to interject. Shui Chuan comments in disbelief that even with that, the White Emperor was not satisfied. Zio continues, saying the White Emperor declared that if it was not an SSS-class scroll, there was no point. He adds that the NPC then sacrificed himself to open an instance that could allow the White Emperor to obtain an SSS-class change scroll. Zai responds by asking what he means by sacrificing himself. The Lightning Whip successor remarks that the gap between the White Emperor and them is probably even greater than the gap between them and an ordinary evolver. Overlord admits that every time he hears news of the White Emperor after some grand feat or massacre, it makes whatever little pride and complacency he has completely vanish. Zio advises him to stop provoking comparisons. He shouldn't compare himself to the White Emperor, nor should he use the White Emperor to show off. Zio says that being in a group with the White Emperor, and not just any group, but Group Ziozen 1, is undeniably cool. Zai replies that he is right, but she doesn't wish to use the White Emperor to show off. Instead, she wants to turn the situation around. Zio lies down on a bench, reading messages. Meanwhile, Chen asks how the hourglass of time has appeared just as his own hourglass begins to emit a glow. He tucks it back inside his shirt. Moving forward, Chen asks whether this is the Roman stone gate, confirming that this secret realm must be Florence. Observing his surroundings, he concludes that this is indeed medieval Florence, truly the city of world art. He notes the eerie emptiness, realizing no one is around, and wonders why. He notices someone hiding in a nearby street and walks toward them, thinking there might actually be someone there. Elena speaks, telling him to leave, calling him a stranger, and says she is dirty. She begins coughing and explains that she has been cursed by the gods and afflicted with illness. Chen places a hand near her head, activates the virus absorption skill, and asks the poor soul whether she wishes to live. The system window notifies that he has absorbed the Black Death plague virus, and his virus points have increased by 3. He looks at his hand and realizes that it is indeed the Black Death. The system window notifies again that upon coming into contact with the Black Death, the Plague Sect's hidden side quest, Seeds of Plague, the Whales of 8 million souls. The quest description states that in Blue Star's history, the Black Death caused at least 8 million deaths. The plague is currently ravaging the land, and the Plague Sect bears both the responsibility and the power to collect these seeds of plague. The quest objective is to collect plague seeds. The quest reward is that the collected plague seeds will be forged into plague-related class change scrolls once the quest is completed. Chen wonders what plague seeds are, how they can be collected, and decides that he must figure this out first. Elena removes her hood, her expression turning joyful, and thanks him. She calls him a messenger of the gods and expresses her gratitude for driving out the plague, declaring that she is now willing to follow and serve him. Chen reflects that he does, in fact, need followers and renown. These things make it easier to gather information and locate what he is searching for. As he takes out his beak mask, he tells her there is no need for the cross. He is not a messenger of that god. She asks which god he serves. Then, Chen replies that he is not a messenger at all. He puts on his mask and declares that he is the god of plague. He instructs her to go tell everyone that he can rid them of their sickness and to gather at the Lord's Square to find him. Elena goes out on the streets and says to those suffering from plague, listen to her. The god of plague has descended upon the world and now resides at the Lord's Square. She repeats his message, saying she will go to the Lord's Square, and that the god of plague will cure them of their illness. She shouted to all who suffer from the plague to go to the Lord's Square. 2 people overhear her and step out. She tells them that if they do not believe her, they should come and see for themselves. She reminds them that they all know her. If they don't, they should. Meanwhile, in a nearby house, a family coughs. A woman looks out the window, and her husband asks who is shouting outside. She replies that it is poor Elena, the girl who likely lost her mind due to illness. But the girl calls out again, saying it is her Elena, daughter of Henry, the wealthy merchant who once donated all his fortune to the church. She urges them to come and see for themselves. She, Elena, daughter of Henry, has been completely healed. An old couple comes outside as the elderly woman, coughing, asks whether Elena is truly better. Elena replies that they have heard her shouting in the streets for quite some time. Has she coughed even once? She points to herself and tells everyone to look. She has been healed by the god of plague. As several people emerge from their homes upon hearing her voice, she continues, saying they do not need donations, bloodletting, or prayers. All they need to do is go to the Lord's square. A woman steps forward and gently touches Elena's face, checking for symptoms. She confirms there is no coughing, no fever. Overwhelmed, she begins to cry and asks whether her children, too, can be saved. The scene shifts to medieval Florence in the Lord's Square, where Chen walks along the street, observing his surroundings. He concludes that judging by the city's condition, this must be the 14th century, a time when treatment for the Black Death relies entirely on faith and bloodletting. In 14th century Europe, the Black Death claimed 20 million lives. Globally, the death toll reached 80 million. Chen thinks that if the seed of the plague is not found here, must he traverse the entire globe? Elena calls out to him, addressing him as the merciful god of plague. He turns his gaze toward her. She lowers her head and apologizes for not knowing the proper etiquette or title by which to address him. As per his instructions, she has brought as many people as she could. Chen tells them to come closer, assuring them they have nothing to fear, poor children. People come out carrying their children, and Chen activates his virus absorption skill to draw the virus from each of them, freeing them from the torment of disease. As he absorbs the plague from their bodies, they begin to heal. A child, held in his mother's arms, tells her not to cry. He no longer feels unwell, and asks whether she is still in pain, his voice trembling with emotion. She replies that everything is all right now. She no longer feels sick either. Another person exclaims that they are truly healed, that their body feels light. Someone else adds that the fever has vanished, and the coughing has stopped. Another individual declares that his strength has returned. It feels like a miracle. One man starts praising the great Lord of the Church of Light, but a woman quickly rebukes him, calling him a fool. She tells him not to insult the true God who saved them. This is not the God of the Church of Light, but the great God of plague. The man corrects himself and expresses his gratitude, thanking the God of plague for delivering them from the plague and vowing to worship him forever. Chen tells them to rise. He explains that they may still experience some discomfort, as the plague has left residual damage in their bodies. They must leave this place and rest for a few days. Their bodies will recover. As they bow before him in reverence, Chen speaks again, instructing them to go. There are still many children behind them who remain afflicted. He tells them that their kneeling is not what he desires. What he truly wants is for all of them to be free from the plague's torment. An old woman becomes emotional and says he cares so deeply for the sinner. How can she possibly praise his nobility and greatness? Elena tells everyone not to disturb the god's work of dispelling the plague. Those who are healed must follow her across the Arno River Bridge to spread the god's mercy throughout Florence. Church knights arrive, and the people, upon seeing them, grow fearful. Someone whispers that the church's knights have come. Panic spreads, and they begin to run as a knight announces that a report was made. Someone here is claiming to be a god, and is spreading heretical beliefs. Unrelated persons must leave immediately. He approaches Chen and asks if he is the one spreading heresy. Having heard that someone here claims to be the god of plague, the knights rush to attack. One of them shouts that the plague is divine punishment. There can be no god of plague, only a foolish heretic. Chen thinks this is his chance. The knights strike at him with their blades. Chen remains still, thinking this moment is his opportunity to fully ascend as a god. One knight raises his sword and declares that the heretic is finished, demanding that the people kneel and confess their sins. He asks why they have allowed themselves to be deceived. That is why they suffer from the plague. Another knight looks at Chen in shock and says that he remains completely unharmed. The captain turns, sees him, and curses, demanding to know how this is possible. Chen removes his beak mask. Elena grabs a rock and curses the knights, shouting how dare they do this. Chen stops her and calmly says he is unhurt. She says she understands now, the great god of plague cannot be harmed by mere swords, but they still dared to strike him. He should bring divine punishment upon these ignorant knights of the Church of Light. The knights look at Chen in shock and fear. Chen tells Alina she is wrong. They cannot harm him, and he holds no grudge. He will not punish them. No matter how many times they stab him today, he will continue freeing the people from the suffering of the plague. The crowd falls silent, then voices rise. They say this is the true God, the truly merciful God. Another person steps forward and pledges that they will follow the merciful God of plague forever. The scene shifts to the Holy See of Light Cathedral, where Bishop Haken steps out and says it has only taken 3 days, just 3 days for that damned heretic to convert 90% of the city's population into his believers. Today is Sunday, and only 7 people have shown up at the cathedral. He turns to Bishop John and says they should have ordered the knights to kill him that day at the square. He had stopped them, and now the people have completely sided with the heretic. Only 5 knights remain with them, barely enough to guard the cathedral. Bishop John replies that he stands by his decision. He and Bishop Haken have witnessed everything over the past 3 days. The man appeared without warning and displayed the ability to cure the plague. In just 3 days, he healed nearly everyone in the city. He brings up footage showing Chen healing the infected and assisting those in need. He explains that Chen has taught his followers how to prevent and control the spread of disease. He has led them in their battle against the plague and continues to care for those who have not yet recovered. Although Chen's doctrine is difficult to grasp, filled with unfamiliar terms like microorganisms, hygiene, and bacteria, there is no doctrine demanding restrictions on believers or requiring offerings. Bishop John recalls how Chen guided the people, educating them about viruses and how to take precautions. He even proclaimed that a kind God would never ask good people to fight each other simply because of differing beliefs. If they had killed him that day, it would have become clear to everyone who the true God was and who the real demon had been. Haken says he now sounds more like a plague believer than a bishop. He asks if John is not even slightly concerned for the Holy See of Light and their Lord. John replies that their Lord is the Almighty, the true God, and there is no need to worry about him. What they should be worried about is themselves. He has already sent a letter to the Pope, informing him of everything that has happened. Meanwhile, Chen sits inside a royal chamber as an object materializes in his hand. He examines it and thinks that this must be the seed of plague. It has been formed from all the viruses he has absorbed throughout Florence. While it is fortunate that he now knows the method for obtaining a plague seed, the progress made so far is minimal, and that is not good news. The system window notifies that the seed of plague Black Death concentration progress is at 0, as a 1. The ability obtained is Pillar of Plague, a structure that can be placed, allowing believers who pray before it to transfer their diseases into the pillar. The illnesses stored within the pillar will then be converted into plague seeds. Chen reflects that at this rate, it seems he will have to travel the entire world to complete the concentration process. Elena enters the room and informs him that his most loyal believers are waiting for him. Chen says he understands. He steps outside, where the people look at him, greet him, and kneel. They are chanting that all are corrupt, yet all living things are eternal. He announces that the plague within Florence has been eradicated, and he will now travel to other places. But before leaving, he will leave something behind for them. Chen activates the Pillar of Plague and says this is the Pillar of Plague. Those who pray before it will be cleansed of any disease. The people grow emotional at the sight. A woman declares that the great God has granted them a miracle. Chen warns them not to rely on it excessively. Once he has purged the world of all plague and departs from this world, the pillar will lose its effect. They must remember everything he has taught them about how to prevent, control, and stop the spread of plague. He tells them not to be afraid. Diseases and living things can coexist. If used wisely, even disease can serve a purpose and become beneficial. Finally, he reminds them never to forget the doctrines of the plague sect. He gently taps Elena on the head and says they will always remember his teachings and the doctrines. They will build a cathedral here and spread word of all he has done. Chen thanks her and says everything will be in her hands from now on. Then, he offers one last blessing that they may never suffer from any disease again and says are well, his children. Someone declares that all are corrupt, and all living things are immortal. As Chen walks away, he stops and looks back, overhearing the chant. He notes that even from this distance, he can still hear them. The people of this era are intensely devout, almost fanatical in their belief. Chen thinks this religious fervor is beneficial. It will help him collect the seed of plague. The fame of being regarded as a god will naturally draw people to him, making the process of gathering the seed far more efficient. Without the title of a god, he estimates it would take him at least 10 years to complete the concentration of the seed of plague. With this divine persona, he can save a significant amount of time. He concludes that he must fully embrace the identity of a god to clear this dungeon. Several days later, in Vatican City, within St. Peter's Cathedral, someone arrives and kneels before the Pope, offering a blessing and asking why he has been summoned. The Pope explains that the failure of the Eastern expedition has brought disappointment to the gods. In that void, a demon seized the opportunity to release a plague upon the people. At such a critical time, a heretic exploited the chaos and stole away their believers by using the plague. The leader of the Knights Templar, Sauron, steps forward and confirms that the Pope is referring to the man who claims to be the god of plague. He scoffs at the believers, calling their faith weak, and questions whether they even possess common sense. How could they be so easily deceived by a con artist? The Pope says no. After he appeared in Florence, the plague was indeed cured. Sauron asks if he truly cured the plague. Could it be possible? The Pope walks away and responds that no, Sauron, he cured the plague because he is a demon. The demon released the plague and then took it back, creating the illusion of a miracle. He deceived the believers of the Holy See, harmed them, and used them to block their path to heaven. Sauron calls him a cunning demon and curses his deceitful tactics. The Pope says that a heretic has now arrived in the Vatican. He has already ordered him to be brought to the plaza and has even instructed the public to gather there. He tells Sauron to bring the Spear of Longinus and kill that demon in front of everyone to spread the name of their god. For their lord and for their believers, he must go and cleanse this world of evil. Sauron replies that may God protect them. He will kill the demon and show the people the truth. The scene shifts to the plaza, where a child, full of excitement, looks around and says this is the largest plaza in the Vatican. He tells Chen to wait a moment, and he will go inform everyone that he has arrived. They have all heard of him. Everyone has been waiting for his appearance. Chen thanks him and tells him to hurry. He will be waiting here. He laughs quietly and thinks that ever since he left Florence, every city under the Holy See of Light has either closed its gates or refused to let him enter. But now, here in the Vatican, a healthy child, free from disease, has come to welcome him. Chen mutters that this is such a foolish tactic. He looks up at the massive cross in the plaza and thinks that it is clear. They intend to kill him here, right at the heart of their power. But he expected this. This is his chance to eliminate the interference caused by the Holy See once and for all. Let him see what they are planning. A person urges others to hurry, saying the church is about to judge the heretic who has cured the plague. As they look at Chen, another person asks whether he truly possesses the power to cure it. His companion replies that it must be fake. If it were real, the church would not be putting him on trial. The Pope declares that the demon must be destroyed, for the Divine Lord has issued his decree. Sauron steps forward, holding the Spear of Longinus, and announces that the sacred weapon has arrived. There is no escape for the demon now. Chen observes them and thinks it is the Pope and the Templar Knights. He remarks to himself how considerate they are to even prepare a stage for his execution. Chen speaks to the crowd, addressing them as servants of the glorious Lord. He states that he has descended into this world to eradicate the plague. He questions how they dare to defile the Lord's name by accusing him of being a demon. The Pope calls it a lie. He claims that the Lord has revealed the truth. Chen is a demon of the abyss. He says the demon has employed wicked schemes to shake the people's faith in their Lord. First, he released the plague to bring suffering. Then, he healed it to deceive the ignorant and draw them away from their faith. A little girl timidly asks whether he truly cures the plague. Another person confirms that he does. He witnessed it with his own eyes while traveling from Florence. A woman pleads to know why the church does not allow him to cure the plague first, before punishing him. Her child is dying. The Pope overhears this and grows uneasy. The fear inflicted by the plague has begun to shake the people's faith. He says if Chen had only taken away the plague, perhaps the Lord might have shown mercy. But his true sin lies in secretly corrupting their souls, condemning them to eternal damnation after death. A person responds, so that is the truth. A woman exclaims what a vile demon he is. Sauron shouts to kill him, saying that this is divine judgment. The faithful are calling for justice. He charges at Chen with the Spear of Longinus, declaring the demon must die. Chen raises a single finger and effortlessly stops the spear, shocking Sauron. Chen tells him to give up. That spear has already committed one sin by harming the Lord's son. It will not be allowed to make the same mistake twice. He warns Sauron not to force it further. Sauron, stunned, wonders how this is possible. Chen explains that from Florence to here, he has repeatedly questioned why the Radiant Church tries to prevent him from taking away the plague. Now, upon seeing the impostor disguised as the Pope, everything becomes clear. The Pope becomes irritated, then bursts into laughter, mocking the claim that he is the demon. A woman nearby laughs as well, while someone else questions how the Pope could possibly be the demon. Chen calmly states that whether or not he is a demon will soon become evident to everyone. He lunges forward, strikes the Pope, seizes him by the neck, and hurls him across the plaza with immense force. The surrounding knights draw their swords in alarm, shouting that the Pope is in danger. One of them cries out that Chen has killed the Pope. The knights all rush forward to save him. Sauron curses himself, realizing he has been deceived by Chen's tricks. He was distracted by his 3 questions and now admits Chen truly is a demon. Chen declares that the demon who has usurped the Pope's position must reveal his true form. Suddenly, the Pope transforms into a massive demon. The crowd recoils in terror at the sight. A person, staring at the horns, shouts that they are the horns of a demon. Another asks what has happened to the Pope. The demon Pope roars that he will kill Chen. Chen calmly watches and thinks that just as he expected, the Pope's power is far beyond what the people of this era can comprehend. He activates his blade, knowing that by using this ability, he will ensure the people's complete belief in the truth. He reflects that arguing with the Pope had been pointless, and releasing a virus to kill him would not have earned the crowd's trust. Fortunately, when he retrieved Meng, he had collected an Agrade Demon Blood Essence. He recalls secretly pulling the virus essence from his inventory and slipping it into the Pope's mouth. Injecting it into the Pope's body and then crushing it served as double insurance. The system window notifies that the item Demon Blood Essence A+ has been used. Chen thinks that regardless of which effect activates, the Pope will inevitably transform into a true monster before everyone's eyes. The Demon Pope unleashes a massive fire attack on Chen. As flames erupt, the people begin to panic and flee, crying out that it is a demon and urging each other to run for their lives. Chen evades the attack and observes the demon horns and infernal flames, realizing the demon blood essence has begun to take effect. He notes that the use of a Grade Demon Blood Essence imposes strict requirements, and now it is over. Sauron stares in shock and exclaims that the bishop truly is a demon. Chen thinks the Pope's body will soon collapse under the strain of the blood's power. He declares that a demon from hell has usurped the Pope's position, distorted the sacred doctrine, and harmed the faithful. Now, that same demon dares to obstruct his mission of removing the plague and saving lives. That offense cannot be forgiven. Today, he announces, divine punishment shall be enacted. He commands the demon to perish. The essence rapidly affects the Pope's body, forcing him to vomit blood. His body erupts violently as the corrupted blood explodes. The crowd watches in astonishment and shouts that the demon has been slain. Sauron kneels and solemnly states that he, commander of the Templar Knights of the Radiant Church, repents before him. He confesses to being blinded by the demon's deception and acknowledges the grave sin of obstructing him. He, Sauron, is ready to accept punishment. Chen replies that he respects Sauron's courage and devotion, but he must understand one truth. God does not punish humanity. God does not care. This time, he explains, he has come to this world with one purpose alone: to take away the plague. Sauron says he understands. O great and merciful God of plagues, he will now gather all those afflicted with the plague in this city and bring them to him. Chen reflects that after the demon in the Vatican is eradicated, the church rapidly declines, while the cult of the plague rises in prominence. His operations throughout Europe are no longer obstructed. The name of the god of plagues has now spread far and wide. Every plague-stricken city prepares to receive him. Soon, the pillars of plague stand tall in every city and village across Europe. However, the condensation of the seeds of plague is still far from complete. He must continue his journey. Traveling across Africa, Asia, and Eurasia, he encounters diverse races, religions, and empires. As he steps forward, he notes aloud that it has been 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days. Finally, it is complete. Now, he only needs to reclaim the plague from the pillars. He considers that although this mission did not involve powerful enemies, it proves to be incredibly demanding as he gazes at a stone. He thinks that had he known from the beginning how long this would take, he might never have entered this mission at all, especially given how critical a year and a half is during the early stages of the post-apocalypse. The system window notifies whether all the plague seeds within the plague pillars are to be collected. As Chen stands on the rooftop of a castle, he responds with affirmation. The scene shifts to medieval Europe, in the courtyard of Florence, where plague pillars rise solemnly. A crowd has gathered. Amid quiet prayers, Elena speaks, praying that the great god of plagues may have a smooth journey and fulfill his plans swiftly. They all sit devoutly before the Florence plague pillar. Suddenly, the pillar begins to react, drawing everyone's attention. One person, startled, asks what has happened and turns to High Priest Elena, questioning the state of the plague pillar of their god. Overcome with emotion, Elena declares that their god has completed his journey and is now returning to the kingdom of the gods. She urges everyone to recite the teachings he has bestowed upon them, to show their god that his words have been engraved in their hearts. Another responds in agreement, addressing her with reverence. Elena explains that they are called the Plague Cult, not because they worship catastrophe or extinction. Another follower continues, saying that it is not because they glorify corruption and death. Meanwhile, in the streets of medieval Florence, a new plague pillar rises into view. The people, recognizing its divine significance, immediately kneel and begin to pray. In unison, their voices declare that their faith exists because they desire peace and joy upon the earth. They yearn for a world where people are healthy and truly happy. One person says that is why they must understand the plague. Another adds that it is so the plague can no longer harm them. Elena joins in prayer, declaring that their goal is to control the plague so it may aid them in eradicating sin and evil. In their ignorance, humanity once turned against itself. Now, by recognizing the plague, they shall no longer fight one another. In the future, they will stand united, using the plague not as a curse, but as a weapon to defend life. As prayers echo around the pillar, they proclaim that the plague shall make demons tremble, those that have long tormented the earth. It shall drive away the bloodthirsty and cruel, and bring destruction to the enemies of life. Though all things in this world are destined to decay and rot, countless lives will unite in the pursuit of eternal vitality. All things perish, yet all living beings are immortal. The crowd begins to chant this truth in reverence. While floating above, Chen hears their voices clearly. He reflects on their chant, all things perish, all living are immortal, and recognizes it as their genuine prayer. He hears them invoke the hope that the light of their Lord may forever shine upon the world. He quietly asks himself whether these are truly their sincere prayers. Then, with calm finality, he concludes that the mission is complete. It is time to leave the dungeon. Soon after, he returns to Magic City, standing once more within the plague factory. The system window notifies him that mission rewards are now being generated. A scroll appears in his hand. The system announces that it is a life and death job change scroll, rated SSS. The requirement to use it is clear. One must possess the talent Virus Monarch, also rated SSS. Chen returns to the ground and examines the scroll in his hand. He remarks that it does not resemble an ability and admits he truly wants to change his job now. However, Leto's mission specifically requires the possession of 2 scrolls, not merely 2 SSS-level professions. He reflects that since he now holds 1 SSS-level job transfer scroll, he must obtain a second. To his knowledge, the Abyss contains another SSS-level job transfer scroll. The system window suddenly notifies that the mission Plague Factory has failed. Chen questions the meaning of this result, noting that he had indeed located the source of the Plague Factory. But then he reconsiders. When he discovered Pukazuyumi, there had been no notification indicating mission completion. It appears the mission's objective, the true source of the plague, has been altered due to his interference. Since Pukazuyumi sacrificed himself, the source likely lost its power and ceased to exist, thus causing the mission to fail. He shifts his attention to the mushrooms and suspects they are related. Opening his inventory, he admits he remains uncertain about the current situation in White Emperor City. He contacts Zikyong and asks for a report on the current status of Beatty City and the team's overall strength. Zikyong responds that reconstruction has officially begun. A site has already been chosen for placing the supercomputing core and production line. Following his guidance from a few days ago, everyone now has a clear direction. However, only 4.5 days have passed, and as everyone is currently focused on rebuilding Beatty City, there has been no significant increase in overall strength. Chen wonders what she means by 4.5 days, when he clearly spent 1.5 years in the dungeon. It must be due to the hourglass of time. It had fused with him upon bonding, now appearing and vanishing alongside his consciousness. It must have manifested in the dungeon independently. It's the only artifact capable of making years pass like days. Zio announces to the group that he just received a notification that the Plague Chemical Factory mission, the one involving Chen, has failed. Leaf immediately asks about Chen's condition, whether he is alright. Shuichuan tags Chen and recalls that the mission was to obtain the SSS level scroll. He questions whether Chen managed to secure the scroll. Overlord responds, telling them to forget the job transfer scroll for now. They don't even know whether Chen has survived. Liu Huai reassures everyone not to worry, it's only a mission failure, and nothing serious should have happened. Reading the conversation, Chen notes that Han Zio also received a mission, though clearly not the same as his. After all, he alone possesses the Plague Seal. He decides to review what has been discussed in the group recently. Leaf wonders aloud whether Brother Chen feels sad and offers a warm hug. Liu Huai comments that he can provide many warm places, not just a single hug. Leaf responds by challenging Liu Huai to a duel. Crow steps in and remarks that even Chen failed this mission. Shuichuan tries to console the group, stating that their leader is already the strongest person he has ever seen. Overlord replies that a real man never fears failure, though it is a shame to lose an SSS level profession scroll. Zio responds that a boss over level 70 sacrificed himself to open this dungeon, so failure under such conditions should be considered normal. Meanwhile, Chen opens the system window to examine the scroll's details. The description reads Life and Death Job Change Scroll, SSS. The birth of all things brings countless possibilities. The intersection of all things brings countless surprises. The struggle between all things brings endless disasters. The destruction of all things brings endless new life. There is no need for fear. He is part of the calamity of life and death. And the calamity of life and death is also a power that originally belongs to him. The requirement for use states that one must possess the talent Virus Monarch, SSS rank. The system window notifies that the dungeon for the SSS level profession scroll has not failed. Only the factory mission has failed, as the key NPC sacrificed himself to open the dungeon, causing the mission target to vanish. Leaf and Liu Huai both send question marks in the group chat. Crow asks whether everyone heard what he just said. Mizukawa congratulates Chen. Overlord points out that it is an SSS level profession. Zio asks if they should consider upgrading their chat group into a league. Overlord responds by asking what a league even is. League of Legends. Leaf explains that after upgrading, they can attach the name of their alliance to group messages and announcements. Liu Huai says she is reading up on the benefits of upgrading chat groups. There are many advantages, but the cost is high. Chen replies that he has considered this idea for a long time, but he is uncertain whether everyone in the group is willing. A league is structured like an organization, centered around honor and glory, whereas their chat group has always maintained a more relaxed atmosphere. Group owner Chen initiates a vote on whether to upgrade the chat group into a league group. He tells them to think it over carefully and not rush the decision. If more than 2/3 agree, the upgrade will proceed. Zio responds with acknowledgement and then adds that since Chen just completed a dungeon, would he like to return to his place and rest? His bed is warm. Chen dismisses the idea, saying he has no interest in sleeping in someone else's warm bed and instead asks Zio to recommend a villa area in Magic City where he can rest. Zio agrees and sends the details. Chen feels at ease after receiving the location and walks toward the high-class villa district in Magic City. Upon arrival, he remarks that the villa area recommended by Zio is indeed impressive. He scans the surroundings and confirms that neither thermal tracking nor virus tracking detects any signs of life. It appears safe. The scene shifts to the basement of one of the villas, where two girls are hiding. One of them whispers to her sister that someone has entered the house, and she feels terrified. The other replies firmly that she will kill the intruder. The first girl pleads with her not to kill anyone, just drive him away. After that, Chen enters a room and lies down on the bed. saying the modern world feels far more comfortable. He will finally be able to rest after releasing the virus. He decides to use the medicinal pillow made with traditional Chinese medicine, which he brought back from the dungeon. Now staying in the luxury villa area of Magic City, inside the bedroom, Chen opens his inventory and takes out the pillow. He thinks that using it genuinely improves the quality of his sleep. The system window notifies Ancient Dragon Chinese Medicine Pillow, D-level prop, and daily necessities. It concentrates the mind and calms the spirit. Made with a secret formula, it improves sleep quality upon use and provides weak resistance to mental attacks. It soothes the nerves and increases longevity. Long-term use helps consolidate and enhance mental strength. He wonders aloud how it has become a registered item, since it was just an ordinary medicinal pillow inside the dungeon. Chen thinks something strange is happening. What exactly has occurred to his belongings in the inventory? He retrieves 2 additional items when the system window notifies their descriptions: Song Dynasty Blue and White Vase, C-level, City-State Prop Exhibit. This piece embodies the painstaking craftsmanship of ancient artisans. When exhibited in the City-State Architecture Museum, it provides a bonus to the craftsmanship level of city-state facilities. The system notifies another item: Living Buddha Relics, C-grade special material. The flesh of a living Buddha, refined in a sealed environment at high temperature, is an extremely rare material. When carried, it increases luck by 1 and boosts defense against evil spirits by 5. It also notifies Holy Gold Coin, D-rank, City-State Prop Exhibit. A weathered ancient coin. When exhibited in the City-State Architecture Museum, it increases the income generated by city-state facilities. Another card appears: Eye of Horus Gold Ring, C-level equipment. A gold ring adorned with the Eye of Horus. Grants 5% recovery ability and can actively release a shield once. The shield is charged by moonlight. Chen looks around at the growing number of cards and says that more than half of the objects he brought out of the dungeon have now been converted into item cards. He has never heard of dungeon loot transforming into actual system items. He thinks again, that's right, he also brought the Spear of Longinus out of the dungeon. In his previous life, a sovereign-level powerhouse had used a spear ranked SS as a weapon, so he had always wanted to examine it closely. The leader of the Knights Templar, Sauron, had assumed he liked the Spear of Longinus and had gifted it to him before his departure from the Vatican. Chen takes out the spear and says that even the Spear of Longinus has now become an item. The system window notifies Unawakened Spear of Longinus F-Class, special long-handled weapon. All attributes are increased by 3. Dark Banishment: that the Spear of Longinus repels evil, darkness, corruption, abyssal, and filth-type creatures, increasing damage dealt to them by 200%. Dusty Seal: killing evil creatures will gradually awaken the Spear of Longinus. Remaining kills for initial awakening are 0 out of 10. He says the Spear of Longinus, which originally existed on Blue Star, has been converted into an item due to the arrival of the will of the universe. Everything that has been transformed into an item possesses some hidden, unique characteristic. Although the exact reason remains unknown, the only Spear of Longinus is now in his hands. He wonders whether Miser Lorga will still be able to become a sovereign-level powerhouse without this spear. Suddenly, pain strikes his hand, and he throws the spear away. He thinks something is wrong. Why does his hand hurt? He examines his palm and says the entire surface has turned red. Is the Spear of Longinus rejecting him? He suspects that he has been classified among the 5 types. The weapon counters evil, dark, corrupt, abyssal, or filth. He cannot wield it. It is only an F-level item, and it already burns him. And if it were upgraded to S rank, it might melt him entirely. This truly is a weapon that stands in opposition to his existence. He thinks he will just let it gather dust in his inventory. This way, there remains one less thing in the world capable of threatening him. As he tries to store it in his inventory, he believes he has clearly locked it. Suddenly, a noise catches his attention. He rises and instinctively snatches a knife out of the air. He notes that neither his virus detection nor thermal vision can register the presence. This must be a spiritual entity manipulating the weapon. It appears to only control objects to launch attacks, which suggests it possesses a relatively low level. He considers that using Hellfire would eliminate it instantly, but the attack would also destroy the entire bedroom. What a headache. Despite possessing nearly 300 spiritual powers, he currently has only one skill capable of harming spirits. He tosses the dagger aside and thinks he must use the virus points accumulated from city defense and dungeon explorations to obtain more cost-effective spiritual skills. As he lowers his head, the dagger circles around it. He opens his inventory and notes that the black light virus does not seem proficient in spiritual power. He wonders whether the Spirit Power virus series might offer more options. But upon standing, he realizes there is no virus currently equipped, so the skill tree remains inaccessible. The dagger strikes into the bed, and Chen mutters that it is time to see what options exist for dealing with spirit power. The knife begins to float again, and he says he finally has enough points. The system window notifies that the virus has been successfully strengthened. The zombie virus has evolved into the original virus. The strengthening succeeds again, and the original virus evolves into the T-virus. Upon further enhancement, the T-virus evolves into the Spirit Power Enhanced T-virus. He throws the dagger away. Chen wonders why it has stopped attacking. Has it fled? He decides to check what kind of spirit it is. The system window notifies that the exclusive skill of the Spirit Power Enhanced T-virus, Psychic Mastery, has been unlocked. Another exclusive skill, Psychic Perception, is also unlocked. The support skill, Psychic Vision, has now become available through virus enhancement. Chen activates Psychic Vision, and in that moment, he sees the two sisters. Yanzu grabs Yan Kai and urges her not to act rashly, pleading for them to leave. Yan Kai refuses, insisting that she must kill the intruder, this bad man who dares to barge into their home. Chen observes the spirit and thinks it is surprisingly complete, exhibiting a high level of intelligence. It shouldn't be a low-level spirit. But if that's the case, why does it only know how to attack with a kitchen knife? With Psychic Vision active, he now observes them clearly. He decides to activate Psychic Perception to gather more information. As Chen triggers the skill, Yan Kai declares her intent to kill the intruder who barged into their home and protect her sister. The system window notifies that her name is Yan Kai. She is an evolver with the talent Dual Spirit Body, classified under Evil Spirit and rank. Her level is 2, with a spirit level of 15. Her innate abilities include Object Control, Invasion of Evil Thoughts, and Yin Absorption. Her sister intervenes, urging her to calm down, saying he hasn't tried to hurt her. The system window reveals the second profile, which states that her name is Yanzu. She is also an evolver, possessing the Dual Spirit Body talent, but aligned with a good spirit, its rank. Her level is 2, and her spirit level is 15. Her innate abilities include Object Control, Soothing through Kind Thoughts, and Yang Containment. Chen thinks both are evolvers. He notes how rare it is to see evolvers whose forms undergo transformation due to their talents. He activates Psychic Energy Release just in time, intercepting Yan Kai by catching her hand. He asks if she is Yan Kai and tells her to calm down. He assures her that he has no intention of hurting her. She should be able to sense the vast gap between them. His spiritual power is more than 20 times greater than hers. He warns her that this is her final chance. If she causes any more trouble, he will not hesitate to kill both her and her sister. She remains furious when Zhu pleads with Chen not to hurt Yan Kai. He replies that he has no intention of harming them, but they must obey him. Yan Kai yells that he must be harboring some perverted thoughts and challenges him to target her instead of bullying her sister. Chen questions whether he appears to have any perverted thoughts and accuses her of being the one with such intentions. She warns that he will be killed. Chen instructs them to stand still, as he has a few questions. He asks if they understand what has happened to the world and whether they know how to use the Evolver panel. Zhu responds respectfully, calling him brother. She says they are aware of the situation and know how to operate the Evolver panel. She has even read the Evolver forums. Yan Kai adds that, of course, she knows. Many people have died, a swarm of pests. It's a good thing they're gone. Chen asks if that's the case, why are they still only at level 2? Are they simply too afraid to step outside and kill monsters to gain experience? Zhu admits it was her decision to stop her sister. She believes those creatures were once human, and she cannot bring herself to harm them, especially when they are unable to cause her harm. Chen calls her naive. He warns that someone who can hurt them will appear sooner or later. Then what will they do with just level 2 strength? He tells them to remember that their talent is extremely dangerous because their power is linked directly to their emotions. He advises them not to be controlled by the emotions tied to their power, or they will become nothing more than foolish saints and reckless lunatics. They must close their eyes, carefully sense their power, gain control over it, and then use their minds to decide what they ought to do. Zhu says she should help others, be a good person, and do her best to assist everyone. Yan Kai says she should kill every fool in this rotten world who bullies her sister, and anyone who might try must be killed as well. Chen observes that their rationality has already been severely eroded. If he does not correct them now, they will soon devolve into level spirits driven entirely by instinct and turn into mindless monsters. Chen believes that in order to train these spirits corrupted by emotional energy, the first step must be to reduce the influence of that energy. He decides to use telekinesis to toy with them, thinking it will also help him refine his control over the ability. He opts to begin with full suppression and activates his powers to enhance their abilities. Both of them float into the air when Yan Kai asks what he is doing. Chen tells them to resist with all their strength until they exhaust their energy. He focuses on practicing the shaping and control of telekinesis. In his previous life, he never specialized in mental skills, so his proficiency in this field remains weak. They both tremble as they continue floating. Chen observes that when he controls two spirits simultaneously, he can manage their general positioning, but the finer adjustments remain unpolished. Moreover, their resistance makes their movements appear awkward. He notes that they have stopped resisting, even though they still have some energy left. He wonders if their reasoning has partially returned and whether they believe he does not intend to harm them. Clearly, neither of them has grasped the severity of their condition. If they fail to learn how to control their emotional energy, they will inevitably degenerate into mindless, vengeful spirits. In that case, he concludes, it would be better to eliminate them now. Their skills are enhanced as their clothes are torn apart. They quickly grab a blanket to cover themselves. Chen asks if they encounter a zombie attacking a human, what would they do? Zhu replies that she would save the human and kill the zombie. Yankee answers that she would do what she can and, if possible, kill the zombie first. Chen remarks that it seems both of them have regained their rationality. Although one remains good and the other evil, neither has been pushed to the extreme by the energy's influence. He notes that they have not yet been consumed by absolute morality. Zhu expresses her gratitude. Yankee warns that sooner or later, she will make him pay for the brutal treatment they have received. Chen explains that earlier, they were unable to control the energy, but their talents, absorbing yin and gathering yang, allowed them to absorb it automatically. Now, he will start from the basics and teach them a simple foundational technique. He instructs them to try releasing the energy gradually accumulating in their bodies and to manifest it in the form of clothing. Some clothing appears on their bodies, and they react with shock. Chen tells them that the remaining energy within the body should be managed according to their individual abilities, once they fully master it. He plans to take advantage of the next few days of rest to help them steadily improve their levels. The scene shifts to Magic City, within the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon, where Zhu uses her good spirit ability, Benevolent Pacification, to eliminate a zombie. Yankee uses her evil spirit ability, Twisting Evil Thoughts, to kill another. Together, they continue battling, one absorbing yin and extracting evil thoughts, the other gathering yang and collecting good thoughts, as they kill more zombies. The system window notifies that the small boss, the head nurse, has been killed. Yankee asks how they performed. Chen warns her not to secretly invade his body with evil thoughts. It will not work. Yankee retorts that it must be because he is inherently a bad person, which is why evil thoughts have no effect on him. A screen appears in front of her. She glances at it and sees that Meng has sent a message. Meng says that Sword Immortal is requesting their help for a secret nightmare-level dungeon. Sword Immortal adds that Chen must join if he has time. Chen replies that the dungeon details should be sent to him privately. Meng agrees and says he will send them immediately. Zai asks if there is an extra team slot available and whether she can give it to her younger sister. The dungeon description is then shared. It is the Shushan Mountain Path, an exclusive nightmare-level dungeon. The path is perilous, harder than ascending to the heavens. It is an ancient, immortal mountain where no immortals are seen, yet the sound of swords endlessly echoes within. Who dares ascend the summit so elusive? Every step, every bridge is treacherous. Every stone, every tree presents a challenge. Without the immortal's permission, the corpse of the intruder shall fall to the cliffs below. All entry requirements specify that only evolvers may enter. While he may not truly be a sword immortal, Evolver ID Z98 is permitted to act as team leader. The team must not exceed 4 members, and the level cap is set at 10. He wonders why they seem to be in such a hurry, so there is a level restriction. It appears that in his past life, he never heard of Sword Immortal. Perhaps it was because Sword Immortal couldn't find reliable teammates and ultimately perished in this dungeon. He sends a message saying it is perfect timing. He has not switched classes yet, so his level remains locked at 10. He agrees to form a team. Overlord responds that the final team slot must be decided by rolling dice, fair and square. Liu Huai announces that he is also present. Jiangsu adds that Sword Immortal has already made arrangements with the channel, and he will be accompanying him this time. He apologizes to the others. Xiao questions how there could be backdoor dealings, asking if the old Taoist sold his dignity to Sword Immortal. Overlord jokes, asking how much Sword Immortal offered. He will pay double, though dignity is non-negotiable. Zai protests that it is not fair. Sword Immortal addresses everyone, urging them to stay calm. He explains that this dungeon is tied to the Dragon Nation's traditional cultivation path, which is why he has decided to bring Brother Jiangsu along. He assures them that everyone else will be prioritized the next time a dungeon opens. Chen says that's enough for today, it is time to go home. Yankee asks if they are not continuing, saying she still wants to kill. Chen replies that it is enough. They won't be able to handle the monsters ahead. The boss specializes in mental attacks. If they proceed now, it would be as good as surrendering. Zhu says they will listen to him. The scene shifts to the base of a hill within the Shushan range, inside a thatched hut nestled in the dungeon. Chen arrives, finding Meng already present. She looks at him and calls out excitedly, calling him master. She introduces Jiangsu Baksu. Jiangsu tells Chen to simply call him Jiangsu. Another person arrives and says he has finally gotten the chance to meet him. He is the one from the group named He Really Is Not a Sword Immortal, and his real name is Chu Zixun. Chen waves to them and greets them, saying it is nice to meet Jiangsu and Zixun. Chen asks Zixun if, with so many swords, he possesses a weapon-based talent. Zixun replies affirmatively, saying Chen can tell. The system window notifies Sword Immortal that, when using sword-type equipment, the user can trigger sword energy. The power is based on the user's mental strength and allows the creation of unique sword techniques. Each created technique grants permanent growth to all attributes, with the increase depending on the technique's grade. Chen comments that it is quite a good talent. Zixun modestly responds that it is just average, and that Boss Bai is overpraising him. Chen says now that everyone has arrived, they should set off. Zixun responds with excitement, saying let's go. Inside the dungeon, at the beginning of the mountain road winding through the Shushan range, Zixun asks if everyone has received the task reminder. Chen confirms, stating that the Shushan mountain trail extends from their current position to the summit. Meng remarks that the introduction is rather brief and guesses that the mountain path must be difficult to traverse. Chen says he is still looking forward to whatever surprises await during the climb and tells them to proceed. As they move forward, Jiangsu asks if it is getting foggy. Chen warns them to stay alert and watch both their surroundings and their footing. This is likely the first trial. They notice a figure walking ahead, reciting that the road to Shu is difficult. Chen quickly moves forward and calls out to the old man, but fails to catch him. Chen notes that even at full speed, he is nowhere close. Could that be a monster? He promptly activates his skill and launches an attack, but the old figure begins to flee, chanting again that the road to Shu is difficult, and the 5 elements of heaven and earth are formidable barriers. The woodcutter regains composure and continues walking as if nothing had happened. Chen observes him closely and thinks this must be an illusion. He then asks what is going on with the old woodcutter. Chen speculates that it appears to be a guiding illusion and tells everyone to pay attention to the lines he chants. Zixun replies that he has been listening carefully. He said the 5 elements of heaven and earth are difficult to overcome, and he sang the words slowly. Jiangsu says this fog must represent the water element among the 5 elements. Climbing under such limited visibility marks the first true difficulty. The woodcutter adds that the water is rising and the fog is dense, like trying to see flowers through mist. Chen immediately senses danger. He activates the biohazard gauntlet equipped for combat just as the old man hurls a sword toward him. Chen quickly draws a shield to block the incoming strike. He realizes the sword's piercing power is extraordinary. Even with his enhanced physique and the shield's defense, it nearly penetrates. He pulls the sword out and positions himself to shield Meng as well. She asks if he is hurt. Zixun warns everyone to stay alert. His ability to sense sword intent fails completely, and he glances around, unsettled. Zhengsu urges his fellow Taoists to activate the talisman he gave him. His mental strength also cannot pinpoint the enemy's location. Zixun brings out a charm and says it is a golden light protective talisman. Zhengsu activates his skill and declares an incoming threat from the east, thunder-inducing tactics engaged. The old man hurls another sword, which gets lodged in the barrier. Chen steps forward, touches the weapon, and comments on its quality. Zhengsu warns him to be careful, the golden shield will not hold much longer. Chen draws his own sword, shattering the barrier in the process, and replies that it's fine, he has it under control. Meng states that the master is truly extraordinary. Zhengsu inquires when this had been conquered. Zixun questions whether this flying sword should possess self-awareness, noting that there had not even been the slightest sign of resistance. Chen responds by stating that he shall now demonstrate why this sword holds such overwhelming power. The system window is displayed BU, level 12, 5 elements sword spirit water. Its strength, both physical and mental, is maintained at 60, while its speed is registered at 120. It manifests as a water dragon, whose power intensifies in the presence of water. When immersed in water, all attributes are increased by 10, and attack penetration is also enhanced by 10. Conversely, when entirely deprived of water, all attributes are diminished to 1/10 of their original values. Regarding elemental compatibility, when engaged in battle against a gold sword spirit, it receives a divine sword spirit attribute bonus. However, when confronting an earth sword spirit, its attributes are weakened. Once all 5 elements are gathered, all attributes are doubled. It can enter and attach itself to various swords, granting those swords new abilities and attribute enhancements. Zhengsu observes that the greater the presence of water vapor, the more formidable the power becomes. It now makes sense why his golden shield had been able to block it for less than half a second. Within this dense water mist, the attribute bonuses might currently be amplified by a factor of 3 to 5. Zixun repeats that this is truly an exceptional sword spirit. Chen remarks that the sword spirit would likely perform even better in Zixun's hands, but since he controls it through special means, he is unable to hand it over. Zixun responds that he does not wish to receive it. Instead, he prefers to cultivate the sword spirit himself, as doing so would create a stronger connection. Meng comments that along the path ahead, the 5 elements of heaven and earth present formidable obstacles. She believes she should be capable of gathering all 5 sword spirits. Chen replies that, unfortunately, he is currently able to control only 3. If an opportunity arises in the future, he intends to return and collect all 5 elemental sword spirits. The system window displays a skill description, Biochemical Disaster, Brain of the High-Level Lord. It enables the user to permanently control 3 creatures, provided their mental power does not exceed his own. Chen proceeds forward and states that the danger has now been eliminated, and they should continue ascending. Zhengsu praises Senior Chen, remarking that he is incredibly powerful and seems capable of anything. He expresses confidence that this run will be completed with ease. Zixun adds that he now understands why Crow had given him equipment and skill books in exchange for a position. The scene shifts 10 minutes later. Chen observes that the fog has cleared, indicating that the first level has officially concluded. Meng remarks that this mountain path feels endless. Given the challenges posed by the 5 elements, it must mean they have only traversed 1/5 of the way. Zixun gestures ahead and directs their attention to a distant mountain, pointing out the presence of the woodcutter. The woodcutter chants solemnly that the road to Shu is difficult indeed. The road to Shu is arduous. The 5 elements of heaven and earth stand as formidable obstacles. He warns that monsters lie hidden within the forest, where every tree and bush might conceal an enemy, creating a truly terrifying landscape. As some monsters begin to emerge, Chen observes that this encounter appears to be a group battle. His suspicions are confirmed when trees begin transforming into monstrous forms. With a sense of excitement, he states that he enjoys driving the Wushwang most in such situations. Zhengsu remarks that, based on the lyrics, this level is likely filled with monsters concealed in the grass, and the sword may also be hidden among the vegetation. Zixun responds that there is no need to dwell on the meaning of the woodcutter's song, as it has already ended. Chen draws his sword. The system window displays the following notification: 5 Spirit Sword, Wood Hidden Greenery, Level 12 Physique at 50, speed at 120, endurance at 70, spiritual power at 60, woodland soldiers. In environments rich in vegetation, all attributes are significantly enhanced, up to 5-fold. The sword spirit can conceal itself within any plant or wooden object to charge. After charging, it launches an attack with 10-fold strength and penetration. It possesses 5 elements interaction and sword integration capabilities. Chen comments that water nourishes wood, which makes this combination quite effective. It can merge into any grass, wood, or plant, making its ambush potential particularly formidable. Meng urges both of them not to remain idle and tells them to keep moving, then begins following Chen. Zixun asks what Chen is here to find. Chen continues forward, while the woodcutter proceeds along a different path, repeating that the Shushan path is treacherous and that the 5 elements of heaven and earth serve as obstacles. Amid strange rocks and perilous cliffs, a single misstep may cause one to shatter upon the stones or fall into the abyss. As they all continue moving forward, the woodcutter suddenly launches an attack using small rocks. They immediately attempt to shield themselves from the onslaught. Zhengsu exclaims that there is no way to proceed and prepares to activate a golden light protective talisman. Meng grabs his hand and urges him to wait. She remarks that crafting such a talisman must not be easy, then hands him a pair of glasses, suggesting he use those instead. He puts on the glasses and remarks that Boss Meng seems to have assembled a remarkably complete set of equipment. Meng explains that they were crafted temporarily while dreaming. Chen also puts on a pair and comments that it is quite useful, at least now. He no longer needs to shield his eyes. He reflects that although the sand and dust cannot injure his eyes, having them blown into his face remains rather uncomfortable. The woodcutter hurls more rocks, this time slightly larger, and several strike Zixun. Zhengsu shouts to Chen that their fellow Taoist is falling. Chen immediately leaps after him to rescue him. Zhengsu, unable to see through the powerful sandstorm, turns to Meng and asks what they should do, as he cannot determine where the others have fallen. Chen's voice responds, reassuring them that everything is under control, and she is going to retrieve them. Moments later, Chen returns with Zixun, who is coughing heavily. Chen calls out to Meng, asking her to bring water. Zixun, still catching his breath, mutters that he has just swallowed a mouthful of sand. Chen explains that this dungeon restricts flight, and his midair dashes consume significantly more energy. After only a few uses, he already feels exhausted. If he had truly leapt out just now, it would have posed a serious problem. It would have been extremely draining. Meng hands him a water bottle. Zhengsu suggests they take a moment to strategize on how to avoid being pushed off the cliff by this sword attack. The sandstorm is strong enough to obstruct spiritual power detection, leaving him unable to predict the timing or location of the next assault. Chen responds that, simply put, just before the wall protrudes to launch an attack, there is a rumbling vibration lasting about half a second. He advises them to focus and sense it, without allowing the wind and sand to break their concentration. Once the vibration is detected, they must dodge immediately. Zixun remarks that, as expected of Senior Bai, he noticed such a subtle detail after only one attempt. Chen tells everyone to stop talking and remain where they are. He instructs them to wait for the next attack, and if anyone fails to react in time, they should stay close to him. Meng affirms his instruction. Zixun echoes her response, and Zhengsu confirms his understanding as well. Suddenly, a blast is heard from the mountains above, and they all begin running swiftly. Chen says this is excellent. It appears the issue of avoiding the sword from the cliff has been resolved. He urges them to proceed and clear the level as quickly as possible. Meng asks Chen whether the Earth Spirit Sword should be located here and if he desires to obtain it. Chen declines. Zhengsu explains that not only is the Earth Spirit Sword incompatible with Senior Bai's Water and Wood Spirit Swords, but it would also suppress the power of the Water Spirit Sword. Chen agrees, stating that since he can only control 3, his final choice must be either gold or fire. After some time, as they continue moving forward, the woodcutter's voice echoes again, repeating that the Shushan path is treacherous, truly treacherous. The 5 elements of heaven and earth serve as obstacles. The scorching sun burns with such intensity that it leaves one dizzy and speechless. Zhengsu exclaims that he cannot endure it any longer. He feels as though he is being roasted alive. He is no longer even sweating and urgently needs water. Zixun questions whether the fire spirit sword intends to burn them alive, declaring that this is without doubt the most insidious spirit sword he has ever encountered. Meng, also drenched in sweat, complains that any water produced evaporates instantly. Even the shade offers no relief. She turns to Chen and laments that her body feels as if it is about to dry up completely. Chen reassures them not to worry, stating that it will arrive soon. He explains that brutality is not the only expression of fire. It roasts slowly, patiently awaiting the perfect moment. Only when there is sufficient fuel can the flame burn with true intensity and strength. Zixun asks whether, by saying that, Senior Bai has already determined the exact moment when the fire spirit sword will appear. Chen replies confidently that he has. After all, the woodcutter's song is quite clear. It arrives when one becomes dizzy and speechless. As Jiangsu begins to feel lightheaded and unsteady, a sword suddenly moves toward him. Chen reacts instantly, grabbing it in time and announcing that he has caught it. He examines the sword as the system window appears with the following notification. 5 elements sword spirit, fire, heartburn, level 12, strength is at 70, physique is at 70, speed is at 100, and spiritual power is at 60 as well. Blazing heart, the higher the temperature, the stronger the power. When the surrounding temperature exceeds 100 degrees, all attributes receive a tenfold increase. The spirit can conceal itself within sunlight and evaporate water within a specified range, ignoring environmental limitations. Chen confirms that the fire spirit sword has been successfully tamed. He urges the group to finish this part of the journey quickly and then take time to rehydrate properly. They all drink plenty of water and take a brief rest. Zixun remarks that it feels wonderfully cool afterward. Suddenly, the woodcutter appears again, chanting that the Shushan path remains treacherous. The 5 elements of heaven and earth stand as obstacles. With a flash of golden light, the head and body are parted, never to be reunited. Chen reflects that this sounds like the golden spirit sword represents a battle trial, which is perfect for releasing the frustration he has been suppressing. Since the fire spirit sword has already been tamed by him, the only remaining target for his fury is the golden spirit sword. At last, they arrive at the center of the arena, where a sword is placed prominently. Chen leads the group as they approach. Zixun observes that the territory ahead most likely belongs to the golden spirit sword. Meng notes that it appears to be a straightforward combat trial. Zixun questions whether this is a sword that has yet to be forged, neither refined nor polished. He wonders where the golden light had come from, as it certainly does not appear to be ordinary. Chen agrees, but advises him not to overthink it. The truth will become clear once it is struck. Chen activates his skills and hurls all 3 of his swords toward the golden spirit sword. Cracks begin to form, and the sword falls to the ground. Observing this, Chen remarks that it appears the sword possesses the ability to increase its attribute values after being attacked. He reflects that steel is forged through repeated tempering, and true gold is refined in the same way. Then he brushes the thought aside, stating that whatever the ability is called, it doesn't matter. Determined, he prepares to test it further. He activates his stone punch and strikes the ground with immense force, shattering a section of the arena. Jiangsu looks at him and asks whether he heard what Senior Bai just said. Zixun confirms he did, but admits he had been wondering whether the sword could continue to grow stronger indefinitely. Jiangsu replies that the same thought had crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Chen steps forward and seizes the sword. He comments that this is the Golden Flash. Its blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, yet the force of its resistance is immense. He estimates that it carries nearly 200 units of force. It seems that as its physical endurance diminishes, its strength and speed increase proportionally. The total attributes of the other swords are evenly distributed among the 3 core stats, but this one shifts all its physique into strength and speed. Chen bends the sword and wonders what its physical fitness value might be. As he breaks the sword into 2 pieces, the system window appears with a notification. Golden Spirit Sword defeated. 100 refinements experience gained, 25,000, based on combat contribution. Chen remarks that it feels as if the sword's physical fitness value had only been 10. Fortunately, he did not choose the Golden Spirit Sword. He dislikes the idea of constantly taking hits and relying on a final strike to win, and in any case, this opponent fell far too easily. Meng announces that the woodcutter has reappeared. They all turn to face him as he speaks. Once again, the road to Shu is difficult. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are formidable obstacles. Though one may have passed through the elements, the mountain still remains. The path stretches on endlessly, and its difficulty lies ahead. If one's determination is not resolute, the road will never become clear. He walks away, muttering that it is better to return home. Why pursue immortality? Better to go home. Why persist in seeking what may never be attained? Meng asks why he descended from the mountain. Chen responds with concern that something is not right. He then turns to Zixun and tells him that they are about to face a long and difficult path, and he must take the lead from this point onward. Jiangsu exclaims with excitement that he now understands the path to truth is indeed difficult along such an endless road. If one's heart is not resolute, the path will never become clear. He declares that this trial is his, and he alone possesses the heart to seek the truth. Chen commends him, saying that his fellow Taoist demonstrates a remarkably high level of insight. He then asks what Jiangsu believes is the significance of the woodcutter descending the mountain. Jiangsu admits he is not certain about that. Chen reflects that it feels like a deliberate misdirection, meant to mislead those who attempt to take shortcuts. After a long journey, they may come to realize that the true path lies below. Furthermore, when the old woodcutter passed by, Chen felt a chill down his spine. He suspects that the woodcutter might kill anyone who dares to descend the mountain prematurely. Zixun laments that it must be over for him, as he did not see anything. He wonders whether this means he is unworthy of completing the level. Chen reassures him, saying that the desire to seek truth is what matters most. He urges him to stay resolute, adding that he has no intention of walking this endless road for too long. Zixun responds with conviction, stating that his heart is indeed set on seeking the truth, and his resolve is unwavering. The scene shifts 4 hours later, when the system issues a notification: secret dungeon cleared, Shushan Mountain Road. Golden light appears in the sky, and rewards are distributed to all party members. The system announces that those who have cleared the dungeon will receive a special reward, the Shushan token. A treasure chest materializes in the center. The system window continues. Rewards have been distributed. He may now exit the instance at any time. This instance will no longer be accessible, and will be converted into a one-time normal instance available to all evolvers. Another system window appears with the following notification: Shushan token, special item. While holding this token, the user is granted the title Shushan Disciple. Equipping this title allows access to the special map Shushan, levels 10 to 89. The token is soul-bound and cannot be transferred, donated, or loaned. Chen examines the badge and thinks to himself that levels 10 to 89 encompass an incredibly valuable range. This Shushan truly holds immense power. He reflects that his top priority now must be to obtain the second SSS level scroll. He can only proceed with his job change after completing the Lato mission. Without completing the job change, he will remain stuck at level 10. He plans to return to Shushan once the transition is complete. Zixun informs Chen that he has earned the right to choose the clearance reward first. Chen expresses his gratitude. Zixun continues, stating that Chen Bai goes first, Meng second. Jiangsu adds that there's no need to save anything for him. He is already deeply grateful to have received a token. Sometime later, Chen returns to his villa and lies down on his bed. Soon after, Zhu and Yankee arrive. Zhu cheerfully notes that he has finally woken up. Yankee comments that sleeping during broad daylight must be a sign of serious fatigue. Chen admits that he is indeed exhausted. He says that even if they were to try their best, until their spirits are nearly separated from their bodies, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yankee laughs, accusing him of bragging. She challenges him, saying she believes she could knock him down in 3 seconds. Chen sits up and says that during the recent secret realm, he obtained a skill book perfectly suited for them. Standing beside the bed, he issues a playful challenge. If they manage to knock him down, the skill is theirs. Yankee says she cannot continue any longer. She is on the verge of dissipating. Zhu also collapses to the ground and says she cannot go on either. Chen looks at them and says they finally realize the gap. He has not even resisted at all. Yankee asks if he has someone he likes, and whether he always has to remain somewhat careful when dealing with others. Chen responds that it is simply because his physique is strong, but he can still control his strength. Seeing how much effort they have put in, he decides to reward the two of them. He throws a book toward them, but it passes through Yankee's hand and falls to the ground. She says they should wait until they have recovered to study it, since the skill book is not going anywhere. Chen says they can learn it whenever they wish, it does not matter. He should now focus on his own matters. Zhu asks if he is leaving already, reminding him that he said he would take them to River City. Chen replies that this task is more urgent. He will take them with him once he returns, saying this as he takes out a scroll from his inventory. Zhu agrees, saying they will wait for his return. The system window notifies them that the scroll is a Demon Hunter promotion task scroll. He thinks he has already reached the limits of his growth, and it is time to obtain the SSS level promotion scroll from the Abyss. After all, if he does not complete Leto's task, he will remain stuck at level 10 forever. The system window notifies that the Demon Hunter promotion task scroll is a special and unique item. This scroll can only be dropped by the first pure blood demon species creature to be killed. Upon completing the associated task, it is transformed into a Demon Hunter promotion scroll, regardless of whether he agrees to it or not. He thinks that, in truth, when he first obtained this scroll, he did not intend to pursue the promotion. After all, it is said to be a trial that even gods cannot overcome. However, with no other leads on another SSS level scroll, he decides he must give it a try. After a brief moment, he materializes in the first layer of the Abyss, where several demons observe him in secret. One of them asks if the figure they see is a human. Another confirms it. A third one declares that they should eat him. Chen recalls that in his previous life, after becoming a demon hunter, he often visited the Abyss. Now, it almost feels like returning home. As demons charge at him from behind, he senses their presence and strikes them mid-air with precision. The system window notifies task progress. 3 fallen demons out of 100 have been eliminated. Another window updates the task requirements that it states that upon using the scroll, he is transported to the Abyss's first layer. There, he must kill 100 inferior demons and 100 fallen demons to complete the task and be allowed to leave the Abyss. Chen thinks that once the task is complete, he will be sent out of the Abyss. He decides he should hold back a little. After all, this task is only a means to enter the Abyss. His true objective lies in the trial at the Abyss Well. The scene shifts to the next day. As he moves forward, several demons fix their eyes on him. He mutters that it's frustrating that he still cannot finish the task. The first layer of the Abyss is overrun with fallen demons and inferior demons, mindless creatures that only know how to chase relentlessly. Even if he manages to shake off one wave, another quickly gathers the moment he slows down. Suddenly, a nearby volcano erupts. Chen watches the explosion and realizes that the Abyss Well has erupted. He curses his bad luck. Though the eruption does not interfere with the trial, it floods the Abyss with energy, causing all demon-blooded creatures to grow stronger. He increases his speed as more demons begin to hatch from eggs. He thinks that the eruption will also unleash a wave of demon blood eggs, birthing countless new demon creatures. Looking up, he sees tens of thousands of enemies descending from the sky. He tells himself he cannot stop now. If he slows down, it will be easy to get surrounded. He thinks that if he accidentally completes the task while fighting his way through, he will be immediately ejected from the Abyss. Just then, he senses a sword approaching from behind. He moves forward when a demon launches a sword attack at him, but he flips back to evade it. The demon approaches and says he has found a fine dinner. Chen looks at him and immediately recognizes him as the demon warrior Fergus, who is at level 16. Fergus says the human had better kneel and express his gratitude at once. After all, he is about to fill the stomach of Lord Fergus. Chen notes that a pure-blooded demon warrior is quite rare in the first layer of the Abyss. He then asks if Fergus has come from a deeper level. Fergus confirms this and remarks that Chen, who can only run away, surprisingly knows a fair amount about demons and can even speak the demon language. However, he adds that there is no value in food possessing knowledge about its master. Chen questions who exactly is the one who can only run away. He then asks if Fergus knows why only the low-intelligence inferior demons and fallen demons have been chasing him. Fergus says he does not know, but he cannot let Chen explain it either. Before Chen can speak further, Fergus charges at him, declaring that he will mercifully begin eating from his head. Chen replies that he will give him the answer now and also rushes forward to counterattack. Fergus dodges the blow and shouts that it is impossible. Chen glances behind just as several demons begin emerging from their eggs. He says it is because he has already killed all other species. He thinks to himself that he must hurry and leave, or he will be completely surrounded. The scene shifts to 6 days later, when Chen reaches the Abyssal Well and remarks that he has finally made it. He notes that while the mountain appears close, the distance has been deceptively great. He sits down to rest for a while and recalls that in his previous life, when he first became a demon hunter, he had sought refuge here. Most demons on the first layer do not dare to approach this place. It is the perfect time to rest briefly before resuming the challenge. Chen says he will feed the bloodline potions he has collected over the past few days to the mask. Both his backpack and his secret storage have been packed full of them. He wonders what level of bloodline essence will be synthesized from these tens of thousands of B to D grade potions. Another demon arrives and says that there truly is a human here. How interesting. He mentions having received a report from his servant that a human is heading toward the abyssal well. Chen immediately recognizes him as the Ku Tao fish demon, Submariner Deer 17, whose level is 18. The fish demon says he has also exterminated all other types of demons, leaving only the inferior and fallen ones. It seems this human must be the one. Chen thinks to himself that a Ku Tao fish demon should not be appearing on the first layer at all. As the demon charges toward him to attack, Chen questions whether they all enjoy strolling around the first layer every time the abyssal well erupts. The fish demon replies that he, a demon prince, has come to the surface specifically to kill him. How dare a mere human run wild in the abyss? The fish demon attacks him with a water spear, but Chen activates hellfire armor to block the assault. Chen then asks if he truly is a demon prince and from which layer's lord he has descended. The fish demon replies that his royal father is the lord of the 17th layer. He mocks Chen, calling him a worthless piece of trash wielding an inferior hellfire, and taunts him by asking if he is scared. Without hesitation, he charges forward for another attack. Chen activates muscle reinforcement to stop the incoming spear, then rushes forward to counter. He slams the fish demon against a rock and smashes his head with it. Drawing his swords from his inventory, Chen remarks that something within was just about to enjoy a good feast when this demon interrupted it. He knows the presence inside is quite displeased. Chen drives all three of his swords into the demon and says that, as an apology, the demon's bloodline will serve as an appetizer. He opens his inventory and begins pouring a large number of bloodline potions into the mouth of the mask, stating that the potions filling both his backpack and inventory likely number in the tens of thousands. He wonders what level of powerful essence will be synthesized from all of it. The system then notifies him, Blackwater Trident, Class C. This is a long-handled weapon that increases both strength and agility by 25 points. It grants the wielder Blackwater Depths, enabling underwater breathing and dark vision. It also unlocks Tidal Strike Eye, a powerful attack assisted by water currents. The equipment requirements are a strength stat of 60 and a minimum level of 15. Chen asks what underwater breathing entails. Not bad, this ability might prove useful at some point. With all current obstacles resolved, it is time to proceed. He declares the start of his descent into the abyss, expecting the prompt to follow. As waves begin to rise around him, he hears a voice echo through the depths, stating that when one stares into the abyss also stares back. He realizes it has begun. The system notifies that it has seen him as a sentient being. A sense of panic stirs in his heart, an inevitable reaction when being observed by the abyss itself. Chen affirms that he must not retreat. Doing so would mean immediate abandonment, with no second chances. The system notifies again, it has seen that his level is 10. He recalls that in his previous life, countless geniuses at level 10, including disciples of peerless powerhouses, had been stopped here. Even the rare 1 in 10,000 individuals who endured the abyss's gaze ultimately failed to make it out alive. The system continues its assessment that it has been seen that he has not advanced in his class. It has been seen that he possesses no bloodline. It has been seen that he carries no equipment above grade S. It has been seen that he lacks temporary and overwhelming external boosts. But then, it shifts. It has been seen that everything he possesses has been earned through his own efforts. It has been seen that his strength belongs solely to him. It has been seen that he possesses the ability to fully control himself. It has been seen that he does not yet know what lies ahead. It has seen his name. It has seen his fear, his hatred. It has seen the weight of everything he continues to suppress. The system window notifies that he meets the requirements, and the passage to the abyss trial will be opened for him. Chen looks at the notifications and sits at the edge of well to look inside. Another system window appears, stating that upon completing the Abyss trial, he will receive the SSS Grade Abyss Overlord Class Advancement Scroll. The The scroll will be bound to the trial challenger. Chen thinks he has finally obtained it. The system window notifies again that he must jump into the abyss well to begin the trial. Retreating will be considered a permanent abandonment. Chen says it's time to leap forward. The system window outlines the trial content. He must defeat the 10th level projection avatars of each demon lord on every layer under special conditions. For each completed layer, he will receive 1 minute to 1 hour of rest. If a layer lacks a current demon lord, a projection of the previous lord will be summoned instead. The system also notifies that the trial challenger's status will be fully restored. All health, items, and skill cooldowns will reset, and all equipment will be repaired. Once restoration is complete, the trial will begin. Chen thinks even the time hourglass, with its 70+ years of cooldown, can be reset. Suddenly, the system window notifies an error. The trial challenger cannot be restored to their peak state. He thinks something might go wrong and mutters that he hopes nothing unexpected happens. The system notifies again, return to the past is active. He can return to any point in the past, erasing everything gained in the vanished timeline. Remaining cooldown is 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. This skill's cooldown cannot be reduced by any other skills or equipment effects. Chen thinks the time hourglass has activated automatically, and the hourglass has appeared. It seems the abyss is unable to reset this skill. He wonders what action he should take. More windows appear. The system notifies again, return to the past is active. He can return to any point in the past, erasing everything gained in the vanished timeline. However, he cannot return to a time before entering the abyss well. Cooldown, none. The system then notifies that the trial challenger's status has been fully restored. The trial begins. Chen appears on the other side, and the hourglass disappears. He says everything went smoothly, and the cooldown on the time hourglass skill has been removed. Clearing the abyss trial should no longer be a problem. The system window notifies, Layer 1, Inferior Demon Lord, Demon Warrior Balhek, Level 10, with special conditions, none. A demon warrior named Balhek appears as Chen observes him and wonders if he is merely an inferior demon, not even remotely dangerous. He draws his sword and rushes forward to attack. The system window notifies him that Layer 1 has been cleared and prompts him to select his rest time. Another notification appears, indicating that Layer 2 has been cleared, and asks him to select his rest time. Balhek gets injured, collapses, and begins to cough. Chen continues to defeat several other demons while the system notifies that Layer 5 has been cleared and rest time must be selected. After a short while, another notification states that Layer 17 has been cleared. He advances further, knocking down another demon, and the system announces that Layer 26 has been cleared. The system window then notifies that Layer 34 has been cleared and instructs him to choose his rest time. Chen defeats several more demons as the system reports Layer 41 has been cleared. A new notification confirms Layer 59 has been cleared, requiring the selection of rest time. Eventually, he reaches Layer 66. A demon rushes toward them to launch an attack, shouting that the human must die and that his journey ends here. The system window notifies the appearance of the Blood High Clan Demon Lord, Adu, who is a demon sword servant at level 10. It states that the special condition for this layer is that only attacks targeting weak points are effective, while strikes to other areas are ineffective. Chen thinks the special condition is brutal. From the 50th layer onward, his attribute advantage has begun to wane. His battle experience from 2 lifetimes cannot compare to a demon who has fought for an entire lifetime, especially under these constraints. Adu launches an attack while Chen counters and manages to stab him. Chen reflects that without an edge in combat skills or attributes, and with a need to identify weak points mid-battle, he can only trade injury for injury. They both step back and then advance for another round of attacks. Adu declares that resistance is pointless and tells him to die, hurling his sword toward him. Chen fails to sense it in time. The blade pierces him and forces him backward. Adu approaches, pulls out the sword, and remarks that although the human possesses impressive strength and recovery ability, he remains foolish. He turns away and adds that he has received the blessing of the Great Abyss's rules and cannot be defeated. The system window notifies that the status is being read. Chen responds internally that it is too soon for him to sigh in relief. Adu glances over his shoulder, only to find Chen rushing forward and stabbing him from behind. As his body begins to dissolve, Adu questions how this could happen. The system window notifies that level 66 has been cleared and prompts the selection of recovery time. Chen remarks that Adu is the real fool for refusing to dodge or defend when no weakness was being targeted, and for putting on airs despite the uncertain outcome. Because of that arrogance, Chen has cleared the level swiftly. He reaches the 100th level when the system window notifies Abyss, 100th floor. Another notification follows, stating the 100th floor opponent is Gilbert, the Fallen Swordsman, level 10. The special conditions for this floor are listed as 9. Chen wonders why the weakest fallen demon has appeared and why there are no special conditions. He questions why Gilbert has not shown himself yet. Has he gone into hiding? He reflects that within the Abyss, relationships are intricate and complex, with the racial traits and strengths of each layer differing significantly. It is not impossible for a weak fallen demon to ascend to the rank of a lord due to various circumstances. This level appears to involve locating the fallen demon, a game of hide and seek. Suddenly, a shadow demon emerges behind him. Before he can react, the demon strikes and slashes his neck. After some time, he finds himself back at Abyss level 1. He checks his neck and glances at the hourglass. He realizes he has been killed twice and breathes heavily. He recalls using status read the moment he was first beheaded. Yet even with that advantage, he was instantly killed. The system window notifies that the first level opponent is the Lesser Demon Lord, Demon Warrior Balk, who is at level 10. There are no special conditions for this level. A demon appears and attempts to strike, shouting that a lowly human must die. Chen activates his skills and kills the demon. He thinks that had he not used his remaining consciousness to activate Return to the Past, he would have truly died. He questions what exactly is happening on the 100th floor of the fallen demons. Chen asks if the demon knows the Lord of the 100th floor. Balk replies that even if he does, he will never reveal it, then begins to cough. The system window notifies that level 1 has been cleared and prompts him to select a time to resume. He reflects that all these demons are aware they are merely projections, and none of them fear death or pain. He must attempt a different approach to gather information about the 100th floor. After some time, he arrives at Abyss level 72, a burning grassland. Chen remarks that the Fallen, considered the most inferior demon race, are even weaker than humans in terms of basic attributes. Becoming the Lord of the 72nd floor was likely just a matter of luck. A demon coughs and retorts that Chen will pay for his arrogance and will ultimately die at the hands of the Fallen. Chen asks mockingly if there is actually a fallen demon lord deep within the Abyss. The demon replies that, of course, there is, Lord Gilbert of the 100th floor. According to legend, one can master the shadow sword demon profession by using the body of a fallen demon. That gentleman's shadow sword once slew a demon duke. He declares that Chen will surely perish by the blade just as Chen smashes his head. Chen thanks him. The system window notifies that layer 72 has been cleared and instructs him to select a recovery time. Another notification states that he has arrived at the Abyss, 100th floor. Chen thinks about the shadow sword demon, a profession attainable only after the 3rd transformation of the Knight Assassin class, and one that carries an S-rank evaluation. He thinks that, in addition to the ability to kill with a single strike, the Shadow Sword Demon can also manipulate shadows to execute unpredictable and treacherous sword techniques. He holds no advantage against a Shadow Sword Demon, but when facing a fallen demon, he must possess an attribute advantage. He reminds himself to always stay alert to the demon's shadow, avoid large shadows, and keep moving constantly. As he advances, he considers that spreading the virus while running might be effective. If he continues to pursue patiently and waits for the right moment to expose a weakness, the virus will inevitably infect the target. He pauses to catch his breath and reflects that a long time has passed. He must remain cautious of overexerting his stamina. He needs to use status reading to restore his energy, otherwise, maintaining focus will become increasingly difficult. Sensing an incoming attack, he swiftly dodges to the side and looks back at the gleaming blade. He wonders at the intense brightness. Could it be one of the demon's techniques? As the demon stealthily approaches, Chen realizes something is off. He quickly grabs his sword, blocks the attack, and pushes the demon back. The demon responds by telling him to lower his blade. He has already won. The system window then notifies the presence of the 100th floor fallen swordsman, Gilbert, level 10. Gilbert admits that the constraints of the trial have prevented him from using his full strength and that the virus has already infected him. He coughs and says that his last strike carried all the strength he had left. Chen responds simply, affirming his words. Gilbert continues, calling Chen a cautious human. If he manages to pass the trial, he is welcome to return to the true 100th floor of the abyss and challenge him again. Although Chen's current strength is insufficient to overcome the real test, Gilbert still hopes he will eventually succeed. The system window notifies that the 100th floor has been cleared and prompts the selection of recovery time. Chen declares that he will succeed. The next time they meet, he will learn Gilbert's swordsmanship in person as Gilbert dissolves into the air. The scene shifts to the 200th floor of the abyss, where a grand and magnificent palace stands. Chen arrives and respectfully greets the lord of the 200th floor, the fallen angel, Lady Elmia. He asks whether she has summoned him here to begin the trial battle. The system window notifies that the 200th floor's ruler is Elmia, a six-winged fallen angel, level 10. There are no special conditions for this floor. Elmia responds by questioning why cleaning the palace should be such a troublesome task. She mentions that she initially intended to let him pass directly, but became slightly curious. She gestures and invites him to sit. Chen inquires about the nature of her curiosity. She explains that with his current strength, she wonders how he managed to reach the 200th floor. Even if he defeated that tiresome Gilbert by chance, Gilbert only excels in training and ambush tactics. She then asks what he plans to do beyond this point, as many opponents far more challenging than Gilbert await. Chen replies that the method he used to win is his trump card, one he cannot reveal to Lady Elmia. She assures him that she has no intention of uncovering his secrets. She is simply feeling a bit bored while resting here today. She proposes that he have a drink with her and share stories about how he made it this far, and in return, she will allow him to pass. She asks how that sounds. As Chen pours wine into a glass, he calmly asks what exactly she wishes to know. She says, let her think, yes, that revolting creature on the 105th floor, the slime monster. Chen recalls his encounter with the slime monster. The system window had notified that the 105th floor was ruled by an alien demon lord, a flesh and blood aggregation named Sarabes, level 10. The floor was identified as the Abyss, 105th floor, swamp. Chen remembers how that creature, resembling a pool of meat paste, had spread across the ground. If touched, it would immediately begin to consume its victim. Sarabes devoured much faster than he did. Half of Chen's body was eaten the moment he made contact. He recalls being captured by the monster and struggling to escape its grasp. As they raise their glasses in a toast, Elmia asks how he managed to win. He responds that since the creature enjoyed eating so much, he decided to feed it after all. But it wasn't so easy to digest. He probably fed it hundreds of severed arms until it suffered food poisoning and eventually collapsed into a puddle of sludge. She laughs and remarks that it's interesting. She didn't expect him to handle Sarabes so easily. He replies that it was far from easy. Tearing off an arm from one's own body is excruciating. She then asks about that foul-smelling relic called Fingu, who should be hiding deep in the sea, refusing to come out, correct? He recalls the moment when the system window notified the appearance of the demon lord on the 136th floor, Ku Tao Fish Demon Lord, Fingu, whose level is 10. Chen remarks that he only managed to overcome that challenge thanks to the excellent equipment gifted to him by Fingu's grandson. Elmia laughs and comments that he clearly took advantage of the situation. But the girl on the 153rd floor had no room to escape. The system window had identified the 153rd floor's alien lord as Barrow Flame Spirit, Hartley, level 10. It also described the terrain as the mountainside lava pool. Chen returns from his thoughts and agrees, saying that Hartley was exceptionally strong. She killed him 15 times in a row. The extreme heat rendered his virus completely ineffective, and her lava-based body made it nearly impossible for him to land a proper attack. He recalls standing near the lava pool, observing her retreat. Whenever she was injured, she would submerge herself in the lava to recover. Coming back to the present, he exhales and adds that it took both of them 5 full days to fill the lava pool completely, draining her of stamina and will. He remembers the moment he finally launched a decisive attack and watched Hartley collapse. He concludes that she remains the toughest opponent he has faced across all 200 floors. Elmia remarks that if they are speaking of difficult individuals, the one on the 186th floor is no less troublesome than Hartley. Chen responds that such a pleasant conversation should not be spoiled by mentioning her. He recalls the 186th floor, a vast, foul pit, where the alien lord of that level, the filthy Queen Omandi, level 10, had appeared. Chen reflects that there is likely no being in the entire abyss more repulsive than her. She felt perfectly at home in a massive pit overflowing with rotting corpses and excrement. Sitting before Elmia, he mutters that he had finally forgotten the taste and stench of that floor, only to have it return to mind now. The thought alone makes it impossible for him to drink the wine. Elmia replies that while Omandi may not be exceptionally powerful, no demon dares challenge her or claim her territory. Then she teases him, hadn't he already taken a sip before even mentioning her? He answers that he dares not drink wine infused with the spiritual power of a fallen angel lord, as doing so would surely be fatal. He recalls the moment he once drank it and died, thinking to himself what utter nonsense it was. Since he has already died once from drinking it, he naturally refuses to do so again. Elmia sighs in mock disappointment and admits that she has been found out. If only he had taken a sip, she could have torn him apart with a mere thought. What a pity, she laments. She cannot kill him while lying down. He stands up and asks whether they are going to fight. She remains lying on the couch and replies that she is too lazy to move. Chen remarks that she is truly extraordinarily lazy. She waves him off, muttering roll, 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 she is going to sleep. She adds that even separating projections consumes physical energy. Besides, many powerful beings await him beyond this point. Among them, 6 individuals even possess divine names. Therefore, there is no need for her to act. The system window notifies him that the 200th floor has been passed and prompts him to select a recovery time. Chen asks if there are truly 6 gods who bear divine names. The system confirms that the recovery time has been selected as 1 hour. As Chen walks away, he reflects that with other lords, he can rely on the hourglass to rewind time and attempt infinite challenges. But with the 6 gods, things are different. He enters his room and sits down as the system window notifies him that he has entered the recovery space and the countdown has begun. He thinks that every god possesses authority over the laws of existence. All he can hope for is that they do not possess the ability to kill him instantly or erase him completely. He declares that as long as he can use the hourglass to rewind time, then even if they are gods, he will surely find a way to kill them. The scene shifts to the abyss, 235th floor, a barren wilderness where Chen sits quietly on a rock. A demon stands before him and declares that he shall sleep forever within the illusion, as all humans should. The system window notifies that the ruler of the 235th floor is Salisbury of the Abyssal Demon Clan, level 10. The special conditions for this floor remain unknown. Chen laughs in response, prompting Salisbury to laugh as well. He expresses his curiosity, wondering what kind of sweet dreams Chen is experiencing. Within the illusion, Chen envisions Elmia bowing before him, addressing him as the god Chen Bai and pledging her allegiance. In this dream, Ziqiang, Suxan, Shuang, and Luli sit beside him, while an elf kneels in front of him. She proclaims her willingness to give everything to serve him, whether as his servant, his slave, his tool, or even his toy. For her, it would be a profound honor. Chen asks what she would do if he ordered her to relinquish her power and die. She responds, addressing him as Lord God, saying that if he still doubts her sincerity, she will prove her absolute loyalty. He cuts her off, commanding her to stop the act. He says he knows exactly who she is, her only goal is survival. Her ambition leaves no room for loyalty, and that word has never held any meaning in her life. Yet, as he approaches her, he states that he will spare her life. She thanks him and promises that she would do anything for him. He replies that in that case, she should put it on and chain herself to the gate. He takes out a collar attached to a chain and commands her to become a watchdog. She bows her head. He asks why she does not wish to obey. She grabs the collar, places it around her neck, and says she is willing to serve the Lord God as a dog. It would be her greatest honor. He snaps out of his thoughts and realizes he is still on the abyss's 235th floor, amidst the desolate wilderness. He turns to Salisbury and asks if he is speaking. Yes, that is the sound a dog should make. Salisbury laughs and remarks that this human really knows how to entertain himself. He tells him not to be afraid. Once he absorbs Chen's soul, he will experience sweet dreams within him for all eternity. Salisbury launches an attack with 3 swords. The system window notifies the special condition for this floor see through and break free from Salisbury's illusion. The swords draw close as Chen calmly states that although the dream is beautiful, it is not reality. To remain trapped in it forever would be meaningless. Salisbury, shocked, asks when Chen saw through the illusion and how he managed to break free without detection. Chen replies that it was not difficult to see through it. Salisbury was unable to replicate the divine pressure of a god. Perhaps Salisbury's original body could accomplish it, but in this trial, he is only level 10. As for the method of breaking free, Chen adds, it is even simpler. The sword spirit had not been pulled into the illusion. It retains independent thought. Salisbury says that Chen could have killed him long ago. He simply wanted him to play along. Chen replies that it is not about wanting him. He just needed a moment to rest. After descending through 200 levels of the abyss, his spirit has already been deeply exhausted. He reflects that over the course of these 200 layers, he has undergone nearly 1,000 rounds of retracing, combat, deception, and calculation. Although both physical and mental strength can be restored, the pressure and confusion accumulated over time cannot be so easily erased. He thinks that if it were not for this illusion, his willpower might have completely broken down. Fortunately, it helped him recall his original purpose and avoid becoming a madman endlessly trapped within the abyss. For that, he feels compelled to thank Salisbury. Salisbury asks if he truly sought refuge in this fantasy world because of the fatigue caused by those 200 floors. But, he adds, Chen need not worry, there are not many battles left. Then he turns and walks away. Chen asks if they are now nearing the final few floors. Salisbury replies that fewer than 300 floors remain, but many of them are empty. Chen responds that it seems Salisbury does not know that when a floor lacks a lord-level entity, the will of the abyss summons the former lord of that layer to face him. He explains that the smoke demon on the 215th floor had previously been the lord of the 192nd floor. With pairs of identical hands like those, he has already fought 3 such sets. Salisbury says that he does not refer to mere disappearance, but to absolute collapse into nothingness during the struggle for true annihilation. In battles between powerful beings, it is common for multiple layers of space to be destroyed in succession. The deeper the layer, the more frequently this occurs. Chen asks if that is really the case, and thanks Salisbury. He says that if he has the chance after clearing the trial, he will visit him again. Salisbury laughs and replies that when that time comes, he will let him experience the most perfect illusion. If he fails to break free from it, he will never be allowed to leave. The system window notifies that the 235th layer has been cleared. Please select a recovery time. Chen responds 1 second and thinks to himself, let it come while he is at his peak. The system window then notifies that the 236th floor has collapsed, entering the 237th floor. Then it notifies that the 237th floor has collapsed, entering the 238th floor. Again, the 238th floor has collapsed, entering the 239th floor. Chen wonders why these layers are being skipped. Floors that collapse can actually be bypassed. How many layers will be skipped altogether? The system window then notifies that he has entered the 279th floor. Chen is surprised. It has skipped 44 floors. How could so many layers collapse? The next time he looks back, he plans to ask either the fallen angel or Salisbury about it. The system window then notifies that the 279th floor is governed by the Bull Demon Lord, Baphomet, the Lord of Beasts, level 10. The special condition for this floor is to defeat Baphomet after passing through the maze. Chen recalls Baphomet, the Lord of Beasts. He knows this name. The god of the Tauran tribe, worshipped by the barbarian class. One of the 6 true gods mentioned by the fallen angels. He gazes at the blood-stained earth and the pitch-black maze ahead. As he moves forward, he reflects that although the first 200 floors have been extremely difficult, the true trial is only now beginning. It is said that Baphomet attacks any being who enters the maze. He remains cautious, just as he senses a massive presence emerge behind him. Chen tilts his head and sees a Baphomet about to attack him, but he quickly raises his protective shield to block the strike and pushes it back. He advances, uses deformation techniques to strike, and knocks the creature to the floor. Its body begins sinking into the ground as Chen observes it and wonders if it is dead. No, its corpse is sinking. He leaps again to attack, but the body has completely disappeared beneath the floor. He remarks that it turned into blood and vanished, then asks if it was a blood clone used to stop intruders. He admits that all he knows about the Lord of Beasts is mere rumor. so it seems he must figure things out slowly. The scene shifts to 10 minutes later, with Chen walking around when he notices a figure trying to hide behind a wall. He mutters, "Here they go again." Suddenly, a Baphomet jumps to attack him, but Chen grabs its horns and uses a spiritual mental technique, sensing that its strength is much greater than before. The system window notifies him that this Baphomet is level 2, with strength of 150, agility of 125, constitution of 175, and spirit of 150. Its innate ability is the god of fighting's war hormone. The more it desires to fight, the higher its strength and agility become. The more it enjoys fighting, the higher its constitution and spirit rise. The maximum bonus is 5 times. He attacks and comments that at level 2, this talent is too buggy. After some time, he uses the ground spikes technique to make spikes erupt from the ground and attack the Baphomet. He thinks it appears that when he first entered the maze, the Baphomet was at level 1. He attacks the level 3 Baphomet with the intent to kill. Later, he knocks out a level 4 Baphomet and reflects that the deeper he goes, the higher the level of the Baphomets he encounters. After a while, he knocks out a level 5 Baphomet as the system window notifies him. Baphomet, level 5, strength, 450, agility, 375, constitution, 550, innate ability, unspecified. He breathes heavily and thinks that it seems he will have to face 10 Baphomets, but this level 5 already possesses attributes comparable to his own. He rises, thinks that a level 10 Baphomet, and considers that now is not the time to worry. He must keep moving forward. 30 minutes later, he feels completely exhausted, having been injured by a horn stab to the abdomen. He thinks that the improvements each Baphomet gains upon leveling up are far greater than he expected. He notices a level 7 Baphomet approaching to attack and realizes that, due to the regression of his mental strength, he can no longer perceive its precise attributes with his mind. However, he can sense through combat that its stats are already 1.5 times greater than his, nearly double. A Baphomet crashes into him. After a while, Chen lies on the ground, notices the backtracking stone on his shoulder, and realizes the numbers have been crushed. He thinks it takes too long to weaken them using viruses. He wonders what he should do. He needs to gather more information. Suddenly, the stone vanishes, and he considers trying to find a new method to defeat the Baphomet. Later, he finds himself once again at the entrance of the maze and remarks that he has returned. This time, he decides to experiment and see what happens if he refrains from killing the low-level Baphomets. After a while, he runs quickly through the maze, thinking he must shake it off, as a level 1 Baphomet chases him. He notices a reflected figure behind a wall and recalls that a level 2 Baphomet usually appears ahead. He proceeds cautiously, looking around, and notes that it hasn't shown up. Later, as he continues running through the maze, he reflects that the area occupied by the level 7 Baphomet has already passed. This is a region he has never explored before. He wonders whether it is truly possible to progress safely by simply avoiding combat with the level 1 Baphomets, but it never feels that straightforward. Suddenly, a Baphomet leaps from behind to attack. Chen turns around just in time to see, but the strike kills him. Later, he once again appears at the entrance of the maze and remarks that it was a close call. He nearly failed to activate the backtracking function. The speed of the attack had exceeded his reaction limit. It must have been a Baphomet of level 8 or higher. He asks why he encountered such a high-level Baphomet and notes that the lower-level ones had clearly not appeared before. He realizes that perhaps there is only one Baphomet in the maze and that it must have caught him. As he walks, he considers that if he kills it at a lower level, it will respawn deeper within the maze, upgraded. If he does not kill it, it will continue to pursue him. When he first entered the maze, his level was low and his attributes were weak, so he could escape it easily. However, as it advances deeper, it continues to level up. He concludes that the Baphomet gains exaggerated attribute enhancements over time, meaning it was only a matter of time before it caught up with him. Holding his chin in thought, he considers that if this is the case, he might have enough time to weaken it using a virus. However, once it upgrades later, many additional attributes will be added all at once. He thinks that just in case, he must check whether he can use the remaining virus points to upgrade some abilities. He looks at the system window, which notifies him of the mental worm ability, which allows him to transform his own mental power into parasitic worms that infect the target. The infected target's mental stability is significantly reduced, triggering various negative emotions and leading to potential psychological disturbances, including self-destructive tendencies. He remarks that he had not noticed this feature before, a newly unlocked skill derived from thought. As he walks forward, he reflects that negative emotions and mental instability can effectively suppress the Baphomet's war hormone ability and reduce its combat bonuses. He declares that the Baphomet must prepare to die. He pleads for mercy, saying he is too weak at level 1, and quickly runs as a level 1 Baphomet chases after him. He tells himself to hold on just a little longer. He will be able to level up soon. After some time, he is seen dragging a Baphomet by its horn and thinks that he has arrived. Suddenly, the Baphomet's eyes glow red as it lets out a roar upon seeing him and throws him back with a powerful strike. The system window notifies, Baphomet, Level 2, Strength, 45, Agility, 36, Constitution, 54, Spirit, 44. Innate ability, the God of Fighting's Thirst Hormone. Current bonus, 3 times. The Baphomet charges its power and curses him. Another system message appears, Status effect, lung infection is active. Basic attributes continue to decrease. Symptoms include fatigue, difficulty breathing, and coughing. Mind worms are also active, emotional disturbances in effect. Chen concludes that, just as he suspected, leveling up does not fully restore his condition or remove the negative effects. This is because the upgrade functions more like a removal of restrictions than a true recovery. Even so, he is confident that he will win this time. An hour later, Chen stands at the center of the maze arena, gripping the Baphomet. He declares his arrival and hurls it away. He thinks that keeping the Baphomet airborne during its upgrade will make it easier for him to attack the next one. Just then, the level 9 Baphomet leaps to attack him, but Chen also moves, holding his sword to strike. The Baphomet raises a wooden staff to block the blow. Chen is stunned and thinks it managed to block the attack. It was clearly on the verge of death moments ago. It seems that reaching level 10 significantly increases its attributes. The Baphomet stands roaring as a red aura spreads from its body. The system window notifies, Baphomet, Level 10, Strength, 600, Agility, 560, Constitution, 640, Spirit, 600. Innate ability, the God of Gladiators' Thirst for War Hormone. Current bonus, none. Passive skill, Indestructible Body. Attributes cannot fall below their base state. Status effect, lung infection active. Symptoms include fatigue, difficulty breathing, and coughing. Chen thinks that at level 10, an additional passive skill, Indestructible Body, is unlocked. No wonder its attributes have once again surpassed his. Baphomet sits on the ground and speaks, saying he is wondering why they fight. He claims that fighting feels meaningless and dull. The system window notifies, Status effect, Mind worm active. Emotional disturbance, depression, self-doubt, negativity. Chen thinks the psychworm has done an excellent job and responds that if he truly feels that way, he should simply let him pass. He lies on the floor and says it no longer matters. Reflecting on his life, he thinks that all he has ever done is fight and prepare for battle, even to the point that 44 layers of the abyss were destroyed because of it. He admits he no longer understands why he once enjoyed fighting so much, calling it a meaningless existence and a waste of breath to remain alive. Chen realizes it was he who caused the destruction, silently thanks the Baphomet, and offers to help him end it. The Baphomet tells him not to bother, there is no point in killing him here. Chen asks why. He explains that in this maze arena, both he and his can be revived infinitely. True death is impossible here. He adds that, in his view, real victory lies in making one's opponent admit defeat. Then he asks if he thinks he is a bit psychotic. Chen replies that he is, indeed, a little perverted and thinks to himself that, fortunately, the Baphomet revived him with full status, and the negative debuffs are gone. He will now be able to kill it instantly. He says he gives up and tells him to go on. He needs time to reflect on the meaning of life, to consider what he can do beyond fighting. The system window notifies, Level 279 has been cleared. Please select a recovery time. Later, in the resting space, Chen sits on the bed and thinks about how terrifying the encounter truly was. His final attributes must have reached around 3,000, while his own average remains just over 500, only manageable thanks to the power of the psychic worm. He says the first god has been dealt with and wonders what kind of god will appear next. The system window notifies, Note that the 350 floor of the abyss is a space formed by massive pillars supporting fragmented pieces of land. The largest landmass in the distance is known as the Eye of the Abyss. Unlike the first floor, the eye on the other floors takes the form of an inverted cone suspended from the sky, with a crater rising from the ground beneath it. The two structures are connected by a column of purple light, surrounded by a dense black aura. After a while, on the 350 floor of the abyss, Chen walks forward with his hands in pants pockets and remarks that the Psycho Worm skill has proven extremely useful. From the 279th floor until now, he has only needed to backtrack 3 times. He wonders what kind of lord rules over the 350 floor. Just then, he notices a serpent in front of him and says it is approaching. The system window notifies, Floor 350, 9 Serpent Lord, World Devourer, Winifred, Level 10. Special condition for this floor, pass the trial of the 9 heads, or die. At that moment, the 9th serpent head speaks, saying it has found him, and calls to its brothers, stating that it wants to go first. Chen believes the second god, the World Devourer, the legendary Hydra, possesses the power of devouring. He knows very little about it, and it appears he is expected to die several times. The serpent approaches him and states that she will consider how to test him. She remarks that he looks quite good and asks whether he is considered handsome among humans. Chen responds that she appears very beautiful as well, noting her smooth, delicate scales and bright eyes. He expresses admiration for the flower in her hair and inquires whether she is regarded as a beauty among snakes. She responds with surprise, saying he has good taste, and declares that he has passed her test. He bows slightly and expresses his gratitude, addressing her as a lovely lady. She remarks on his politeness and asks whether this is what a gentleman is supposed to be like. She then turns to serpent number 8, Mina, and instructs him to wake up, as it is his turn to conduct the test. Mina confirms it is his turn and agrees. He asks the human, 1 + 1 =. Chen replies, 2. Mina congratulates him on clearing the level and goes back to sleep. Chen concludes that this being is on par with the fallen angel encountered on the 200th floor. The 7th serpent asks whether it is his turn and remarks that the world appears so beautiful that he does not wish to engage in fighting and killing. He wonders if there might be a better way to conduct the test. The 5th serpent releases his water aura and states that the 7th serpent should step aside and reflect, as they will go first. The 6th serpent unleashes his fire aura and agrees that they should proceed. The 7th serpent responds with acceptance, addressing them as 5th brother and 6th brother. The 5th serpent declares that he is the devourer and controller of water. The 6th serpent asserts that he is the devourer and controller of fire. Chen inquires about the nature of the test assigned to the 2 of them. The 5th serpent complains that this little firehead never listens to him and asks whether he also finds him unbearably foolish. He adds that the 6th serpent does not even comprehend how water is meant to overcome fire. The 6th serpent counters that excessive fire can evaporate water, and he does not fear his so-called little water. He claims the real issue is that the 5th serpent always wants to surpass him, so he lets him judge for himself. Chen begins to sweat and realizes that this is a potentially fatal question. The system window notifies that the test of the Water Devourer requires him to support the Water Devourer and compel the Fire Devourer to admit his inferiority. Conversely, the test of the Fire Devourer demands that he support the Fire Devourer and make the Water Devourer acknowledge his weakness. Chen believes that if he fails the test, he will be killed. He concludes that there is no possible way to answer this question without consequence. One of the serpents demands to know what he is doing, questioning whether he fails to grasp the simple principle that water overcomes fire. He insists that he should ignore such nonsense, claiming it is obvious that he is superior, and asks whether Chen is blind. Chen grips his arm and thinks that, in this situation, the only way to break the deadlock is to eliminate one of the heads. He draws his sword and swings it. One serpent exclaims in shock, asking what he is doing, while the other, astonished, echoes the question. The 3rd serpent mutters that they are both idiots. The 4th serpent laughs and comments that he intentionally created a dilemma for humans, and it would be strange if humans had not responded with violence. The 6th serpent protests, asking what dilemma he is referring to, stating that their test is not difficult. The 5th serpent appears to understand and asks whether, by framing the question in such a way, Chen would be guaranteed to fail no matter how he answers. He confirms that it is correct and declares that Chen has now passed his test and no longer needs to be concerned about it. The fifth serpent says his test is the same. He simply needs to tell him whom he believes is stronger. Chen wonders how such a being as the World Devourer can be so childish and eccentric. He remarks that they seem overly concerned with strength and asks whether they have never competed before. The fifth serpent explains that, since they are one entity, using their full strength against each other would be equivalent to suicide. The sixth serpent agrees, adding that if not for that fact, he would have reduced the fifth serpent to ashes long ago. He retorts that it is nonsense. He was the one who absorbed him into the snake in the first place. Chen asks whether now is not the perfect opportunity to settle it. He points out that those who appear in the trial are only projections, so there is no harm in giving it a try. Giving a thumbs up, he adds that this is far better than forcing him to make a choice, especially when he does not know them well. The fifth serpent agrees, saying that humans have a point, and that this is indeed a good chance to teach him a lesson. The sixth serpent laughs and says he hopes he learns to respect true strength after losing this time. First serpent intervenes, instructing them to wait until the test is completed before resuming their fight. The fifth serpent agrees, addressing him as Big Brother, and the sixth serpent also complies, echoing the same title. He then says that his test is quite simple. Since he was born in the universe and travels among the stars, he had never visited the blue star before the beginning of the cosmic trial. As he speaks, he takes out a book. He asks if he can be told the story or history of Blue Star. The seventh serpent says he must be counted in, suggesting they speak about the beautiful scenery and delicious food on his blue star, which indicates that he has passed his test. The second serpent says he enjoys thinking and asks whether humans have any renowned thinkers or philosophers. He also requests to be told about their thoughts, claiming that doing so would allow him to pass his test. The third serpent asks why they are holding a chat conference, questions when the test will begin, and insists on going first, as he lacks the patience to listen to what he considers nonsense. He begins releasing a dark, poisonous aura, pulls a bomb-shaped sphere from his mouth, and tells him to take it, calling him a little idiot. He declares that this is the first skill he has created after obtaining the devouring power at level 10, and demands that the little idiot take it, insisting he cannot escape. Chen thinks that the ability to create original skills at level 10 makes him worthy of being called a god. He forms a protective bubble around himself to block the attack and observes that the skill has a very slow flight speed and a limited swallowing range, but an extremely powerful suction force. He decides to try blocking it with telekinesis first. He sees the poisonous bomb releasing its aura and thinks he cannot stop it. If this is the power of devouring, then it is far stronger than his black light virus, which can only consume flesh and blood. The third serpent says that this is merely the initial version of the devouring bomb, and its level is still limited to 10. He states that it cannot be stopped and asks if Chen believes he can. Chen moves his protective shield forward to block the attack. He comments that he is retreating at a pace that matches the skill's speed, attempting to use regeneration to counter it, a clever tactic. He observes that the skill appears to have an upper limit on its devouring capacity. As he continues to spread his poisonous aura, he warns that once the absorbed energy reaches its limit, the skill will detonate. Chen is shocked to see the bomb suddenly explode, releasing poison in all directions. The third serpent states that its damage is 3 times the amount of energy it absorbs. The ninth serpent asks if the third brother might end up killing the human with such a blast. The seventh serpent, declaring himself a peace-loving individual, says he cannot bear to witness such a violent scene. She adds that it is fortunate the human is still alive. Chen thinks that the explosion was immensely powerful, yet not strong enough to kill him instantly. He then asks the third serpent whether he has passed this test. The third serpent releases more poisonous aura, remarking that humans are impressive for remaining unharmed, and tells him to prepare for another, improved version. The second serpent intervenes, saying that his test is over and instructing him to step back and not interfere. The third serpent concedes, saying that if he had known this earlier, he would have used the improved version from the beginning. He curses under his breath and says it is now time to complete their tests and demands to be told about human philosophy. The 50th serpent says he wants to hear about human history. The 7th serpent mentions delicious food and beautiful scenery, asking if that is understood. Chen replies that it is easy. After some time, the second serpent says that Chen's explanation of human philosophy is quite intriguing and confirms that he has passed the test. The fourth serpent asks if that was the version of history Chen knows and declares him successful. The seventh serpent also acknowledges that his part is complete. Chen then asks what the final test is. The first serpent replies that he has no test for him. Instead, the fifth and sixth brothers will do their best to determine the final victor. If Chen manages to survive until their decision is made, they will be considered to have passed. Chen agrees and thinks that their culture is so complex that he might as well stay out of it. He also reflects that the deception in these 9 tests is so obvious that even a blind person could notice it. He wonders whether they are simply too lazy to conduct the tests properly or if there is some deeper conspiracy at play. After a while, on the 350th floor of the abyss, a serpent laughs and declares that he has won, asking if he is now convinced. The sixth serpent responds that it was merely a matter of one level 10 version defeating another level 10 version. They were all so young back then, and he simply could not accept it. The fifth serpent remarks that the level is not high enough, the environment is unfavorable, the mood is poor, and he has not fully awakened yet, adding that he always has something to say regardless. The third serpent admits honestly that the second and fourth brothers have insisted on allowing the humans to pass, which displeases him, and he warns them not to seek him out. The fourth serpent addresses Brother San, saying this is called an investment. Permitting the humans to pass through the trials can only benefit them, not harm them. If one has managed to pass Baphomet's level, then there exists a slight chance of passing the Abyss trial, and becoming the Lord of the Abyss. The second serpent urges them to consider the potential. A Lord of the Abyss who owes them a favor and possesses the power of devouring. How much advantage could that bring to them? One serpent concedes that the argument is valid, yet expresses doubt that the human can succeed. The jackal god on the 375th floor has somehow acquired the power of assassination. He states that the combination of that insidious being and the ability to become invisible at will without any energy consumption makes it nearly impossible for humans to survive. After a while, Chen walks on the 375th floor of the abyss as the system window notifies that the floor's guardian is the Jackal Lord, Yinaghu, the god of assassination and jackals, at level 10, with no special conditions assigned to the floor. He considers the word assassination and realizes this will be troublesome. As he moves forward, scanning his surroundings, he reflects that stealth and assassination are his weakest areas. This is the kind of combat where a single strike determines the outcome. Suddenly, a rope wraps around his foot and attempts to drag him. Shocked, he immediately uses the deformation blade form technique to sever the rope with his sword. He notices several spikes on the ground just as he is about to fall and quickly flips over them using his hands. As he slides across the floor, he hears a rustling sound and realizes that a net is descending toward him. He swiftly swings his sword to slice through it and wonders if these traps are ever going to stop. He then notices balloons attached to the net beginning to detonate, and a large explosion erupts. He leaps to the side just in time to avoid the blast and thinks that, damn it, he has been forced to perform a status reload before even encountering the true floor guardian. As he scans the area, several tentacles seize his arm, and he curses again, asking how many traps have been set on this floor. He screams while releasing a poisonous aura, activates the burn in hell technique, and incinerates the tentacles. As he moves forward, he questions what kind of assassination this is and remarks that the so-called jackal god should actually be called the god of traps. He mutters that the opponent is a truly sinister and filthy being. Suddenly, a voice thanks him for the compliment. He is startled and freezes upon hearing it. An entity suddenly leaps toward him, attacking with a single strike while shouting for the human to die, slashing across his body in one swift blow. The scene shifts to an earlier moment when Chen enters the 375th floor of the abyss. He reflects that this level will be difficult. The opponent's attributes are significantly higher, the traps are overwhelming in number, and the stealth is so advanced that even thermal tracking cannot detect the enemy clearly. The system window displays a notification. Floor 375 of the Abyss. Guardian, Jackal Lord Yinaghu, the god of assassination and jackals, level 10. Special conditions, none. He recalls that last time, he had no opportunity to release the virus due to the relentless chain of traps. This time, however, he decides the virus must be released in advance. He states that as long as Yinaghu becomes infected, He will be able to track his position using viral vision. He transforms his hand into a claw and states that, as for the traps, he will simply use this to deal with them. He charges power into the ground and strikes with full force, shattering the floor beneath his feet. Soon after, a barrage of traps emerges from the broken ground, spikes, nets rigged with explosives, and various other mechanisms. Frustrated, Chen grits his teeth and mutters that this is hell itself. The ground spike lasso, the net of heaven and earth, the line-stirring beasts, the quicksand pits, the flying leaf magic grass, and the thorny trees. He observes that within just a few dozen meters, nearly 100 traps are deployed, each one different from the last. At that moment, a wolf materializes behind him and comments that he can tolerate the humans spreading a bit of poison, but it is troublesome to rearrange the entire forest. It immediately attacks and kills him. The scene shifts back in time once more. Chen looks at his hand and realizes that he understands everything now. The creature has been near him from the very beginning. He detects the wolf behind him using thermal tracking and begins to strategize, thinking about how to break through the trap-filled cycle this time. After a while, on the 375th floor of the abyss, in the past for the 5th time, Chen is brutally killed by the wolf, and his backtracking device is also destroyed, triggering an explosion. Later, he is sent back in time for the 8th time, holding his backtracking device. He says that although the wolf's strength is not equal to Baphomet's, it is still more than 3 times his own. He believes the traps in the woods are extremely lethal, and if he is not cautious, he may suffer fatal injuries. The only viable method of victory still lies in the virus. However, each time the wolf senses a drop in its attributes, it kills it immediately. He thinks the mind worms not only fail to strip the wolf of its will to fight, but also test his own patience. He swiftly leaps forward, believing there is only one possible path to victory. He employs the virus lung infection and mindworm technique, intending to release the flu virus and the mindworms first. He lands on the floor, looks ahead, and prepares for its arrival. He transforms his hand and punches the ground, intending to use the traps to delay and wear it down. Suddenly, numerous traps emerge from the floor. The wolf is caught by them, and Chen notices it has been restrained. He charges forward, thinking it is done. He must continue, discover the remaining traps, and chart his path. As long as he can stall the wolf until its attributes drop to match his own, he is confident he can kill it. Just then, the wolf appears behind him and says that the human has infuriated him. It attacks, shouting for him to die, and kills him. After a while, he is sent back in time for the 10th time, and the backtracking device activates once again. He stands with his hands on his waist and thinks that with each return to the past, he progresses further. Yinagu's defeat becomes inevitable. Later, Chen is sent back to the past for the 15th time, and once again, the backtracking device activates. Eventually, he returns for the 23rd time, maneuvering between the traps and countering them. A net trap falls onto the wolf and detonates in a violent explosion. Chen quickly escapes as the wolf chases him again, declaring that he will torture the human to death. Chen thinks that the wolf is growing impatient, and the more impatient it becomes, the more likely it is to fall into the traps he has set. He pushes his protective shield forward and senses the undisguised murderous intent approaching. Just like before, it cannot restrain itself and charges straight into the trap. The wolf attacks and shatters the shield into pieces. He slides across the floor, grabs his injured arm, and thinks that the force of this punch is already twice his own. He wonders whether the wolf intends to continue relying on overwhelming strength to force its way through the traps and kill him, or if it should wait for the current wave of traps to subside. Several traps explode near the wolf and injure it. Seeing this, he smiles and thinks that it is well done. The wolf's attributes can no longer completely overpower him, and it has sustained numerous injuries. It is time to make an attempt. He draws his sword, leaps into the air, and stabs the wolf. After a while, he lies tied and exhausted on the floor, thinking that he has finally won. The wolf's body begins to vanish in a trail of faint sparks. The system window notifies him that the 375th level has been cleared and prompts him to select a recovery time. He reflects that, at the final moment, his attributes are still superior to his own. Fortunately, its ability in direct combat is not very strong. He selects a recovery time of 1 hour. Later, in the rest area, he stands and notices a torn piece of his shirt on the bed. He says it is completely destroyed. Although the equipment has no durability rating, it is not invincible. Now that the bonus from the plague suit is gone, of the 6 gods' powers, only 3 remain. He recalls something and thinks that Harrows once mentioned an Abyss Lord, the Succubus Queen, Mycanthus. He remembers she is located somewhere around the 400th floor. He says the Succubus Queen, the Pleasure King, the Lasher, the Bound Queen, she is a god even Harrows fears. He wonders if she will be the next opponent he encounters. After a while, on the 400th floor of the Abyss, Chen walks to the edge of a cliff and sees zombie hands emerging from the ground. He puts on his gloves and realizes that it is not the Succubus Queen, but instead an endless army of the undead. He draws multiple swords, each covered in an aura, and launches them toward the rising horde. He says he has a feeling this will be the easiest level yet, aside from the water-devouring snakes. The system window notifies that a biochemical disaster has begun. The mutated skill power type Meat Mountain muscle is activated. When an enemy is killed, it triggers a recovery state that restores special energy, mental strength, injuries, and physical strength. With each enemy slain, all basic attributes, except mental strength, are increased by 1, with no stacking limit. The duration is 20 minutes. The swords pierce through the undead army, killing them instantly, while the system continues to notify him. Strength, agility, and constitution have increased by 1. He stands with arms folded, ready for what comes next. Chen attacks the zombies with his sword and also stabs several skeleton warriors. He thinks it is just like when he defended the city, but this time, he does not need to protect anything. Moreover, the newly acquired flying swords have enhanced his ranged capabilities. This time, he manages to maintain all his stats above 2000. Chen notices demons moving toward him, so he punches the ground to activate Earth-shaking stroke and knocks them back. As they continue advancing, he realizes they are not stopping and creates a psychic shield. Just then, the Abyss arrives and strikes him fiercely with a spear, cracking the shield. Chen blocks the attack and barely thinks it has been successfully blocked. That spear, strengthened by psychic energy, is incredibly powerful. His own psychic energy has no buffs, so he needs to end this quickly. He activates Blade Claw and rushes forward to stab the enemy. He remarks that he cannot believe he has actually found him. Chen pierces his heart while he says that Chen truly is a human full of miracles and surprises. Though his strength is not overwhelming, he always manages to make the right decision at the most critical moment. Chen thinks it is only natural. After all, he has already been ambushed and killed by this enemy twice in similar ways. He absorbs the heart of the Abyss. The system window notifies Abyss 400th floor, Underworld Grasp Wave, Gabber, backtracking count R2. Chen thanks the demon for the compliment, saying he must continue to move forward. He tells the demon to wait for his triumphant return on the 400th floor of the Abyss, and they can have a proper conversation then. Abyss says to go on. Mycanthute is waiting for him. Chen wonders who Mycanthute is. Meanwhile, a woman lies down on her bed as the system window notifies floor 437, Succubus Queen of Pleasure, Mycanthute. Her level is 10, and special conditions are none. She says the human challenger of the Abyss has actually made it this far. When Chen arrives, he looks at her and thinks this must be Mycanthute, so beautiful that her very presence stirs the heart. He quickly shakes his head and glances down at himself as his tattered clothes continue to fall apart. He realizes the danger, and he nearly succumbed. This is a succubus's trap. He must absolutely resist it. She calls out to him, saying she can feel his desire. It is in his nature, so why suppress it? He exhales, struggling to control himself while staring at her. She says that if he does not come to her, then she will go to him. She remarks that his desire seems ready to burst. Surely it must feel unbearable, mustn't it? She tells him to kneel. With his appearance, she says, he would make a perfect pet. As he steps closer, she rises and commands him to bow down and kiss her toes, to let her mark him with her long whip, and to call her master. Pets who behave and obey will be rewarded by their owner. She smiles, satisfied, and says this is exactly what males are like. Though he has lasted the longest of any so far, he is still just a lowly creature willing to throw everything away to indulge in his lust. Chen kneels before her. The scene shifts to a flashback where Chen sits with a woman at Helros's restaurant. Chen says that the method she has taught him to control his desires works remarkably well. The succubus he encountered during this mission poses no threat to him at all. She sets her fork down and replies that it is only natural. as this method has been specially developed by her to counter the goddess of desire, Mekanthute. She adds that speaking of the succubus who resides in the abyss, there is actually an interesting story about her. Chen asks what the story is. She explains that when Mekanthute inherited the authority of desire, the man she had long admired instantly fell under her charm. After being corrupted by desire, he humiliated himself before her, all to beg for her affection. That incident leads to her deep disappointment in the opposite sex, despite the fact that many still take pleasure in licking her feet. She once said that since then, every time Mekanthute encounters someone she fancies, she unleashes her full charm as a test. As for the outcome, very few truly know. The goddess who governs desire is, in reality, a pure and innocent succubus. Chen says he can hardly believe it. She responds that if, one day, he falls under Mekanthute's charm, it might lead to something rather interesting, especially considering that, deep down, he is someone who would rather walk away empty-handed than kneel and beg. A man who would never submit. Chen says he has misunderstood, he is willing to give in, and he is ready to show loyalty to those who are strong and capable, such as her. She asks if he truly means it. He replies, of course. Then he snaps out of his thoughts and immediately corrects himself, of course not. He activates his blade claws and charges forward to attack Mekanthute. She sees this and ascends into the air, drawing out her whip to strike at Chen. She declares that he cannot defeat her. Only by kneeling at her feet can he experience true pleasure. She captures him completely. Despite this, he says that if her wish is to force herself on him or see him die, then he chooses death. He will never beg for sex. She responds that in that case, she will see how long he can resist. After all, she is terribly lonely. It would be so much more enjoyable if she had a good little dog to play with. Chen struggles to break free from the whip coiled around his body, using up a great deal of his strength. Exhausted, he mutters that the whip is unbelievably strong. He notices that although it is only wrapped around his upper body, he cannot move at all. The piercing barbs dig into his skin, and what began as pain is gradually transforming into an unbearable itch. He realizes this is becoming dangerous. Mekanthute licks her whip and asks whether it feels good. She explains that this is the punishment whip of love and restrained desire, enhanced by her divine authority. It exerts an overwhelming control over those who feel the urge to release their instincts. Chen replies that if her intention is to make him submit, then such a little trick is far from enough. Still, he says, he will generously give her a passing grade for an opening performance. He then asks what kind of skill she plans to demonstrate next and tells her to hurry. If everything remains so mediocre, he might be inclined to leave a poor review. Mekanthute smirks and says that it appears his blood has not fully rushed downward yet. The fact that he can still talk back with such a sharp tongue makes him quite interesting. She draws closer, kisses him, and remarks that it seems she will need to add a little more pressure if she wants him to behave properly. Chen suddenly feels as though he is floating in the air. He acknowledges inwardly that Mekanthute is, after all, a god. His thoughts drift back to something another woman once said. If the day comes when he encounters Mekanthute, he might not be able to resist her absolute authority. She had laughed while saying that reason does not always need to bind instinct and desire too tightly. A little release is acceptable, as long as, in the end, it can still be reined in. He believes he is ready now. The desire for the virus's reproduction has become strongest at the end. He emerges from his thoughts, transforms himself, and moves toward Mekanthute to launch an attack. She stares at him in shock, wondering how this could be happening. Her charm should compel him to crave pleasure and abandon all will to fight. Never before has she encountered anyone who, after being completely enchanted, could still resist. He vanishes from her sight, leaving her stunned. A moment later, he reappears behind her, pierces through her neck, and captures her entirely. She winces in pain, realizing that his body is covered in countless hard spines. Struggling to escape his grasp, she pushes against him, but he refuses to let go. He slams her down onto the bed, and she thinks that perhaps the only option left is to kill him. She attempts to strike him with her whip, but he catches it midair. She hesitates, thinking, does she truly need to kill him? This is the first person who has not yet fallen under her charm. He notices her hesitation. Since she has given him the opportunity, he decides he will no longer hold back. He looks at the whip she is now trying to withdraw. She sighs internally and thinks it no longer matters. It is merely a projection, after all. She speaks, saying she is truly curious to see what he will do once he loses his sanity. Let her witness it for herself. The scene shifts to 3 days later, when Chen finishes the fierce battle and knocks Mechanthute unconscious. The system window notifies Abyss Floor 437, Demon Queen Mechanthute. Her time backtracking count is 0, and saved status use count is 21. He sits down as another system window appears. Floor 437 is cleared. Please select recovery time. He selects 1 hour and reflects on his progress: Minotaur, Hydra, Golden Wolf, the Undead, and Mechanthute. He has already cleared 5 gods. He notes that the first 5 each possessed something he could exploit to secure victory. Now, he wonders what the 6th challenge will be like. Meanwhile, in the True Abyss, on the 437th floor at the Succubus's palace, Mechanthute calls for Chen. When her servant asks what her command is, "Noble Queen," she responds that she did not expect his projection to go through such an intriguing experience. She thinks to herself, so this is what it feels like to be conquered, Chen Bai, and feels that Chen is her puppet. Then she asks why she should not simply go to the 500th floor of the Abyss and kill that person now. Yet as she recalls the moment he completely subdued her, she thinks it is better to let him pass through all the trials of the Abyss and ascend to godhood. Only then can she experience that feeling once more. She scoffs and says that going to the 500th floor of the Abyss to kill that man is a joke. She is not even a match for the Lord of Eternal Night. She glances at him with a trace of regret and thinks it is such a pity. The scene shifts to the 500th floor of the Abyss, where Chen arrives and stands before Abyss Agars. Agars addresses him, stating that a human has actually managed to reach him to stand before the final trial. He says that while Chen's deeds may be remembered, he is fated never to become a legend, for his journey will end here. The system window notifies 500th floor, Demon Royalty, Lord of Eternal Night, Agars, whose level is 10 and special conditions are none. Chen rushes forward and tells him to stop talking. He activates heat-sensing tracking in conjunction with psychic vision. Simultaneously, he unleashes virus influenza pneumonia and virus mental worm as attacks. He quickly realizes the situation is problematic. Thermal tracking cannot penetrate the surrounding darkness, and psychic vision is equally ineffective. Based on how things are unfolding, he concludes he may need to die many times before prevailing. However, he finds it strange that so much time has already passed, yet Agars has not made a move. Suddenly, the system window notifies 500th floor cleared. Please select a recovery time. Chen stares at the screen in confusion and asks what is happening. Agars remarks that Chen is truly an interesting human. As Chen looks at him and charges forward to attack, Agars vanishes without a trace. His voice echoes, saying he looks forward to the day they meet again. Chen frowns, confused, wondering what Agars means. Why has he been allowed to pass? He curses under his breath, frustrated. Why can't these people speak clearly? Riddle-spouting lunatics who refuse to say things plainly should all just die, he thinks. The system window notifies that the recovery time selected is only 1 second. Another notification follows. Minimum recovery time is 1 minute, and selecting anything shorter will result in immediate progression to the next floor. Does he wish to proceed? Chen affirms his choice. The system window then notifies that floor 501 has collapsed and is entering floor 502. Chen advances and reflects that it is starting again. He wonders how many more floors have vanished and will be skipped this time. He has already defeated 6 gods, there should not be many floors remaining. After a while, he arrives at the 600th level of the Abyss. The system window announces, floor 600, current lord is none, and extracting phantom incarnation of the former demon lord. Please prepare accordingly. Chen is stunned. So there are still 100 floors remaining. The system window continues on floor 600, demon clan and incarnation of evil Satan, whose level is 10, and special conditions are none. Chen wonders what Satan truly is and how this could be possible. The traitor of the Abyss, the creator of hell, the legendary god of evil himself. Satan speaks, saying he never expected that his consciousness would one day awaken within the Abyss. Even the shattered 600th floor has not yet vanished. As he walks toward Chen, he remarks that someone must be progressing through the Abyss trial and has reached this point. The overwhelming power radiating from Chen astonishes him, and he asks for his name. Chen thinks to himself that Satan certainly talks a lot. While keeping his expression neutral, he begins releasing viruses discreetly. Chen responds that if Satan's original body had not perished, he might have actually looked forward to meeting him elsewhere one day. He suggests they sit down and have a conversation. He is not someone who takes pleasure in senseless fighting or killing. Chen then considers Satan's words. His true form has indeed died. Satan asks whether Chen truly has no interest in talking. In that case, he says, let him witness what has carried Chen this far. He launches an attack. Chen blocks the blow, and Satan observes that he knows how to wield the power of hell. Using hellfire to counter his own hellfire is, in his eyes, a clever yet foolish decision. He reminds Chen of one crucial fact. He himself is the Lord of Hell. Chen gets irritated and thinks he cannot move. Worse, he cannot retract his hellfire either, as Satan has seized control of it with his mana. Chen realizes that if he does not use the hellfire armor, he will only be able to dodge passively. But if he does use it, Satan will gain full control. He thinks it seems he needs to backtrack and find another approach. Satan says that to have come this far, only to die here, is truly unfortunate. He proposes that they cooperate. Chen asks if this is really the attitude Satan has toward cooperation. Satan apologizes, admitting his mistake, and withdraws his mana. Chen demands that he speak. What kind of cooperation is he suggesting? Satan explains that his true body has long since perished, but due to the Abyss trial, he has been resurrected. He asks whether Chen sees this as a rare opportunity. Chen replies that Satan is merely a projection. Satan says the situation is a bit complex, but in simple terms, the Abyss creates projections based on the life imprints left behind by all abyssal beings. As long as that thread of a life imprint is preserved and carried out of the Abyss, true resurrection becomes possible. Chen asks what the cost is. Satan replies that Chen only needs to bring him out of the Abyss. There is no price to pay. In fact, he will even grant Chen part of his legacy in hell as a reward. Chen thinks there is no risk and that there are many benefits. Sure, as if he would believe that, and does Satan take him for a fool? He asks how, exactly, he is supposed to help. Satan hands him a ring and explains that his life imprint will be sealed inside it. All Chen needs to do is take it out of the Abyss. Once he does, the ring and what it contains will belong to him. Chen accepts the ring and asks what it is. The system window notifies the Lord of Hell of Solomon's ring, classified as an SS-grade accessory, type ring. Its effects include a 50% increase in strength, agility, and constitution, a 200-point increase in spirit, and a 3,000-point boost to all attributes. The 72 Pillars of Demons contain the soul imprints of the 72 most distinguished demon lords of hell, allowing the bearer to summon and command them to a certain extent. The Ring of Profound Knowledge reduces the learning requirements for any skill by 80% and the cooldown time of skills and sub-skills by 50%. The Hell King form, when activated, grants an additional 100% increase to all attributes, and all skills have 0 cooldown for a duration of 15 seconds. The Gate of Hell, a treasure that holds a portion of the Hell God's power, greatly enhances all abilities within Hell. The gate can be opened at will, has no equipment requirements, and enables the wearer to claim the throne of the King of Hell. He wonders how anyone could bear to give away such a powerful item. He tells himself he must never trust him, yet he cannot defeat him, and he remains uncertain of his true intentions. He questions how to break free from this stalemate. He puts on the ring and declares the activation of Hell King form. The ring remains motionless while he then questions whether the ring is fake. Satan responds that it does not completely belong to him yet. He apologizes, stating that he has nothing else to offer to prove his sincerity. After all, he exists merely as a lingering soul derived from a life imprint. The ring is the only thing he is capable of using at the moment. Chen apologizes and admits he cannot trust him, then attempts to escape. Satan laughs and asks whether he thinks it matters if he refuses to use hellfire. As long as there remains any power of hell within him, he will never be able to defy the god of hell. Chen reads the saved status. He asks whether Satan intends to abandon cooperation once he collapses. Satan replies that if he is still being tested, then so be it, he will not kill him. Killing him would only delay everything, as it is uncertain how long it would take for another person capable of passing the Abyss trial to arrive. However, he is willing to continue wasting time here until someone appears who is ready to cooperate. Chen acknowledges that staying in this place indefinitely is far from enjoyable. He agrees to cooperate. The system window notifies that the 600th floor has been cleared. He has overcome the trials of all Abyssal Lords, and has completed the Abyss trial. He floats in the air, arrives at another location, and descends to the ground when he notices a scroll. He assumes it must be the scroll of etherealization. Waves of mana begin to converge, wrapping around the scroll and slowly taking form. He observes that it will take some time for the formation to complete. In that case, he decides to use this opportunity to recover and restore his condition. He confirms that everything appears normal, even the time backtracking function is operating as intended. He determines that it is safe to emerge now. The others have already left the 600th level of the Abyss. As he glances at the ring, he summons Satan to his side. Satan materializes and announces that this is the authority of the Abyss Sovereign class transfer scroll. He proclaims that his legend will be sung across the myriad worlds, for he has completed a trial said to be impossible even for the gods. Chen disagrees, stating that he did not truly defeat him and that it was part of his plan all along. Satan refutes this, saying that he is mistaken. Defeating Mechanthute alone is already an extraordinary accomplishment. Chen remarks that, as expected, Agars, the lord of the 500th level, is one of Satan's subordinates. Satan confirms it, revealing that Agars is one of the 72 godly demons he has tamed. The true name of the second one is Agars. Chen states that he has already left the 600th level of the Abyss. Their cooperation should be over now, shouldn't it? Satan replies that he is mistaken. There remains one final step. He has not yet received the ring, nor has he claimed the inheritance left for him in hell. Chen questions whether Satan truly intends to give those things to him. Satan assures him that he does. As a devil of integrity, he promises that Chen's body will enjoy all of it. More than that, he declares that he will use Chen's body to ascend to the highest realm. Chen realizes Satan's true intention is to devour his soul and take over his body possession. Satan laughs and proclaims that he is finally about to obtain the Abyss Sovereign. This, he says, marks the beginning of his renewed dominion over the myriad worlds. Chen senses that his soul is completely unguarded. He must backtrack immediately, return to the moment of possession. Satan attempts to stop him, demanding how the soul of a mere mortal could resist. When a star-shaped mana symbol appears around Chen, Satan reacts in disbelief, declaring it impossible and questioning what this phenomenon is. Then, his presence begins to extinguish and collapse back into the ring. Afterward, Chen confirms that his soul remains intact. He can feel it clearly. It must be because the hourglass of time is bound to his soul. Satan has failed. However, he admits he cannot yet be certain whether Satan has been completely annihilated or if he has secretly hidden a part of himself. Chen sarcastically asks if Satan is all right. He is still waiting for him to possess his body and rule over the myriad worlds. Satan remains silent and motionless while Chen gazes at the ring, thinking that he should not gamble on whether Satan is truly dead. In any case, this ring is the medium Satan has used to anchor his soul. He removes the ring and tells himself that he cannot afford to be greedy. He must destroy it to ensure absolute safety. The system window notifies King of Hell, Solomon's Demon Ring, Grade D Fragmented, Item Type Ring. Its current attributes provide a +3 bonus to all stats. The sealing of the 72 pillars and the sky-scattering seal has rendered the treasure's power nearly non-existent. The souls of the 72 demon gods must be obtained gradually to lift the seal. Current unlocked attributes are insufficient. The Gate of Hell function allows for travel to and from Hell, with a cooldown of 10 days. The equipment requirement is at a level below 5. With this ring, one may sit upon the throne of the King of Hell, provided the ring's lost power is fully restored. Chen smiles and remarks that it is a defective item. In that case, destroying it should not be too painful. Satan suddenly re-emerges and pleads, asking Chen to wait. He suggests that surely there is nothing they cannot discuss and resolve peacefully, if only Chen agrees. Chen calmly asks what it is that Satan wishes to discuss. Satan replies that Chen is the most revered existence across all the heavens and realms. His strength fills him with awe, and his wisdom makes him feel as though he can never catch up. Chen declares that his reputation will echo throughout the universe. Satan pleads, saying he is willing to offer everything within his power, as long as his humble life is spared. Chen dismisses the plea, stating that Satan is not a trustworthy being and that giving him any leverage would be a mistake. Satan admits that in his current state, he possesses nothing tangible. However, he insists that the inheritance he previously mentioned left behind in hell truly exists and begs Chen to believe him. Chen responds that such words amount to nothing more than an empty promise. Satan implores him further, insisting that he must be able to sense he is speaking the truth, and assures him that he will indeed receive those treasures. Chen agrees, but warns that he will only release him when he decides to claim them. Until then, Satan will remain sealed inside the storage bag. Satan asks whether he might at least accompany him. Chen responds that he is overthinking the situation. Only the inventory system granted by the will of the universe is secure. It guarantees that Satan cannot cause any mischief while sealed within it. He adds that Satan has no choice in the matter. Chen then grasps the scroll and announces its successful retrieval. The second SSS rank class transfer scroll. The system window notifies Abyssal Overlord class transfer scroll, SSS rank. The abyss is the end of all things, the source of all despair. It embodies madness, brutality, and bloodshed. It is the dark side of the universe, a darkness that devours all. Not even the will of the universe can penetrate it, and gods dare not tread its depths. Class change requirements are level 10. Chen reflects that the item inventory is not entirely safe either, so he places the scroll into storage alongside the calamity of living beings. Now, the only step remaining is to summon Leto and complete the quest. Once that is done, he will be able to change into both classes at once. The scene shifts to the first layer of the abyss, where Chen arrives and retrieves a coin. He tosses it aside, thinking that he does not intend to leave the abyss just yet. A portal opens, and Leto appears, asking why he has been summoned to such a god-forsaken place. He complains that although his guild maintains branches even in hell, in the abyss, the mindless demons are incapable of understanding even the basic concept of a deal. Chen remarks that it seems his grace truly detests this place. Leto replies that aside from demons, no one finds this place tolerable. He then addresses Chen directly, asking why he has summoned him. The coin, after all, is meant to be used only when completing investment tasks. Leto explains that if the coin has been used to request assistance, then to receive another, a payment will be required. Chen inquires whether Leto has finished preparing the contract and the rewards for completing the investment task. Leto confirms that everything is ready, and the arrangement has already received approval from the cosmic will. He expresses disbelief, wondering if Chen has actually managed to obtain the rewards already. After all, they include 2 SSS grade scrolls. A scroll materializes in front of Chen. Leto comments that it represents the power of plague. How interesting. He adds that Chen has managed to find a profession that suits him remarkably well. Then he asks about the second one. He says, wait, this is the abyss. He wouldn't. Leto glances around nervously, his voice trembling as he mutters that it cannot be. There are other SSS grade profession scrolls in the abyss. It should not be that one. No living being is supposed to obtain it, even Satan, that wretched being, failed to succeed. Chen calmly asks Leto if he is referring to this particular scroll. Leto stares at it, then bursts into laughter and exclaims that it is the Abyss Overlord. The Abyss Overlord job change scroll reveals itself, just as a demon emerges behind Leto. Chen instantly senses a surge of killing intent. He suspects that Leto might be planning to seize the scroll by force. But then, Leto unexpectedly retrieves another scroll and remarks that Chen always manages to create miracles far beyond his expectations. He throws the scroll toward Chen, declaring that it now belongs to him. Chen catches it, confused. He recognizes it as the dual-class scroll and wonders what Leto was thinking just moments ago. That overwhelming killing intent, why had he suddenly let go? Chen opens the scroll and begins reading. It is an investment agreement for Evolver Chen by identification number ZZ1. The investment task has been completed with the acquisition of 2 SSS grade job change scrolls. Leto, the investor, will now transfer ownership of the dual-class job change scroll to Chen. In return, over an extended period, Chen is required to repay Leto with items or resources equal in value to the scroll. Leto observes the scene in silence, thinking that the investment has been finalized. The agreement has been signed, and from this moment forward, they are bound as permanent partners. He reflects that there are no strict conditions regarding when, where, or what to invest, only the value is specified. Such a flexible contract suggests that Leto genuinely values and trusts him. Leto states that if Chen ever comes to control the Abyss, he should consider bringing in the Goblin Merchant Guild. They can teach the demons how to engage in trade and help them understand that trade is the true path to mutual benefit. Chen replies with confidence that there is no problem, so that old fox had been scheming all along. The abyss is vast, each layer the size of a planet, teeming with rare resources. From that alone, the profits will be immense. They shake hands, with Lido as the investor and Chen as the recipient. Lido laughs and declares the deal sealed. He then asks whether Chen would mind using it right away, so he can witness the miracle for himself. The system window notifies that the SSS rank dual-class job change scroll and special item is a creation born from the pinnacle of goblin industry and alchemical technology. This scroll allows the evolver to hold 2 job classes simultaneously. Growth, skill effects, and attribute bonuses from both classes will apply concurrently. This is a prized treasure, long kept under lock and key by Lido, the goblin and god of trade. Usage requirements are level 10, with no previous job changes. Chen responds that he does not mind, and he crushes the scroll. The system window notifies that the special item, Dual Class Job Change Scroll, has been used, and his job transfer limit has now been increased to 2. As he initiates the job transfer, he feels a surge of energy and lets out a loud scream as mana begins to spread violently around his body. Lido observes the transformation and remarks that it is the power of both Plague and the Abyss. Moments later, several demons appear. One of them comments that the Well of the Abyss rarely experiences such unusual fluctuations. That sensation, could it mean that the human has truly passed all the levels? Another demon, recalling the humiliating defeat inflicted through underhanded tactics, expresses disbelief that the same human could have achieved this. He slams his fist onto his chair, rises to his feet, and declares that he still refuses to accept defeat. A serpent-like demon slithers forward and asks if they have won the wager. Another snake confirms it. Mechantheude appears and identifies Chen as the one responsible. He smiles darkly and states that now, there is something to anticipate on the next level. Agirs announces that their great king has finally succeeded. Satan laughs, proclaiming that the time has come for them to reclaim their throne. From the deepest pits of hell, they will rise again and rule supreme over all existence across the multiverse. The system window notifies Zikyung and all other members that the cosmic will has taken notice. Congratulations to Evolver Chen, the first to complete a class transition. The Universe Trial Arena is now advancing to the next phase. Regional rankings have been unlocked. The scene shifts to the White Eagle Empire, within the job change instance at the Drishift Amusement Park, where a Joker is seen running around until Chen appears in front of him. He is recognized as Anthony Douglas's talent, an SSS-grade Drishifter. The Joker laughs and launches an attack on him. Chen steps back and attempts to conceal himself, believing he has already anticipated all of the opponent's movements. The Joker continues to move erratically, launching repeated attacks, while Chen bursts his final balloon. Chen declares his victory when he captures Joker with his tentacles. With a swift motion, he slashes the Joker's neck, and a colorful scroll materializes. Chen seizes the scroll and proclaims that he has succeeded. Though the Joker has always managed to stay one step ahead, this time is different. Chen is determined to be the first to undergo a job change. He calls out his name, Chen Bai, and smashes the scroll. Immediately, the system window displays a cosmic will notification to congratulate Evolver Bai for being the first to complete the job change. The Cosmic Trial Arena is now transitioning into its next phase and will activate the regional leaderboard. A voice asks what that means. Dropping to his knees, he screams in frustration, cursing that he missed it by just one step again. The system window confirms that the job change has been successfully completed and the trickster clown profession of S-grade has been acquired. Meanwhile, Yezi sits in his room, sending a message through a chat. He informs the others that Chen has just successfully changed his job and asks Han Wang if this must be the SSS grade profession he mentioned earlier. Han Wang responds affirmatively, adding that, unfortunately, he still lacks the necessary experience. His own job change would be premature. Overlord replies, telling Han Wang to stop whining. He reminds him that he already possesses a job change scroll, while currently, no one else even has one. The Sword Immortal complains that the requirements for the S-rank Shoe Mount Disciple profession are exceptionally difficult. The successor insults him for showing off again, but he is immediately blocked. Crow responds by telling everyone to leave, including 5 Whip. He reminds him that he has received that investment task from Leto and insists that he is the one who truly deserves sympathy. Until now, no one has acquired a solid profession, nor has a single clue been found. Ding Ding replies that ever since Chen successfully changed his profession, everyone should have checked out the new leaderboard feature. Han Wang confirms that he has seen it. Meanwhile, Chen observes the system window, which notifies that the job change has been successfully completed. His faction has been automatically assigned as the Dragon Kingdom, and he is given 10 minutes to manually change his faction if he wishes. The system issues another notification, stating that once the faction is confirmed, any future changes will come at a significant cost. Chen selects the option to confirm his membership in the Dragon Kingdom faction. The system window further notifies that only those who have reached level 10 or above and have completed their job change are eligible to enter the level leaderboard. The top 10 ranked on the leaderboard will grant an additional 1 reputation point to all evolvers within their respective factions. Another window appears, notifying that the title panel, Leader of the World, is currently held by the top-ranked evolver on the global leaderboard. The drop rate for this title is increased by an additional 20%. Chen considers that the additional drop rate boost is quite effective, as it applies during the final stage of loot calculation. Any drop rate enhancements he obtains through other means can also benefit from this bonus. He realizes that the full advantages of the leaderboard feature have not yet been completely revealed. As the system window closes, he thinks its usefulness will gradually increase over time. He decides to examine his class abilities and skills, just as the system window opens with a notification. It displays the class panel class, Calamity of Living Beings SSS, and first job change. With each level up, his strength and agility increase by 10, his constitution and spirit increase by 15, and he gains 20 free attribute points. The system then notifies class power, plague control, and all plague-type creatures and plague-possessed beings whose attributes do not exceed the owners that they can be freely controlled. For each plague creature under control, the class skills of Calamity of Living Beings, as well as the owner's virus and fungus effects, receive specific bonuses. Plague immunity is also granted. The class owner is immune to all plagues, venoms, and other special status effects. Another system notification follows, revealing the class skill, Son of Plague. This skill condenses a plague sun. Wherever its light reaches, viruses can instantly spread. To sustain its existence and size, a continuous supply of spiritual energy must be provided. The final skill is Misfortunes Never Come Alone Black Death. Any targets infected by a virus are simultaneously afflicted with the Black Death, which causes black spots to appear on their bodies. Each spot deals viral damage and carries a low probability of triggering an instant death effect. For every instance of viral infection, each black spot contributes an additional damage check hit. He considers that the attribute bonuses are certainly impressive, but with only 2 skills and vague descriptions, it is better to test them firsthand. After some time, Chen returns to the Abyss, where the Son of Plague materializes before him. A demon notices it and asks what that green sun is. Soon, all nearby demons begin to burn and cough violently due to the sun's presence. One of them asks what just happened. Chen clenches his fist, deactivating the Son of Plague. At that moment, Leto arrives, clapping as he remarks that it is impressive, truly impressive. Within just 3 seconds, hardly any demons remain within several kilometers of the area. Chen replies that he is exaggerating, but Leto disagrees and urges him to look around. Chen notices even his lord has been infected. Leto confirms this, stating that he has not lied. Chen's ability is undeniably powerful, but it carries one flaw. His current spirit power is insufficient to fully control everything within the Son of Plague's range. The skill must therefore be used with caution. Chen agrees, thinking that Leto is correct. He cannot clearly perceive events occurring hundreds of meters away, which increases the risk of unintentionally harming his allies. He responds with a word of thanks and acknowledges the advice. He then turns his attention to the next development, combining the effects of the Abyss Overlord with his current profession. He anticipates there must be some unexpected synergy between them. The system window appears, displaying a notification regarding the job Abyss Overlord SSS Special. No attributes are gained through leveling up, and no job transfer is available. The abilities of this job improve in proportion to the number of Abyss layers under the user's control. Chen pauses and thinks, what is this? No need to rush. He decides to examine the job's powers and skills in detail. The system window reappears with a notification. Job powers, Infinite Abyss. With each level up, all of his current attributes permanently increase by 2%. Endless Abyss. The level cap for this job equals the number of Abyss layers that currently exist. Abyss Ruler, that for every Abyss layer he conquers, he gains the highest authority over that layer's domain. Simultaneously, his attributes permanently increase by an amount equal to the number of conquered Abyss layers multiplied by 1. He reflects on what this means. This is what a truly promising future feels like. A level cap potentially hundreds of levels higher than anyone else, with attribute enhancements that continue to scale over time, and control over hundreds of domains, both vast and small. The attributes gained from conquering 600 Abyss layers amount to over 180,000. The system window proceeds to display the career skills. He is the Abyss that grants the ability to enter any layer of the Abyss from any location and exit the Abyss at will. As long as he does not actively harm any Abyss creatures, none of them can harm him. This skill holds absolute priority. No control type ability, unless it overrides the Abyss itself, can prevent the Abyss Master from using this power to enter or exit. Abyssal Assimilation, that unleashes the power of the Abyss to transform any object or creature into an Abyss creation. The effectiveness of this skill depends on his level. Abyssal Blood passive, that the Abyss is capable of devouring and embracing all things. He can simultaneously possess up to 9 different bloodline powers, with any conflicting traits between them entirely neutralized. Undying Abyss, that upon death, he is resurrected within the Abyss well without any loss. As long as the Abyss continues to exist, nothing can prevent this resurrection. Chen reflects that he can freely enter and exit any layer of the Abyss at will, possesses 9 bloodlines simultaneously, and even has a resurrection ability that rivals the power of the Hourglass. With the exception of Abyssal Assimilation, which remains somewhat unclear, all the other abilities are undeniably overpowered. Leto takes out 2 wine glasses and remarks that Chen, his friend, seems to have finished tallying up today's gains. He suggests they have a drink to celebrate. The system window opens with a notification item: Elixir of Vitality S grade, a fine wine brewed from the water of life and the fruit of life. Upon consumption, it permanently grants plus 50 to all attributes, applies the Blessing of Life, which greatly accelerates wound recovery, and boosts both experience gain and drop rate by 30%. Chen accepts the wine glass and comments that it is indeed a remarkable item. Leto then adds that, as his friend and partner, Chen should also receive something else. Another system window appears before Chen. Item: Goblin Pocket Shop, Leto Edition. Produced by the Goblin Merchant Guild, this item allows the user to open a portable shop at any time, communicate with Leto, and purchase exclusive goods offered only by the Goblin Merchant Guild. Leto raises his glass and proposes a toast to today's gains and their future partnership. Chen raises his own glass and responds with a toast of his own to a successful collaboration. Chen arrives at Abyss Layer 19 and stands at the edge of a mountain. He has already tested the mechanics and confirmed that any Abyss layer without a ruling lord can be directly conquered. Layers 1 through 9 have already been taken, granting him a total of 45 attribute points. Now, he intends to challenge the 19th layer. The system window notifies conquest of Abyss Layer 19 has failed. Please conquer Abyss Layer 18 first. At that moment, waves of mana begin to pour from the surrounding mountains. He acknowledges that skipping layers truly is not allowed and decides to try Abyssal Assimilation instead. He takes out a mask, remarking that it is all he has left. At the time, to make space for the absorbed demon bloodline potions, he had cleared everything else from his backpack. The mask is a zombie mask, armor type, providing a +2 to Constitution and a +2 to Strength. He activates Abyssal Assimilation to assess and modify the mask. The system window displays item: Demon Mask E grade, all attributes +3, effect is Demon's Kiss to grant a life steal effect. Each time an enemy is killed, health and spirit are restored, and wounds are healed. Usage requirement that must be below level 1. It also gives a warning that using abyssal power to modify this item may be considered wasteful. Chen questions what exactly is meant by modify. As he begins to understand, he wonders what kind of transformation abyssal assimilation might cause if it were used on a human. A memory surfaces. He pulls out a spear and sets the zombie mask aside, commenting that this particular piece of equipment is only grade F. He observes that the weapon resists his attempt to use it and even burns him. He wonders what changes would occur if he applies abyssal assimilation to it. He proceeds to use the skill on the spear to assess its strength. He reflects that the weapon's resistance is expected from an evolvable item, though there remains a significant gap in comparison to the zombie mask. If he continues at this rate, his strength will be insufficient to remodel it. Placing the spear on the ground, he considers trying a different approach. He notes that, as expected, the overwhelming abyssal power within the abyssal well can suppress the weapon to the greatest extent, allowing for easier remodeling. The system window notifies abyssal assimilation, Longinus Spear F rank, special long-handled weapon. All attributes +2. Life's Whale increases damage by 100%. Killing Spear gains experience and evolves by killing creatures. Current experience is 0 out of 10. Even a so-called holy relic cannot escape the pull of the abyss. Chen remarks that it is much easier to manage now. With that complete, he decides it is time to investigate something further. As he reaches Abyss Layer 500, Agars appears and announces his presence, saying it is an immense honor to witness his revival. He introduces himself as Agars, the most humble servant of the Great Master. Chen considers that his suspicion is confirmed, and he believes he is Satan. He addresses Agars, stating that there will be plenty of time to celebrate later, but for now, he must pledge his loyalty. Agars immediately confirms and releases his mana, sending it toward Chen in a display of allegiance. The system window notifies that the soul of Agars, the eternal Night Lord and second seat among the 72 demon princes, has returned to its rightful place. As a result, the Hell King's Seal of Solomon's Ring has been upgraded in rank. Its current rank is now A. Chen considers this a significant improvement, befitting someone who ranks second among the demon princes. He decides to explore what other valuable assets Agars might possess. He remarks that his current physical body is still too weak and wonders if there is anything available now that can boost his strength. The system window responds with a notification. Essence of the bloodline of the Great Hell Demon Lord SS rank. Agars steps forward and explains that this is the only item he currently possesses that can be used immediately. He takes out a sealed essence bottle. Chen nods in approval, commenting that although it is unfortunate the item is not of SSS rank, it is still acceptable. He then takes the essence bottle from Agars. Agars rises and asks who he truly is. He recalls that his master was the one who gave him this potion long ago to aid in his transformation into a demon after leaving the abyss. However, based on Chen's tone, it seems he is unfamiliar with the potion's origin. This causes Agars to question where his true master is now. Chen approaches him and calmly states that he is now Agars' master. He advises him to let go of the remnants of a soul that no longer exists. Agars refuses to yield, declaring that he will not submit. If Chen reveals the whereabouts of the former master, he promises to spare his life. Chen responds by reminding him of the profession he currently holds. If Agars truly believes he can harm him while he holds a spinner, then he has severely underestimated him. He spins the weapon, and the force of it cracks the mountains behind him. He declares that he is now the Abyss Dominator. He is the Abyss itself. As long as he does not actively harm any Abyss creatures, no Abyss creature is capable of harming him either. Agars replies that even so, he will not submit to him. Chen remarks that the former master's methods were indeed remarkable, having cultivated such loyal subordinates. He then summons Satan from the ring. Satan emerges and immediately senses Agars' presence. He asks if Agars is referring to him. Such loyalty, he says, requires no special skill. At his level, loyalty is simply opportunistic, always looking upward, always seeking the next higher power. Agars insists that he merely sensed the master's presence and believes the master is still alive. Chen confirms that Satan is indeed still alive and suggests that Agars may one day have the chance to serve under him again. But until then, he must remain here and wait. Afterward, Chen arrives at Abyss Layer 437, where Mechanthute lies on her bed. She greets him, stating that she knew he would come. Chen says he is looking for someone who truly understands the Abyss, someone who can help answer a few questions. He wonders whether Her Majesty the Queen would be willing to clear his doubts. She replies that, of course, she would. He is the Abyss Lord, after all, with limitless potential. However, she admits she is not fond of dull and simple conversation. If he wants her to speak, he had better come up with a more entertaining approach. As she speaks, she waves her whip in the air and throws it toward him. Chen catches the whip midair and smiles, commenting that it is interesting. Then he invites her to let him demonstrate his skills. Mechanthute asks if he has no further questions. She remarks that he knows far more than he lets on, she can tell. Chen responds that he has learned enough, and besides, it is not particularly interesting, is it? After all, without that whip, she cannot harm him at all. He reclines casually on the bed as he speaks. She steps closer and replies that in that case, he will have to try much harder. Whatever her projection avatar experienced before, her true body is greatly looking forward to experiencing it again. He answers with a smirk, saying that no one can be certain how long that will take. Can she really wait? After all, this intriguing discovery only happened because of the two of them. It is best if the secret remains between them, and she believes he will not keep her waiting too long. If he does test her patience, then he will be in real trouble, even as the Lord of the Abyss. He lies back and murmurs that now that is interesting. The scene shifts to the Demon City, in the high-end villa district, where the evolver Hao enters the room occupied by Yankee and Zhu. He remarks that he never would have expected this, two lovely little darlings hidden away here. Yankee warns him to leave at once and not to seek death. Zhu echoes her sentiment, urging him to go quickly. He laughs and comments that they really are two fine ghost servants, just in need of a bit of training. He begins explaining his talent, Ghost King's Edict, which allows him to increase his mental power by killing creatures and transforming them into ghost servants, granting him exceptional control over spirits. In response, Yankee and Zhu activate the dual spirits of good and evil and unleash a combined psionic stab. Hao dismisses their attack as a petty trick and quickly retreats. Both Yankee and Zhu leap back, evading the strike, and phase through the wall to escape. Wonders whether they actually passed through the wall and quietly opens the door to investigate. He mutters that they did not try to kill him. Hiding is pointless, he claims. They must already know that they are destined to become her ghost servants. If they do not behave, punishment will follow. Chen arrives moments later and sits casually on the couch beside Yankee and Zhu. He remarks that claims he intends to punish them. Then, turning to Yankee and Zhu, he calmly asks how they would like him to die. Yankee responds that she wants to tear him apart with her claws, while Zhu adds that he is a bad man and should simply disappear as quickly as possible. Laughs and warns them not to think they are safe just because they have found a master. He declares that he will turn all three of them into ghost servants and make their so-called master watch it happen. Chen quietly observes him and realizes the truth. This is the man he saw in his previous life. The Ghost King, is one of the 8 city lords of the 8 King City. Grins maliciously and says he wants to see how Chen plans to resist him. Without another word, Chen rises and strikes him with a single devastating punch. Staggers back, wounded and bleeding. He coughs violently and exclaims that the power is overwhelming. He asks whether Chen is the White Emperor. Chen confirms that he has guessed correctly. He then reflects silently that is truly dangerous, vicious, selfish, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. What makes him even more despicable is his twisted love for torturing victims to death before refining them into ghost servants. Chen tears him into pieces with a single strike and reflects that it is estimated hundreds of evolvers have been innocently harmed by him. He states that it is finished. As he moves toward them, he considers that the man's death here and now can certainly be regarded as a great outcome. Zhu approaches him and expresses her gratitude, addressing him as brother. After a short while, Chen opens a portal to the goblin shop, displays it to them, and mentions that they have now reached level 7. He intends to check whether there are any suitable transfer scrolls available for them. Lido emerges from the shop and greets Chen, remarking that they had only recently parted ways. He asks whether Chen brings good news or if there is something he needs. Chen responds that it is both. He has completely mastered Abyssal Floors 1 through 9 and is now able to select a location for the Goblin Merchant Guild at any time. He also wishes to assist them in finding appropriate transfer scrolls. Lido, observing that they appear to be twins yet are actually one, remarks that there truly is a suitable profession for them. He hands a scroll to Chen and says that, as special evolvers, they fulfill his investment criteria. The system window notifies Bound Spirit Transfer Scroll, Grade B+. It states that even the undead now have a place to belong. Undead who possess this profession can both influence and be influenced by the location to which they are bound. Leto declares that, in celebration of the Goblin Merchant Guild's impending establishment in the Abyss, he will present this scroll to Chen as a gift. He warns not to underestimate it. Its subsequent transfers can lead to becoming a city-bound spirit or even an earth god, both of which are introductory professions linked to the divinity of Earth and its protection. Moreover, this profession possesses two developmental paths. If managed properly, they might become the second group of dual profession users besides him. Chen puts away the scroll and acknowledges it as a truly valuable item, offering his thanks. Leto responds that there is no need for formality, says he will get back to his work, and vanishes. Zhu expresses her gratitude to Chen. She explains that she and Yankee can now maintain physical forms for longer durations, and she believes there is nothing more they can offer him. Chen turns to Yankee and asks if she wants to. Yankee avoids his gaze, stating that she finds him trustworthy but still refuses. Chen assures her that it is fine if she doesn't want to. He will not force them. However, he insists that the two of them should at least possess a certain degree of emotional connection. He asks if that would be acceptable. Yankee responds that it is unacceptable, calling him a bad man and threatening to bite him to death. Chen challenges her playfully, urging her to try. She warns him that he brought this upon himself and tells him to take what's coming. Meanwhile, Zhu grows irritated by their bickering. After a while, Chen sits quietly and remarks that it is not bad. He did not expect them to possess such skill. Zhu sits across from him and expresses her gladness that he likes it. She addresses Chen as Big Brother, and he acknowledges her. She then asks if his disapproval of what happened earlier was because of Yankee. He places his cup of tea on the table and admits that it was, to some extent. He states that he said he would not force her, but that is not the main issue. She asks what the main issue is. Then, he explains that the people who remain by his side are either there out of genuine, mutual affection or absolute loyalty, from which he may ask anything without hesitation. He dislikes situations like hers, where she intends to use her body as repayment or a bargaining tool. She lowers her head and apologizes. He stands and admits his curiosity. Logically speaking, repaying a favor in that way to deepen their relationship sounds like an idea Yankee, as the embodiment of evil thoughts, would be more likely to suggest. She calmly replies that she believes desire and striving for better things for oneself should not be regarded as evil thoughts. Zhu adds that if her actions do not harm others and benefit herself, then helping herself should also be considered a good deed. Chen finds that an interesting perspective. He tells her to go and train with Yankee, saying that in doing so, she will help herself and also be of help to him. She nods and says they will work hard. Meanwhile, Sword Immortal sends a message in the group chat, stating that he thought he could closely follow Big Brother Chen's footsteps, but it turns out he is only the third person to complete a class change. Crow replies to all members, claiming that Sword Immortal is showing off again, and asks if anyone nearby can teach him a lesson. Overlord responds that he is too lazy to deal with him and simply wants to know what Big Brother Chen's class is. Shuichuan agrees, saying he cannot even be bothered with Sword Immortal. Zio Han chimes in, asking if any experienced players are willing to carry him through a secret dungeon, as he is just a bit of experience away from his own class change. Successor to the 5 consecutive lightning whips laughs and replies to all members, telling them to keep their eyes on him, as this brother is about to start showing off. The system window then notifies the group about the class change scroll for the Thunderwalker profession, rated as rank, belonging to the successor to the 5 consecutive lightning whips. Ding Ding asks in surprise what is going on, pointing out that the successor had previously said he was still short on money. Crow confirms that, adding that the scroll is one of the most expensive items in Leto's shop. The successor replies that he is indeed still short on funds, but after completing a quest and summoning Leto, Leto asked whether he was a member of chat group Zizawon. When he confirmed it, Leto said that, in honor of Big Brother Chen, he would provide the class change scroll in advance. However, the follow-up quests are not waived. Shuichuan and Overlord curse at him in frustration. Crow also tags the successor, accusing him of failing to introduce the group's members who still do not have a class change scroll to that god of transactions, unlike him. The successor replies that he forgot about those still unable to find a class change scroll and promises to remember next time. Crow responds with frustration, asking what he even means by next time. Clearly, he cannot be relied upon. He demands to know what the successor plans to do now. Yezi steps in, saying there is no need to rush. With Chen around, not just the brothers in the group, but everyone has nothing to worry about. Liu agrees, stating that Chen has once again surpassed his imagination. Even the gods are compelled to show him respect. Yezi says that is irrelevant. What matters now is when Chen will come and defeat him. He has been waiting for far too long. Liu expresses awe, saying that Chen truly is incredible. Xiao Han, feeling left out, asks if there is seriously no one with a decent dungeon willing to let him join so he can gain some experience. Chen reads through their messages and comments that he remembers something, the Red Star Mental Asylum. He recalls being able to summon Jipai there, one of the 72 pillar demon gods. It also provides the opportunity to upgrade Satan's ring. He suggests the idea. Meanwhile, Xiao Han opens a pack of food and begins eating when Chen sends a message directly to him, telling him to get ready. He is planning to head to the Red Star Mental Asylum. Xiao Han, surprised by the message, quickly replies with excitement. He calls Chen his savior and addresses him as Emperor Bai. Yezi then asks if he may inquire how it felt to be the first person to undergo a class change. Shuichuan follows up, confirming that Chen's class change was of SSS rank. The successor responds dramatically, telling everyone to step aside because he is about to kneel and worship Emperor Chen. He explains that when Lido handed him the scroll, he mentioned a few things about Chen, his god. The successor concludes that only 2 words can describe him: utterly unbeatable. Chen assumes that Lido is no fool. He likely refrains from revealing too many details and is intentionally helping build up his prestige. He sends a message stating that he will soon be taking his King of Hand to the Red Star Mental Asylum, and anyone currently in Magic City is welcome to join. Crow asks if he could have Old Meng link them up, expressing his desire to witness the heroic presence of a true master. Chen replies that it would be better not to. He still has a use for Meng's ability and prefers not to have her overexert herself. He promises that next time he finds a suitable dungeon, he will definitely bring Crow along. Crow accepts that and thanks him. Meanwhile, Ding Ding comments that he is already in Magic City and asks if he should wait directly at the entrance of the Red Star Mental Asylum. Chen recalls that Ding Ding was a well-known evolver in his previous life, known by the title of the Puppeteer. He messages Ding Ding, confirming that if he can make it, they will meet at the entrance. Ding Ding replies that it is no problem if he cannot even show up at the dungeon entrance. He would have no right to remain in the group. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Red Star Mental Asylum, where Chen arrives, scans the surroundings, and remarks that quite a few people are present. Xiao responds that the entrance to this dungeon is not particularly hidden, and since it is one that Big Brother has cleared before, it has gained some popularity. Chen instructs everyone that once they enter the dungeon, they must pay close attention to any quests related to the Red Star Mental Asylum and notify him immediately if anything changes. Xiao responds that there is no problem. A robotic man arrives and taps Xiao on the shoulder. Xiao turns and asks who it is. Another girl arrives with a group of robotic figures. She greets both Xiao and Chen and introduces herself as Ding Ding. Xiao asks what she is doing here and questions why she didn't try to scare Emperor Bai instead of him, accusing her of preying on the weak and fearing the strong. She replies that scaring Emperor Bai is impossible. Her paper dolls would be destroyed in an instant. Naturally, she chooses to bully someone weaker, like him. Xiao scoffs and says that's nonsense. He claims he didn't sense any killing intent, otherwise, he would have torn her doll apart in seconds. He adds that he is not weak, he is a tough, iron-blooded man. Chen intervenes, saying that since everyone has arrived, it is time to begin. At that moment, a bald man appears and asks the 3 of them to wait. Xiao turns and asks what he wants. The bald man introduces himself as Along and asks if they have heard of him. Both Xiao and Ding Ding exclaim his name in surprise. Ding Ding notes that the last 2 normal dungeons and 1 hell difficulty dungeon in Magic City were cleared by someone named Along. Along confirms it and tells them to call him Brother Long. He explains that among everyone gathered here, very few are capable of challenging and clearing the Red Star Mental Asylum, and his team is one of them. It just so happens that a few of his teammates are unavailable today, so there are a few open spots. He asks if they would like to join. Chen replies that there is no need for 3 of them, as 3 are enough. He observes that the man shows no signs of hostility and carries a terrifying level of confidence. Along insists that the pros from the Zerzing 1 chat group usually form parties of 4. He questions whether the 3 of them are trying to cause trouble. Zio retorts by asking if Along even knows how to speak properly. Another person approaches Along and whispers, asking if that is the guy from the Zerzing 1 chat group video, the one who fights using flying knives. Along confirms it. He admits he is not good with words and says if they are not interested in joining, then so be it. Zio responds that's fine. He agrees Along doesn't seem like a bad person and says they are heading in now. He tells Brother Long to go ahead and do as he pleases. As they enter the dungeon, the other person asks if he was mistaken. Along replies that he was not, he recognized him, too. He turns to the others and says they all heard it. Even the pros from the Zerzing 1 chat group addressed him as Brother Long. He urges his team to follow him from now on, promising that he will lead them to fame. Inside the Red Star Mental Asylum dungeon, Chen stands still and comments that the minions now yield too little experience for him. He decides to leave them to the others. Zio activates his sword skill, steps forward, and responds that it's no problem. Ding Ding tells him to go ahead. Chen equips Satan's ring and notes that he has another helper. Yankee appears beside him, expressing her excitement. She asks if it is time to begin the slaughter, something she greatly enjoys. She remarks that it is the perfect moment to test her new skill. Chen looks at her and realizes that she has learned something unfamiliar. He notes that the flame surrounding her carries the aura of hellfire. It must be Satan's doing. After leaving the abyss, Satan was placed into the ring, since the inventory cannot store a soul for long. Chen touches the ring and thinks that if Satan is teaching Yankee skills, then he must be trying to win his favor. He already has a few questions for him anyway, so he decides to unblock the ring's shielding for now. He calls out to Satan and asks if he taught that skill to Yankee. Satan responds respectfully, addressing him as respected Chen. He explains that the girl possesses extremely high talent. Her evil thoughts are so pure that they surpass even those born in hell. He recalls training Yankee himself and says that her potential was too rare to ignore. So, he took the liberty of teaching her a few skills. He apologizes for not informing Chen earlier, noting that the ring had been sealed, making communication with the outside world impossible. Chen says that from now on, he will unblock the ring's shielding at appropriate times. He asks if Satan can sense Zio's bloodline. Satan responds by asking if he is referring to the child with the hellish bloodline. He confirms that he senses more than just that. This dungeon itself carries the aura of Jipai. Chen affirms that it is precisely the reason he has come here. Yankee reports that they have already eliminated everything in the outer area and suggests heading deeper. Zio asks Chen who the new arrival is. Ding Ding observes that she appears to be a spirit body. Chen explains that Yankee is an evolver like them, only in a special form. He then reminds both Ding Ding and Yankee to leave 10 monsters alive later, as he has a purpose for them. Ding Ding asks, surprised, what he means by leaving monsters alive and requests an explanation. Yankee complains that not being able to kill them all sounds boring. Zio answers that it is because Chen plans to summon Jipai, the 16th of the 72 pillar demon gods. He adds that after they defeat the boss, the real event will begin. Ding Ding asks what he means by summoning a demon god. Chen reassures her that the highest level in this dungeon is 12, so Jipai's strength will be restricted. Even if the dungeon's difficulty increases to hell level after the summoning, there will be no issues as long as he is present. Ding Ding becomes frightened and asks what a demon god is and what hell difficulty means. Zio steps closer and teases her, asking if she is scared. She admits that she is, but says she still trusts Chen. Zio says in that case, what are they waiting for? They should speedrun the boss. He charges forward. Yankee declares that it is time to kill and move on. The scene shifts to the hallway outside the dean's office. Ding Ding uses a paper doll to stab and knock out a monster. Zio sees this and says it is done, time to move to the next step. Chen commends the effort, noting that he is much stronger than when he first entered this dungeon. Zio replies that it is thanks to Yankee and Ding Ding's support that he still cannot win reliably on his own. Yankee asks who their next target is. Chen says he has only left 16 monsters alive, so they should not stir up trouble. He instructs her to return to the ring and rest. Yankee reacts with surprise but vanishes without protest. Ding Ding chuckles quietly to herself at Yankee's reaction. Afterward, they arrive at a secret room. where they find two girls hanging upside down from inverted crosses. Dingding asks if this is the place for summoning Jipai. She notes how gloomy it feels and mentions the thick smell of blood and the strange aura in the air as she looks around. Chen says that thanks to Jipai, he avoids having to manage them one by one. He admits that he still lacks fine control over spiritual power constructs at the moment. Zio suggests it might be because Chen's spiritual power is too strong, making it difficult to handle with precision. Chen says that makes sense. He takes out an array, says the next step is this, and tosses it into the air. One of the girls hanging from the cross begins to bleed. A bolt of lightning strikes the center of the room. Zio and Dingding recoil in fear as a demonic hand emerges from the lightning. The system window notifies that a hidden condition has been triggered in the nightmare level dungeon, Red Star Mental Asylum. The dungeon's difficulty is being upgraded. The current difficulty is now classified as Hell level, unique. A demonic voice growls, expressing displeasure at the presence of humans. Duke Jipai materializes fully before them, stating that they dared to offer such inferior lifeforms as a sacrifice to him, Duke Jipai. He declares that he is in an extremely foul mood and demands an appropriate tribute. If one is not presented immediately, he threatens to take their lives. Zio looks up at him, trembling. He thinks to himself that Jipai's presence is overwhelming. Jipai comments that it is interesting. This human actually possesses his bloodline and has even inherited a portion of his power. Zio asks if his sister is in Jipai's possession. Jipai laughs and asks how a mere human dares to address him in such a tone. He demands to know what Zio thinks he is. If Zio believes that possessing his bloodline spares him from death, then he is gravely mistaken. Chen steps forward beside Zio and directly confronts Jipai. He asks if this is truly Jipai and questions why he refuses to answer his friend's question. He asks if Jipai is deaf. Jipai says that humans are both arrogant and ignorant, and he intends to make him realize his mistakes before he dies. Chen speaks in the demon language through his ring, Satan, and asks whether demons are not supposed to be a cunning and intelligent race, wondering if this seemingly arrogant and foolish person might be the result of a genetic mutation. Satan responds, telling Chen that this fool simply does not understand the greatness of the being he is facing. Jipai accuses him of playing tricks with the ring and says that merely knowing a few words of the devil's language does not mean anything. Suddenly, he pauses and tells him to wait, his attention caught by the ring. Chen raises his hand to reveal it and remarks that it is just an ordinary ring, questioning why the powerful Jai faction is making such a commotion over it. Jipai repeats the words in a normal ring in disbelief. Chen then leaps forward and kicks him in the face, sending him flying. He asks whether he did not just claim he wanted them to die, and yet takes no action and continues to hesitate. Jipai tries to get up, coughing. Zio observes that the fight seems ready to begin. Jipai kneels and pleads for mercy, addressing Chen as His Majesty and asking for his life to be spared, admitting that it is the Jai faction that has been negligent. Everyone is stunned to hear this. Chen then states that if the fear is only because of the ring's presence, there is no need to worry, they should go ahead and take action. Jipai asks what is meant by taking action. He then commands that Chen be killed and that the ring be claimed as his own. Satan responds that he has already submitted and questions the need for further conflict. Chen replies that he does not wish to take advantage of someone who has already surrendered. He remarks that he is being unusually kind. Jipai declares that since the ring belongs to His Majesty and he has asked for it, it is better to obey than to show false respect. He then charges forward, his aura spreading violently. In response, Chen manifests the Plague Sun on his fingertip and confirms his intent. Jipai is startled and demands to know what it is, shocked that a virus could pass through the flames of hell and still harm him. He drops to his knees, begging for mercy, pleading with His Majesty to stop and spare his life. Through telepathy, Chen tells Satan that in the end, Jipai's fear of him prevents him from fighting with his full strength. Satan agrees, saying that Chen speaks the truth. After all, he is the Lord of Hell. Chen transforms his hand into a bladed claw and declares that since Jipai does not dare to fight, he should simply obey. Even if his soul is taken, his body can still be used. Jipai agrees, addressing him as His Majesty, and his soul begins to separate from his body. After a while, the system window notifies that devouring a special species grants 5,000 virus points and 2,000 exclusive evolution points for the Black Light virus. It also states that devouring a special species unlocks the skill Hellfire Desire, which has now been integrated with his existing skill, Hellfire Burning Body. When devouring a special species with a bloodline, it instructs to choose whether to absorb the bloodline or expel it from the body. Chen remarks that this is a significant improvement and states that the next step is to receive a part of Jipai's soul. Jipai's soul responds with reverence, expressing his pleasure in serving His Majesty, and tears off a fragment from the area near his heart. He moves it toward the ring, which absorbs it. The system window then notifies that the soul of the 16th of the 72 demon gods, the Devil Duke of the Jai faction, has returned to its rightful place, and the level of the King of Hell's magic ring, Solomon, has been upgraded. The current level is now a plus. Xiao brings up Beatty and his sister's situation. Chen turns to Jipai and commands him to answer the question. Jipai explains that she was in hell, changed her name to Rika, and was granted both valuable resources and personal freedom. He admits that he does not know her current location, but promises to inform him immediately if any news about her surfaces. Chen remarks that he seems surprisingly kind to others. Jipai responds that he will not lie. He treats every bride with care. In hell, he is known as the Duke of Love. Satan adds that, in truth, his title is the Cedar of Self-Love. Through telepathy, Chen asks him if there is anything he wishes to say to him and offers to release him. He replies that there is indeed something, and his presence materializes in front of them as he calls for Jipai. Jipai says he is here. Satan instructs him to report on the current situation in hell. Jipai begins to speak, but Satan urges him sharply to speak clearly and immediately. Jipai reports that hell is currently ruled by Lord Beelzebub, who has seized his palace and inheritance and has proclaimed himself the new Lord of Hell. He is also systematically erasing any trace of Satan's existence, so thoroughly that many newly born devils no longer even know his name. Satan clenches his teeth in frustration and growls Beelzebub's name, enraged by his audacity. Satan asks whether hell has truly forgotten him. Jipai responds that due to Beelzebub's widespread preaching, hell now refers to Beelzebub as the greatest emperor of the underworld, the only leader capable of guiding hell toward prosperity. He explains that only the 72 demon gods who originally followed Satan still remember his existence, but they are forced to either remain silent or temporarily submit. Chen questions whether this makes Beelzebub the new Lord of Hell. Satan tells him to stop mocking and turns to Jipai, asking how many gods currently reside in hell. Jipai replies that in addition to Beelzebub, he is aware of the presence of the fallen angel, His Highness Lucifer, as well as Lord Vashak and Lord Baman. However, Lucifer and Lord Visago have both been imprisoned for openly opposing Beelzebub. Satan acknowledges the situation. Chen tells Jipai he may return now, but instructs him to report immediately if any changes occur in hell. Jipai bows deeply and agrees. The system window then notifies that the hidden boss, Jipai, has been defeated, awarding 0 experience points. Upon seeing the notification, Chen reflects that the lack of experience makes sense, as Jipai was not truly killed. Another system notification follows, confirming the completion of the Hell-level dungeon Red Star Spiritual Hospital Hidden and awarding 10,000 experience points. He reflects that he does not possess much experience with customs clearance, as the experience he accumulated after changing his class had allowed him to advance directly to level 12. He decides that it is good enough to have come this far. The system window notifies of a level up, current level 13. Strength increases by 17, agility by 17, constitution by 22, spirit by 23, and 20 free attribute points are granted. He turns to Han Xiao and asks about the status of his mission. Xiao replies that he will check. The system window notifies that the Demon Ancestor mission has been completed. Upon seeing the notification, Chen confirms that his mission is finished and points to the display. The system window further notifies that, with the help of a great being, he has successfully uncovered the truth behind the bloodline mystery and learned that his sister is still alive in hell. The next objective is to locate the whereabouts of his former sister, Han Lai, who now goes by the name Rika. It also notifies that the reward for the Demon Ancestor quest, an Advanced Demon Duke Bloodlines rank by 1, has been issued. He considers the reference to a great existence and notes that even the will of the universe addresses him as the Bai Emperor. He repeats the title to him, Bai Emperor. Chen is startled to hear this when suddenly Xiao grabs his leg and exclaims that the message clearly states holding tightly to the Great Bai Emperor's thigh will make the next mission, finding his sister, much easier. Dingding comments that Han Xiao is quite skilled at flattering others. Han Xiao smirks and asks if she is jealous. Chen tells him to let go, saying he wants to collect Jipai Bao's belongings. Dingding also grabs his leg and excitedly says that completing missions with him is thrilling. She urges the Bai Emperor to remember her the next time he has something this exciting. After a while, Chen stares at a scroll and wonders if this is the only one. Still, he reassures himself that it is a very rare blueprint, so it is acceptable. The system window appears, notifying him of the Hellfire Feather. Wings of Hellfire, a crafting blueprint for special armor classified as S-level wings. These wings are condensed from pure Hellfire and possess immense power, enabling the user not only to dominate the skies, but also to control fire itself. The required materials include Hellfire, Abyss Fire, Phoenix Wings 100, and Flame Core 1. He unrolls the scroll to examine the blueprint and reflects that wings are the rarest category of equipment. He feels that this place truly is a land of fortune, especially since he previously lost a blueprint when he first arrived here. He recalls a memory in which he decides to leave the special scroll to Han Xiao, who possesses demon blood, assigns the skill to Meng Neng, and gives the equipment to Crow in recognition of his contributions. The system window notifies of the acquisition of a production blueprint titled Hell's Cry, Shepherd's Horn, classified as C to S grade armor. The required materials include 1 pure Devil's Horn, Abyss Fire, and 1 dark crystal. It notes that the final grade of the item depends entirely on the quality of the materials used. It also states that only 1 S-grade Shepherd's Horn exists, and once it appears, no further S-grade versions can be crafted. He concludes that only 1 material is still missing from the blueprint. Later, outside the dungeon, Chen states his plan to take Yankee to gain some combat experience and asks whether they would like to join him. Dingding agrees enthusiastically. Han Xiao responds that he could never refuse such a great opportunity to earn experience. Chen then asks if there is any place in the Magic City where level 15 monsters are both abundant and densely concentrated. Dingding rests her chin on her hand and says she needs to think for a moment. At that moment, Lang arrives and says he knows a place, Lujiaku. He explains that before the end of the world, many intelligent people lived there, and in the post-apocalyptic future, it will become a region populated by monsters with strong spiritual power. He explains that the density of monsters in that area is high, and their levels are also elevated. The outer zones are mostly populated by level 13 creatures, but very few people dare to venture there yet. Chen thanks him. He smiles and replies that it is his duty, and he is always welcome. Chen turns to Dingding and Xiao, telling them to move quickly and instructing them to use his spiritual power to shield them from the wind pressure. Both of them form protective circles around themselves using spiritual energy, and Xiao responds with approval. He then leaps high into the air and takes off. Along watches him leave and turns to the others, asking if they all saw what just happened. He proudly remarks that even the strongest evolver has to thank him. He encourages them not to hesitate. If they have the ability, they should sign up immediately. He, Brother Along, will personally lead them through the mental hospital today. After some time, numerous zombies are seen wandering along the outskirts of Lujiaku in Magic City. Chen and his team appear atop a nearby building, surveying the area. Chen observes that high-level zombies are everywhere and comments that this is an excellent location for gaining experience. He reminds everyone to maintain proper distance and to remain within the range that allows experience to be gained. Xiao responds that there is no problem. Dingding agrees. Yankee then appears behind her and declares that she wants to fight too. Just then, Chen leaps down from the rooftop and considers that if he uses the full power of the Son of Plague, the entire area would be cleared instantly. But Yankee and the others would not survive. He lands on the ground and decides it is better to practice some of the familiar skills he has not yet fully mastered. He activates his full body armor and thinks that, first, due to the influence of Mycanthus, the Black Light virus has been fully enhanced and has taken on a solidified form. For now, he names it Full Body Enhancement. Charging his hand with the power of Hellfire, he notes that he also possesses a new form of Hellfire. As he prepares to attack the zombies, the system window notifies him of the activation of Hellfire Desire, Firewood, classified as S level. This hellfire contains the power of lust. Rising Desire, a derivative skill, increases all attributes by 50% and lasts for 3 minutes. Burning Desire, another derivative skill, targets and burns the opponent's soul, increases attack power based on the target's desire, and applies hidden effects. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. Chen leaps forward and says he will start with a single punch. The system window then notifies of the activation of Desire Flares. He unleashes his technique, one punch to clear them all, releasing a wave of dark hellfire that engulfs and incinerates the zombies. From the rooftop, Yankee, Xiao, and Ding Ding watch in awe, all stunned and thrilled by what they see. After a while, Xiao uploads the video of Chen from Magic City with the title His Majesty of Korea. Exclusive footage, how the number 1 levels up. Ding Ding comments that the area is filled with monsters around level 15. Crow comments that it should be retracted and not sent, so she doesn't find out what she missed. A brown-haired man also sees it and remarks that if this is a human, then his normal attack carries the same lethality as his ultimate move after his job change. He further comments that Chen is only the 3rd evolver to complete a job change, and such a large difference is clearly abnormal. Xiao replies that there's no need to be overly anxious. This isn't Beatty's normal attack, it's at least a minor skill. He then thanks the brown-haired man for the reminder. Later, at the Yan family villa, Chen sits on the sofa and says that he has finally reached level 10 and is ready for a job change. He tosses a remote device toward the girls, which emits a burst of brilliant light. Yanzu and Yankee, startled, exclaim that it's too bright. As the room transforms, Chen asks if this is a special job change process. He explains that the areas influenced by their job change energy are gradually being assimilated, and the earthbound spirit appears to be tied to the villa. Both girls begin to float inside glowing bubbles. Just then, Satan emerges from the ring and says that Chen is correct. The earthbound spirit truly suits them well, and he has chosen wisely. He says he has devoured the power of Jai Slanesh to strengthen the flames of hell and enhance this vision of training subordinates. He assumes his future is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the gods. Chen responds that it is enough. He had already started flattering him when he was helping them level up. He warns him not to think he is unaware of his intentions. Satan laughs and says his insight is indeed sharp. Therefore, he need not worry. With his great wisdom, he would never be handed over to the traitor Beelzebub in exchange for benefits. He adds that, after all, a traitor's magical items are unreliable, and Chen's long-term value to him is unquestionably greater. Chen replies that, for now, he simply does not wish to see anyone. As for his value, he has not seen much of it yet. Satan says he was not asked, and that most of his possessions remain in hell. He adds that, by the way, Agaris should still have some things in his possession and suggests checking whether he currently holds anything useful. Chen holds his chin and asks for phoenix wings, a flame core, and a dark crystal. Satan confirms that there is a dark crystal available. Chen agrees and tells him to wait until they complete their job change. Yankee suggests they return to the Abyss. Chen thinks about the many individuals in the Abyss who formed agreements with him during the trials. He believes it is important to maintain good relations with them. While it is difficult to say the same for others, he is confident that he has a way to befriend the Hydra. The system window notifies that the job has been successfully changed to Earthbound Spirit. The grounded structure, the Yan family villa, has been bound. Chen asks what it is like and whether this occupation offers any meaningful perks. Yanzu responds affirmatively, telling him to take a look. The system window further notifies the details of the occupation Earthbound Spirit B first turn. Each time he levels up, all attributes increase by 1, and he receives 1 free attribute point. Occupational power, dual spirits and dual binding. He can bind any 2 locations as his binding sites. Location binding consumes significant mental power and is difficult to change. Currently, the Yan family villa is bound. Earthbound Worry, when he is not within a binding location. All occupational skills are used without any consumption. Earthbound Joy, when he is inside a binding location. He can exert 5 times his normal strength. Soul and Earth Mutual Binding. The spirit can inherit any conditions and bonuses possessed by the bound location, and the bound location can inherit any conditions and bonuses possessed by the spirit. The number of transferable bonuses depends on the spirit's mental power. Occupational skill. Earthbound Travel. This skill transforms the bound location into a spirit and allows it to be relocated. Cooldown time is 30 days, waiting for the shop, and any target that enters the binding location will either receive a threefold attribute boost or have its attributes halved. He thinks there are so many powers and skills, all revolving around the binding land. He remarks that this spirit and earth binding power can truly be called abnormal. She asks if that is really the case. He confirms, explaining that building materials, facilities, and decorations all function as props, and the bonuses they provide are exceptionally strong. If the materials of this ordinary villa were replaced with high-end prop-grade materials, she would soon realize just how overwhelming the effects could become. He adds that in the future, she might even be able to use an entire city as her binding land. In that case, the bonuses would become even more terrifying, and she would be able to bring great benefits to the city itself. She says that in that case, she will bind Big Brother's city, so she can help him. He agrees and tells her to wait until he returns to the Abyss. Then he will take her to Beatty City. He asks if she knows where the library is located. She looks confused upon hearing this. After a while, Chen stands on the 350th floor of the Abyss, within the Hydra's territory, surrounded by books. He says to the serpent that this time, he has brought some gifts. He presents a book meant for humans, containing history, art, landscapes, and food. The serpent begins to read and expresses satisfaction, saying that thanks to the Lord of the Abyss, he will start with the history book. Another serpent adds that they will always remember the Lord of the Abyss's kindness. The ninth serpent says she remembers that they were curious about the human world, which is why he brought so many books as soon as he became the Lord of the Abyss. She tells second brother, fourth brother, and the others to simply thank him and remember his kindness. The seventh serpent agrees, saying that words alone are not enough to express their gratitude. He suggests composing a poem to honor the Lord of the Abyss. He begins, saying that the Abyss is deep, but not as deep as his gratitude. The Lord of the Abyss cares for him, and their bond is deeper than the Abyss itself. She scolds him, telling him to be quiet and stop embarrassing himself. The fourth serpent says that the ninth sister is actually right, they have received so much care, and it is only proper to offer something in return. He then hands Chen a device. The system window notifies, Eye of Secrets, a detection skill that can analyze all things and has a chance to uncover a target's secrets. Its specific effect depends on mental strength. To know when he sees, and to know when he does not see, Winifred. He looks at it and realizes it is an S-level detection skill book. He says this return gift is truly valuable, and it happens to be exactly what he needs. He thanks them sincerely and adds that if they ever need anything in the future, he will do his best to help them obtain it. The fourth serpent says this is not entirely a return gift. Helping the Lord of the Abyss enhance his strength also brings benefits to them, as members of the Abyss. Chen agrees, acknowledging that it is true. The system window notifies that the skill book has been used and the skill Eye of Secrets, S, has been successfully acquired. Later, on the 500th floor of the Abyss, Satan forms a flame in his hand and says that, following Chen's instructions, he has informed him about Beelzebub's usurpation of power. There is no doubt that Agors now stands on their side. He adds that something is approaching, Agors' god-level hellfire, along with the highest grade dark crystal. Jipai stands on a cliff and declares that Beelzebub, the traitor, must be killed. Chen asks whether his loyal subordinate is alright. Satan replies that there is no need to worry, he simply needs time to release his anger. Soon after, at the Yan family villa, Chen places a stone, a flame, and a crystal onto a piece of paper and announces that with leader Jai Pai, Agars' fire, and the highest grade dark crystal now in hand, it is time to begin. All necessary materials have been gathered. He thinks there is no doubt that they will be synthesized into an S-level shepherd's horn. The system window notifies, Helkri shepherd's horn. Production begins, successfully crafted. The system notifies that the Helkri shepherd's horn, an S-level armor, possesses the following attributes. Only one head, mental power increased by 30% plus 65 multiplied by the current level times 5. The Devil's Horn chanting grants casting speed increased by 80% and power increased by 30%. The Devil's Whisper effect causes the wearer to hear the Devil's Whispers at all times. For every day it is worn, mental power permanently increases by 1 point. As a shepherd, he can control creatures with mental power lower than his own. The effect depends on his mental power quality. The difference between his mental power and the target's attributes, equipment conditions, and spiritual power of 300. He holds the horn and remarks that this is his first time crafting S-level equipment. He reflects that listening to the devil's whispers for a day increases spiritual power by 1 point. Although this may seem insignificant, it accumulates considerably over time. After a while, Chen wears the horn crown and decides to listen to the devil's whispers. He experiences a strange sensation and thinks that merely hearing them once is enough to disturb his mind and make him restless. He acknowledges that this permanent bonus is indeed difficult to obtain. The scene shifts to Beatty City, where Chen is seen flying with large wings and landing inside a room. Meng Meng, who has transformed into her human form, stands tied while holding her knees and says that she has teleported him back. She appears exhausted and adds that this effort is even more draining than when she sent him to the Demon City previously. He apologizes for troubling her and suggests that she should rest first. She walks out, waving her hand, and says that she needs to sleep for a while. He watches as she falls asleep on the bed and thinks that the burden of this transmission seems quite heavy. He also reflects that he has not returned in a long time and wonders how Beatty City has developed in his absence. After some time, Chen walks along the roads, observing his surroundings, and notes that a significant amount of construction has been completed. Meanwhile, inside an office, Ziqiang asks Shuang whether there is still no progress regarding job opportunities. Shuang replies that there is not, explaining that it should not be easy to obtain a level or higher jobs. She adds that they should not be too anxious, considering the highest level evolver in Zhongcheng is only at B level, and there is only one of them. Ziqiang insists that the matter is urgent, pointing out that Beatty City already has quite a few level 10 evolvers. Holding a paper in her hand, she states that if they are too slow in acquiring jobs, or if the ones they receive are too weak, they will not be able to maintain control over people. Shuang responds by saying that they still have Chen Bai. Ziqiang stands up and says that Shuang does not understand. The master can indeed suppress Beatty City, and no one dares to rebel. But what about the rest of them? She explains that if they are unable to keep the evolvers in the city under control, managing Beatty City smoothly will be impossible. In such a case, Bai cannot venture out to explore the world without concerns. Shuang responds that she understands and promises to search for clues related to a level and above jobs as soon as possible. She adds that she cannot leave Beatty City too far at the moment and asks for understanding. At that moment, Chen arrives and remarks that Ziqiang is indeed very thoughtful. She turns to him and says that he has returned. He replies that it has been a long time since he last saw her. She quickly hugs him and says that yes, it has been a month. He reflects aloud that although only a month has passed here, he has spent 1.5 years inside the Plague Dungeon, the Shushan Dungeon, and the Abyss. He says that, as far as he remembers, it has been more than a month, but then says it's fine. She asks whether she should have Shuang call everyone over. He agrees. A short while later, Ziqiang gathers with the other girls and says welcome home. Lingyu kneels near Chen and says that she has perfected the laws and regulations of Beatty City, with only one thing left unfinished, the rules within his house. She asks whether he can set the rules for the house today and assures him that she will fully abide by them. Luli places her hand on his chest and mentions that their intelligence system has not updated his physical strength and skill data for a long time. He responds that it needs to be updated. Shihu offers a warm welcome back. Meng says that it must have been very difficult outside and advises him not to think about the outside world today. He agrees. Ji kneels before him and says that today she will show him how powerful she has become, emphasizing that she is no longer the same. He grabs her arm, lays her down in front of him, and gives her a sharp slap, saying she truly is impressive. Give her an inch, and she will take a mile. She blushes and lies still as Ziqiang explains that everything in the summit's core zone has been meticulously arranged and designed by them. She states that this is now his completely private domain. She adds that all personnel here have been carefully screened, so he is free to do anything, to anyone, anywhere within this space. He asks whether she is not afraid of being surpassed by others. She replies that she still holds that confidence. After working so hard outside, she urges him to take a proper rest today. He lies back on the sofa and agrees, saying that he will treat it as a vacation. He adds that if there is anything important, they can discuss it later. After a while, he lies on the bed with Ziqiang and says that when he first returned, he overheard her discussing her job situation. She responds that yes, it has become quite a headache, and there are still no good job opportunities available in Zhongqing. He tells her that for matters like this, she should ask him directly. She hesitantly asks whether that would be inappropriate. He replies that there is nothing inappropriate about it. If she is managing Beatty City on his behalf, she will naturally lose the chance to venture out and explore. Supporting her is something he ought to do. He mentions that, speaking of job change scrolls, he actually possesses 4 that are S level or higher. She is shocked and repeats, 4S rank and above job change scrolls. He recalls a memory and thinks of the scroll left behind by Pukash after his sacrifice to open the portal, as well as the Demon Hunter scroll completed during the Abyss trial. He says that only she has reached level 10. She replies that Shuang is actually 10 levels ahead of her and asks whether there is a job change scroll suitable for her. She adds that Shuang not only respects the strong, but has also had a crush on him for a long time. Surprised, he asks if that is true, noting that Shuang always maintains the same expression. He had assumed Shuang had no emotions. He then instructs her to call Shuang in so he can assess her current strength and attributes. He takes out the scrolls and says that among the 4 available jobs, they should choose the one most suitable for her.